as a distinguished graduate of the prestigious Wudaokou Institute of Technology. After successfully navigating through the challenges in the realm of Hogwarts legacy and mastering an array of ancient and dark magic, wreaking havoc within the magical community. Yet, he was struck by a bolt of lightning and reincarnated. He was abruptly transported, endowed with his post-adventure abilities, to the Harry Potter era a century later. In pursuit of cultivating the voracious venomous tentacula, he resolutely intended to enter Hufflepuff House. Tao Wu, is your name truly Voldemort? Voldemort. No, you may simply call me Tom. Chapter 92. She merely wished to provide a home for every boy. Are you truly not afraid of losing house points? Snape is just outside. Tao Wu gazed at the throng of individuals clustered at the entrance of the Hufflepuff dormitory, gripping Ron's ear with her right hand while pointing towards the exit of the basement with her left. Although Xia assured me that you would be fine, I remain uneasy without hearing it directly from you. Harry liberated Ron from Tao Wu's grasp and promptly handed him over to Hermione, who was standing nearby. Despite having spent the entire holiday together at the Icefield base, today was the first time Tao Wu scrutinized Harry closely. The once diminutive boy, now towering over her by nearly half a head. His black hair had grown somewhat long, with bangs obscuring his brows. His lips were a vivid red, and his teeth gleamed white, exuding an aura of dark, brooding complexity. He bore a resemblance to a younger Tom. Tao Wu felt an overwhelming sense of pride, akin to a parent witnessing their child blossom. She glanced at Harry, who was holding her hand, and bluntly inquired, "How is your spellcasting with Xia coming along? Has the old man been teaching you earnestly?" I report that Harry has been slacking off during lessons. The old man criticized him just a few days ago, saying that Dumbledore's favorite student is not as impressive as he appears. Zissalia, the conspicuous figure, immediately re-emerged. "How dare you accuse me, Xia? The old man mentioned that you hid a magazine featuring shirtless handsome men within your spellbook." Harry retorted defiantly. Tao Wu sheepishly touched her nose. Zissalia huffed at Harry. "Blame Luna. She gave me the book, claiming it was a Supreme Collector's Edition, which was indeed thrilling, filled with chiseled abs. When I mentioned that Percy looked rather good, she tossed this collector's edition at me, suggesting I indulge." The gaze of the corridor's occupants converged upon Tao Wu. She tugged at Zissalia's garment, who mistakenly assumed her discomfort warranted silence. Instead, she asked, "What about the book?" "The collector's edition. It was confiscated by the old man." Tao Wu exclaimed, "Thank you for listening." Draco instinctively reached beneath his garment to touch and count. Splendidly, he found exactly 8. Yet, he felt quite aggrieved. Initially, his pursuit of her was motivated by a desire for power and approval from his father. Yet now, he genuinely cherished her. Initially, it was he and the detestable Potter trailing behind her. But how did a muggle suddenly emerge? Effortlessly replacing him, Talmist noticed Draco standing beside Harry. The young lad had grown remarkably in stature over the past 2 months, now slightly taller than Harry and a full head taller than her. The remnants of his youthful innocence had entirely vanished. His light golden hair, no longer slicked back with pomade, cascaded softly against his scalp, with wisps falling delicately upon his long lashes, rendering his visage increasingly exquisite, akin to a prince from a fairy tale. It was utterly endearing. She adored Newt, yet this did not preclude her affection for other handsome boys. What fault lay within her? She merely desired to provide all charming lads with a warm home. Is this not the essence of adulthood? "Long time no see, Draco." She stepped forward, arms outstretched, enveloping Draco in a hug, the subtle scent of cedar wafting from him. Draco was evidently taken aback by her embrace. After a brief moment of rigidity, his arms naturally encircled her shoulders, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "Why couldn't I find you all holiday? Not a single reply to the letters I sent." This was likely the handiwork of Grindelwald. If they were not within the confines of the house, any letters not sent by Dumbledore would invariably find their way into the fireplace. He resembled a clandestine thief, covertly observing the letters Dumbledore dispatched to Harry, while furtively mimicking Harry's handwriting to pen a reply to Dumbledore. In essence, it was akin to an online romance between him and Dumbledore. "Apologies, Draco. I was having such a splendid time in Asia that I neglected to respond." Draco did not release her. Incredulity etched upon his features. How could she assert forgetting to reply with such unyielding conviction? Then why bring Potter along? Harry wanted to join as well. And besides, would you truly wish to live in the Muggle world if I called you? Draco hesitated. Enough, Malfoy. Let Luna rest. Harry's emerald eyes glinted with a hint of anger as he grasped Thomas' arm, pulling her away from Draco's embrace. All right, Harry is right. We must depart. If Snape finds us here, he will surely catch us all, and he need not worry about toadskins for the entire year. Sekelia waved to the others and then placed a tender kiss on Thomas' cheek. A good night kiss, darling. Then, beneath the dual piercing gazes of Harry and Draco, she sauntered towards the staircase with a confident stride. Upon reaching the threshold, a pang of regret struck her. She should have given Hermione another kiss to ensnare Ron's defenses as well. After watching them depart, Thomas contemplated tapping the vinegar barrel when, from the corner of her eye, she spotted a young man standing in the corridor's shadow, quietly observing her, his tall figure casting an elongated silhouette in the dim light. Theodore not. He appeared increasingly serene, his ebony hair cascading obediently, his dark eyes tranquil yet imbued with a faint smile, and his gaunt visage more handsome than ever. He was like the snow that falls silently upon the branches of a pine tree on a wintry night, ethereal yet enchanting. What brings you here? Talmist inquired, gazing at him. Theodore, cradling a book, approached her slowly, illuminated by the flickering light, resembling an ancient ink-wash painting. I wish to see you, so I came this way. He stood before Talmist, towering over her by a head, casting a shadow that enveloped her entirely. Talmist felt perplexed. She could not fathom why Theodore would utter such words to her, as her understanding suggested he was a staunch pure-blood, much like his father. She could not possibly entertain the notion that Theodore harbored feelings for her. How conceited! She believed someone of Theodore's caliber would be drawn to a girl like Astoria Greengrass, gentle, serene, and undeniably pureblood. However, she was a mermaid, equally appreciating every handsome boy. She smiled at Theodore. Seeing you brings me immense joy as well, Theodore. Theodore's lips curled into a subtle smile, softly replying, Then I shall take my leave, not to disturb your rest. All right. Talmist remained utterly bewildered, unable to decipher Theodore's character. She struck the correct notes upon the vinegar barrel as the door leading to the common room gradually opened. She stepped into the slide-like passage, waving goodbye to Theodore. Until we meet again, Theodore. The boy stood in the light, watching her, his tone as gentle as falling snow on a tranquil night. Welcome back, Luna. Good night, sweet dreams. Chapter 93. The Curses from Tom's Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. The Hufflepuff common room radiated a perpetual warmth and brightness. The soft, golden glow illuminated the cozy burrow. And since it was not winter, the fireplace remained unlit. A few old friends lounged on the plush yellow sofas, engaged in lively gossip while awaiting the return of Pomona. Chocolate cakes and pumpkin juice adorned the table. It seemed she had not yet had time for dinner, so the house elves had kindly prepared these treats. Cedric fiddled with the exquisite chocolate cakes on the table, using a charm to reheat the cooled pumpkin juice, and gently addressed Pomona as she approached him. Pomona nestled beside Cedric, her fork piercing a small cake from the table to satisfy her evident hunger. Let me tell you, Fudge wants Dumbledore to expel me because of the secrecy laws. I simply charged at him and landed 2 punches. Dumbledore didn't acquiesce to him. And even Snape didn't give him a favorable glance. What a disgrace for a minister, she exclaimed. Food could hardly silence her, in this regard. Pomona was undeniably a true Hufflepuff. Her excitement led her to choke slightly on the cake, prompting Cedric to swiftly hand her the pumpkin juice from the table. Taking a sip from the vibrant orange drink, Pomona winced. To be honest, I really dislike this pumpkin juice. The house elves seem to adore it, but I always feel it has a peculiar taste. What do you prefer then? Hannah inquired, tilting her head over the back of the sofa. Pomona set down the pumpkin juice and playfully lifted Hannah's chin with her hand. I like you, darling Hannah. You're insufferable. Hannah feigned shyness as she pushed Pomona's hand away. Merlin, if Neville were here, he would commit suicide right in front of you. Vivian laughed uncontrollably, collapsing onto the floor. Cedric, observing the girls' playful banter, couldn't help but chuckle as he placed the empty plate from Pomona's cake on the coffee table. The girls' cheeks, slightly flushed, bore remnants of white cream, making them all the more charming and lively. With a smile, Cedric retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped the cream from her face. As Pomona playfully shoved Hannah, she felt the warmth of Cedric's fingertips on her cheek. Turning to him, she noticed a few rebellious strands of hair sticking up beneath the soft glow, and his long eyelashes fluttered gently as he wore a focused yet tender expression, his handsome features exuding strength. No one could deny that he was the beloved moonlight of Hogwarts. Hannah, Ginny, and Vivian watched the interaction between the two with excitement, embracing each other. See, what did I tell you? Luna and Cedric must have something going on. Don't you dare call me Ibois, the detective, Vivian exclaimed. I suspected it ages ago, Hannah. Ginny, I told you, I noticed how Cedric looked at Luna on Valentine's Day. It was anything but innocent. Merlin's underpants. I can already imagine how beautiful their children will be. I simply must become the godmother. Pomona was at a loss for words, while Cedric blushed deeply. Quickly retracting his handkerchief back into his pocket, he looked at the three girls with a resigned gesture towards Pomona. There's no reasoning with them. Pomona nodded with a smile, then grabbed a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at Hannah. Hannah, I want to be the godmother of your child with Neville. All right. And you can make Cedric the godfather. Hannah caught the cushion and continued. Here's some good news. We've changed our defense against the dark arts professor, and he seems far more reliable than Lockhart. And what about Lockhart? Was he dismissed by Dumbledore? Pomona paused, recalling how she had easily dealt with Tom last semester, which prevented Lockhart from being thrown into the Chamber of Secrets by Harry and Ron. Why then had he been removed? Had Dumbledore finally reached his limit with Lockhart's incompetence and peculiar tastes? I heard that as his holiday was nearing its end, he was struck by a Muggle cannonball while passing an uninhabited island. Though he was rescued charred all over, at least he is still alive and currently resting at St. Mungo S. Vivian interjected immediately. Pomona, no way, what a coincidence. Cedric smiled at her complex expression. Though it sounds absurd, it is indeed true. Pomona couldn't help but admire Tom's bitter resentment towards Dumbledore for not granting him the position of defense against the dark arts professor. His curse was indeed potent. Lockhart had barely managed to survive until the start of the third year. She resolved to have him curse Fudge when she returned to her room. What about the new teacher? Pomona inquired, uncertain if it was still Remus Lupin, but it certainly wouldn't be Snape. As Dumbledore had just mentioned that he had potions class tomorrow, Hannah quickly responded, the new professor may be poor, but he certainly seems far more dependable than Quirrell and Lockhart. Did you know? Professor Lupin was a close friend of Potter's father and also a dear friend of his godfather, Mr. Black. Yesterday, during defense against the dark arts class, Mr. Black came to the school and kissed Professor Lupin passionately in front of the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor students. Pomona, that sounds just like him. Why Ravenclaw and Gryffindor? Shouldn't it be Gryffindor and Slytherin? Pomona noted the inconsistency. Potter and Malfoy had clashed far too many times, and every time they did, Seamus would join in, resulting in a classroom explosion that no amount of point deductions could prevent. Hence, Professor Dumbledore had decided to separate them. Suddenly, Ginny recalled something amusing and burst into laughter, collapsing into Pomona's embrace. You know what Weasley said? During yesterday's defense against the dark arts class, Neville's boggart transformed into Professor Snape, and after reciting the spell, Snape ended up wearing his grandmother's clothes. Can you imagine how hilarious it was, with him in a green dress, donning a witch's hat decorated with a Muggle vulture specimen, and holding a red handbag? Ginny nearly laughed herself into a fit, while Vivian took a few breaths to continue. Mr. Black saw it too. He was rolling on the floor laughing, and Professor Lupin couldn't even pull him up. Mr. Black exaggeratedly praised Neville, declaring he would achieve great things in the future. And what was your boggart? Pomona asked. Hannah shrugged. Tomorrow's potions class will be our turn to face it in defense against the dark arts. Pomona understood. She was eager to attend tomorrow's lesson, not only to meet the new professor, but also to discover what her own boggart might be. Chapter 94, Lupin's Dog, Black. The diary was tucked beneath her pillow, and as soon as Pomona's head touched the cushion, she found herself drawn into a surreal realm by Tom. The striking figure of the youth stood by a floor-to-ceiling window, the sky a somber gray, and beneath him, the dark, tumultuous sea churned. The oppressive scene heralded the fact that the dream's master was in a terrible mood. Tom, Pomona approached him, the fierce wind outside rustling her robes. You never intended for me to truly live, the wind carried Tom's deep voice. Pomona was taken aback by his accusation. She adjusted her robes and settled on the windowsill beside him. Why would you think that? Aren't you now able to leave the diary in corporeal form? She looked up, her eyes filled with a bewildering curiosity. That is different. I am merely a Horcrux, a fragment of a soul. Why won't you help me regain my body? With your abilities, this task would be a mere trifle for you. Tom crouched down, grasping her shoulders, his voice a low, pained roar. As Tom gazed into her calm, cerulean eyes that reflected the tranquility of a still sea, he broke down. Why? Why do you always deceive me? I have done so much. We were once so close. Why don't you trust me and refuse to help? Peach Mist regarded the reddened corners of his eyes and calmly pushed his hand away. I'm sorry, Tom, but this is not feasible. I cannot assist you. If we allow you to truly live, what does that make of those who have perished? Their sacrifices would become mere jest, and what would I be but an unprincipled accomplice? To let you exist in such a state is solely because I still find you of use. Tom sat beside her, grappling with a tumult of emotions, bitterness, anguish, despair, feelings that he could scarcely articulate. Peach Mist did not contest his sentiments. Tom, one must pay for the errors they commit. And what of Grindelwald? Does his hands bear less blood than mine? Tom exclaimed, rising in anger. If Scamander were to discover that you aided Grindelwald in his escape from Nurmengard, do you think he would absolve you? Leta Lestrange, his dear friend and the wife of his brother, had fallen victim to that old fiend. Peach Mist bowed her head, remaining silent for an extended period, before her voice finally broke through. You speak the truth, Tom. Yet, I require Grindelwald's vast resources and the unwavering loyalty of his purified acolytes, assets that I cannot procure in the short term. As for Newt, I have already steeled myself for whatever consequences may arise. I have stated that no matter the intent, one must face the repercussions of their wrongdoings. I am no exception, and I shall accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. That is the way of the world. The anger on Tom's face gradually faded, replaced by a profound confusion. He struggled to comprehend Peach Mist's words, finally managing to utter a single question. What if the punishment is death? Peach Mist looked up and smiled at him. Then I would accept that as well. Tom's fiery rage was extinguished in an instant, doused as if by a deluge of icy water. In her eyes, his longing for immortality was rendered inconsequential. His gaze became bewildered until he heard Peach Mist say, If I were to perish, I would surely take you with me, lest you run amok and cause harm. Tom replied, I thank you. He pondered whether he had spent too long in Peach Mist's presence, for his mind felt awry. When she mentioned taking him with her upon her death, he surprisingly felt not anger, but a twinge of delight. He must surely be losing his sanity. Let us discuss that witch hunter's base. Sit down, my head is weary. Peach Mist rolled up her sleeves and tugged at Tom's shirt, beckoning him to sit beside her. Tom obediently sat next to her. There's something inside that place. When I first arrived, I heard it, a muffled, heavy sound, like breathing, or perhaps whispering. It was quite strange. What do you suppose it could be? I do not know. Perhaps it is a demon. Enough of this. We must find an opportunity to investigate further. My curiosity is piqued. Very well. Tom gazed into her eyes and suddenly smiled, draping his arm around her shoulder and gently kissing the corner of her mouth. Peach Mist was momentarily taken aback. She had just been angry, and now he had cheered her up. The thoughts of a grown man were indeed perplexing. Yet, they were all adults. Such actions were hardly unusual. Tom still did not fathom what love truly was. He was the product of his mother, Malapagant, whose twisted possessiveness, under the influence of an enchantment, forcibly united with his father, Riddle. His mother loved only his father, and his birth was met with disdain and curses from the latter. Hence, he remained oblivious to love. All he understood was the joy of being with Peach Mist. So, he would briefly indulge in this ephemeral pleasure. After all, he could neither truly live nor die. The following morning, within the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, a familiar large black dog was seated at the door. Peach Mist widened her eyes in disbelief as the dog joyfully bounded toward her, rubbing against her legs. Oh, Luna, does Black recognize you? Hannah, who had been linked arm in arm with Peach Mist, released her grip and stepped back. Black? Peach Mist questioned, glancing down at the dog. Was his animagus form known to all? The dog barked twice at her. Hannah seemed frightened of it, carefully maintaining her distance. Yes, that's its name. Professor Lupin brought it this morning. It must be his pet. It's quite fierce and barks loudly. It even nearly bit a few Slytherin boys. Professor Lupin named it Black? Peach Mist inquired of Hannah. Yes, I heard the professor call it that. Hannah mimicked Lupin's tone, saying, Hey, Black, you naughty creature, don't bite Severus, come back. Peach Mist could not suppress her laughter. Black frolicked around her, and she crouched down to pet his head. The dog's eyes were filled with a sense of grievance, silently accusing his friend Remus. As he nuzzled her hand and cheek, it was all Snape's fault for reporting to Dumbledore that he was disrupting Hogwarts teaching. Now, he could only enter the school in his animagus form. Nevertheless, it was not all in vain. Today he had destroyed 3 cauldrons and a brand new bat shirt, rewarding himself and Luna with some stickers. When Draco arrived, he spotted the large black dog affectionately rubbing against Peach Mist's arm, appearing almost like a spoiled child. He recalled Professor Snape once conversing with his father, Lucius, mentioning that Sirius Black's animagus form was a robust black dog. His expression darkened. Completely forgetting his earlier intent to mate the dog, he strode over to Peach Mist, gripping the dog's scruff and glaring at it, hissing through gritted teeth. You lecherous old man, stay away from Luna. Chapter 95, Zabini kisses Malfoy. Oh, Mr. Malfoy, please allow me to take him. A gentle-looking man emerged from the classroom, lifting Black from Draco's grasp. Control your dog, Professor Lupin. Draco spat venomously, wiping his hands on Blaze's back, muttering, It all reeks of dog. Blaze, unimpressed by Draco's childish antics, sighed in exasperation. He sidestepped Draco and approached Peach Mist. "Luna, it truly brings me joy to see you." Peach Mist's lips twitched. It had been so long, and this fellow had not given up yet. "Luna, since I met you, I wish to become a certain kind of person." Blaze seized her hand while she was momentarily distracted. What kind of person? Peach Mist's internal alarms rang loudly as she warily regarded Blaze, fearing he might once again utter some cringeworthy lines. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but Blaze held on tightly. The boy's beautiful, almond-shaped eyes gazed at her passionately, shimmering with intoxicating allure, his voice sweet as a chocolate truffle. "To be yours." Peach Mist was once again taken aback. Blaze appeared completely unfazed by the awkwardness. He cradled her hand, bowing slightly like a gentleman, his lips poised to brush against her hand. Black, in Lupin's arms, barked wildly, struggling to give Blaze a kiss. Behind them, Theodore frowned and raised his foot, but Draco had already seized Peach Mist's elevated hand, and Blaze's lips landed on the back of her hand. The scene was nothing short of magnificent. "Oh, Merlin." Pansy could no longer contain herself and buried her face in Daphne's embrace. Daphne's smile was irrepressible. Even a steamroller could not flatten it. She embraced Pansy, using her tousled hair to mask her own uncontrollable laughter. Theodore discreetly raised the book he was holding to shield his lower face. Seizing the moment when the two boys were momentarily stunned, Peach Mist swiftly withdrew her hand and took 2 steps back. When Hannah's gaze shifted back, she saw the dark-haired boy kissing the blonde boy's hand. Her pupils dilated as she let out a sharp shriek. Zabini kissed Malfoy. Peach Mist stifled her laughter, desperately holding back the urge to explode with mirth. Wondering what bizarre version of events would circulate among Hannah and the others by tomorrow, Draco and Blaze were momentarily taken aback, but soon regained their composure. Draco's face turned a shade of iron, and with evident disdain, he shoved Blaze aside. Blaze stepped back a few paces, his expression equally displeased. "I'm filthy." Draco seethed, baring his teeth as he extended a hand towards Pansy. "Lend me your handkerchief." Pansy, nestled in Daphne's embrace, refused to raise her head, casually extracting a handkerchief from her pocket and tossing it to Draco. She could not allow the ill-tempered young Malfoy to witness her laughter here. Clutching Pansy's handkerchief, Draco furiously rubbed the back of his hand, applying such force that it turned crimson, as if he wished to scrape away a layer of skin. After flinging the handkerchief back to Pansy, he turned around to find the girl he adored doubled over in laughter on the floor. He sighed, resigned, and grasped her arm to help her up. "Is it amusing, Luna?" The girl's eyes curved into crescent moons, her laughter reminiscent of sweet, effervescent summer drinks. Her silver hair danced in the breeze, ensnaring his heart. The commencement of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class brought an end to this farce. As students from Hufflepuff and Slytherin made their way into the classroom, the desks had been removed from the third-year classroom, leaving the dimly lit space of the Defense Against the Dark Arts notably spacious, even with an entire year's worth of Hufflepuff and Slytherin students present. In the center of the classroom, a tall wardrobe shook incessantly, as if something inside was desperately attempting to break free. "Have you ever seen this? Can anyone tell me what it is?" Remus stood before the wardrobe, a gentle smile gracing his features, while Black crouched at his feet. Hannah immediately bounced up, raising her hand. I know, Professor. It's a boggart. The creature that makes Professor Snape wear Neville's grandmother's dress." Hannah's response caused Remus to lose his composure, laughter escaping him. Sometimes, he thought, Hufflepuff students exhibited greater bravery than their Gryffindor counterparts. "Indeed, Miss Abbott, but let us refrain from mocking our esteemed teacher." Remus was genuinely kind. Compared to Gryffindor, Poppy thought he resembled a true Hufflepuff. "Can anyone tell me what a boggart looks like?" Remus continued, addressing the students before him. Poppy raised her hand. "A boggart shapeshifts. It transforms into whatever the person encountering it fears most. For instance, Neville would see Professor Snape, and Ron would see spiders." In truth, she was quite curious about what Harry would see. Remus smiled at her. "Thank you, Miss Lovegood. As Sirius and Harry have stated, you are indeed a standout among wizards. Yes, as Luna has said, a boggart becomes your greatest fear, which is exceptionally terrifying." Remus patted the wardrobe beside him. "However, we possess a simple spell that can repel a boggart. Put away your wands and repeat after me." "Ridiculous." Draco, standing behind Poppy, mockingly recited the incantation in a high-pitched voice, sharing a laugh with Theodore beside him. "What kind of spell is that?" Theodore raised an eyebrow, saying nothing, yet his expression mirrored Draco's disdain for their patched-up, impoverished professor. "Professor, Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Knott have mastered such a simple spell. Please let them give it a try." Poppy chimed, her mischievous thoughts ignited by their antics. Draco was momentarily stunned, gazing at Poppy in disbelief. And even the usually impassive Theodore exhibited a look of confusion. Remus waved for the students to settle down, then placed his hand on the wardrobe. Addressing the two boys Poppy had called out, Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Nott, who will be the first to try the newly learned spell? Theodore discreetly stepped back, then gave Draco a firm shove at the waist, propelling him from the group of students into the spotlight. This action bore an uncanny resemblance to Ron and Harry. Theo, you, Draco exclaimed, directing a mild curse towards Theodore, his face a portrait of displeasure as he fixed his gaze on Remus by the wardrobe. Let me see just how terrifying this creature truly is, Professor. Chapter 96, The Bogget's True Form. What truly vanquishes a Bogget is your laughter, transforming it into something you find ridiculous. The wardrobe swung open. No one witnessed what the Bogget initially appeared as. It instantly morphed upon emerging. The scene that unfolded in the center of the classroom sent the entire room into a frenzy. Before everyone's eyes, Harry was clad in a dapper white suit, holding a dazzling diamond ring, reverently attempting to place it on Poppy's ring finger, adorned in a white gown. Under the watchful gaze of all, it was unmistakably Draco's Bogget. Yet it was Poppy who felt the embarrassment. Poppy had presumed that her Bogget would manifest as the death of her parents or the decline of her family, never imagining such an absurd scenario. However, upon reflection, it all seemed quite reasonable. Having been raised in the lap of luxury, he had never encountered death or hardship. Anything he desired was provided by his parents. At his age, the only matters capable of troubling him were trivialities of affection. If Dumbledore were present, he would surely muse about the beauty of youth, lamenting over love's tribulations. In this light, Luna and the Chosen One did seem quite compatible. Shut it, Vivian. You fickle fence-sitter. I, Hannah Abbott, firmly stand with Cedric. I am different. I stand with Cicely. Who knows why Malfoy's Bogget is such a thing? Merlin. Could he possibly fancy a Hufflepuff? How ludicrous. The students' uproar only deepened Draco's scowl, not solely from the scene before him, but also from the blatant exposure of his innermost thoughts to the entire class. Clenching his fists, he glared at the glaring display of his Bogget. Frustrated, he waved his wand and intoned the spell. Ridiculous. In an instant, Poppy transformed into Ron, while Harry remained blissfully devoted, sliding the ring onto Ron's finger, who blushed and shyly smiled at Harry. The classroom erupted in uproarious laughter, louder than the previous day's mirth at the sight of Snape in Neville's grandmother's dress. Hannah collapsed into Poppy's embrace, while Ginny and Vivian clung to her arms. Unable to straighten up, Pansy and Daphne were entwined in laughter, sinking to the floor, Pansy's belly aching from mirth, tears brimming in her eyes, while Daphne leaned back, losing her balance and landing on the ground, far removed from her pure-blooded elegance. Theodore quietly held his book, casting a glance at Draco, both sharing the same sentiment. Remus endeavored to stifle his laughter, astonished by the absurdity of the scene, paying no mind to the black dog sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath. He cleared his throat, suppressing his amusement. A most successful spell. Let us commend Mr. Malfoy for his demonstration. Slytherin earns 5 points. Cheers erupted among the Slytherin students, and as Draco listened to the thunderous applause, his annoyance evaporated entirely. He strutted like a proud peacock, humming to himself as he sauntered back to Poppy's side. You certainly have a way of revealing my Bogget while I am left humiliated, Poppy whispered to him. Draco squeezed her hand, a triumphant smile gracing his lips, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. Mr. Malfoy adeptly subdued the Bogget, and now it is Mr. Nott's turn. Come on. I have faith that you will excel just as Mr. Malfoy did, said Remus, waving his wand towards Theodore. Theodore placed his book on a nearby shelf and calmly walked to the center of the classroom. Sweat clung to his palms, revealing his apprehension, as he pondered what form his Bogget might take. Do not fear. Grasp your wand firmly, and simply utter the incantation with ease, Remus gently encouraged him. Theodore approached Ron and Harry, who smiled at him, while dark crimson blood pooled around the center of the classroom like a meandering stream. Suddenly, Ron and Harry vanished. In the midst of the blood lay a beautiful woman, her pallid complexion devoid of life. A silver dagger was plunged into her chest, her hand, adorned with a ruby ring, gripped the hilt tightly, while the blade glimmered ominously in the sunlight, which contrasted sharply with the chill that enveloped the room. Theodore's previously fair visage turned even more ashen. He trembled, his eyes reddening as he beheld the lifeless woman before him, his breath quickening. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Even Draco's previously jovial demeanor was replaced by a grave expression. Who is that? Whispered Pansy. It is Mrs. Nott, Theodore's mother. She was a gentle soul. Mr. Nott was quite advanced in age when Theodore was born. When Theodore was 7, his mother took her own life with a dagger. And the reasons remained shrouded in mystery, Draco explained in hushed tones. Theodore stood frozen, feeling as if the very blood in his veins had congealed. Memories of childhood sorrow surged forth from the depths of his soul, overwhelming him in an instant. His dark eyes reflected anguish, fury, confusion, and profound despair. An aura of death surrounded him. Remus immediately sensed something amiss. His gentle smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor as he swiftly positioned himself before Theodore, blocking his view. Before them, the scene shifted rapidly. The boggart transformed into a full moon. Remus's expression changed, yet he remained composed as he recited the incantation, causing the moon to morph into a balloon that swiftly retreated to the wardrobe. "Mr. Knott, are you all right?" Remus inquired, inclining his head with concern as he regarded Theodore's pale face. Theodore numbly shook his head, then mechanically returned to the group. Pansy reached into her pocket and offered him a piece of chocolate. "You look dreadful, Theodore. Have a piece of chocolate to replenish your energy." "Thank you," Theodore replied as he accepted the chocolate. His hand was icy, and Pansy noticed that the delicate fingers holding the chocolate continued to tremble. "Slytherin has performed admirably. Now it is Hufflepuff's turn. Miss Luna, please step forward to demonstrate for your classmates," Remus said, approaching Pansy and gently patting her shoulder. Pansy nodded, taking several steps forward to stand before the wardrobe, her anticipation palpable. "Prepare to confront your boggart." Remus directed his wand towards the wardrobe's handle. No sound emerged. The wardrobe remained closed, and the boggart did not materialize. Remus gazed at the wardrobe in confusion, waving his wand once more, sending a spark that struck the handle. The wardrobe trembled twice, but did not open. Pansy, too, was perplexed, and she approached the wardrobe, attempting to pull the door open with her bare hands. As she reached for the handle, the wardrobe shook violently, then unexpectedly recoiled 2 meters, creating distance between them. Everyone stood in astonishment, bewildered by the occurrence. Pansy's lips twitched as she glanced at Remus. "Professor, it seems the boggart is afraid of me." In Chapter 97, The Children of Dumbledore, Pansy ultimately did not witness her boggart, as it stubbornly refused to leave the wardrobe. More scandalous than the rumor that a Hufflepuff girl frightened the boggart was the tale of Draco Malfoy from Slytherin kissing his housemate Blaise Zabini. According to eyewitness Hannah Abbott of Hufflepuff, she observed Malfoy passionately embracing Zabini beneath the golden morning sun as she made her way to Professor Remus Lupin's defense against the dark arts class. As Pansy had anticipated, anything that passed through Hannah's lips would quickly become sensationalized. This year, third-year students had additional elective courses, such as care of magical creatures and divination. The previous instructor, Professor Kettleburn, had retired due to old age, and in Newt's absence, Dumbledore appointed Hagrid to fill the role. Pansy suddenly recalled something she nearly forgot. She dragged Newt's suitcase from the dormitory wardrobe. "There is a doll in here." But thankfully, within the world of Newt's suitcase, there was ample food and water. As Pansy jumped into the small cabin, she found a dark-haired boy engrossed in a spellbook that Newt had left in the room, the flickering candlelight illuminating his earnest face. Pansy thought he bore a striking resemblance to a young Albus Dumbledore, exquisitely handsome. However, she would never suspect Dumbledore. He could not possibly have fathered a child with another woman. "What is your name?" Pansy inquired, approaching the boy, who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old. The boy did not answer her question. Instead, he asked, "Where is Mr. Scamander? I want to speak to anyone but Mr. Scamander." He was wary yet possessed a trust in Newt. When he noticed her silence, he stood up anxiously. "What has happened to Mr. Scamander? What have those people done to him?" He paused, gazing at Pansy earnestly. "Can't you save him? Take me with you. The one inside me is powerful, and I am not afraid of death." Pansy sighed. He was a passionate child, and it was no wonder Newt had risked his life to save him. "Enough. You need not die. If you were to perish, everything he has done would be in vain. I will take you to see him. I must ensure you have a place to live." A radiant smile spread across the boy's handsome face as he eagerly followed Pansy. As Pansy carried the suitcase to the hospital wing, she detoured to summon Dumbledore, who was dozing at his desk. "Mr. Scamander, stay still. Do not continue writing your book, or your wounds may reopen." Just as Pansy and Dumbledore arrived at the hospital wing's door, they heard Madame Pomfrey's incessant grumbling. "You are far more rebellious than Severus and Sirius combined." Pansy and Dumbledore exchanged resigned glances before pushing open the door to the hospital wing. "Poppy, Luna, and I wish to speak with Newt. Is now a convenient time?" Dumbledore inquired of Madame Pomfrey. "Oh, of course," she replied, approaching the door. Before closing it, she made a threatening gesture at Pansy. "Luna, help me knock him out before he insists on writing that dreadful book." "Yes, Professor." After hearing her affirmative response, Newt's gentle expression turned to one of disbelief. "Look at that child," Dumbledore remarked. Pansy opened the suitcase and pulled the boy out. "Mr. Scamander, it's wonderful to see you well. I feared they had harmed you." The boy rushed towards Newt the moment he saw him. Newt tenderly tousled the boy's messy hair. "It's all right, Bader. I'm here now." Pansy nudged Dumbledore with her elbow. "Do you see that child? Does he not look familiar, Professor?" Dumbledore furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the boy sprawled beside Newt's bed. The plea for help had indicated that a child at the Paris orphanage had exhibited magical fluctuations, culminating in a silent eruption amidst a throng of muggles. Paris. Within his heart, a preliminary answer began to form. He twirled his fingers through his beard and turned to Newt. What is the child's surname? This is what I wish to discuss with you, Dumbledore. The child's name is Credence Barebone. Newt produced a pure gold nameplate from the boy's pocket, extending it towards Dumbledore. I find it hard to believe in such coincidences. Silent, Barebone, and the boy's appearance, not to mention Paris. As Dumbledore listened to Newt, he gradually approached the boy, crouching down to gaze at him, his aged eyes glistening with sorrow. Indeed, Newt, he is the child of Credence and that girl cursed by blood. Tina was taken aback. This was indeed the offspring of Credence and Nagini, yet the age did not align. How could he possibly be a mere 6 years old? Yet, the unexpected felt strangely fitting. Dumbledore sighed deeply. At that time, the girl's blood curse had reached a critical stage. To prevent Grindelwald's followers from seizing this child, who bore Dumbledore's bloodline, Aberforth persuaded Nicholas to use alchemy to halt his growth. However, over a decade ago, he was stolen by the Saints. They had been in Paris, yet I have never managed to find them. The boy tilted his head, struggling to comprehend the words of the peculiar old man adorned with a bow tie. Casting a pleading look towards Newt, Newt gently ruffled the boy's hair. Bader, this is your great-uncle, your grandfather's brother, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus Dumbledore. The boy looked at Dumbledore, his youthful voice inquiring, Great-uncle, do you know where my parents are? They are no longer with us, but Bader. They loved each other dearly, and they loved you just as profoundly. Your mother risked her life to bring you into this world, and your father bravely entrusted you to your grandfather's care, but alas, tragedy struck. Your name was given by your mother, inspired by the god Balder, symbolizing spring and joy. She hoped you would love all things as he did, cherished by all, just as she adored you as Frigg adored her son. Dumbledore caressed Bader's cherubic face, a hint of moisture gathering in his eyes, as if he could glimpse the tragic lovers whose story had concluded too swiftly. He had once witnessed their love before the divine, yet it still could not find closure. The sorrows of this world seem relentless in their pursuit of the virtuous. Chapter 98. The Prophet Newt. I must take him to Aberforth. It is most fitting for Credence's child to be raised by him. Dumbledore tenderly brushed his fingers through Bader's tousled hair. I will take you to meet your grandfather, Bader. He is a peculiar old man, yet he will undoubtedly love you. Tina felt a mix of emotions. Could Aberforth's unkempt demeanor truly nurture Bader? Nonetheless, in matters of principle and morality, Aberforth had not faltered. Bader obediently followed Dumbledore, waving goodbye to Newt and Tina before leaving the infirmary. Goodbye, Mr. Scamander, Sister Luna. Tina raised an eyebrow, realizing that this boy had recognized that he had saved Newt, hence the address of Sister Luna. However, like his father, how many years could Bader, a silent one, truly live? The infirmary door gently swung shut once more, with Madame Pomfrey yet to return, leaving only the two of them in the room. Tina sighed as she regarded the closed door, pondering which would be more painful for Aberforth, the anguish of losing and regaining his grandson, or the torment of never having found him at all. Newt seemed to sense her thoughts. I have discovered a method to separate the silent from the wizard. Do not worry about Bader. I will find an opportunity to assist him. Who said I was worried about him? I am worried about you. Tina approached Newt, lifting his shirt to inspect the wound on his back. It had healed considerably, yet still bore faint traces of blood. Newt cast a guilty glance at her, hastily concealing the notebook he had been writing in beneath the covers. Tina, quick-eyed, extended her palm towards him. Hand it over, Mr. Scamander. Newt awkwardly smiled at her, then reluctantly retrieved the notebook he had just hidden and obediently placed it in her hand. I will return it once you are fully healed. Tina shook the notebook in her hand, curiosity peaking within her. May I see what's inside? Newt bit his lip and nodded. Tina noted his habit of biting his lip, recalling having read that those shy or prone to social anxiety often exhibit such tendencies. He sat on the hospital bed, head bowed, yet his eyes furtively glanced at Tina, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. As she opened the hefty notebook, the first page depicted a young girl, her likeness and intricate details reflecting the artist's devotion to immortalizing her in memory. The girl was her. Tina chuckled softly, continuing to flip through the pages, where vivid illustrations of various magical creatures adorned the pristine white paper, each accompanied by meticulous annotations detailing their scientific names, behaviors, and habitats. Truly, a renowned magizoologist. His artistry and writing were remarkable, yet, seeing her portrait alongside a multitude of magical creatures felt oddly disconcerting. To call him unromantic would be misleading. After all, he had captured the likeness of the girl he admired, while simultaneously illustrating her with magical beasts. I'm confiscating this. I will return it to you once you are healed. Tina feigned sternness as she tucked Newt's notebook into her pocket. Finding his writings utterly delightful, she would secretly peruse it under the covers that night. I will comply with your wishes. Newt nodded obediently, having learned to heed Tina ever since their rift caused by the pursuit of the beast hunters. Will you still embark on journeys to write your book? Tina inquired earnestly. Wishing for him to stay, Newt smiled naturally, shaking his head. I should not leave before your graduation, unless you wish to accompany me during the holidays. He dared not leave again, not only for fear of inciting his ancestors' ire, but also due to the troublesome boys at school, including one who fancied kissing the backs of hands, and another who had little regard for clothing. Absolutely. Yes, Tina replied eagerly. A global adventure had long been a dream of hers. Her enthusiastic response delighted Newt, lifting his spirits to the point where he scarcely felt the pain of his wounds. Was this the fabled power of love to ease suffering? Newt gazed out the window, suddenly sighing. Dumbledore has appointed Rubeus to teach care of magical creatures. I have a feeling that Rubeus' temperament will lead to chaos. Then you should teach. I promise I won't skip a single lesson, Tina declared, raising her right hand and holding up 4 fingers in a gesture of oath. Perhaps Rubeus might teach well enough, too. Just as Newt finished speaking, the infirmary door burst open with a bang, Hagrid striding in, cradling a whimpering Draco in his arms. Madame Pomfrey, come quickly to see Malfoy. Draco's arm bore a gruesome gash, blood dripping steadily from the sleeve of his wizarding robe. Trailing behind Hagrid in a vivid crimson hue. With his eyes closed, Draco's pale face contorted in agony, yet he continued to curse vehemently. I'll tell my father. You brutish savage, and your ferocious beast will pay for this. How could Dumbledore appoint a savage like you as a professor? That old fool must be losing his mind. I shall have my father lodge a complaint with the Ministry of Magic and have that wild chicken killed. Tao Wu sighed and turned to Newt. You truly are a seer. Hagrid has indeed gotten himself into trouble. Hagrid glanced around the hospital wing but could not find Madame Pomfrey. Instead, he spotted 2 familiar faces. Oh, Luna, Professor Scamander. Can either of you tell me where Madame Pomfrey is? Draco, hearing Hagrid call out the name, abruptly opened his eyes and saw the silver-haired girl standing not far from him, curiously staring at his arm. Bobby should have gone to give Aberforth's grandson a simple checkup. What happened to him? Newt inquired of Hagrid. My hippogriff, Buckbeak, injured Mr. Malfoy's arm during class. It looks quite serious, and Madame Pomfrey is nowhere to be found. This is maddening. Luna, please assist Rubeus in treating Mr. Malfoy's wound. The white ointment and potions are in the cabinet. I saw Severus place them there this morning. Newt instructed Tao Wu, glancing at her with concern. Draco immediately ceased his complaints. He had been placed on another hospital bed, his gray-blue eyes glistening with moisture as he looked at Tao Wu, his voice softening from its previous sharpness. Luna. Newt swiftly threw off the covers, got out of bed, and pulled on his shoes, grasping Tao Wu's wrist as she made her way toward the cabinet. He does indeed appear quite injured. Allow me to handle this. Chapter 99. Mr. Scamander, growing old. Newt skillfully retrieved a metal tray from the cabinet, placing the white ointment and restorative potion upon it as he approached Draco. What about your own injury? Tao Wu worriedly followed him, pointing to his back. It's nothing, Newt replied, setting the potions at Draco's bedside before pulling up a round iron stool to sit beside him. He rolled up his shirt sleeves, using a spell to remove Draco's cumbersome robes, revealing blood-soaked white shirt sleeves. Newt took a packet of white ointment from the tray, opened it, and applied the white powder evenly to Draco's wound. The moment his fingers brushed against Draco's skin, the boy let out an exaggerated cry. Oh, that hurts. You must be doing this on purpose, you cursed Scamander. Draco clutched his arm above the injury, grumbling incessantly. He certainly did not want the bothersome Scamander tending to his wound. Ignoring Draco's complaints, Newt pinched the empty parchment with his thumb and forefinger, and in an instant, it ignited into orange sparks, vanishing into thin air. The tray still held 2 bottles of potion, one red and one green. Newt's long fingers hovered over both, seemingly deliberating which to use. Finally, he selected the bottle shimmering with green liquid, pinching it between his fingers. You are a Slytherin. I believe you will be suited for the green one. Is that how potions are chosen? Draco questioned. Newt opened the bottle with one hand, took some cotton from the tray, and soaked the rough fabric in the green potion before pressing it against Draco's wound. The moment the potion made contact, Draco's face paled, gasping sharply, his teeth chattering, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Luna, I think I might die. He shakily extended his uninjured hand towards Tao Wu, seeking solace. Newt arched an eyebrow, pressing the cotton with a firmer hand, forcing more potion into Draco's wound. The excruciating pain brought Draco's heartbeat to a halt for a moment, causing his outstretched hand to falter. Luna, please fetch the bandages and triangular bandage from the cabinet, Newt instructed Tao Wu, his gaze briefly flitting to Draco's reaching hand. All right, she replied. Draco watched in dismay as his hand nearly touched hers but then retreated, his arm hanging despondently over the bed's edge, glaring at Newt's slightly smiling face. This Scamander is even more insufferable than Potter. Grindelwald, great minds think alike. You are practically committing murder. I will tell my father. Using your potion has made my hand hurt even more. Draco wailed, the pain evident in his voice. Tao Wu approached Newt with the bandages and triangular bandage. Her concern evident as she examined Draco's injury. Is he going to be all right? Newt smiled as he took the bandages from her, deftly wrapping Draco's treated arm and securing it in a triangular bandage at his chest. Severus's newly concocted potion, he explained. He claims it is far more potent than the previous version, but it doubles the pain. I have yet to use it myself, so let us see how Mr. Malfoy fares. His gentle tone left Draco astonished. What did doubled pain mean? Why was he the first to try this on Malfoy? Draco, feeling aggrieved, turned to Tao Wu. Luna, look at him. He is deliberately torturing me with this potion. Severus's potion, Newt shrugged, offering Tao Wu an innocent expression in response to Draco's grievances. Observing Draco's complexion gradually returning to normal, and his spirit still capable of bickering, Tao Wu deduced that the potion was indeed effective. She took the potion bottle from Newt, bringing it closer to her nose to sniff. It certainly aligns with Severus's aesthetic. It smells dreadful. Enough, Draco, stop whining. Do you doubt Professor Snape's potions? Moreover, Mr. Scamander, despite his age, is still here tending to your wounds. Tao Wu chided gently. Draco huffed softly, but since she had spoken, he chose not to argue further. Now, Newt's head buzzed with thoughts, replaying Tao Wu's earlier comment. Mr. Scamander, growing old. Perhaps, to her, he truly was aging. Unable to compare with the youthful and handsome boys of today, his smile faded as he silently gathered the potion bottles and tray, returning them to the cabinet before striding out of the hospital wing. He felt a surge of frustration, but had no grounds to express it. His slender figure appeared somewhat forlorn. Tao Wu realized she might have misspoken. If it weren't for her, he would not have had to endure so many years waiting and facing such peculiar glances. Hagrid, keep an eye on Draco, she instructed, patting the large man standing by Draco's bedside. Draco did not want her to leave. Luna, I'm injured. I refuse to have this savage care for me. Newt is also injured. I must find him. I just saw Crabbe and Goyle by the door. I'll call them in to look after you, Tao Wu declared. Rushing outside to fetch Crabbe and Goyle, Newt stood at the balcony of the hospital wing's second floor, leaning against the railing as he gazed at the sky. A gentle breeze tousled his brown, slightly curly hair, his gray-green eyes reflecting a sense of calm loneliness. Newt, I should not have said that. It's not your fault. Whether it be Mr. Malfoy or Tom, they are young and handsome, full of vitality. You are still young. They indeed surpass me in many ways. Unlike Mr. Scamander, who is growing old. His initial words were light and airy, but the last statement came through clenched teeth, his face attempting to feign indifference. Tao Wu had always thought him gentle, but it seemed his anger made him all the more vibrant and endearing. She leaned forward, peering at his face, searching for traces of his irritation, but Newt turned away, adopting an air of indifference. Very well, I shall go find Draco. No, I will find Tom. He does not like wearing clothes. Tao Wu smirked, noticing the fleeting glances he cast her way, and pretended to turn to leave. Just as she turned, stepping forward, Newt grasped her wrist from behind. She looked back, meeting his earnest gaze, deep and focused. I was just teasing you. Peach Mist deftly grasped his hand in a reverse hold, her radiant smile utterly uncontainable as she beckoned him to lean closer with a playful curl of her finger. Newt bent down, and the girl, on her tiptoes, breathed warmth against his ear. He heard the most enchanting words. The one she cherished most was Newt Scamander. Chapter 100, Mountain Birds and Fish. Peach Mist believed that her Mr. Scamander was indeed easy to coax, though it would have been preferable had he not torn open the wound on his back in a fit of anger. Upon their return to the infirmary, they found it bustling with more occupants. A throng of Slytherin students had gathered around Draco's bedside, and Madame Pomfrey had also returned. Hagrid was absent. I must inform my father to dismiss that savage from his position and ensure that wretched creature is dealt with. That old madman Dumbledore always chooses the most eccentric individuals to serve as professors at Hogwarts. Surrounded by his friends, Draco seethed, articulating his grievances with clenched teeth. Daphne gently touched the bandaged hand of Draco, her voice laced with concern. It must hurt terribly, Draco. Astoria, squeezed out to the periphery by Daphne and Pansy, appeared somewhat isolated and forlorn. Her gaze fell upon the hand that her sister tenderly caressed, suffused with envy. Humph, and that's Scamander. I must tell father that he is deliberately using me as a test subject for Professor Snape's newly developed potion. Oblivious to Peach Mist and Newt's arrival, Draco continued his relentless tirade. Madame Pomfrey stood at his bedside, a vial of green potion in hand, ruthlessly interrupting his complaints. Enough of that, Mr. Malfoy. You must acknowledge that Severus's potion has expedited the healing of your wounds. You are now able to hurl insults with such vigor. All thanks to your head of house's concoction and Mr. Scamander's bold experimentation. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the freshly returned Newt, whose back bore traces of crimson. And without hesitation, she redirected her admonition toward him. I must ask, Mr. Scamander, is there some secret troubling you? Given that you've managed to reopen your wounds multiple times, I instructed you to remain in bed, and yet here you are, gallivanting about. Faced with Madame Pomfrey's loud reprimand, Newt awkwardly touched his back, feeling the dampness on his shirt. Madame Pomfrey rolled her eyes and approached him with the potion. Severus's potion worked wonders for Mr. Malfoy. I believe you should apply it as well, as your wounds seem to persist in their refusal to heal. Recalling Draco's agonized expression while applying the ointment, Newt's countenance changed dramatically, and he took a step back, wishing to flee. Luna, please assist this disobedient Mr. Scamander with his dressing. I need to check if Mr. Malfoy's bones are broken. Madame Pomfrey handed the potion to Peach Mist, who stood beside Newt. Holding the potion, Peach Mist tilted her head and smiled at Newt, shaking the vial playfully. Newt sighed, resigned to his fate, and obediently followed her lead. Draco, surrounded by concerned Slytherin students, caught sight of the two. The bright smile on Peach Mist's face irked him, prompting an irate remark to Madame Pomfrey. Why must Luna administer the potion to that old man? I want Luna to check my bones. Newt halted in his tracks, once again referred to as an old man. He cast a resentful glance at Peach Mist, silently vowing to harbor a grudge, thinking that the next time Dumbledore invited him to teach, he would certainly agree, and then deduct 1,000 points from Slytherin. Daphne stared at Draco in disbelief. He actually expressed a desire for that monster to examine him. Was it Lucius Malfoy who had emboldened him? Or had he simply grown indifferent to the beauty of this world? Madame Pomfrey gently lifted his injured arm, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Luna would not merely check if your bones are intact. She would likely break them. Peach Mist, are you implying something about him? Or perhaps about me? Newt reclined back onto the bed, and Peach Mist drew the curtains around them, shielding them from prying eyes. In truth, throughout his life, he had faced death numerous times and endured wounds far more severe than this. Pain had become a familiar companion for Newt. Yet, despite this familiarity, he still feared pain, remaining as vulnerable as the boy who once sought refuge behind his brother. However, he no longer had a brother. Peach Mist carefully peeled off his shirt, revealing a slender torso that still boasted the contours of attractive muscles, exuding an intoxicating aura of vitality. She took the cotton gauze soaked in potion and gently, tenderly, wiped across his wounds. Newt's hands clenched the bedsheets tightly, his jaw set firmly, while beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. In moments of fragility, one often recalls significant individuals. Once, I harbored a great fondness for magical creatures, which led to many injuries and troubles. It was Theseus who tended to my wounds and cleaned up my messes. Newt's voice was halting, flat yet laden with sorrow, but he is no longer here. He hasn't been for 64 years. On the day he left, he carried a bouquet of roses, intending to give them to Lita. It was only later, upon seeing him lying cold, that I learned they had gone to ambush Grindelwald during his speech at the Lestrange Cemetery, seeking to rescue a group of misguided souls. He closed his eyes, a crystalline tear slipping down his cheek. He said he and Lita would watch me marry the girl I love. I thought he spoke the truth. Yet in the end, there was no Lita, nor him. Peach Mist clasped his hand, kneeling beside his bed, her cheek pressed against his. Newt, I will be with you. Forever and always. At that moment, guilt surged to its peak. She had concealed from Newt that she had released Grindelwald, or more accurately, aided in his escape, even leveraging his influence. Life is not a fairy tale, and the lives of innocent souls are not so easily forgiven. Scamander can never reconcile with Grindelwald, nor can Dumbledore ever pin a happy ending with him. Nothing transcends life or the innocent, virtuous souls. She once loathed those dark wizards and werewolves stained with innocent blood, and when the Ministry of Magic could not impose justice, she took matters into her own hands. While proclaiming righteousness, she simultaneously scorned life. The essence of this world is a tragedy, stripped of its glimmering facade, revealing a stark reality drenched in blood. In the locked drawer of Dumbledore's desk lie old photographs, remnants of the last love he could offer Grindelwald. The countless times he gazed across the sea from the Tower of Nurmengard, mimicking Harry's repeated letters, were merely the sweetest indulgences Grindelwald could ever hope to attain. They both understood there was no returning. Mountain birds and fish part ways, and thus the mountains and waters shall never meet again. She tightened her grip on Newt's hand. We shall remain on this path together. We have both chosen Hufflepuff. Chapter 101. This is simply alarmist. Due to the incident involving Draco's injured arm, Hagrid's newly acquired position as the care of magical creatures professor was hastily rescinded. And to complicate matters further, He may also have to face a lawsuit from the Malfoy family. I must ensure my father teaches that savage a lesson. Draco, with his arm adorned in Snape's potion and on the mend, strode into the great hall, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. And that wretched creature. I shall see him chopped up to feed the werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. He incessantly lamented to Blaise and Theodore, trailing behind him. According to the proposal by Mr. Scamander concerning the registration of werewolves, passed by the Ministry of Magic in 1962, privately feeding unregistered werewolves is illegal. As Tao Wu sauntered past him, she casually prodded his bandaged arm with her wand, inquiring, "How are you faring?" Draco, with a slight curl of his lip, lied through his teeth without a hint of trepidation. Madame Pomfrey mentioned that my bones are fractured. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe his words. Tao Wu, well aware of his deceit, responded, "That's splendid news. With no seekers for Slytherin in the Quidditch match the day after tomorrow, they shall inevitably succumb to Hufflepuff." Draco remained silent. Taking a seat beside Hannah, Tao Wu overheard Vivian's venomous voice. "Damn the Ministry, that bothersome Malfoy. My favorite care of magical creatures class is at stake." Perplexed, Tao Wu turned to Hannah and Cedric, seeking clarity. Cedric, meticulously slathering butter and strawberry jam onto his toast, explained, "It's because Malfoy was scratched by Buckbeak. Minister Fudge deems care of magical creatures too perilous a subject and has ordered Dumbledore to cease the course." Though Tao Wu displayed an expression of bewilderment, it did not deter her from unleashing a tirade of expletives. "What utter nonsense. This is simply alarmist." Hannah, unable to contain her laughter while munching on a hamburger, inadvertently sprayed a leaf of lettuce onto Ernie Macmillan's face across the table. "Here, have this." Cedric offered her the buttered strawberry toast he had prepared, adding, "It seems the conflict arises from long-standing grievances between Minister Fudge and Professors Dumbledore and Scamander. He is known to mix personal vendettas with official matters." Tao Wu graciously accepted the toast and took a bite, exclaiming, "This unexpected combination is delightful. Cedric, you are truly a genius." As she savored the toast, she resolved to pay a visit to the dim-witted Minister of Magic after dinner. Once dinner concluded, she returned to the common room, shedding her wizarding robes for a more casual attire. Just as she intended to leave, Cedric called out to her. With her hands clasped in a pleading gesture, she beseeched him, "I'm merely going out for a stroll with Xia, and I promise to return swiftly. I know tonight is our dashing Cedric's night patrol. Please let me go find Xia." Cedric's gentle gaze lingered on her charming face for half a minute, his hand poised in the air as if to ruffle her fluffy hair. Ultimately, he withdrew his hand, stopping just shy of her head. "Very well. Be cautious and return early." With Cedric's watchful eyes upon her, she joyfully dashed out of the common room. At the stone door leading to the basement, two figures stood on either side, both casting their gaze in her direction, awaiting her arrival. "Harry, Xia, what brings you here?" Ciclia shrugged at her inquiry. "I heard from Yelena that Hagrid was dismissed, and Dumbledore intended to appoint Mr. Scamander as the new professor for care of magical creatures. But Fudge pressured him to cancel the course. You adore Professor Scamander, so I presume tonight you'll certainly give Fudge a piece of your mind. I've never liked him either. Let me sneak in a few kicks." In stark contrast to Ciclia's excitement, Harry appeared much calmer, dressed in a gray sweatshirt that exuded a sense of composure, as if they were merely going to the supermarket for snacks rather than confronting the Minister of Magic. Upon exiting Hogwarts, they apparat directly to the Ministry of Magic. Fudge's secretary, a fervent admirer of Newt, sat at the office door engrossed in his newly published travelogue. "We are here to see Minister Fudge," Ciclia announced, lightly tapping her fingers on the desk 3 times. The secretary looked up, recognizing Tao Wu and Harry, the savior and the girl protected by Mr. Scamander. Last time, it was these two who brought Peter in. Perhaps this time they had apprehended another suspect. He glanced at Ciclia, the closest to him, and thought she hardly resembled a criminal. "The office door is ajar. You may enter," he said, returning his gaze to the book. "Thank you," Tao Wu replied, stepping forward to gently push open the slightly ajar door. The sight within nearly caused her to stumble in shock. The office's crimson velvet curtains were drawn, leaving only the copper floor lamp beside the desk illuminated, casting a warm, ambiguous glow throughout the dim room. Fudge lounged in a leather office chair, his feet propped on the desk, swirling a goblet filled with a crimson liquid. A woman of similar age to him slouched against him, her plump figure nearly engulfed in his presence. With short, curly brown hair adorned with a pink hairpin, she wore a fluffy pink sweater and a knee-length pleated skirt, all accentuating her ample form. Leaning forward, she sipped from Fudge's goblet, exclaiming, "This was sent by Mr. Malfoy, an exquisite 1982 Lafite Bordeaux, simply divine." Her high-pitched imitation of a young girl's voice echoed in the dim office, grating on Tao Wu's ears as she stood at the door. "How repulsive," she muttered, rolling her eyes at the sight of the pink toad, who had the audacity to exchange glances with Fudge. Who is that? Ciclia asked, peering through the door's gap. Fudge's mistress? Harry's expression was one of disgust, as if he had just consumed a slug, witnessing Fudge, whose looks left much to be desired. Cozying up to this unattractive woman, a torment for his discerning eyes. I feel ill. I shouldn't have had dinner. Why does Fudge choose such an unattractive companion? Luna. You were right. She resembles a pink toad. No, I believe Neville's toad is far superior in appearance. Ugh. Chapter 102. You can hit her. But don't hit me again. What a disgraceful display. Tao Wu retrieved a camera from her small backpack, aiming it through the gap of the door to capture the moment when the pink toad, stained with wine, pressed her lips to the corner of Fudge's mouth. Why on earth do you have a camera? Ciclia whispered. To document the beauty of life at any moment, Tao Wu responded, shaking the camera that Newt had gifted her. Ciclia glanced at Harry, who was leaning against the wall, retching. Can this be called beautiful? Look at how sick it makes him. Perhaps this image will be perceived as beautiful tomorrow? With that, Tao Wu kicked the office door wide open. The loud bang against the wall startled the hefty pink toad, causing her to tumble unceremoniously onto the wine-red cashmere carpet. Good evening, Minister. The familiar voice made Fudge instinctively flinch, and he looked up toward the entrance. A silver-haired girl stood there, wearing a scornful smile, arms crossed, while behind her stood the savior, clutching her heart with a face that mirrored his disgust. Alongside a dark-haired girl wearing an enigmatic smile as she regarded him. Who are you? Intruding into the minister's office is a criminal act. The pink toad scrambled to her feet, adjusting her skirt's lace trim, and pointed a finger at Tao Wu, her pinky adorned with a large gemstone ring. Silence. You ugly creature. Can't you see our savior is repulsed by your presence? Ciclia's wand was aimed at the pink toad, her gaze flickering to Harry. You. The pink toad trembled in rage, her bow-tied hairpiece quivering as well. Fudge rose. Oh, Dolores, these three are students from Hogwarts, beloved by Dumbledore. He approached Tao Wu, his hand sliding along the edge of the desk as he subtly tucked his wand into the sleeve of his suit. At this hour, Hogwarts should be under curfew. You ought not to be here. It has come to my attention that Minister Fudge has threatened Professor Dumbledore, leading to the cessation of the care of magical creatures course, a subject I hold in great esteem. Pomona's demeanor, facing Fudge's gaze, was imbued with an undercurrent of menace as she spoke calmly. I believe it is imperative for students to acquire knowledge about magical creatures to prevent further incidents akin to the one involving the Hippogriff and Mr. Malfoy. Fudge furrowed his brow, yet before he could respond, Dolores Umbridge's corpulent figure squeezed between him and Pomona, her stout fingers almost jabbing the girl's face. Pray tell, what nonsense are you uttering? It is precisely because Mr. Malfoy was scratched by that beast during class that this course has been annulled. Reinstating it would merely yield more victims like Mr. Malfoy. Poor, delicate young Malfoy, wounded by such a brutish creature. How he must suffer. Umbridge's face bore a feigned expression of sympathy as she retrieved a pink handkerchief to dab at her dry eyes. Ignoring her, Pomona continued to address Fudge. I assert that it was Hagrid's immature teaching methods and Mr. Malfoy's lack of understanding of Hippogriff behavior that precipitated this incident. However, the Professor Dumbledore is poised to appoint is none other than Newt Scamander, a seasoned expert intimately familiar with magical creatures, thus ensuring no such issues will arise. Umbridge, noticing Fudge's silence, crossed her arms and tilted her chin towards Pomona, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I find such a course entirely superfluous. Noble wizards have no need to concern themselves with these base creatures. She arrogantly flaunted her glittering pink nails. Scamander, that self-important relic of a bygone era, fancies himself a savior of the world. He ought to have perished at the hands of those muggles last time, sparing the ministry unnecessary trouble. As her shrill voice trailed off, Cicely turned her gaze towards Pomona, whose silver hair framed her face, casting her expression in shadow, yet radiating an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. Fudge's heart sank, and he admonished sharply, Enough, Dolores. Mr. Scamander is a hero in the fight against Grindelwald. A second-degree wizard of the Order of Merlin. He is not someone you may deride at will. Despite his discontent towards the high esteem in which Dumbledore and Scamander were held, fearing they might usurp his position, he nonetheless respected their significant contributions to the magical community. He shot Umbridge a warning glance, urging her to cease her tirade and exit the office at once. To his astonishment, Umbridge, misunderstanding the cue, puffed her chest and screeched. If you know what's good for you, begone. This tedious course shall never again grace Hogwarts. Pomona raised her gaze, her blue eyes glimmering like shards of ice as Fudge retreated a step, clutching his wand concealed within his sleeve. Without resorting to magic, she seized Umbridge by her short, curly hair, and with a swift motion delivered two resounding slaps that echoed throughout the office. Umbridge shrieked, her cry akin to a rubber chicken in a marketplace, as the diminutive woman struggled to draw her wand in retaliation. Expelliarmus. Just as her wand emerged, it was sent flying by Harry's disarming spell from the corner, crashing into Fudge's desk, shattering a vintage bottle of Bordeaux, its viscous red liquid cascading across the table and dripping onto the cashmere carpet, filling the air with the cloying scent of wine. Fudge cast a sorrowful glance at the wine he had just sampled, yet the steely gaze of the savior dissuaded him from uttering a word. Who can explain why the savior behaves this way? Shouldn't Mr. Scamander's gentle and timid nature be the norm? Pomona's hand forcefully yanked back, lifting Umbridge's face, before delivering a series of sharp slaps that delighted Cicely, who rolled up her sleeves. Luna, darling, let me have a go as well. Pomona, gripping Umbridge's hair, turned her face towards Cicely. Cicely, grinning with unrestrained audacity, raised her hand high and delivered 2 resounding slaps, sending a bloodied golden tooth flying from Umbridge's mouth. The purplish-red fluid filled her sagging cheeks, and she emitted muffled cries. Casting a desperate glance towards Fudge, simultaneously, 3 oppressive gazes fell upon the trembling Minister of Magic. He took 2 steps back, forcing a nervous laugh. Children, I must remind you, after striking her, do not direct your wrath towards me. The following morning in the Great Hall, upon returning from the ministry, Dumbledore announced the resumption of the care of magical creatures course, to be taught by the renowned magizoologist Newt Scamander, clad in a garish shade of death by Barbie Pink. Umbridge sashayed through the applause of Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, mimicking the gait of a medieval noblewoman as she approached the vacant seat beside Dumbledore. Pomona realized that Fudge had indeed played them, refusing to concede easily and sending his repugnant mistress to plague Hogwarts. As she passed by Severus and Remus, seated at the edge of the staff table, she jostled their glasses, spilling pale champagne across the table, soaking Severus's black bat-winged shirt. Severus's expression darkened as his obsidian eyes bore down on Umbridge, while Remus, ever amiable, summoned his wand to clean the stains from the table and Severus's attire. Umbridge huffed dismissively, disregarding the 2 professors as she settled into the empty seat beside Dumbledore. Students whispered amongst themselves, speculating on the identity of the imposing figure clad in pink beside their headmaster. Dumbledore tapped his glass, drawing the hall into a gradual hush, before rising to speak. His wand lightly pressed against his throat to amplify his voice. Now, let us welcome the Ministry's Senior Undersecretary, Ms. Dolores Umbridge. Due to the temporary departure of Professor Burbage, the original Muggle Studies instructor, Ms. Umbridge will assume the role of Muggle Studies professor for the time being. Upon hearing this, Umbridge's saccharine smile crumbled, replaced by a grotesque expression of fury as she whispered angrily to Dumbledore, "What is the meaning of this? Cornelius assured me I would be appointed as the defense against the dark arts professor. Why have I been assigned to Muggle Studies? Are you mocking me?" Dumbledore, his gaze warm and benevolent towards the students, offered her none of his attention. Remus's defense against the dark arts class is quite beloved by the students. I cannot unjustly remove him from his position. He has committed no wrongdoing. Their hushed exchange went unheard by the students, but Severus caught every word, his fingers twitching as his dark eyes fixated on Umbridge. "Very well, Ms. Umbridge, you should address the students," Dumbledore urged. With an indignant huff, Umbridge adjusted her dress and stood, directing a forced, insincere smile towards the assembled students below. "Allow me to introduce myself. Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary of the Ministry of Magic and Chief Investigator at Hogwarts. In light of the egregious breach of confidentiality by the students of Hogwarts, Minister Cornelius Fudge has dispatched me here in my capacity as investigator. My orders are tantamount to the Ministry's directives. Do you comprehend?" Peach Mist toyed with a small silver cup meant for sipping beverages, contemplating the most opportune angle to hurl it into Umbridge's gaping mouth when a resonant female voice erupted from the Gryffindor table. "Professor Umbridge, you have just overturned Professor Snape's goblet, thus drenching his robes. An apology is in order." Vera Burns. It had been so long since she had made her presence known that Peach Mist had nearly forgotten her. Goodness, what a spectacle. Was this truly pertinent? This woman was undoubtedly formidable. Henna grasped Peach Mist's hand nervously. Umbridge's disdainful gaze appraised Burns, who stood resolute, her neck craned defiantly. "Miss Vera Burns, a Muggle-born, ardently championing the interests of half-bloods under the Slytherin head's tutelage? Do you harbor feelings for your professor that ought to remain concealed?" The Gryffindor students erupted into malicious laughter, with Fred boldly casting suggestive glances between Burns and Snape. "How dare you fabricate such slander against a student? You possess no semblance of professional ethics as an educator." Burns' face flushed crimson as she stood her ground. It was clear to Peach Mist, a newcomer ardently supportive of Snape, that Burns was well aware of Umbridge's lack of integrity. She might as well have been a dropout from middle school. In fact, even middle schoolers would likely outshine her in intellect. Peach Mist's gaze shifted to another key figure. Snape's countenance had darkened to the shade of Hagrid's socks after months without washing. Yet he was astute enough not to engage in open conflict with the high-ranking Umbridge. This man preferred to operate from the shadows. Umbridge's corpulent hand covered her mouth as she emitted a laugh reminiscent of a barbell clanging, her mockery of Burns only emboldening her further, causing her facial flesh to quiver. Look at you, utterly speechless. Come now, enlighten the professor about the nature of your relationship with Professor Snape. Peach Mist found herself at a loss for words. In such a scenario, it was difficult to ascertain who was more repugnant, Umbridge or Burns. However, she glanced at Snape's grim expression and recalled the tale's events. He had once publicly read aloud the slanderous gossip Skitter had concocted about Hermione in the Great Hall. Perhaps this was poetic justice. Ms. Umbridge, as a representative of the Ministry of Magic and a professor at Hogwarts, it is unbecoming to employ such vile language regarding our professors and students, Newt interjected, unable to bear the scene any longer. Oh, the illustrious Professor Scamander. So protective of her, could it be that you share her sentiments? Umbridge's talent for spreading rumors was indeed remarkable. The silver cup slipped from Peach Mist's grasp, striking Umbridge squarely in her cavernous mouth, dislodging 2 of her front teeth, which clattered into the plate before Snape, spinning atop the smooth porcelain surface. My apologies, Professor. A mere slip of the hand. Peach Mist feigned surprise, her smile betraying no hint of remorse. Umbridge, wiping blood from her mouth, slammed her handkerchief onto the table. Oh, how could I forget you, Miss Luna? I suspect your feelings for Professor Scamander mirror Burns for Professor Snape, do they not? Newt could no longer remain seated. He could endure insults directed at himself, but not at his young charge. Meanwhile, the Savior and young Malfoy were already reaching for their wands. Peach Mist shrugged, maintaining a silent yet enigmatic smile that unnerved Umbridge. The sound of flapping wings filled the air as a flock of owls swooped in, raining copies of the Daily Prophet like confetti across the Great Hall. Each page featured a striking photograph of Umbridge seated on Fudge's lap, leaning in to kiss the corner of his mouth. The hall erupted in uproar. Peach Mist reached up to catch one of the thin newspapers, her clear voice announcing the headline, "The Scandalous Ascension of the Ministry's Deputy." She waved the newspaper in the air, her smile radiant. No wonder your gaze toward others is so sullied. It seems you embody the very essence of such behavior. It is little wonder you suspect students and professors of impropriety. Clearly, you equate hierarchical relationships to that of yourself and the minister. I believe the minister has a wife, does he not? I dare say your position as deputy minister is not above reproach. Umbridge, faced with the fluttering newspapers, turned pale, clutching her chest as she sank into her seat, only to hear the suppressed laughter of several professors nearby. Peach Mist flicked the newspaper, reasoning that since Umbridge reveled in spreading rumors, she might as well return the favor. After all, Umbridge and Fudge's affair was genuine. She was not merely fabricating tales. One must wield magic to counter magic. Chapter 104, a Category 8 Tempest. Merlin, this is simply marvelous. Luna, do enlighten me on the details. After breakfast had concluded, Cicely caught up to Peach Mist at the entrance of the Great Hall, clutching a newspaper. Peach Mist took the paper from her hand, chuckling at the scandalous photograph. I sent this picture to Rita Skeeter at the Daily Prophet yesterday. It appears she has not disappointed me. But with Fudge and Umbridge in such high positions, how could she dare? Cicely questioned, perplexed. Peach Mist shrugged. The greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. The titles of minister and deputy minister provide ample fodder for intrigue, and in these peaceful times, the public is ever curious about romantic affairs. Combine the two, and a scandal is almost inevitable. Moreover, the matter is now out in the open. Should Skeeter encounter any trouble, they will undoubtedly be the first under suspicion, hence. I have no fear. Cicely gave a thumbs up. I have much to learn from you, Luna. Luna, Ginny exclaimed, rushing up from behind and wrapping her arms around her waist. Today is our Quidditch match against Ravenclaw. You must come to watch me play. As soon as Ginny's words left her lips, Cicely's smile vanished, and she slapped her forehead. Oh no, I completely forgot about the Quidditch match. Ginny clung to Peach Mist, exasperated. You are a seeker, Cicely. How could you overlook something so vital? Peach Mist, carrying a bucket of popcorn, made her way to the stands, seating herself between Cedric and Newt, who, at her insistence, declined to occupy the teacher's elevated platform. Hannah and Neville sat behind her, while Vivian dashed to the Ravenclaw section to be close to her crush, Taylor. Meanwhile, the serious Ginny sat in the front row, watching the match intently. Care for a snack? Peach Mist inquired, glancing left at Newt and then right at Cedric. Go ahead and indulge, Newt replied, affectionately ruffling her hair before producing a bottle of lemon soda from his side. I know how much you adore this. I bought it specially from the Muggle supermarket. Peach Mist glanced at her greasy fingers and smiled at him. Could you open it for me? Of course. Newt twisted off the cap, and the bright yellow soda erupted, sending a frothy wave cascading from the top, accompanied by a satisfying hissing sound as a white straw was inserted through the opening. Peach Mist leaned her head to the side, drawing closer to Newt, and took a satisfying sip from the straw, her cheeks puffed like a little hamster. Beaming at him in the radiant sunlight, Hannah smacked her lips, mimicking the gestures of Umbridge and Fudge, yet when Luna and Professor Scamander performed the same action, it appeared particularly delightful. Cedric beheld the handsome professor placing his hand atop the girl's head, his gaze lowered to his own hand, which hesitated to reach out. His heart feeling as though it were steeped in lemon juice, sour and aching. Hey, Luna, guess who will triumph, Harry or Sia? Neville's head bobbed up from behind. He had garnered many friends and had become much more vivacious. Toadstool pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I cannot speculate. While Harry undoubtedly possesses superior flying skills, Sia's thought processes diverge from the norm, rendering it difficult to anticipate her peculiar maneuvers. The Ravenclaw players donned in blue and the Gryffindor athletes clad in red took to the field. As Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air, the players transformed into fleeting blue and red shadows, soaring into the sky. Harry and Sickle chased the golden snitch, darting beneath the spectators' balcony, their rapid forms obscured by the intricate wooden beams. Ginny, desperate to see clearly, leaned precariously over the railing, risking a fall. A faint sound, akin to the crackle of electricity, reached Toadstool's ears, prompting her to gaze upwards at the cloudless sky, yet she saw nothing. Suddenly, a gust of wind erupted, toppling the popcorn container from her grasp, sending the golden kernels swirling skyward instead of falling to the ground. The beams beneath the audience erupted in a cacophony of splintering wood, and Harry and Sickle abandoned their pursuit of the snitch, narrowly evading the heavy blocks of wood and metal that plummeted from above. Oliver, who had been positioned at the highest point, was swept upward by the gusts. Distancing himself from the ground, he struggled to steer his broom downwards, but the winds continued to propel him higher. The destruction of the field escalated, with visible white air currents colliding violently, toppling the massive stone columns beneath the hoop. Ginny was unceremoniously hurled from the railing onto the field, rendered immobile. As the collapsing column bore down upon her, the stands erupted in terrified screams. Newt and Snape leapt onto the field simultaneously, back to back, casting protective charms to shield against the falling debris. Under Dumbledore's grand protective spell, the players managed to land safely, except for Oliver, in a bid to protect Sickle. Harry sustained a grievous wound from a shard of metal, a deep gash revealing pale bone beneath separated flesh, blood cascading down like a faucet turned wide open. Harry, Toadstool pushed through the crowd of Gryffindor students to reach his side, rummaging through her pockets, only to find she had no potions with her. From the steps above, Draco's voice rang out, Luna, throw this to Potter. A cloth bag was tossed her way, which she caught. Discovering it contained a bundle of white fresh and a vial of Snape's specially concocted restorative potion. Harry grasped her hand, taking the potion with an anxious expression. Luna, Oliver has been swept away, he won return. We must inform Dumbledore immediately. Toadstool's expression shifted dramatically as she thrust the potion into Sickle's hands. Sia, help Harry with the potion. Then, seizing Harry's rocket crossbow gifted by his godfather, she accelerated into the sky. At an altitude of 1,000 to 2,000 meters, a piercing hum filled the air, raindrops suspended, crystallizing into icy beads, a bone-chilling cold enveloping the heavens. Oliver gripped the broomstick with one hand, dangling amidst the clouds, his face turning a deep shade of blue from the cold, thick frost clinging to his lashes, his gloves frozen solid. He felt he could not hold on much longer. Thoughts raced through his mind. Was he on the brink of death, having not yet become the renowned Quidditch player of the wizarding world? He had yet to win the heart of the girl he fancied. His fingers lost sensation, gradually loosening their grip, the howling wind filling his ears. And he realized this was what weightlessness felt like. He closed his eyes. In Chapter 105, just make do, what else can we do? At 1,500 meters, the wind ceased, raindrops hung motionless in the air, and an odd crackling sound sliced through Toadstool's ears like a straight line. She witnessed Oliver plummeting from a greater height, resembling a frozen fish. Gripping the broomstick tightly, she yanked it, spinning in the air towards Oliver. His abdomen collided with the broomstick before her, the rear of the rocket crossbow thrusting upwards violently, but Toadstool quickly stabilized it with magic. Upon inspecting the wooden broomstick, she noted it bore no cracks despite Oliver's heavy impact. No wonder it was valued at 10,000 galleons. She brushed her fingers against Oliver's frigid face, casting a warming charm. Oliver, are you all right? Can you hold on? Oliver sensed a warm aura enveloping him, his body beginning to regain feeling, though he was still cold. And it seemed he had ceased to fall, yet a dull ache throbbed in his abdomen. He wiggled his fingers. A gentle voice reached his ears, and he struggled to open his eyes, the frost melting into droplets that trembled on his long lashes, and through the haze, he glimpsed the girl's lovely face. Etched with concern. Luna, he attempted to speak, but his throat felt constricted by ice, and with all his strength, he could barely utter her name. Thank goodness you're alive. How do you feel? Cold, Oliver managed to reply hoarsely. The broom hovered in the high altitude, and Toadstool touched his cheek. Though no longer a shade of blue, it still looked pallid. Did the warming charm not work? She furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before embracing Oliver, attempting to cast another warmth charm while using her body heat to thaw his frozen form. The sweet fragrance of the girl enveloped Oliver's senses as he leaned against her warm, soft body, drawing in the heat. His head seemed to rest upon a gentle surface, and the tips of his ears, once frozen, flushed a faint pink. He could hear his heart pounding like a drum. As fervently as during a Quidditch championship victory, she began to descend slowly, cautious not to use any teleportation spells with an injured person in tow, uncertain whether the winds below had ceased. The winds on the ground appeared suddenly, then vanished just as abruptly, akin to paroxysmal supraventricular tachycardia, surging and halting unpredictably. Newt returned to the stands, unable to locate Toadstool, momentarily panicking. He intended to inquire with Cedric, only to find that the boy, the Hufflepuff prefect, was busy evacuating students. Bertie, where's Luna? He finally spotted Sickle, sitting amid the rubble, tending to Harry's wounds. The girl shook her head apologetically, then gazed skyward. I just heard that Wood was swept away, and she took Harry's rocket crossbow to rescue him. Newt looked up at the sky and extended his hand toward Sickle. Lend me your broom. Huh. Sickle was taken aback. Hurry. Newt's tone grew frantic, nearly losing all semblance of sanity. Sickle hesitated, thinking if she lent it to him and something happened while he was up there, her dear friend would be at risk, and she would be responsible for 2 lives. It would be overwhelming. Dumbledore approached, placing a calming hand atop Newt's. Steady yourself, Newt. Trust Luna. Newt bit his lip and looked up at the sky. His eyes reddened, tears threatening to spill. Umbridge stood behind Dumbledore, unable to suppress a smirk, eagerly wishing for the girl's demise so she could vent her pent-up frustrations. The Slytherin students, under Snape and the prefect's direction, were evacuating, while Pansy hurried to catch up with the group. Sidling up next to Daphne to share the news she had just overheard. Salazar bless. Daphne, I just heard that in an attempt to save Bird, Potter sustained a gash nearly 15 centimeters long, exposing his bone. Draco, walking ahead of them, turned back, exclaiming, this is what the savior looks like, St. Potter. What else have you heard? Blaise, standing next to Draco, also turned to inquire. Pansy continued, the Gryffindor captain, Wood, was swept away by a strong gust. I heard Luna snatched Potter's crossbow to rescue him. The Sorting Hat should have placed her in Gryffindor. Professor Scamander was livid. What? Draco exclaimed, shoving Pansy and Daphne aside as he ran in the opposite direction. Before Pansy could intervene, she saw Blaise and Theodore following him back. What on earth is going on? Pansy puzzled, unable to comprehend why those 3 would turn into raving lunatics over Luna's escapade. Daphne shrugged. Perhaps they are simply curious whether Luna can retrieve that foolish lion. After all, if she succeeds, she would be incredibly formidable. They might even ask her to become their mentor on the spot. Pansy, you ought not to mention Hufflepuff's Luna in front of Draco and Theo. She is not one of us, Astoria gently suggested, smoothing her wind-tousled hair. Pansy, disliking Daphne's frail sister, retorted, what business is it of yours? Why can't I mention her? Afraid of being outdone by her? Daphne tugged at her sleeve. Enough, Pansy. Don't pick on my sister. Her health isn't robust. As they neared the ground, Tao Mist suddenly dove and accelerated. She genuinely disliked riding broomsticks and longed to feel the earth beneath her feet. Umbridge's malicious visage abruptly appeared in her line of sight. Tao Mist soared past the hoop, magically levitating a stone the size of a basin. As she flew over Umbridge's head, Tao Mist accurately hurled the rock onto her sagging, grotesque face, eventually landing beside Newt with Oliver. Quick, get him to the hospital wing. Hearing her shout, the Weasley twins, who had not yet followed the others, approached Oliver from either side. George lifted the slumped Oliver onto Fred's back, while he supported Oliver's waist from behind. Newt watched Tao Mist, who was still directing operations, feeling as though she would drive him to his wit's end. Luna, do you realize how perilous that was? But if I hadn't gone, Oliver would have died. If it were you, you would have gone to save him too. Then I would rather be myself. Newt, with one hand on his hip and tears yet to dry from his eyes, stared into Thomas' eyes, feeling his lungs might burst, his breath becoming labored. Suddenly, her cool hands cupped his cheeks, playfully winking at him. My hands are cold. Let me warm them. The fire in his heart extinguished silently. He sighed, lifting his warm hands to cover her icy ones. What could he do? He might as well make do with it. Oliver, slumped on Fred's back, glanced back at the girl with a radiant smile in the distance. He felt a flutter in his heart. Chapter 106. The Ministry of Magic's Investigation. The hospital wing was utterly overcrowded, and Madame Pomfrey felt as though her head might explode. Snape had just left the Quidditch pitch when he was summoned to the office to brew potions, while Newt, once an excellent potioneer, was also sent by Dumbledore to assist. This situation was too bizarre. The Ministry of Magic, accompanied by Dumbledore, investigated for half a day but could find no clues, concluding it was a natural disaster. It seems that Merlin may have played a cruel joke on you all. Fudge and Dumbledore exited the Quidditch pitch, with Aurors behind them swiftly restoring the field with restoration spells. Perhaps, but I have never encountered such a situation in my years of teaching, Dumbledore replied to Fudge, still wearing a worried expression. Talmist and Percy awaited them outside the pitch. Percy had just rushed to the hospital wing to find Talmist, who was assisting Madame Pomfrey and Professor Sprout, and informed her that Dumbledore wanted her to head to the Quidditch pitch. I heard you have secured a position at the Ministry of Magic. You'll be starting after graduation this year, correct? Not wanting the wait to become tedious, Talmist sought to engage the rather serious boy from the Weasley family in conversation. He was entirely different from the others. While she had not met Bill and Charlie, the twins, Ron, and Ginny were all particularly lively, and Mrs. Weasley was exceptionally warm, while Mr. Weasley was quite chatty. Moreover, she had overheard Ron and Harry complain that Percy had been reading How to Gain Authority as a prefect since he was 16, which Ron found dreadfully boring. Talmist suspected that the author of the book might be Lucius Malfoy, given Percy's extreme thirst for power and honor. Percy nodded. Yes, Mr. Barty Crouch, the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, holds me in high regard and hopes I can serve as his assistant. Barty Crouch? Thomas's mind drifted to another madman, Mr. Crouch's son, young Barty Crouch, who should now be languishing in Azkaban. Indeed. Percy's gaze fell upon her slightly disheveled hair. They say you saved Oliver. Talmis tousled her hair. Yes, that wind was incredibly odd. It lifted him to such heights. Let us hope they uncover something. Percy's attention shifted towards the pitch. Look, they are coming. The first voice to reach Thomas' ears was Umbridge's sharp, sarcastic tone. Perhaps it is because you are not suited to be the headmaster of a magic school that Merlin has sent down this punishment, Dumbledore. Her face was bruised and comical, yet it did not detract from her incessant croaking. Hearing the insult directed at the headmaster, Percy remained unfazed, calmly watching Fudge. Had it been the twins, Umbridge would likely have been transformed into a toad by now. Had it been Harry and Ron, she would have surely been beaten to a pulp. Not necessarily. I've been here for 3 years, and nothing like this has ever occurred. Professor, you just started yesterday, and such a dreadful incident has already taken place. Perhaps you truly are a harbinger of disaster. Talmist, with her hands in her pockets, regarded her with disdain. Fudge, upon hearing her words, quickly recalled that indeed, ever since his association with Umbridge, he had faced numerous setbacks. Just yesterday, he was embroiled in controversy due to the Daily Prophet's report about her, which had caused quite a stir in the wizarding community, leading ordinary wizards and ministry employees to question whether he had abused his power. His reputation had plummeted, unmatched even by Dumbledore and Scamander. Indeed, a true harbinger of disaster. He discreetly took a large step forward, positioning himself closely beside Dumbledore, subtly distancing himself from Umbridge behind him. Fudge's slight retreat inflicted 1,000 cuts upon Umbridge's pride. Yet her trademark fake smile remained plastered on her face, her gaze malevolently fixed on Talmist. After all, she was now in command of Hogwarts per the Ministry's orders, and she had ample opportunities for revenge. Now let us discuss this hurricane. Fudge shifted the topic away from the disaster. Mr. Dumbledore, and I believe it may merely be the result of severe natural weather conditions. Dolores, what do you think? Please refrain from uttering such nonsense about Merlin's jest. Umbridge, flicking her butterfly hairpin, languidly replied, I believe otherwise. I heard strange sounds, a buzzing, as if a line was drawn through my mind. I even suspect it might be a muggle trick, given some people's disdain for the statute of secrecy. Are you quite all right? Shall we also pay a visit to the infirmary? I suspect that the recent gust of wind has blown the waters of Black Lake into your mind. Otherwise, how could you utter such nonsensical words? A perplexed expression crossed Tao Wu's face. Yet, the buzzing sound was indeed real, as were the stasis rain. The absence of any magical traces was the most alarming aspect, and her notebook in her pocket felt slightly warm. Miss Luna, may I inquire if you noticed anything unusual while flying up to rescue Wood? Fudge interrupted Umbridge, who was about to speak again. How did he ascend to such heights? Tao Wu propped her chin on her hand, feigning contemplation for a moment before shaking her head. Nothing strange, but Oliver's broom went out of control, flying incessantly upwards. I had to use my wand to sabotage his broom to save him. The nature of this incident remained ambiguous. She could not divulge it to the Ministry of Magic and needed to investigate it herself. Her fingers fished out the two-way mirror from her pocket, the other side of which glowed in Harry's hand as he pulled back the curtain to gaze at Oliver in the adjacent bed. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Luna, Fudge said with a smile, turning to the Aurors behind him. Let us go and offer our condolences to the injured children. Tao Wu stood watching them head toward the infirmary before turning to leave in the opposite direction. Hufflepuff common room. Hannah and the others had gone to assist Professor Sprout, leaving Tao Wu alone in the dormitory. She tossed her notebook onto the bed, and Tom appeared instantly at her side. That scene just now. The stasis rain and the buzzing sound. I've heard of it before. Tom ran his fingers through his silky black hair, straining to recall. Many years ago, when I went to the Gaunt house to retrieve the ring, the only living soul there spoke of a similar scene. In that place, I read many accounts regarding that dark lord from a century ago in a diary, and I longed to become someone like her. Tao Wu's head snapped up to look at him. Who was that person at the Gaunt house? Tom closed his eyes, lost in thought. He always appeared gentle and serene. His pupils clouded, rendering him unable to see anything. He mentioned that his name was Omini's Gaunt. Chapter 107, The Gaunt House. The evening sky was a somber shade of gray-blue. The gnarled branches twisted like skeletal arms, and deep in the overgrown thicket stood an ancient manor. Its gray walls entwined with ivy, the eaves marked by the ravages of time. The Gaunt house, both familiar and foreign. Did your uncle and grandfather, whom you killed, reside here as well? Tao Wu stood outside the dilapidated iron gate, squinting at the tarnished plaque bearing the Gaunt family crest, illuminated by the fading light. Not exactly. The Gaunt house was mortgaged by that mad clan after squandering their inheritance. They now reside in a ramshackle cabin in Little Hangleton, a fitting abode for them. Tom stepped forward, his slender fingers brushing against the rusted plaque before forcefully tearing it from its perch and disdainfully tossing it to the ground. Then why does the Gaunt family emblem still hang here? Tao Wu gazed at the plaque lying in the dirt. Because the one called Omini's Gaunt redeemed this ancestral home. That shameless fellow, Marvolo Gaunt, once attempted to reclaim it, even placing the Slytherin locket and his black gemstone ring here. Tom withdrew his gaze from the foreboding house and pulled a pristine handkerchief from Tao Wu's pocket, wiping his hands before shifting his attention to her face. The Slytherin locket, which you and that traitor Regulus Black stole, though he may have now become a soulless corpse. Tao Wu raised an eyebrow, looking disdainfully at the handkerchief stained with yellowish rust. Given your character, it's quite peculiar that you didn't eliminate the only living being here when you came for the ring and locket. He was an anomaly in the Gaunt family, quite intriguing. Tom replied as he pushed open the rusted iron gate, its hinges creaking in protest. He walked ahead, using magic to clear the overgrown weeds and dead branches blocking their path, while Tao Wu followed him through the passage he had just cleared. Do you think anyone still resides here? Tom halted, gazing at the darkened windows, shaking his head. I believe, after all these years, that Mr. Gaunt has likely passed away, as he was older than Dumbledore. Upon reaching the front door, Tom prepared to use Alohomora when the door creaked open of its own accord. A pair of dark, hollow eyes peered out from behind the door. It was a very old female house elf. She looked up at Tom, her pigeon egg-sized eyes glistening with moisture. Is it Master Tom? Tom seemed momentarily taken aback, looking down at the little elf at his feet and cautiously asking, Wendy? The emaciated elf placed a bony hand over her heart, gazing at Tom with excitement. Master Tom remembers Wendy. Wendy is so overjoyed. The last time I saw you was 45 years ago. Wendy chattered on, tears streaming down her large eyes, resembling a torrential downpour. She appeared genuinely fond of Tom. Here, dry your tears. Tao Wu offered the now pristine handkerchief to Wendy. Wendy pressed her hand to her heart, tears still clinging to the crevices of her face, incredulously looking up at Tao Wu. Oh, beautiful miss. Aside from Master Tom and Master Omini's, you are the kindest to Wendy. Tao Wu opened her mouth, pondering if all house elves were so abstract. There was Dobby, who self-harmed. And now this Wendy, who wept with self-pity. Tom treats you well? Wendy cradled the handkerchief Tao Wu had given her in her hands, covering her face with it. Yes, Master Tom is different from Master Marvolo and Master Mofin. Every time he visits Master Omini's here, he always brings Wendy her favorite cheese and egg flame pie. Tao Wu's lips twitched. This was quite inconsistent with Tom's character, and she looked incredulously at the indifferent boy beside her. He actually visits the elderly recluse and brings treats for a house elf he clearly looks down upon. Wendy lowered the handkerchief from her face, gently wringing it out, water splashing as she did so. She blinked her large eyes at Tao Wu. Are you Master Tom's friend? Tao Wu nodded. Yes, Wendy. Hello, I am Luna. Wendy shouldn't keep Master Tom and Miss Luna standing at the door. Please, come inside. The aged house elf stepped back, clearing a path for them to enter. A musty odor of mildew permeated the air as their shoes creaked on the decaying wooden floor, the sound echoing distinctly in the empty, silent room. Wendy, do we have guests? A gentle, melodious voice called down from the second floor. Tao Wu looked up, her expression filled with curiosity. Wendy scampered to the foot of the stairs, calling up. Yes, Master Tom has come with his friend. You might not believe it, but he seems just the same as he did decades ago. Please, have them come up. All the windows were boarded shut, preventing any light from filtering in. Wendy retrieved a dim oil lamp from the wall, ascended the stairs, and turned to them. Master Tom, Miss Luna, please follow me. Tao Wu trailed behind Wendy. The wooden stairs creaking beneath their weight, the dim light swaying in Wendy's hand. She recalled an afternoon many years ago. Golden sunlight poured through the glass panes, bathing the smooth pine stairs, where a brown-haired boy sat reading spells from a book, his head tilted as he explained the incantations to a silver-haired girl beside him. The warm sun illuminating his bright smile. The boy standing behind him had his pupils shrouded in a milky haze, as if veiled in mysterious gauze. His eyes lacked focus, staring vacantly, yet his smile remained gentle. That was their youthful exuberance. Despite their hidden agendas, the verdant foliage and serpent-gray shadows, the intricate deceptions painted with inferior oil paints ultimately peeled away. The banister of the staircase bore an English inscription of a heart-wrenching curse, etched by Sebastian's wand. The delicate fingers of Peach Mist gently brushed over the indented marks. How long had it been since she last saw Ominis? Perhaps since she mastered all the dark arts. Reported Sebastian, and sent him to Azkaban. Since that day, she had not laid eyes on the handsome scion of the Gaunt family. Please, come in. Wendy pushed open the door to the room, revealing a shroud of darkness, where someone sat at a table not far away. Illuminated by the flickering light of Wendy's lamp, Peach Mist discerned the exquisite features of Omini's Gaunt. He appeared just as he had a century ago, unchanged in any regard. Chapter 108, Omini's Gaunt. Tom took the oil lamp from Wendy's hands and slowly approached Omini's. The yellow light cast upon his face, revealing eyes that, as always, could not focus. Tom, expressionless, inquired, "Why do you still look the same, Mr. Gaunt?" Omini's smiled faintly, refraining from an immediate response, his pale knuckles grazing the wand imbued with ethereal light. Tom narrowed his eyes at the wand, which seemed to be merely an ordinary holly wand, devoid of anything extraordinary. Peach Mist recognized it. It was once her wand. The only sound in the room was the crackling of the lamp's flame, resonating loudly in the silence. After what felt like an eternity, Omini's gentle voice broke through. "I am waiting for someone." Tom turned to Peach Mist, letting out a resigned sigh. He gestured toward his head, mouthing a question. It was irrelevant. He had his concerns. Peach Mist silently shook her head at him. Then her gaze softly settled on Omini's pale eyes, asking quietly, "Whom are you waiting for, Mr. Gaunt?" He must be waiting for Sebastian, the brown-haired boy who would never return. Even with his sight obscured, Omini's could still pinpoint her location by her voice, continuing to caress the intricate patterns on his wand. "I am waiting for the wand's owner." Waiting for her? Peach Mist regarded Omini's with curiosity. A very important old friend, who suddenly disappeared one day. I had many questions for her at that time, but after searching and waiting for so long, the answers no longer mattered. Now, I simply wished to hear her voice once more. Omini's voice was soft, like snow melting under the sun on a winter morning. Yet it rang clearly within the quiet room. Thus, when I fell under the curse, I was even pleased. I became a monster who would never age. My blood would no longer run warm, my heart would cease to beat, and I could no longer bask in the sun. Yet I gained an eternal lifespan to await her. Perhaps one day, she will return, suddenly remembering me, to this abandoned old mansion to reminisce about the past. Tom took a step closer, bending slightly, and unceremoniously reached toward Omini's heart. When he stood by, bewildered, not intervening, his palm felt no heartbeat through the fabric, nor the warmth that should accompany life. Omini's did not take offense at his rudeness, merely smiling serenely. Peach Mist hurriedly pulled him back. "Tom, that is exceedingly rude. You ought not to do that." Withdrawing his hand from Omini's cold chest, Tom glanced at Peach Mist's hand gripping his sleeve, then lifted his gaze to her eyes fixed on Omini's, chuckling softly. "What a pretense. You let me keep my hand there for so long before speaking up. Without warmth, without a heartbeat, yet capable of movement. It's akin to a corpse," Tom remarked, unable to suppress his disdainful words. Peach Mist shot him a glare and retorted quietly, "Able to think and speak, and you didn't receive a claw when you reached out. It's entirely different from a corpse, all right?" Omini's tilted his head, seemingly listening intently to her voice, then inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Tom's friend, a student at Hogwarts, here to investigate some matters with him." "Hogwarts?" Omini's appeared to reminisce, his smile growing more tranquil. "Which house were you sorted into?" "Hufflepuff." "Then what is your name?" "Luna." Peach Mist warily eyed him, noting his slight frown, and quickly added, "Luna Scamander." Tom shot her a puzzled glance, unsure why Peach Mist was fabricating lies to this seemingly harmless Mr. Gaunt. "You simply haven't heard, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right?" Tom interjected, shifting the conversation. "Mr. Gaunt, Luna and I came to investigate an occurrence. During the Quidditch match at Hogwarts, there was a strange buzzing sound, and raindrops halted in the sky. I recall hearing about such an event from you before." "Hogwarts?" Ominis did not answer Tom's question. You remained at Hogwarts? As Tom struggled to respond, Peach Mist abruptly interjected. Tom is now our defense against the dark arts professor. Congratulations on achieving your aspiration, Tom. Ominis nodded slightly, then posed a suffocating question. I heard that the notorious Voldemort was vanquished a decade ago. You must have played quite a role in that. Tom replied, it was rather perplexing. I can scarcely recall the events, as I was unable to see. I only heard the piercing buzz that pierced my eardrums. Ominis paused momentarily before continuing. I heard the voice of Hufflepuff's Poppy Swit, who said the rain had stopped mid-air, and a thick fog enveloped the castle, reducing visibility to less than half a meter. It's unscientific for rain to stop in fog. Peach Mist couldn't contain herself. Ominis chuckled at her remark. The magical world eschews science. Only muggles concern themselves with such matters. I also heard Weston's voice. She seemed frightened, claiming she saw a massive shadow concealed in the fog, slowly moving. Ominis continued. She said, I must call Peach to take a look. Peach Mist's fingertips trembled, while Tom looked at Ominis with confusion. Who is that? The person you most wish to become. Tom furrowed his brow. That dark wizard? Indeed, he is also the one I am waiting for. Although Ominis answered Tom's question, his unfocused white eyes remained fixed in Peach Mist's direction. Master Tom, Miss Luna, Mr. Ominis should rest now. Wendy interjected, interrupting their conversation. Very well. I apologize for disturbing you, Mr. Gaunt. Thank you for your insights. Peach Mist tugged Tom towards the exit. As they exited through the weathered iron door, the pale-eyed man in the dim room placed the holly wand into an exquisite wooden box. She exhaled deeply. She realized he recognized her. Chapter 109. You should read fewer romance novels, young man. What kind of curse could grant eternal life? Upon returning, Tom remained preoccupied with the notion of everlasting existence. Peach Mist gracefully removed her robe and hung it on the coat rack beside her bed. Isn't it apparent? You haven't noticed? Tom reclined languidly on her plush bed. What? Noticed what? The windows. Every single window has been boarded up with wooden planks. Did he not mention that he cannot bear the sunlight? Peach Mist gently nudged Tom to the side to create space for herself to sit. Cannot bear the sunlight. Tom propped himself up on one elbow, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Is he a vampire then? I recall seeing a book on your shelf which stated that the protagonist, cursed to become a vampire, gains immortality but disintegrates upon contact with sunlight. Peach Mist contemplated which book on her shelf contained such esoteric knowledge about vampires as she listened to Tom continue. He has waited a millennium for the reincarnation of his beloved. Do you think Gunther is similarly waiting for that fiend? Peach Mist finally grasped the book he was referring to. Her gaze shifted to the shelf where a vividly colored book rested. Its title elegantly inscribed in ornate lettering, The Vampire Prince, Loving You Across Millennia. It was a book that Hannah had casually placed there after finishing it, claiming that Ginny had acquired it from her father, a treasure from the Muggle world. Peach Mist playfully struck Tom's elbow with the spine of her diary, causing him to topple back onto the bed, his bangs cascading to either side as a gleaming smile illuminated his eyes. She gently thumped the diary onto his face, obscuring his beautiful, deep black eyes. You ought to read fewer romance novels, young man. Tom lay on the bed, the diary covering his face. What about Newt Scamander? What? Peach Mist was perplexed by his sudden mention of Newt. And his longevity? Do you know anything about it? If he didn't mention it, I shan't pry. I have no penchant for invading others' privacy, though I suspect I will find out eventually. You dare say that? When you yourself eavesdropped on the gossip about that mudblood named Burns and Severus in the Gryffindor common room. Shut up. I was merely listening openly. How can it be called eavesdropping when it's a Hufflepuff gathering? We call it gathering material. Come back, Tom. She picked up the diary as if it were a creature, pulling Tom back into its pages. After attending Lupin's defense against the dark arts class once, Peach Mist displayed a clear interest and had not missed a single session since. However, it was peculiar that today the classroom was cluttered with desks and chairs. Professor Lupin stood at the podium while Umbridge had pulled up a chair beside him, a forced smile plastered on her face as she fixated on him. It seemed the rumors were true. I heard yesterday that Umbridge has prohibited all practical teaching. The defense against the dark arts class is now limited to theoretical knowledge, and she has barred Professor Flitwick from teaching any spells except for some dry incantations and warming charms that muggles would find hard to detect. Hannah whispered to Peach Mist. Is she deranged? Wizards shouldn't study magic with wands just to braid twine. Peach Mist incredulously retorted. Hannah shrugged. Perhaps, as you say, her massive head is filled not with brains, but with paste. She has enacted a new school rule forbidding students from using spells within Hogwarts. Filch, that sycophant, immediately hung her edict on the walls. Jenny chimed in. I overheard Professor McGonagall arguing with her. She audaciously told McGonagall that it is the overuse of magic that leads muggles to discover the existence of wizards. Why bother with her? I learned a spell invented by Professor Snape, and I think I might use it on her later, Peach Mist mused. eyeing Umbridge with amusement. The latter, sensing her gaze, broke into a smug grin that made Peach Mist feel physically ill. Ugh, her smile is truly grotesque. If this were a literary piece, I would pair her with Filch. Beside her, Vivian was fervently scribbling on a large roll of parchment. Upon hearing Peach Mist's words, she abruptly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with inspiration before resuming her writing. Don't be surprised. Vivian has recently become enamored with writing novels, Hannah explained upon noticing Peach Mist's confusion. Peach Mist leaned over to take a look, and Vivian graciously moved one hand aside to reveal the parchment's contents, with Hannah and Ginny also peering in. In large letters, it proclaimed the chronicles of love at Hogwarts, with the subsequent chapters leaving her greatly astonished. The Machiavellian headmaster and the charming dean. Featuring Dumbledore and McGonagall as protagonists, The Heartless Professor, a tale of Burns and Snape. I may be short, but I'm adorable, focusing on Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout. Clever Witch and Clumsy Boy, starring Hermione and Ron. Childhood friends in deep love, recounting Hannah and Neville's story. Peach Mist continued reading and was startled to find her own name, with Vivian assigning her a male lead, Cedric. And even the title disrupted the neat arrangement of the others. The overbearing witch and her doting husband. Most alarming was the sheer audacity of Vivian's imagination. She encountered many explicit descriptions, with black ink growing increasingly lurid on the white parchment. At the very bottom was a recent ink blot, scrawled with the title The Interspecies Romance of a Toad and a Cur Dog. Peach Mist gazed at her friend with admiration, giving her a thumbs up, as did Hannah and Ginny, unable to contain their approval. Vivian eagerly grasped Peach Mist's thumb with both hands, her face alight with excitement. Luna, thank you. I was struggling to find new material, and you've provided me with a splendid idea. Quirkiness is certainly worth exploring. Hannah tilted her head, raising an eyebrow in Vivian's direction while nodding toward Peach Mist. Isn't this living material? The Savior, Professor Scamander, and Luna appear quite harmonious together. Ginny nodded vigorously. Indeed. And Oliver Wood from Gryffindor. Yesterday in the hospital wing, he kept talking to me about Luna. Vivian looked at Peach Mist with gleaming eyes. A beautiful savior for a hero. How classic. As the class bell rang, Professor Lupin monotonously read through the textbook, devoid of emotion, causing everyone to drift into slumber. Vivian was diligently writing, while Umbridge nodded with satisfaction at the subdued atmosphere in the classroom. Chapter 110, Married Couples Return Home. The tedious defense against the dark arts class devoid of practical learning finally concluded, and Vivian had composed an extensive ode to the toad and the cur dog. Peach Mist noticed the lengthy parchment detailing Dumbledore and McGonagall's segment and mischievously decided to capture it with her camera from her bag. Soon, she developed the picture and sent it off to the Icefield base via the Olary. Just a few shards of glass mixed with a hint of sweetness from lemon drops. The flash from her camera caught Umbridge's attention, reminding her of the night she and Fudge had been photographed in the office. She watched as Peach Mist slung the camera strap over her shoulder and exited the classroom with a group of girls. It had to be her that night. Professor, I believe this method of teaching is utterly meaningless. Lupin was packing up his books, still hoping to advocate for practical instruction. Silence. This is the ministry's decision. Umbridge rose, adjusting her slightly wrinkled pink lace dress, not even glancing at Lupin. I have no time for your incessant prattling. In her pink high-heeled shoes, she hurried after Peach Mist, leaving Lupin to sigh deeply as he regarded the textbook in his hands. Stop right there. Umbridge blocked Peach Mist's path. Snape descended the stairs with deliberate slowness, his brow furrowed as he cast a glance at Pomfrey before shifting his gaze back to Umbridge. Madam Umbridge, I firmly believe that students must master the brewing of some fundamental potions. Listening to Snape's words, Pomfrey surmised that not only were the defense against the dark arts, charms, and transfiguration classes being disrupted by Umbridge, but even potions was under her interference. This absurdity surpassed the original narrative. She even felt that Umbridge was a lackey of the witch hunters, striving to stifle the advancement of wizards. This is a decision made by the Ministry of Magic. It is not your place to voice your opinions to me. Umbridge idly twirled the pink gem ring on her pinky, her disdain for Snape unmasked. Keep your distance. You reek of months without a bath. Pomfrey observed the toad-like figure's mouth moving and suddenly wished that Burns were present to witness the scene. It would surely be most entertaining. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed a strand of long hair hidden in the corner behind Umbridge, and she stifled a laugh. You three should return first, to avoid being implicated. If anything transpires, I will inform you upon my return. Hannah, Ginny, and Vivian hesitated for a few seconds. But considering her prowess, they found it difficult to argue. They might just become a burden, so they quietly slipped away while Umbridge was distracted. Snape's face had turned a deep shade of anger, and Umbridge let out a derisive huff towards him. A diminutive figure suddenly dashed out from around the corner, casting a spell at Umbridge that sent her crashing to the ground. You shall not insult Professor Snape. However, due to the feeble power of Burns' spell. Umbridge was not flung away, but merely toppled over. Pomfrey glanced at Burns, recognizing her beauty was tinged with a certain lack of sense, and Snape's expression darkened further. He felt an overwhelming desire to flee, yet escape was not an option. Umbridge scrambled to her feet, her eyes wide with fury, flames of anger igniting within her. Yet her face still bore a sinister smile. Using magic without a teacher's permission at Hogwarts, and casting spells against a professor, Gryffindor loses 50 points. And you will serve 2 days of detention. Filch. At her call, Filch appeared instantly by her side, wearing a hollow grin as he regarded Burns. Miss Burns, please follow me to the detention room. Umbridge restrained Filch's arm, her smile directed at Pomfrey. Hold on, Mr. Filch, there's one more. Don't be hasty. She swaggered towards Pomfrey. Extending her hand over the camera. Pomfrey crossed her arms defiantly. This is my personal property. You have no right to confiscate it. The laws of magic stipulate that a wizard's personal belongings are protected. You are from the Ministry. Surely you must be aware of this, Professor. Do not make me repeat myself. Give me the camera. Umbridge's hand, concealed behind her back, slowly withdrew her wand, gripping it firmly. This subtle movement was only visible to Burns, who, glancing at the equally detested Pomfrey, clenched her fist but remained silent. I cannot give it to you. Upon hearing Pomfrey's defiance, the artificial smile on Umbridge's face shattered into an expression of fury as she brandished her wand at the girl before her. Bone-breaking curse. Protego. Snape immediately appeared beside Pomfrey, casting the protective charm. Professor, you should not resort to such a dreadful curse against a Hogwarts student, even if the student is a troublesome nuisance with a mind full of nonsense. Umbridge glared at Snape, her wand nearly poking into his nostrils. Dare to interfere with me, and you shall pay dearly. She waved her wand again, the tip glowing red, intending to strike both Snape and Pomfrey together. Just as Snape raised his wand to defend himself, he heard the girl's voice. Professor, I believe the spell you invented is quite effective. Ah! With Umbridge's shriek. She found herself inverted, suspended in midair beneath the ceiling, her skirt hanging from her waist to her chin due to the force of gravity, exposing the unsightly folds of her flesh. Snape cast a complex glance at her, realizing she had employed the inverted suspension charm specifically against teachers. Umbridge struggled violently in the air, her ample form swaying and emitting wheezing sounds as she cursed incessantly. You dare mock a professor? I will report you to Dumbledore. Filch. His face contorted, turned to seek Dumbledore's assistance. Pomfrey rolled her eyes, flicking her wand lightly. Filch's feet, still running forward, were suddenly flipped upside down, mirroring Umbridge's fate. She clapped her hands, stowing her wand away. Perfect, a couple suspended in the air. With that, she left without a backward glance. Umbridge's obscenities grew more furious, while Snape slowly raised his gaze, noticing something peculiar. Filch's face was flushed. Snape's mind and spirit were profoundly shaken. He needed to return to his office and brew numerous potions to recuperate, gathering his robes as he departed swiftly. Only Burns remained, frozen in place. Chapter 111. Encountering me is a matter of life and death. Upon returning to the dormitory, Pomfrey's gaze fell upon the novel placed on her bookshelf by Hannah. Tom had provided a highly plausible lead. Is Omines a vampire? She had thoroughly scoured the restricted section of the library, where records on vampires were scant, with most being mere fabrications. The recent events had all felt rather strange, and she penned a letter to the Bird family. But the good news was that they had also replied, indicating significant advancements in their research and production at the base. Their correspondence had been magically encrypted by Pomfrey and Grindelwald, allowing only them to decipher it. Though it was unlikely anyone would attempt to snoop, it was always prudent to exercise caution. She enclosed the excerpt from the novel in the envelope, hastily sealing it with a wax stamp before dispatching it with Hakimi. Upon descending from the Ollery, she spotted Percy seemingly waiting for her just downstairs. Luna, Professor Umbridge has requested that I escort you to her office. He stood on the steps, gazing down at the youth's fiery red hair, which glinted like a dazzling flame in the sunlight. Why? Percy shook his head, reluctant to divulge much. I'm not sure. Professors have their reasons. Harry, Burns, and Malfoy from Slytherin are also there. Pomfrey stepped back. Can I opt out? I fear not. Percy denied her request. You ought not to be so rigid. You should learn from Fred and George. Or Ron and Ginny wouldn't be a bad choice either. No, this is what a 7th-year prefect at Hogwarts must do. I must obey the professor's orders. As he spoke, a look of pleased pride spread across Percy's face. I am soon to head to the Ministry of Magic. I must follow the deputy minister's commands. He was not only pedantic, but also harbored an intense desire for authority. Pomfrey mused that he truly belonged in Slytherin. Perhaps he feared being cast out by Molly. Very well. Pomfrey acquiesced, approaching him. Even if Umbridge is in the wrong and seeks to punish us out of personal vendetta, will you still side with her? Percy turned to her with an odd expression, shaking his head in disagreement. The ministry cannot be wrong. Pomfrey met his gaze with resignation. I hope you can maintain that belief. Umbridge, you should not punish students in such a manner. Do you not think you have gone too far? Mr. Scamander, this is my teaching method. You have no right to interfere. As they approached the office door, the sound of a fierce argument between Newt and Umbridge reached their ears. Toru cast a puzzled glance at Percy, who shook his head in confusion, equally unaware of the situation at hand. Percy rapped 3 times on the door, interrupting the heated exchange between Newt and Umbridge. Silence enveloped the room for 3 seconds before Umbridge's voice rang out. Come in. Percy pushed the door open, revealing a room awash in pink hues. Umbridge sat at her desk, leisurely sipping tea from a porcelain cup, while Burns stood opposite her. Struggling to write with a trembling hand that betrayed her pale complexion, beads of sweat trickling down her temples as her frail body swayed precariously. Harry stood behind Burns, creating distance between her and Umbridge, his face clouded with a dark expression as he cast a furtive glance at Umbridge. Draco lounged on the office sofa, casually perusing a newspaper. The expression on Newt's face, who had just been defending Burns, turned grave as he turned to Toru and hurried towards her. Luna, go back. Return to your dormitory. This is no place for you. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders, gently pushing her towards the exit. Absolutely not. No one is getting away. Umbridge feigned elegance as she placed her cup delicately on its saucer and approached them. Mr. Scamander, what is your intention in defending a student who has assaulted a professor and violated school rules? Her lecherous gaze flitted between Newt and Toru, a heart tainted by malice. Toru met her gaze with a cold smirk. Can't you see? He wishes to protect you. What? Umbridge faltered momentarily. Who released you and Filch? Not even the inventor of the hanging charm, Snape, could resolve that. Toru cast a reassuring glance at Newt and sauntered into the office, positioning herself beside Burns. Upon hearing her words, Draco stiffened, his eyes widening in disbelief. Back in their first year, the esteemed Professor Snape had been suspended upside down, and the perpetrator was none other than her. Toru, oblivious to Draco's sudden pallor, focused on Burns, who had scrawled a line on the paper, revealing a series of prominent scars on her pale forearm, mirroring the shape of the words. I am a wretched girl infatuated with a professor. The sharp, needle-like pain emanating from her arm nearly caused her to falter, her legs trembling as tears dripped onto the pristine paper, creating dark splotches. More painful than the physical agony was the humiliation encapsulated in the phrase on her arm. There will always be someone to break your curse. Don't take yourself too seriously. Umbridge gazed at the frail Burns, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes at her own handiwork. This is what happens when you provoke me and defy the Ministry of Magic. She approached the desk, her fingers tracing the rim of the porcelain cup. You are next, Potter. Harry displayed no hint of fear, even with his wand confiscated and resting on Umbridge's desk. If she dared to make him use that punishing quill, he would inscribe his words directly on her face. As Umbridge raised her teacup, preparing to take another dainty sip, Toru forcefully shoved it, causing the cup to collide with her face, splattering red tea down her chest, soaking her pink sweater. You think you're so high and mighty, but faced with me, your fate is uncertain. I showed you respect. Dare to threaten me. You are finished. Umbridge's face flushed crimson as she seized the pen Burns had just laid down. Seething, I will bring ruin to Dumbledore and Scamander for allowing such a student to flourish. She intended to use Toru's important connections as leverage against her. Toru glanced at the pen in her hand, her eyes glinting mischievously as she feigned fear. I apologize, Professor. It was unintentional. Please do not make things difficult for Dumbledore and Professor Scamander. Umbridge regarded her with a haughty expression, raising her chin as she shoved the pen into Toru's hand. Then right on the paper, I am a wretched girl. Draco stood up, and both Harry and Newt stepped forward in an attempt to intervene, but she gently shook her head to halt them. She walked towards Burns with the pen in hand, a malicious grin plastered on the pale girl's face. It must be said that she, like Umbridge, was both foolish and wicked, harboring the delusion that someone capable of overpowering the Minister of Magic would fear a mere deputy. Perhaps it was Umbridge's overconfidence at play. Toru wrote decisively across the paper, and the moment she set the pen down, Umbridge screamed, her voice piercing and shrill as her face began to distort horrifically, blood trickling down her slackened skin. The words etched into her forehead, cheeks, and chin read, I am a bitch. Chapter 112. The transformation of a delinquent youth into a depressed soul. Despite the extensive use of potions, the words on Umbridge's face remained stubbornly intact. She lacked the motivation to pursue Toru further and instead made her way to St. Mungo's. The potions she had ingested contained additional ingredients supplied by Snape, ensuring she would not leave St. Mungo's for a considerable time. Perhaps by the time she returned to the ministry, her former position would have found a new successor, a matter entirely of her own making. As she exited the castle shrouded in a veil, Professor Sprout exchanged pleasantries with her, feigning a slip that tore away Umbridge's veil, reportedly in the presence of numerous Hufflepuff students. Fudge's human surveillance had barely lasted a week before it was unceremoniously dismissed. Hogwarts had regained its former vibrancy. With no progress on the matters concerning the stagnant rain and ominous, Tao Wu redirected her focus towards physics, rekindling the studies of her previous life. Nevertheless, she allocated a portion of her time each day to teach Harry new spells in the Room of Requirement, while her lessons for Draco remained guarded. The Malfoy family's penchant for unpredictability left her wary of fully trusting Draco. After Grindelwald tore apart the correspondence intended for the Bird family, he awakened the dual-sided mirror between himself and Tao Wu, cursing for an entire afternoon. Tom seized the mirror. Engaging in a heated exchange before the old man issued a stern warning that he would show McGonagall a thing or two. However, when Tao Wu summoned him to arrive immediately, he fell silent, his bravado dissipating. In the Ollery, Tao Wu secured a magically encrypted letter to Hakimi's leg. The contents of the envelope detailing a set of advanced data and formulas that transcended the current era, her research findings from her past life. A study destined to deliver a subtle yet profound impact upon the world. Hakimi took flight, wings wide against the azure sky, carrying hope. As Tao Wu turned to leave, she collided headfirst into Tom's solid chest, looking up at him with gritted teeth. Don't just appear out of nowhere. I have been pondering a question, Tom remarked as he approached the window, gazing into the sky. What is it? The organization's inner circle consists solely of those Muggles and Grindelwald's followers. I fail to understand why you do not recruit new members. Hogwarts is such a splendid cradle. Tom perched on the windowsill, surveying the scenery surrounding the castle. Just as I did back then, with so many Death Eaters, I marked them with my dark mark, and they remained loyal to me, supporting me. Tao Wu furrowed her brow at his juvenile rhetoric. No, I do not seek support, and your Death Eaters are not loyal. Furthermore, your dark mark is an eyesore, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. However, the organization should welcome newcomers. A great cause requires followers to uphold it. Tom gazed at her in confusion. Tom, aside from Harry and Sia, I cannot trust anyone else. As for Newt, I cannot allow him to work alongside Grindelwald. It would be too cruel for him. The path I must tread is fraught with danger, and few can comprehend it. Should a traitor emerge within, it would be a cataclysmic blow. The Saints, under Rogier's command, led by Grindelwald, have remained steadfastly loyal during his decades-long stay in Newmungard. Their unwavering fidelity is evident. Yet I have only entrusted them with tasks that do not pertain to our core objectives. The production of relevant components has been assigned to Mr. Kowalski. And aside from the bird couple, no one is privy to our true intentions. I acquire raw materials in batches from various countries, including the black market. Caution is paramount, for even the slightest misstep could lead to utter annihilation. The Muggle world is exceedingly wary and sensitive regarding weaponry and the materials that constitute these formidable arms. Tom, taken aback, took a moment to digest her words before inquiring, is it really that severe? I believe that should all wizards unite, Muggles would stand no chance against us. Are you familiar with the concept of dimensionality reduction? Tao Wu inquired. Tom shook his head in confusion. There exists a substance, or rather a weapon, capable of collapsing three-dimensional space into two-dimensional space. Tao Wu retrieved her wand from her pocket and transformed a wooden box in the corner into a sheet of white paper. Illustrating her point, the three-dimensional structure of the box was effortlessly converted into a two-dimensional form. Tom picked up the white paper from the ground and handed it back to her, a naive smile gracing his face. Isn't this simply the transfiguration spell? Could you not turn all of Hogwarts, London, or even the entire world into a sheet of white paper, Tom? Tom lowered his gaze to his hands and shook his head. However, should Muggles continue their advancements, they may very well reach such a capability. Tao Wu pinched the edges of the paper and tore it in half. If they were to aim their weapons at wizards, do you believe our protective charms would suffice? Or would the killing curse be our only recourse? Our magical world could be easily torn apart and obliterated, much like this paper. She crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it toward the corner, where it landed with a thud and reverted back to a wooden box. In her previous life, she had dedicated herself to this research and had already joined a national research institute before graduation. Tom regarded the wooden box with a complex expression. Then, Grindelwald's choice to eradicate all Muggles was indeed the most prudent. Use your intellect, Tom, Tao Wu said, pointing to her temple. By the time Grindelwald incited his upheaval, Muggles already possessed weapons capable of annihilating hundreds of cities. Surely, you cannot believe that his ragtag group could contend with such armaments. Furthermore, there are many Muggle-borns and half-blood wizards. In their desire to protect their families, they might very well turn against us. The entirety of the wizarding community cannot unite. Tom pondered for a few moments before a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. What if we employed the Imperius curse on Muggle leaders? Tao Wu sighed. No nation is governed by a solitary decision-maker. In fact, some require 100 individuals to cast votes for a final decision. How would you impose the Imperius curse? And what are the magic blocking devices that are so morally reprehensible? Tom, you are exceedingly naive. And do you possess confidence in your plan? In response to his query, Tao Wu shrugged. I cannot guarantee anything. Absolutes do not exist. Tom's finely arched brows twitched, and he perched on the windowsill of the Ollery, gazing into the distance. There. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon the horizon, painting the sky with crimson hues. His dark eyes were clouded with confusion as the wind tousled his hair. Do they possess even more terrifying means, Luna? I do not know. Perhaps they do. To his surprise, Tom let out a sigh. The once impetuous boy had transformed into a melancholic youth. Chapter 113. I suggest deducting 50 points from Slytherin. Time stretched into a long line, gradually pushing the world's timeline backward. Hogwarts had once again entered the snowy season. Dumbledore announced that third-year students could visit Hogsmeade on weekends, provided they obtained permission from their guardians. Harry quickly secured a signature from Sirius, while Tao Wu planned to sneak out, as neither Sirius nor Newt were inclined to take on the role of her guardian, leaving the paper unsigned. Students eagerly invited their classmates to accompany them to Hogsmeade. But Tao Wu, a lone wolf, could not comprehend why they felt the need to invite companions, likening it to insisting on holding hands while using the restroom. Luckily, in her previous life, she had not harbored such a habit. Otherwise, she might have unwittingly led a double disaster for the Abraxan. Since the last potion brewed by Snape had left Umbridge's face in a state of decay, Tao Wu was astounded by his prowess in potion making, which had significantly heightened her engagement in subsequent classes. However, that old rascal Snape only taught foundational potions, and the lessons on the Polyjuice potion seemed but a fleeting memory. Nevertheless, today she found herself daydreaming in the potions classroom, as there was little difference between daydreaming in one place or another. Snape grew concerned by her unusually high attendance rate. As a professor, he had never anticipated a day when he would hope for students to skip class. For reasons unknown, Tao Wu had not spoken to Draco for 3 days. With a quill, Draco meticulously inscribed beautiful calligraphy on the pristine white paper, folding it into the shape of a paper crane and gingerly placing it in his palm before gently blowing it toward the silver-haired girl. A soft smile of joy graced his lips. The paper crane, enveloped in a gentle white light, flapped its wings softly and landed upon Tao Wu's desk. She picked up the crane and turned to look back, where Draco gestured toward the paper in her hand, urging her to unfold it. As she opened the crane, a single line of text appeared. Would you accompany me to Hogsmeade? Just as she set the paper down, a second crane landed on her desk. Assuming it was from Draco, she glanced back in confusion, only to find Draco's expression darkened, while Blaze's enchanting eyes were fixed upon her with intensity. In a fit of frustration over his idea being pilfered, Draco delivered a swift elbow jab to Blaze's abdomen. Clearly, the protection of intellectual property is of paramount importance. Tao Wu pinched the edges of Blaze's crane and unfolded it, revealing yet another invitation to Hogsmeade. Fortunately, today's lesson was theoretical rather than practical. Otherwise, those two cranes might have ended up in the potion cauldron. Snape stood at the lectern, observing the paper cranes fluttering in the air, sunlight streaming through the curtain slits, casting a line that connected the boy and the girl as they traversed the distance. He paused his lecture, watching as the crane reached its destination, the golden-haired boy's eyes sparkling with joy. In his memory, there had once been 1,000 paper cranes, one of which had flown towards the red-haired girl he adored most, one of the few sunny memories in his otherwise shadowy existence. Yet ultimately, their love was not meant to be. They could not end well. It was his fault. Countless times she had extended a warm hand toward him, hoping to pull him from the abyss, yet he had repeatedly rejected her in favor of indulging in dark magic, even aligning himself with her adversaries, ultimately pushing his beloved into another's embrace. He was compelled to acknowledge that the loathsome fellow was better suited for her. He would change for her, become a noble hero, and offer her unreserved love, things he could never provide. The arrival of the second crane on the same desk shattered Snape's idyllic reverie. He frowned, preparing to speak. Before he could utter a word, Tao Wu, having finished unfolding the second crane, noticed his gaze and promptly raised her hand. Snape was taken aback. She was actually raising her hand to speak in class, so he extended his hand to invite her to respond. What is it, Miss Luna? Tao Wu held up a wrinkled piece of paper towards Snape, declaring, Professor, I report Draco and Blaze for violating classroom etiquette by passing notes. Draco and Blaze gazed at her in disbelief from the back of the room. Snape paused, his expression complex as he asked, What did they pass you notes for? They inquired whether I would venture to Hogsmeade, Professor. As you are aware, I lack a guardian to sign the application, thus rendering me unable to go. Are they not merely plunging a dagger into my heart? Blaze leaned against the back desk, arms crossed, quietly observing her theatrical exchange with Snape. Meanwhile, the naive Draco assumed it was genuinely about the guardian issue, which saddened Luna, the orphan. Snape, upon witnessing her tearful visage, felt a sudden throbbing pain in his head. What do you intend to do? Be direct. Very well, Professor. In order to soothe my tender, wounded spirit, I propose that you deduct 50 points from Slytherin. She swiftly abandoned her feeble demeanor and stated decisively. Snape shot a fierce glare at Draco and Blaise before firmly rejecting her. A commendable suggestion, but refrained from offering such in the future, as I shall not heed it regardless. Luna dismissed it without concern, knowing it was merely a jest. Snape would never deduct points from Slytherin. After class, Draco approached, appearing somewhat wounded. I fail to understand why you have shunned me for so many days. I was unaware that you lacked a guardian signature. Do you truly despise me? Is this your way of declining my invitation? Luna rested her chin on the desk, gazing at Draco with a furrowed brow. Have you been tormenting Neville again with your two little minions? Who taught you the art of the hanging charm? Once more? To bully Neville. I learned it from Professor Snape. Draco shrugged nonchalantly. I was merely jesting with him. After all, he is so feeble that he was easily ensnared. Hannah's fists were clenched tightly. Had Luna not restrained her hand, they would surely have landed upon Draco's face. Since you have already received instruction from Professor Snape, you need not come to the room of requirement anymore. I shall have Harry inform Neville. I believe I can teach him some amusing hexes to deal with you. Luna twirled a strand of her silvery hair. Her smile directed at Draco was frigid. Draco's complexion turned pale. Luna, I am on your side. But due to Hannah's influence, Neville has always been within my sphere of authority. Despite my repeated admonitions, you remain obstinate, and I find it difficult to trust you, Draco. Luna's fingers tapped lightly upon the table, each sound striking heavily upon Draco's heart. Blaise squeezed past Draco from behind, a radiant smile that sickened Draco. Hey, Luna. I have not bullied Mr. Longbottom. Would you care to accompany me to Hogsmeade? Chapter 114. Neville collided with Snape's chest. Did I not mention that I cannot go? Luna returned the two crumpled papers to Draco and Blaise. Blaise clutched the white paper to his heart. His sorrowful performance, overly theatrical. My heart has been grievously wounded by you, Luna. I am certain there are many girls in Slytherin who would gladly accept your invitation. Luna disregarded Blaise's bait, offering the remaining paper to Draco. The boy's already pale face turned even more ashen. He refrained from taking the paper, suddenly regretting hanging Longbottom 3 days prior. Yet, he still did not perceive any wrongdoing in his actions. He merely resented Longbottom for informing Luna. In Slytherin, there exists no equality, only the law of the jungle. This was true for Draco, as it was for Tom. Thus, when Tom realized he was the weak little ant, his beliefs shattered. Snape observed the commotion from the podium, reflecting on his past, while viewing the unfolding events from a divine perspective. In truth, he found little distinction between himself and Draco in their treatment of James Potter. Indeed, he was perhaps even more disgraceful. If James Potter's bullying stemmed from his initial belief that all Gryffindors were simple-minded, then both he and Draco's torment of Neville was purely gratuitous cruelty. Thus, the lily he adored did not return his affections. The law of the jungle, the supremacy of power. The principles he upheld would crumble in an instant should he become the weak, deprived of power. Since Voldemort's emergence, Slytherin had remained a stronghold within the established rules, maintaining a delicate balance with the other three houses, allowing certain Slytherin students to bully the weaker students from other houses. He cast a glance at the silver-haired girl seated there. Now, someone had disrupted this equilibrium. The weak were no longer weak, and the strong ceased to be strong. The principles they adhered to had returned, serving as a form of self-sanction. Moreover, he felt a pang of guilt regarding Longbottom. Draco, engage in fewer futile pursuits. Bullying Longbottom will not enhance your abilities. Snape adjusted his robes, arms crossed as he fixed his gaze upon Draco. If you genuinely wish to improve in this manner, I suggest you find a different target. His gaze shifted to Luna. I believe Miss Lovegood would be quite appropriate. Draco abruptly lifted his head to look at his esteemed mentor, his pupils trembling. He could not fathom how the revered Professor Snape could utter such cold and venomous words. Professor Snape, I believe you are being overly harsh with your student, Luna remarked, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at Snape. Snape slowly descended from the podium. I am not strict with him. Once he departs Hogwarts, others will surely be cruel. With that, he strode toward the exit, the hem of his black robes billowing behind him. Neville, who had come to find Hannah, beamed at the letter in his hands, only to collide with the swiftly moving Snape, producing a thud. Upon raising his head and realizing whom he had collided with, the letter slipped from his grasp. The joy on his face replaced with panic. He stumbled back a considerable distance, head bowed, trembling all over as he uttered a quivering voice, Professor Snape. It's over. That fool Neville has crashed into Snape. Noticing the commotion at the door, Hannah grasped Luna's hand anxiously. her body involuntarily rising. Mr. Longbottom, I hope you will refrain from behaving like a rampaging troll, Snape assessed Neville, whose height nearly matched his own. I hope you do not merely grow taller without also growing wiser. Neville, head lowered, dared not meet his gaze, nodding vigorously, his mind racing with speculation about how many points he would lose for Gryffindor this time. Snape did not continue to berate him as he passed by. He slapped a tattered book against Neville's chest, memorized the contents from pages 1 to 30, including the annotated portions, proficiently. I will conduct a quiz in potions class next Wednesday. Should you fail, the pile of toad skins awaiting processing in detention will be most welcoming to you. Neville cradled the battered book in his hands, watching Snape's retreating figure, then glanced down at the book, revealing a pained smile. This is utterly bizarre. Professor Snape did not deduct points from Gryffindor, nor did he send the reckless Mr. Longbottom to detention. Blaise was incredulous. The professor surely has his reasons for this. Theodore, seated not far behind, was perusing the potions book. Theo, why have you not left? Blaise questioned, puzzled. Theodore closed the potions book, his expression indifferent. Are you not still here? Just as Blaise was about to respond, Neville approached Hannah's desk with the book in hand. Snape did not trouble you? Hannah inquired with concern. Neville placed the book on the desk before Hannah and Luna, a look of confusion on his face. He merely instructed me to memorize the content from pages 1 to 30. If I cannot do so by next Wednesday, I will have to process toad skins in detention. Hannah furrowed her brows as she opened the tome, its pages densely filled with minuscule black lettering. Every vacant space completely occupied by annotations in crimson ink. Such an abundance of information. How could one possibly memorize it all? It seemed merely a different method of humiliation and punishment. Tao Wu turned her head to examine the contents of the book, shaking her head. Not at all. This is likely Snape's own text, with a far more comprehensive discourse on potions. She pointed to the annotations in red ink. Look here. He has also jotted down his own interpretations regarding the complex sections. If one could fully commit this to memory, it would indeed be immensely beneficial for one's studies in potion making. Tao Wu was not surprised by Snape's transformation. He was, after all, a thinker much like Tom. In his 30s, his understanding of matters was undoubtedly more mature and profound than in his teenage years. If he were to view certain issues from Lily's perspective, it would undoubtedly have a significant impact on his soul. Yet, this was not necessarily a negative development. How curious it was. Perhaps he truly wished to be a commendable teacher. Hannah tapped the book that Neville had returned to his embrace, saying, "Do make sure to study diligently, Mr. Longbottom." The attitudes of Tao Wu and Snape made Draco acutely aware of the subtle changes occurring around him. The clever boy's mind quickly processed this realization. Yet he still refrained from reclaiming the piece of paper. He turned to Neville and uttered a statement that left everyone incredulous. "I apologize for what transpired 3 days ago, Mr. Longbottom, and hope to earn your forgiveness." Malfoy had always been adept at discerning the opportune moment. Neville was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Hannah, who shrugged in response, signaling him to make his own decision. "In light of Harry and Luna, I forgive you." Neville lifted his gaze to meet Draco's, suddenly realizing that Malfoy was not as formidable as he once believed. "All right, let us be on our way." Tao Wu tucked Draco's paper into her pocket, satisfied with his demeanor. Perhaps some notions remained deeply entrenched, but at least he had taken the first step in understanding that the rules were defined by the powerful, and he was not among them. As she approached Theodore's desk, a book with a pitch-black matte cover obstructed her path. "For you," Theodore said, nudging the book towards her. "I noticed you were searching for related materials recently." Tao Wu glanced at the cover, her eyes glimmering as she accepted it, smiling at Theodore. "Thank you." The title was faintly embossed in brown on the cover, an overview of curses and their origins. Chapter 115, Warning. Luna. The empty corridor of the basement elongated the boy's voice. As she turned back towards the dormitory, Tao Wu caught a glimpse of Draco's pale face illuminated by the flickering yellow light at the corridor's end. He approached her slowly, step by step. "Could you not leave me behind?" She extended her hand, her slender, pale fingers caressing his youthful face, gently tracing the contours of his cheek, her lake blue irises reflecting his slate blue gaze. In that moment, Draco felt an overwhelming silence envelop him, with only her voice resonating in his ears. "Have you realized your mistake?" As if enchanted, he gradually lifted his right hand, grasping the hand that touched his cheek, softly responding, "I understand now. I will listen to you from now on. So, may I accompany you to Hogsmeade?" Tao Wu, such a clever boy, he has even learned to act like her. She forcefully withdrew her hand from Draco's grasp and strode towards the cluster of Hufflepuff's barrels. Draco quickly closed the distance with his long strides. "Luna, I'm serious about Hogsmeade." "Draco, I have already told you. I cannot go without a guardian's signature." Tao Wu knocked on the barrels in sequence with her knuckles. "You must have another way out. You cannot be so compliant with the school rules." Draco's confident tone caused Tao Wu to pause momentarily. Her final knock intended for the third barrel in the second row shifted to the second barrel in the fourth row. She looked at Draco, a faint smile on her lips as she took a substantial step back. Draco, puzzled, approached her again. With a splash, the black vinegar cascaded down like a waterfall, drenching him to the core. He glared at the girl before him, doubled over with laughter, and gritted his teeth. Luna. Tao Wu covered her nose, her eyes sparkling with mirth. You smell quite sour, Draco. You find me repugnant. Draco spread his arms wide, bending down to sniff his own scent. Looking at Tao Wu with a pitiful expression, indeed, he smelled quite sour, and it was rather unpleasant. You could use a cleaning charm. Tao Wu shook out her sleeves, smoothing her robe, and approached Draco with her wand drawn. A mischievous grin spread across Draco's face as he seized the opportunity. He stepped forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Now you smell as sour as I do, Luna. Draco, you are in for it. In the end, Draco would have to endure this sourness for a week, much to the delight of his dorm mates, Blaze and Theodore. After casting a cleansing charm on his clothes and knocking on the barrels in the correct order, Tao Wu made her way back to the Hufflepuff common room. You're back, Cedric remarked as he set down the book he had been reading and approached her. He stood before her, his gray eyes shimmering with gentle warmth, and softly asked, Luna, may I invite you to join me in Hogsmeade? I cannot go without my guardian's signature, Tao Wu replied. Upon hearing her response, Cedric lowered his head, his tousled hair obscuring the guilt and helplessness in his gaze. I apologize, Luna. I should have been more considerate and not reminded you of your sorrow. Seeing his expectant expression turn remorseful and flustered, Tao Wu felt a pang of compassion. She raised her eyes to meet the gentle senior's gaze. I wish to sneak off to Hogsmeade. Cedric will surely assist me, won't you? Cedric's eyes instantly softened, and he completely forgot his role as the prefect responsible for discipline. With a smile, he nodded, of course. Then, let us meet in the common room on Saturday morning. Tao Wu waved goodbye as she returned to her dormitory, while Cedric stood rooted in place, watching her retreating figure with a lingering smile. Upon returning to her dorm, Tao Wu placed the book Theodore had given her on her desk and began to peruse it. One page was folded over, and when she unfolded it, she noticed some text that Theodore had thoughtfully highlighted in red ink. She traced her finger over the marked words, the curse of the vampire's longevity. An ancient and lost curse can only befall a wizard of pure blood who, after offending the ancient gods, comes into contact with them. The cursed will gradually lose their sense of time. Their lives lose dimension, becoming interminably long, their heartbeat slowing until it ceases. Their blood losing its pumping force and becoming cold. Upon exposure to sunlight, they will disintegrate into ash in the warmth, and only by consuming warm, fresh blood can they momentarily escape the darkness of their lair, with every 100 milliliters sustaining them for 2 hours. The claims regarding the ancient gods seemed too fantastical. Tao Wu even doubted the authenticity of the content within this book. Turning a few more pages, she encountered familiar material, the beast transformation curse, described in detail, which mirrored the situation of Tom's final Horcrux, Nagini, the mother of Bader. She also recognized the curse that Sebastian's sister, Annie, had once endured. The author even suggested various methods to break the curses, yet all were annotated with notes indicating their failures. What a remarkable author this must be. Tao Wu flipped through the cover and title page, searching in vain for the author's signature before hastily darting out. In a quiet corner of the library, she found Theodore, engrossed in his reading. She slammed the book onto Theodore's desk with a sharp sound, her voice tinged with urgency as she inquired, Theodore, do you know who the author of this book is? Theodore set aside the book he had been holding and glanced at the one that Tao Wu had placed on the table. Yes, I am quite familiar with them. I wish to meet him. Could you kindly facilitate an introduction for me? Tao Wu implored, her gaze fixed intently on Theodore. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Luna, Theodore replied, shaking his head. He elaborated, noticing her puzzled expression. This book was authored by my mother, who has been deceased for many years. I'm so sorry. Theodore, I had no idea. Theodore waved off her apology. It's all right. When she was writing this book, she received warnings. My younger sister met an untimely death, and my father tried to dissuade her from completing it, yet she remained resolute. In truth, the book was likely never finished. My mother ended her life with a dagger on a bright afternoon. My father believed she was cursed by the gods because of this book. His voice was barely above a whisper. I don't understand why she was so fixated, so much so that she could abandon both me and my father. The wind rustled the pages, pausing briefly on one. In the sunlight, unnoticed by anyone, the white paper faintly revealed dark red text. Warning. Chapter 116, The Appointment. In the blink of an eye, the weekend arrived, marking the day for a trip to Hogsmeade. The previous night had seen a heavy snowfall. Students granted permission gathered in small groups, leaving cheerful footprints in the thick snow as they made their way to Hogsmeade. At the entrance of the Three Broomsticks, Sibylla embraced Tao Wu, whispering a location into her ear before releasing her and departing with Harry. Harry nodded silently at her and left with Sibylla. Tao Wu clutched the letter in her palm. The thick parchment swiftly dissolved into molecules in the air. It was a letter from Jacob, inviting her to the 3 broomsticks today. At the exit of the basement, Cedric awaited her, dressed in a black woolen coat that made him appear like a prince from the Middle Ages. How do we get to Hogsmeade? Cedric's eyes brightened upon seeing her as he stepped forward. Tao Wu winked at him. Hogwarts has countless secret passages leading to various places outside. This was true 100 years ago as well, though I can't quite recall where the entrance to the passage to Hogsmeade is anymore. I'm not certain which passage leads to Hogsmeade. I believe I will need this. Tao Wu retrieved the Marauder's map from her pocket and waved it at Cedric. What is this? He inquired. The Marauder's map, a brilliant invention. Holding the yellow parchment in her hand, she tapped it gently with her wand. I swear, I shall never do good deeds. This peculiar phrase elicited a puzzled smile from Cedric, and then he saw black letters gradually appear on the blank parchment. As Tao Wu unfolded the parchment, the layout of Hogwarts sprang to life before them. Cedric bent down to take a closer look. I see Professor Sprout and Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. What could they be doing in the headmaster's office? Perhaps they are holding a meeting, waiting for Professor Dumbledore to arrive, Tao Wu suggested, pointing to another spot. Yes, right here, this is the secret passage to Hogsmeade. This location was even marked on the map, inscribed with passage to Hogsmeade. One had to admit, Sirius had a certain thoughtfulness about him. Cedric seemed to catch a glimpse of something flitting across the map, and he blinked vigorously, failing to capture the anomaly. What's wrong? Are your eyes bothering you? Tao Wu asked with concern, sensing his unease. Cedric's gaze swept gently over the map before he shook his head with a smile. Nothing at all. Relying on the map, Tao Wu led Cedric effortlessly to the statue of the one-eyed witch. Is this it? Cedric lightly tapped the statue's hunched back. I pass by here every day and never realized there was a secret passage. After tapping the statue 3 times with his knuckles, it slowly shifted to the right, startling Cedric, who stammered an apology to Tao Wu. Where the old woman's hunch had been, a dark passage emerged, shrouded in shadows, with only a sliver of light illuminating the entrance. Glowing softly, Cedric's wand emitted a gentle white light as he nodded to Tao Wu and stepped into the long, dark tunnel. As she reached for the Lumos stone in her pocket, her hand slipped, sending it back to the bottom of her pocket while she followed Cedric into the passage. The tunnel was somewhat rugged. Take my hand, Cedric offered, transferring his wand to his left hand and extending his right towards Tao Wu. Illuminated by the wand's glow, she gazed at his pale, beautiful hand. Cedric felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering if he were being too forward, fearing she might reject him. Thank you, said. Tao Wu grasped his hand without reservation. His hand was as warm as he was. They held hands as they proceeded slowly, with Cedric demonstrating a knack for conversation. Unlike Newt, he wasn't socially anxious. Nor was he like the Weasley twins, who exuded social terror. He was just right, providing a pleasant and comfortable atmosphere. They chatted about many intriguing subjects. If it weren't for the beads of sweat forming in his palm, one would never suspect his well-concealed nervousness. As they reached the end of the tunnel, sounds of commotion echoed from above. Cedric handed his wand to Tao Wu, climbed the wooden ladder, and pushed the board aside with a forceful shove. A wave of sickly sweet scent flooded the tunnel as Cedric jumped out of the opening, crouching outside and extending his hand to Tao Wu. This seems to be the cellar of honeydukes. No wonder it's so sweet, Tao Wu remarked, reaching for his hand as Cedric effortlessly pulled her up. Shall we buy some sweets? Cedric inquired, his charm evident as he magically cleaned the dirt off both their clothes. Naturally fond of sweets, Tao Wu nodded in agreement. Stepping into the candy shop, which was teeming with Hogwarts students, all evidently enamored with sugary delights. A thick layer of white mist covered the windows, obscuring the view outside. But it could be surmised that it was indeed quite cold. Honeyduke's fudge, lemon drops, peach pops. The cashier, a roach-like creature, displayed an incredulous expression as she counted the sweets Tao Wu had chosen. Hesitating, she asked, Miss, do you really need to buy so many? Yes. I also need to give some to friends. Could you please ring this up for me? Tao Wu placed a jar of lemon honey on the counter. All right. That will be 52 galleons. As Tao Wu reached for her purse, Cedric had already pulled the requisite amount of galleons from his pocket and placed them on the counter, offering her a gentle smile. Let me take care of this, as a thank you for accompanying me to Hogsmeade. Tao Wu gazed at his kind and handsome face. Who could refuse such a gentle, understanding gentleman who willingly paid for their purchases? Thank you. Cedric politely thanked the cashier before lifting the bag filled with sweets. Tao Wu pushed open the heavy glass door, and the cold wind swept her silver hair, intertwining with Cedric's fingers. She retrieved a pack of lemon drops from the bag, tearing open the wrapper and popping one into her mouth. Then, she took another, tiptoeing to offer it to Cedric. He accepted the candy, his warm breath brushing against her fingertips as a sweet and tangy flavor blossomed on their lips. Not far away, in Madame Putafoot's tea shop, their sweet interaction was mirrored in the glass window. Look, isn't that Luna and the handsome Hufflepuff Diggory? Chapter 117. The sourness is overwhelming. In Madame Putafoot's tea house, with wisps of tea smoke curling in the air, the Slytherin squad sat comfortably indoors, savoring Bostonian red tea from their windowside seats. Pansy traced a cauldron on the fogged glass with her finger. The area she touched became transparent, revealing a familiar figure outside. She picked up a napkin from the table and vigorously wiped a large section of the glass to enhance visibility. She pointed outside. Look, isn't that Luna and the dashing Diggory? Draco immediately leaned forward, peering through the glass to see the girl's face glowing with joy as she raised a lemon drop to the boy's lips. He smiled tenderly at her before biting into the bright yellow candy. It was Diggory enjoying the lemon drop, yet it was Draco who felt the sourness. Blaise took a sip of his red tea, the rising steam causing him to squint. His peach blossom eyes playfully regarded Cedric and Pomona. Then he cast a contemplative glance at Draco. Theodore glanced out the window, then subtly lowered his gaze back to the book resting on his lap, seemingly unfazed, though his fingers were pressing so hard against the book's edge that they crumpled the pages. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. Astoria elegantly placed her porcelain cup into its saucer and gathered her golden tresses. What rumors? Do tell, Daphne urged, gripping the sleeve of her coat with eager anticipation. Astoria gently brushed aside her sister's hand. I heard from Hufflepuff's Hannah Abbott and Ernie Macmillan that Luna seems to be an item with upperclassman Diggory. And Vivian Dick has even chronicled their love story. Draco slammed his porcelain cup onto its saucer with a resonant clink. Pansy shot him an odd look and countered Astoria. I've seen what Vivian Dick writes. She also claimed that Furk and Umbridge, and even Professor Snape and Burns were a couple. Young and so malicious. Luna mentioned that the next pair to be arranged by Dick would be Daphne and me. Blaise raised an eyebrow at her. When did you become so chummy with Luna? Last time she saw me kick Burns into the water. And once Flint locked Abbott and Longbottom in Furk's detention room, I called Luna to let them out. Pansy fiddled with the lid of her cup. I absolutely detest Flint. That insufferable know-it-all. After he locked Abbott and Longbottom up, I went to find Luna, and it felt so satisfying to see her and Potter knock Flint's buckteeth out. Daphne poked her cheek. Not only did you deal with Flint, but you also owe Luna a favor. Aren't you afraid she'll find out your little schemes? She knows. But she doesn't care. She's genuinely good to her own. Pansy raised her cup toward Daphne. Astoria swirled her spoon in her teacup. It certainly seems like her relationship with Diggory is something special. Pansy rolled her eyes. If it is special, so be it. What does it concern you? Perhaps Luna is merely using this Hufflepuff upperclassman as a cover. Besides, with Diggory's looks, if I were a bit more formidable, I would surely imprison him for my own enjoyment. That mindset is quite perilous. Daphne raised an eyebrow and leaned in closer, whispering, Do you not fancy Theo anymore? Pansy glanced at Theodore across the table, shrugged. Luna's right. There are countless men. If one doesn't work out, we simply move on. Daphne gasped. What all has she told you? Suddenly, Draco stood up, grabbing his coat from the back of his chair. Theodore frowned, looking at him. Don't stand up. The sourness is overwhelming. Uffed. Blaise accidentally sprayed his red tea all over Daphne's face. The lovely Miss Greengrass was now splattered with tea, her carefully drawn brows and eyeliner dissolving into streaks of black water on her face. Merlin. Pansy quickly seized a clean napkin from the table to wipe Daphne's face. Glaring at Blaise, I said, Blaise, is your mouth toxic? You even managed to dissolve Daphne's waterproof eyebrow pencil. A gust of cold wind swept in, carrying snowflakes as the tea house door swung open and shut. Draco heard a familiar voice. 2 cups of red tea, 2 hot milks, and could you bring some sugar cubes? Please. Pomona tugged on Cedric's hand, who held a paper bag filled with an assortment of candies, obediently following her to the last vacant table in the center of the tea house. Draco pressed his lips together, preparing to step forward when Pansy suddenly stood up, bumping into him as she waved vigorously towards the center of the tea house. Hey, Luna. Pomona spotted her, smiled, and waved back. Pansy was indeed a clever Slytherin girl. She also noticed Draco and the others nearby. Your red tea, milk, and sugar cubes. The server carefully placed the items on the table. Thank you. But I don't particularly enjoy plain red tea or milk. Pomona combined the milk and tea, then cut a small sugar cube with a knife, adding a spoonful of honey from her bag, stirring it all together. She pushed her newly concocted drink towards Cedric. Milk tea, a new variety. Give it a try. Cedric hesitated for a moment, but then unhesitatingly took a big sip. The flavors of milk and tea intertwined, accented by the sweetness of the sugar and honey, creating a surprisingly smooth and rich taste. Quite delightful. Cedric smiled at Pomona, who was preparing a second cup of milk tea. Draco slammed his coat heavily onto the chair, striding angrily toward Pomona. What is going on? Does Luna owe him money? Daphne observed Draco's sullen expression and tugged at Pansy. Pansy shook her head, cautiously replying, Luna never borrows. She takes directly. Daphne, no need to explain that to me. The golden-haired youth strode up to the table in the center of the tea house, while Pomona, sipping her milk tea, glanced at him through the rising smoke. Draco instantly adopted a pitiful demeanor. Did you not say you couldn't come out? Why are you here with Diggory? Pomona tilted her head at him, remaining silent. I shouldn't have asked, Draco mumbled, lowering his gaze. I'm just feeling sour. Sit down. Pomona indicated an empty chair beside her, then addressed the server. Could I have another cup of red tea and milk, please? She glanced at Cedric across the table, who smiled gently in return. Her fingertips dug into her palm. Vexatious Malfoy. The golden-haired youth cradled his cup, savoring a sip of milk tea, revealing a triumphant smile. Chapter 118, Queenie Sweetheart. The gaudy clock on the wall of Madame Putafoot's tea house chimed, a wooden owl popping out of the clock box, announcing the arrival of 11 o'clock with its clear, melodic calls. It's 11. I must take my leave. I have an appointment with Sia, Pomona said, wiping her mouth with a napkin as she addressed Cedric and Draco. Cedric and Draco looked somewhat disappointed, but since Sia was a girl, it wasn't too disheartening. All right, see you tonight. I'll take your candies back to the common room. Cedric kindly handed her coat to her, then pulled a handful of lemon drops from the bag and placed them in her palm, adding, take some for Sia as well. Okay. Pomona accepted the plush coat he offered, draping it over her shoulders, waving goodbye to both of them as she exited the tea house. Outside, the snow cascaded down, swirling in the air, yet the chill was scarcely felt amidst the jubilant throng of excited students. The snow-covered ground was trampled into a muddy, dark mess. She wrapped her coat tightly around herself, her cashmere scarf enveloping her silver locks and the lower half of her face, blending seamlessly into the bustling crowd as she approached the entrance of the Pig's Head Tavern. Unlike the bustling Three Broomsticks, the Pig's Head Tavern was forlorn and neglected. Its heavy wooden door bore numerous scars from knife marks, and the wooden sign, rusted and weathered, creaked ominously in the wind. The sign depicted a bloodied pig's head, as if freshly severed, wrapped in a filthy white cloth with crimson stains seeping through. Peach Mist gazed at the ghastly image with a mix of trepidation and disbelief. Aside from a few morbidly curious souls, it was no wonder that the tavern attracted such scant patronage. One could easily surmise that its proprietor, Aberforth, relied heavily on the financial support of his brother, Albus, to scrape by. She pushed open the wooden door, and a pungent odor of mutton assaulted her senses, nearly causing her to regurgitate the milk tea she had just consumed. The window ledges were thick with dust, obscuring any hint of daylight, and only a few flickering candles provided a faint glow. The atmosphere was hushed, save for the lively strains of jazz that filled the air, mingled with the soft murmur of conversations. A beautifully crafted cocktail floated towards her, and as she pondered its sudden appearance, Bader's charming visage emerged before her, wand in hand. Welcome, Sister Luna. This is my specially concocted peach-flavored cocktail. I truly believe it's far superior to grandfather's. Do give it a taste. Peach Mist grasped the cocktail suspended in the air. You can already perform the levitation charm at just 7 years old. Bader, you are nothing short of a prodigy. She took a delicate sip of the light pink drink, reminiscent of sparkling peach soda, with a hint of cocktail aroma, surprisingly delightful. What do you think? The young lad's azure eyes sparkled with anticipation. It's absolutely exquisite, Bader. You truly are a genius. She downed the drink in one go, feeling exhilarated. Bader's eyes widened as he reached out, barely able to intervene in time. Sister Luna. Oh no, I've caused a calamity. In a flurry of confusion, he dashed further inside, calling out to the patrons, I've caused a disaster. Sister Luna drank the entire cocktail. Peach Mist followed him inside, where Cicely and Newt were seated at the bar, and Harry stood nearby, wearing a worried expression. On the wall behind the bar hung a portrait of a serene, red-haired woman, likely Aberforth's imagined vision of Ariana as she would have been in adulthood. An elderly gentleman with a mane of white hair leaned over the bar, his long white beard draping onto the tabletop, his gray coat appearing quite shabby, as though it hadn't been cleaned in ages, perfectly blending into the tavern's dismal ambience. Peach Mist recognized him as Aberforth. He bore a resemblance to his brother, yet their spirits were poles apart. Next to Newt sat an elderly woman with curly white hair, adorned with a pale pink beret, wrapped in a fuchsia coat that accentuated her graceful figure. Despite the evident wrinkles at her temples and forehead, she radiated elegance and beauty. Much like a fine wine that becomes richer and sweeter with age, time is never unkind to a beauty. You're not feeling dizzy? Cicely asked incredulously, observing Peach Mist's steady gait as she casually accepted the scarf that had been removed from her neck. Not at all, why would I? Peach Mist shook her head. The magical warmth of the tavern had made her shed her coat. Newt took the garment from her, tossing it towards a wall-mounted coat rack. where it flew gracefully onto a hook. He then introduced the elderly woman beside him. Luna, this is Queenie Goldstein, a natural legilimens. Her husband, Jacob Kowalski, whom you've met. Queenie's eyes sparkled with allure, her voice as sweet as her appearance. Just as Jacob described, you're truly lovely. He returned home the other day and mentioned how familiar you looked. It took him over 50 attempts to recall where he had seen your face. Peach Mist inquired. Intrigued. He said he saw your photograph in Newt's suitcase. Queenie beckoned her closer with a wave of her hand. As Peach Mist leaned in, Queenie's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. Jacob told me that Newt sleeps with that photograph. If anyone dares to touch it, he becomes quite frantic. I'm sorry for eavesdropping on your thoughts. I'm delighted to see you so happy. Peach Mist chuckled lightly. Thank you, Mrs. Kowalski. I truly am very happy. Just call me Queenie, she said, extending a gloved hand adorned with white lace. I've heard so much about you from Newt. You can transcend time, right? Yes, but not at this moment, Peach Mist replied as she clasped Queenie's hand. In the future, what are you two discussing? Newt leaned closer, intrigued. But their voices were too low for him to decipher. Queenie and Peach Mist exchanged knowing smiles. And she raised an eyebrow at Newt. We were discussing how Jacob greatly admires Luna, praising her bravery, cunning, and undeniable strength. That old fellow remarked that if Newt had possessed even half of Luna's prowess back in the day, he would have saved himself a considerable amount of effort in dealing with Grindelwald. Newt chuckled resignedly. I must concur with that sentiment. Chapter 119, A Meeting at the Pig's Head Tavern. Jacob had initially opposed my coming. The recent witch hunting activities have intensified, with monitoring devices set up at docks everywhere. Queenie stroked Bader's soft black hair. Fortunately, after Newt was captured by the Witch Hunting Association while saving this child, Luna's flawless intervention ensured that all leads and successes they had obtained were utterly obliterated. What does that mean? Aberforth inquired, looking up at her. Queenie furrowed her brow. Jacob's business associates mentioned that the base has made significant breakthroughs in their research on wizards, and Newt is likely the last experimental subject. They are on the verge of success. Once achieved, the wizarding world will be laid bare before them, facing a catastrophic blow. She took a sip of the whiskey in her glass, continuing, what we know is that due to Jones's narrow and selfish nature, other bases possess only incomplete data and information. All the complete information resides in Jones's base. Isn't that still extremely dangerous? Aberforth interrupted, his voice tinged with urgency as he glanced at Bader in Queenie's arms, hoping above all that this child would grow up well. Queenie swirled her drink, smiling at him. Thus, all wizards must be grateful to Luna. Had she not gone to rescue Newt, we might have already turned to dust. But the data and those ruffians remain. They could still capture another wizard and complete their objectives. Aberforth downed his drink in one swift motion, slamming the glass down heavily. Not anymore. Peach Mist hesitated before looking at Newt, ultimately closing her eyes. When she reopened them, they were filled with cold resolve. I killed them all. Time in the tavern seemed to freeze, with everyone maintaining their positions, gazing at her as the dimly lit space was filled only with the lively jazz music that continued to flow. Peach Mist had steeled herself for the inevitable backlash, perhaps expecting someone to accuse her of lacking humanity like Voldemort. Yet, no such thing occurred. In Newt's gray-green eyes, there was only profound guilt and self-reproach, perhaps chastising himself for his inability to stand alongside her in battle, leaving her to confront the blood-soaked night alone. Albus Dumbledore's astute azure eyes had not succumbed to the murkiness of age. Within them resided an unmistakable admiration, resolute ruthlessness, and a sense of grand purpose. He embodied the ideal he aspired to be, yet he remained wary of her potential to become akin to Grindelwald, the individual he most despised. Harry felt a tinge of frustration. He had heard tales of the witch hunters who had slain numerous innocent wizards, even ensnaring them through their goodwill, leading to their demise. He did not find anything amiss in Thomas's actions, merely feeling slighted that she had not included him in her latest endeavor. However, she had also left out Sia. He cast a glance at Cicely, who appeared particularly animated. Did you use my Desert Eagle? How many did you take down? 1, Talmist replied, noticing the disappointment in her eyes and adding, but it was a significant achievement. I used it to eliminate Jones, their leader. A triumphant smile spread across the brown-haired girl's face. I should have slipped the rocket launcher from the lab into your bag, with the use of the weightless extension charm. It would have been manageable, she continued, seemingly oblivious to the others. If you cast a weightless charm on the rocket launcher, it would be as easy to handle as a handgun. Of course, you wouldn't need it. You could bend rebar with your bare hands. Speaking of rocket launchers, I believe mortars are even more impressive. What components does Jacob's factory produce? Queenie, from across the table, grabbed a handful of nuts and seeds from the glass bottle in front of Albus and placed them on her table, then offered a handful to Talmist. Talmist took some seeds and dipped her finger into Cicely's cup to write a few formulas on the table, winking at Queenie. She had once heard Jacob mention that his wife was deeply enamored with Muggle culture and technology, having engaged in extensive study and research of physics and chemistry. Queenie frowned and shook her head, her face a picture of incredulity. Merlin, you are undertaking something exceedingly audacious. It is utterly absurd. This is impossible to create. And if it were, it would possess the destructive power to obliterate the entire world. Weapons may be unnecessary, but they cannot be entirely dismissed. Tao Mist waved her hand lightly, and the water stains on the table vanished in an instant. Newt, listening to their conversation, found himself utterly baffled and couldn't help but interject. Wait, what are you talking about? What laboratory, rocket launcher, and mortar? Aren't those Muggle war weapons? He turned to Tao Mist. When did you and Jacob become so close? He even spent his own money to have things manufactured for you. I am manufacturing Muggle weapons. See, his parents are experts in this field, and we have established a base on the icy plains of Finks Island, a remote location where I have still placed protective enchantments around the perimeter, Tao Mist continued, not wishing to conceal anything from Newt. Given the number and power of wizards, once the magical world is fully exposed, wizards would be as vulnerable as fish on a chopping board, susceptible to slaughter or used as test subjects. Albus furrowed his brow, looking at Tao Mist. Do you wish to exterminate Muggles like Grindelwald? No. Tao Mist shook her head. Many Muggles, like Sia's parents and Mr. Kowalski, cherish wizards and the magical world. They yearn for peaceful coexistence and hope that one day their loved ones will no longer hide in fear of being discovered. Therefore, I must negotiate with Muggle dignitaries. But the premise of negotiation is to possess equal or superior power. Otherwise, they will dismiss us, for no one wishes to heed the pleas of ants. Albus nodded. She was correct. Perhaps, in the absence of arms, an elite wizard could contend with thousands of Muggles, but under the assault of firearms. Even his brother would be but an insect. Yet he remained unconvinced. Is ancient magic not an option? I have heard Albus speak of your capabilities. Tao Mist shook her head. To be frank, I would not dare to confront a nuclear bomb directly. But I can devise a means to create a nuclear bomb that can stand against a Muggle-S bomb. Why have you not informed me of such dangerous endeavors? Everyone here is aware, yet I, along with the ever-absent Albus, am left in the dark. Newt tilted his head, sorrowful as he gazed at her. Do you not trust me? Queenie gently interjected. She does not wish to harm you. Newt remained perplexed, looking questioningly at Tao Mist. She closed her eyes. I assisted Grindelwald in his escape. I require his financial and human resources. Chapter 120. HCO was born in the leaky cauldron. The azure flames of 6 decades seemed to ignite before him once more, causing Newt's fingers to tremble as he envisioned his dear friend disintegrating into ashes amidst the blue inferno. It is quite intriguing. I once accompanied Albus to Grindelwald's rallies in my youth. He possessed a remarkable talent for persuasion. Even that old fool Albus had once loyally followed him. Convincing him to aid you is quite an accomplishment. Albus poured her a glass of whiskey. Care for a drink? Tao Mist waved her hand, pushing the glass away. I do not favor such beverages. I need a cadre of utterly loyal subordinates, and taming their leaders is the simplest approach. Indeed, it is the swiftest method. Albus turned to gaze at the portrait behind him, the cleanest item in the entire tavern, for the greater good, and to ensure that there would no longer be silent witnesses like Anna and us. Tao Mist looked at Newt as he gently reached out, his fingertips brushing her forehead. I told you, I will always stand by your side, just as Leda and Theseus will. Leda and Theseus, too? She gazed at Newt in bewilderment. He seemed to understand her confusion and smiled. In time, you will comprehend. She took note. Upon returning to the past, she would undoubtedly meet them, and even if she were to perish at Grindelwald's hands, she would still support the decision she had made. What kind of friendship was that? Queenie rapped the table, her gentle demeanor shifting to one of gravity. Although Luna obliterated Jones's base last time, buying us some time, the situation remains dire. Many of New York's key portkey locations are under surveillance. Jacob and I suspect that someone has betrayed our world to the government. There is a mole within the Ministry of Magic. Can the Ministry uncover the identity of the mole? Harry suggested. Queenie shrugged. I fear not, sweetheart. My sister once served as the president of the Magical Congress. I discussed this matter with her, and after she delicately broached it with the current president, he deemed her overly suspicious. He believes that Muggle actions stem from a few individuals violating the secrecy laws, and he does not believe there to be a traitor. Thus, Luna's method is the last remaining path for survival, yet neither side will permit such actions. They would suspect us of attempting to establish a new nation and order. The flickering flame of the oil lamp in the room cast a somber atmosphere, while a robust cello piece played on the gramophone, the heavy wooden windows muffling the howling wind and snow outside. What I am about to undertake is exceedingly perilous. Tao Mist gently tapped the rim of her glass with a spoon. So, are you all certain you wish to board my ship of thieves? There is still time to flee. Cicely splashed the boiled water from her cup onto the dirt-streaked floor, filling the empty cup with juice. I will not run. Even if you kick me off the ship, I will cling to the bottom. You cannot rid me of your company. She raised her cup toward Taomist, and then poured a glass of whiskey for Harry. I believe Harry shares my sentiments. Leaning against the bar's edge, Harry extended his right hand to accept the glass that Cicely offered, his left nail tapping against the thick glass, producing a crisp sound. He lowered his head, gazing at the slightly swaying transparent liquid in the cup, his tousled black hair obscuring the mirth in his eyes. His voice resonated with the clarity inherent in youth. Of course, from that fateful night in the room of requirement, he had become her unwavering follower. I have always said I would stand by your side. Newt, with a certain stiffness, seized the wine bottle that Aberforth was pouring and added a mere splash of whiskey into his empty glass. A mere puddle, indeed. I don't particularly enjoy this. It leaves me dizzy. He swirled the glass, bringing it to his nose for a delicate sniff, only to be met with an expression of distaste. Tawny turned to Queenie. If you and Mr. Kowalski wish to extricate yourselves, now is still the time. The situation grows increasingly dire. Perhaps our continued respite is due to the Muggle elite's lingering fear of the unknown. Their understanding of wizards has been shaped solely by the Witch Hunters Guild, and the base with the most information has been destroyed. The elegantly aged woman smiled and shook her head. Jacob and I cannot escape unscathed. Under a collapsing nest, there are no unscathed eggs. Whether Muggles obliterate the wizarding world or wizards annihilate the Muggle realm, Jacob, our children, and I shall have no safe ground. We would become each other's vulnerabilities. Only through coercing both sides to coexist in peace can we find a way forward. Luna, you are our sole option. Cicely blushed, rising on her toes with her glass aloft. The atmosphere has escalated. It would be remiss not to toast. Raise your glasses. I don't want whiskey, Tawny said, hiding her cup beneath the table and stealthily asking the nearby Bader, leaning against Queenie. Do you still have that sparkling wine? Indeed. Bader's eyes sparkled. His sister Luna adored the concoctions he created. Though their grandfather and Mr. Scamander had advised against sharing with others, Luna was no ordinary other. He retrieved a beautiful glass bottle from a nearby stool and filled Tawny's glass to the brim with the pale pink liquid. Does no one care for my opinion? Old chap, Aberforth grumbled, rapping his wand against the rim of his cup to express his indignation at being overlooked. Your opinion is irrelevant. You are a Dumbledore, and you must join us, for your brother, for your beloved grandson, for the greater good. Cicely snatched the wand from his hand and tossed it to Bader. Hey, Bader Dumbledore, catch your grandfather's wand. Aberforth, incensed, glared at her, his beard bristling as he muttered that she was more absurd than Grindelwald. Tawny glanced at Bader, who was levitating the tables with Aberforth's wand. It seems that the matter has been resolved silently. Aberforth cast a proud glance at his grandson, raising his glass. Thanks are due to Newt and Luna. Everyone lifted their cups, and Cicely nudged Tawny with her shoulder. Let us come up with a name for our organization that exudes sophistication and grandeur. Tawny pondered for a moment, glancing at Aberforth before reluctantly proposing. How about the Pig's Head Tavern Alliance? Her suggestion rendered the room silent. Facing the incredulous gazes of her companions, she drew her wand and inscribed 3 words in the air. Human Coexistence Organization. HCO, what do you think? Cicely was the first to raise her glass. To HCO, for the greater good. In the dimly lit room, amidst the flow of time, 6 glasses clinked, producing a clear sound, subtly shifting the trajectory of the world line. To HCO, Chapter 121. After this cup, there are 3 more to go. Merlin, I believe I must take my leave. Jacob is waiting for me to return for dinner. Queenie, holding the 50,000 handbag Jacob had gifted her in front of her face, cautiously made her way to the door, the wooden barrier just behind her, with Dawn awaiting just ahead. Newt approached her, attempting to persuade her to stay. Oh, Queenie, you cannot leave us 3 to face them alone. Oh no, Newt, you have 3. They have only 2. That hardly constitutes being outnumbered. I must go. Tina and her husband are visiting me and Jacob tonight. Queenie had already grasped the doorknob. No, you cannot do this, Queenie. Newt reached out, trying to detain her once more, stepping forward. With a thunderous crash, a table came hurtling toward him, mere millimeters from his fingers and toes, creating a deep arc-shaped dent in the ground upon impact. Struggling to turn, Newt glanced sideways at Cicely, who was levitating 7 or 8 cumbersome tables with her wand, her body swaying precariously as the tables followed suit. Seizing the opportunity while Newt was momentarily dumbfounded, Queenie flung the wooden door open and dashed into the biting cold, the door slamming shut behind her. Newt rubbed his temples in frustration, casting a glance at Tawny, who was crouched 5 meters away against the wall, holding a white umbrella adorned with red dots, conjured from her wand. Bader, bring the wine. Cicely shouted, waving her hand as another table soared toward Harry, who was attempting to cast a binding spell on her. Harry shattered the incoming table into splinters with a swift motion. Aberforth, witnessing the destruction of furniture, clutched his chest. Fearing he might meet his end today, yet his unruly grandson continued to cause him distress. "Sister Cicely, I'm coming," Bader exclaimed, lifting a bottle from the bar to pour for Cicely. Aberforth, one hand over his heart, seized his little rascal and kicked him into the kitchen, locking the door behind him. "You dare imprison my wine-pouring colonel, Bader Dumbledore, you despicable fiend. I shall vanquish you in the name of the moon," Cicely screeched, her wand directing 2 tables to fly at Aberforth. Protego. A transparent shield arose, and the wooden tables shattered just 5 centimeters from Aberforth's nose. He sighed in relief, pleased that his long-neglected wandless magic had succeeded, with his wand still in his grandson's possession. As Harry swung his wand again, attempting to bind Cicely, Newt shared the same intent, both unaware of Tawny, who was crouched in the corner, suddenly glancing their way. The floating tables began to revolve around Cicely, akin to planets orbiting the sun, complicating Newt and Harry's aim. Watching the cumbersome tables, Newt grew concerned that Cicely might inadvertently let them drop, endangering both Tawny and herself. He cautiously stepped forward, attempting to maneuver past Cicely to reach Tawny's side. "What are you doing?" Cicely instantly spotted him, her wand pointing threateningly in his direction. While a table sped toward him, Newt realized he had made a grave mistake. He could have easily operated away, as they were in Hogsmeade, not Hogwarts Castle. He quickly disapparated to evade the attack, reappearing beside Tawny. "Luna." Tawny looked up at him, shaking her head seriously. "I am not Luna. I am a fungus." Newt sighed. "I truly feel helpless." He had assumed she was merely pretending to be a mushroom beneath the umbrella, only to discover she was claiming to be a fungus. "No, you are not a fungus." He sighed again, trying to lift her up. "I am. Look how dirty it is here. There must be fungi growing in the corner. And since I'm here, I must be a fungus." She poked the inside of the umbrella with her finger. "See, this is my mushroom umbrella." Listening to her assertive declaration, not only did Newt rub his forehead, but Aberforth did as well, feeling personally affronted by her words. Harry, wand in hand, eyed Cicely warily, more cautious than he had ever been against Voldemort. Cecilia indeed noticed Newt behind her. She swayed slightly before turning around, her wand pointed at him. "You foul man. Keep away from Luna." The instant her wand flicked, yet another table soared through the air, just as Newt intended to defend himself like Aberforth. He saw the girl crouching beside him suddenly rise, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the heavy wooden table into splinters. Witnessing this scene, Aberforth felt a shiver run down his spine. He suddenly comprehended the plight of his brother, the poor Aberforth who faced such demons daily. Upon seeing Tao Wu standing opposite her, Cecilia's delicate face broke into a radiant smile, and the remaining wooden tables crashed down in unison, poised to crush Cecilia. With a mere flick of her finger, Tao Wu disintegrated those tables into molecules, dispersing them into the air. Cecilia opened her arms and rushed over, enveloping Tao Wu in a tight embrace, startling Newt. "Come on, my dear Luna, give me a kiss," Cecilia exclaimed, her rosy lips moving towards Tao Wu's. Quick-witted, Newt cast a Petrificus Totalis at her and swiftly pulled Tao Wu away. That was perilously close. He drew Tao Wu behind him and released Cecilia from her petrified state. Aberforth clutched his chest, roaring in anguish, "Get them both out of here, or I swear I'll hang myself at your doorstep tonight." Newt pursed his lips and ruffled Tao Wu's hair. "Shall I carry you back, Luna?" Tao Wu nodded vigorously. "Yes. Let us go back for a drink. I want a cocktail with bubbles." What on earth was happening? He squatted down, feeling a headache coming on, but fortunately, Tao Wu, after a moment of daze, climbed onto his back. As he carried her to the door, he turned back to a bewildered Harry and said, "Harry, I'll leave Cecilia in your hands." Harry, gazing at the red-eyed, deranged Cecilia, gulped nervously. He rather wished to survive the night. Upon stepping outside, Newt discovered Tao Wu indeed clung to his back like a koala, and to make matters worse, her arms were not wrapped around his neck, but were instead locked around his throat. His face flushed crimson as he struggled to articulate, "Luna, please let go. I can't breathe." Tao Wu patted his cheek. "Come on, drink this one. There are 3 more. Newt replied, "If you keep drinking, I'll jump from the astronomy tower at Hogwarts." Chapter 122. I beg you, my master. Newt painstakingly returned Tao Wu to the Hufflepuff common room. He had never felt that Hogsmeade was so distant from Hogwarts. If it were any farther, he might just perish. Aberforth and Harry were utterly unable to control Cecilia and ultimately had to summon Ariana from the portrait to call Dumbledore for assistance. Upon her arrival at the Ravenclaw Tower, she climbed onto the window, proclaiming herself a dark phoenix, and in a moment of reckless abandon, she spread her arms, preparing to leap, causing Dumbledore's heart to race. If one could chart an ECG, it would undoubtedly be filled with tiny F waves. In the end, with the help of the Ravenclaw students, Dumbledore managed to subdue her with a combination of binding and sleeping spells. Fortunately, many Ravenclaw students were diligent and had not gone to Hogsmeade, remaining in the common room to study, which allowed them to assist Dumbledore in restraining Cecilia. The Great White Wizard reflected to his brother that he had never faced such a debacle, even when contending with Voldemort and Grindelwald. Newt cradled Tao Wu into the Hufflepuff common room, where the students were still reveling in Hogsmeade, leaving the lounge eerily empty. He procured a jar of honey from the house elf in the kitchen and prepared a cup of honey water, feeding it to her slowly with a small spoon. Her cheeks flushed as she drank, her gaze shifting from a daze to clarity, though her brain still seemed to be misfiring. She reached out, placing her hands on Newt's cheeks and gently pinching them. "I want to violate you," she declared, her hands sliding down to his shoulders, forcefully pushing him back onto the sofa, supporting herself with one hand at his side, glaring at him menacingly. Newt sighed. It appeared that the honey water had little effect. He wrapped his right arm around her delicate waist, while his left slipped beneath her legs, lifting her effortlessly. He carried her into her dormitory, gently setting her on the bed. With a flick of his wand, the fire in the hearth roared to life. Tao Wu, at some point, sat up again, fixating on him. Newt approached, tucking her unruly hair behind her ear, and was met with her beaming, crescent-eyed smile. Hearing her playful voice, "Arigato," Mei Yang sang. Newt, at a loss for words, pondered who these characters were. As she fidgeted with his coat, he reluctantly cast a sleeping spell on her. He cradled her limp body carefully, tucking her into the blankets, ensuring the covers were snug around her neck, his gaze softening as it fell upon her peaceful sleeping face. With a gentle smile, he turned and left the Hufflepuff dormitory. The common room's passage opened and closed slowly. Suddenly, Tao Wu, under the influence of the sleeping spell, opened her eyes. Confused, she glanced at the flickering fire, then threw off the covers and climbed out of bed. She decided to head to the Ravenclaw Tower. She needed to find Cecilia and down 3 more drinks. The castle felt desolate, aside from the Ravenclaw scholars who might be secretly studying in the library or lounge. Students from the other 3 houses were still enjoying their joyful weekend in Hogsmeade. Dumbledore was dragged back to the Hog's Head Inn by his dear brother, who insisted on showing him the unspeakable destruction his favorite students had wreaked upon the poor little pub. Harry had likely returned to the Gryffindor dormitory for rest. His hair disheveled from Cecilia's grip, and a gray footprint marked his black robe. Tao Wu swayed as she ascended the intricate staircase, unaware of the shadowy figure lurking behind her. Just as her foot stepped around a corner in a visual blind spot, a hand suddenly reached out from behind, gripping her collarbone and shoulder with an iron grip. Reacting instinctively, she stepped back with her right foot and elbowed backward. The assailant dodged, and her right hand instinctively pushed against his arm, executing a shoulder throw that sent the attacker crashing to the ground. As the assailant's face neared the floor, he swiftly cast a spell without a wand, using the levitation charm to avert the impending collision, executing a flip in midair and landing precariously on his feet. Tao Wu looked up at the man who had suddenly appeared before her. He donned a long, flowing black coat, his hair a disheveled mess of brownish-yellow locks sprouting chaotically atop his head, resembling a tangled bundle of straw. His skin was an unhealthy pale white, yet his features were strikingly delicate and handsome. His cold gray eyes glinted with a frenzied crimson as he gazed at Tao Wu, grasping her arm, exclaiming, "I've found you. I finally found you." Tao Wu, feeling dizzy from the spinning, had consumed nothing substantial that day, only a few cocktails, causing her stomach to churn with bubbles. Drowsily, she raised her fist and struck the man squarely in the face. Caught off guard by her sudden blow, the man felt a crack as warm liquid cascaded from his nostrils, carrying with it the invigorating scent of iron. He licked the thick, crimson fluid from his tongue, his eyes gleaming with even more manic excitement. Witnessing the man gleefully lick his own blood, Tao Wu's complexion turned a ghastly white. She grasped his arm tightly and bent over, gagging a few times. The man merely smirked, his thumb and index finger pressing against her chin, forcing the silver-haired girl to face him, his hand chillingly pale, with distinct knuckles, while the other caressed her exquisite, beautiful face. "Truly exquisite. I yearn to fashion you into a delicate doll. No wonder he has chosen you." However, as the man reached towards her waist, Tao Wu slightly lifted her gaze, revealing her inebriated state. She was not lifeless, merely intoxicated. The icy caress of her jade-like hand ascended to the wrist of the hand that gripped her chin. The man leaned down to observe her, amusement dancing in his eyes, though his once gallant nose was now misaligned, lending him an absurd appearance. It seemed he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Tao Wu seized his wrist, forcefully lifting it, the sound of shattering bones resonating distinctly within the silence of the castle. The man stifled a grunt, clenching his teeth to suppress any noise. Yet, Tao Wu was far from finished. She tightened her grip on his fractured wrist, his eyes ablaze with fury, beads of sweat forming on his brow. With a swift kick to his knees, he collapsed before her, kneeling in submission. She released his incapacitated right hand, her slender fingers gliding over his throbbing neck, where he could feel the chilling breath of death. Suddenly, a hand emerged, grasping hers that held the man captive. Tom stood before her, intervening to halt her escalating force. "Do not kill him, Luna." Tao Wu, her gaze hazy, merely arched an eyebrow in silence. Tom glanced back at the prostrate man, his head bowed in a pitiful state. And for once, he displayed a rare, pleading expression towards Tao Wu. "I beg you, my lady." Chapter 123, The Most Unhinged of Hogwarts. Cedric drained his mug of butterbeer, bidding farewell to Oliver and the Weasley twins as he pushed open the door of the Three Broomsticks. A frigid gust of wind swept over him, prompting a shiver and a hasty warming charm. The dimming light of the day was overtaken by a tempestuous flurry of snow, and he donned the thick cotton gloves hanging around his neck, clutching a paper bag filled with sweets as he trudged slowly towards Hogwarts. As the last sliver of light vanished from the horizon, he returned to Hogwarts, only to find the Hufflepuff common room enveloped in darkness. His peers had yet to return. Through the staircase, he noticed a faint glow emanating from the direction of the girls' dormitory. He placed the paper bag on the common room table and made his way toward the source of the light. Upon reaching the narrow corridor, he recognized it as Tao Wu's dormitory. The door was ajar, and the crackling sounds of the fireplace drifted through the darkness, casting a warm glow in the otherwise shadowy room. Someone must have returned. He had seen Hannah and Neville at the Three Broomsticks, as well as Vivian and Ginny at Madame Putafoot's tea shop, so it was likely Luna who had come back. He gently rapped on the door. "Luna, are you there? Have you gone asleep?" No reply came, and he refrained from intruding further, merely peering through the gap to see the beds unoccupied. With Tao Wu's bed covers slightly turned back, it seemed she had returned only to leave again, likely to join Sybil from Ravenclaw. He sauntered to the sofa in the common room as the deep, sonorous chimes from the highest tower of Hogwarts resonated through the stone walls. Suddenly, a flash of white light pierced his thoughts, leaving his complexion pallid. He remembered the peculiarities of that map. He had seen a name that should not have appeared at Hogwarts, fleetingly flickering at the clock tower's location. That name was Barty Crouch Jr., a criminal who ought to be dancing with Dementors in Azkaban, a notorious Death Eater, reviled even by his own father. He had once been a student of Ravenclaw. Luna, in the company of Sybil, could be in peril. Cedric dashed out immediately. In the corridor outside the tower, blood dripped steadily onto the ground as Tom tightly held onto Tao Wu's hand. Please, perhaps due to a shared fate and similar dispositions. He could see through Barty to the version of himself that the world detested, and both he and the past Tom were the most faithful adherents of this man. Thus, Tom wished to spare him. The man on his knees abruptly raised his head, disbelief etched in his gaze as he looked at Tom, his voice trembling. "My lord, why? Why do you plead for her? You are the greatest Dark Lord." "What is she?" Tao Wu massaged her aching temples, casting a wakefulness charm upon herself. The games had gone on long enough. It was time to awaken. Clarity flooded her mind as she once again regarded the man before her. Affirming his identity, Barty Crouch Jr., one of Voldemort's most devoted followers, the most unhinged of Hogwarts. Had he already escaped? What could his purpose for coming to Hogwarts be? Tao Wu's gaze followed the grip on her wrist upwards, landing upon Tom's handsome visage. He had attacked her earlier, presumably to seize the diary. "Barty Crouch Jr.?" she inquired, looking towards Tom. Tom nodded, and Barty tilted his head back, his handsome face marred by a crooked nose. He embraced Tom with a twisted hand, seemingly oblivious to his pain, exuberant and deranged. "I have finally found you." His nosebleed smeared across Tom's attire, prompting Tao Wu to turn away in discomfort. She flexed her wrist, softly commanding, "Release him." "Do not kill him," Tom reiterated. "If I wish to kill him, could you truly stop me?" An entirely valid point, Tom conceded, loosening his grip. He retrieved his wand from Tao Wu's pocket, his elongated fingers gently lifting Barty's gaunt chin. The man on the ground, under the influence of Tom's hand, gazed up at him. Though the position was one of humiliation, Barty displayed no anger or resentment. The way he looked at Tom was filled with adoration and reverence. Tom held his wand aloft, a gentle azure glow emanating from its tip, enveloping Barty's broken nose. The blood, previously flowing in a thin stream, gradually ceased as his features returned to their former beauty. With a delicate motion, Tom elevated Barty's fractured wrist, the blue light again encasing it. Tao Wu stood aside, arms crossed, observing the two. "This is quite enough. England is indeed rife with homosexuals. It seems two random men can be paired into a couple." Tom felt the weight of her peculiar gaze. He could easily surmise the thoughts swirling in her mind. A stack of illustrated books depicting Dumbledore and Grindelwald lay locked away in the drawer, a collection they had perused together. He had no desire for her to concoct any bizarre romantic narrative involving him and Barty. Barty regarded Tao Wu with wariness. Tom was the sole beacon of faith in his chaotic world. Now, his faith was addressing the silver-haired girl before him as mistress. He loved no one in this world, loathed it for its perceived filth, and despised his father. To him, Tom was not only a kindred spirit, but also his guiding faith. I shall resurrect you. Tao Wu raised an eyebrow, the wand slipping from Tom's hand and soaring back to her grasp. The wand's tip aimed at Barty as her wrist ascended. Barty, as if throttled, was lifted into the air, his feet gradually leaving the ground, the sensation of drowning overtaking him. I do not approve of your resurrection. Barty's pale face flushed crimson as he struggled for breath, his cold gray eyes fixed on the silver-haired girl before him. Now tinged with a manic red, a power he had never witnessed, a maddening force. He did not plead for mercy nor struggle, his body trembled with excitement. Laughter escaping his throat, even as he was choked. Tao Wu withdrew her hand, and Barty fell to the ground like a discarded puppet. She shot a glance at Tom. Recalling a passage from the books about Barty, he had once proudly proclaimed that he had earned Voldemort's trust, that his bond with Voldemort was akin to that of father and son. She turned to Tom. Your wild son, you take care of it. Tom. Little Barty. Little Barty gazed into Peach Mist's eyes, his previous wariness dissipating, replaced by fervor and curiosity. He recognized that in the face of such power, he could never resurrect his faith. Moreover, his master appeared willingly to follow this young girl, seemingly having relinquished any hope of a true resurrection of the flesh. What had transpired? The castle lay empty and desolate. The bustling sounds of life drifted through the air, reaching the rooftop, where only faint laughter and playful banter could be heard. It seemed that their excursion to Hogsmeade was nearing its conclusion. The students would soon return. He could not remain here. Peach Mist addressed Tom. Tom turned to little Barty, who shrugged. I am currently hiding in your Riddle Manor. Nagini, like me, awaits you there. Peach Mist abruptly lifted her gaze to little Barty. Chapter 124, the so-called Hufflepuff. Before departing, little Barty wished, as in the past, to take the Dark Lord's hand, reverently imprinting a parting kiss upon it. This privilege belonged solely to him and Bella. Other Death Eaters were only worthy of kissing the hem of the Dark Lord's robes or the tips of his shoes. Only he and Bella could kiss the back of the Dark Lord's hand. At the moment little Barty lifted his hand, Tom anticipated his intention and glanced at Peach Mist, who stood observing them. He took a step back, evading little Barty's hand. In the past, he had perceived this as merely a sign of others' subservience and respect. Now, reflecting upon it, the act of one man kissing another man's hand seemed exceedingly peculiar. The backward step left little Barty momentarily stunned. He regarded Tom with confusion. This was merely a habitual gesture, and he could not comprehend why the soul bearing all of Voldemort's memories would resist such an action. Voldemort had once told him that the diary, as a Horcrux, contained fragments of his youthful soul. When he first learned about Horcruxes, half of his soul was placed within this diary. The Dark Lord shared all memories with his soul, telling him that should an unforeseen event occur, and his corporeal form be destroyed beyond resurrection, the soul would return to Hogwarts at a specific moment, siphoning the magic of young wizards, materializing once more into the world. Please allow me to continue following you. I am your most loyal disciple. Little Barty knelt before Tom, renewing his loyalty to the Dark Lord's essence. Tom's lips twitched slightly. Peach Mist raised an eyebrow at this scene reminiscent of a proposal. Little Barty was indeed a fascinating individual. Unlike other Death Eaters who fervently worshipped the supremacy of pure blood, he was indifferent to blood status, be it pure blood, half-blood, or muggle-born. In his monochrome world, only Voldemort was the one who bore vibrant hues, worthy of his lifelong devotion and faith. Intriguing indeed, and he possessed a countenance strikingly resembling a character from a beloved past television series. The 10th Doctor, a figure of benevolence, contrasting sharply with the mad, merciless dark wizard before him, yet sharing such a similar visage. Very well, as your master's master, I grant my consent. Though a vassal's vassal is not truly my vassal, he must heed my words now. Peach Mist nudged little Barty's knee as he knelt. You may depart. Little Barty looked to Tom, who nodded slightly. The young Dark Lord's gaze met his, a current of unspoken understanding flowing between them. He rose, a faint glimmer of white light merging into his body at the knee. Even after many years away from this castle, little Barty was intimately familiar with it. After Peter Pettigrew betrayed the Order of the Phoenix to align with Voldemort, he had informed him of the secret passages explored by James Potter and Sirius Black within Hogwarts to curry favor. As he turned into the corridor on the 3rd floor from the Clock Tower's passage, his keen ears caught the sound of hurried footsteps and the heavy breathing of a young boy running. Little Barty halted, positioning himself at the corner of the staircase leading to the 3rd floor, his form concealed by shadows cast by the light. Like a venomous serpent, he lay in wait for his prey. The boy's tousled black hair flew about as he ran, Pausing briefly on the third floor to wipe the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, his chest rising and falling rapidly, exuding vibrant vitality. He cast a fleeting glance towards the shadowed corner of the stairs above before averting his gaze, his hand instinctively clenching into a fist to steady his racing heart. Expressionless, he walked away from the corridor, heading towards the opposite end of the third floor. Little Barty remained there, watching the boy depart, filled with a desire to witness his downfall. Cedric reached the end of the third-floor corridor, racing towards the headmaster's office. He was uncertain of his ability to confront an adversary like Barty Crouch Jr., but Dumbledore surely could. However, the empty headmaster's office delivered a harsh blow. Dumbledore was not in Hogwarts, and Cedric had no knowledge of his whereabouts. He faintly heard the sounds of merriment from the first floor. Realizing that the students had returned from Hogsmeade, while a ruthless criminal lurked within the castle, poised to reveal his fangs at any moment. It was too late to seek out Professors Scamander and Sprout. His wand was raised. Expecto Patronum, a swan, glowing with a gentle blue-white luminescence, emerged from the tip of his wand, flapping its wings and circling Cedric. Memories of seeing Professor Scamander and Sprout discussing a massive mutated mandrake in the transparent greenhouse flooded his mind. The swan let out a long call, flying around Cedric before heading towards the headmaster's office. Cedric gripped his wand tightly, stepping out of the office with determination. He cast a silencing charm upon himself and descended the staircase from the other side. He was unsure if little Barty still lingered at that corner, and he needed to investigate. As he reached the bottom of the staircase, his heart raced. He was merely an ungraduated student. Fear and dread of death gripped him. His palms slick with clammy sweat, his shirt dampened by cold perspiration. Cedric stood at the top step, and there he saw the villain, little Barty, lurking in the shadows. Back against the wall, gazing up at him with a deranged, cruel smile. Run! Every fiber of his being screamed in alarm. He should flee immediately. Little Barty did not immediately launch an attack. The corridor echoed with cheerful humming, presumably from a younger girl passing by. Cedric's pupils dilated as little Barty gestured for silence, then produced a wand from his pocket. He meant to kill that child. Expelliarmus. Cedric acted without thinking, his wand sweeping forth, the red disarming spell hurtling towards little Barty. Little Barty easily deflected the attack. He was not Harry, and the disarming spell lacked the potency of a cannon. Little Barty smiled at him, shaking his head with audacity. Cedric braced himself against the railing and leaped down to the lower staircase. He needed to ensure that child escaped quickly. A curse struck his ankle, sending him tumbling down the stairs, crashing heavily onto the floor of the corridor below. A first-year Slytherin girl stood before him, gazing at him in terror. The girl hesitated for a few seconds, recognizing him, and moved to assist him, but Cedric, gritting his teeth against the pain, shouted at her, "Don't come over. Go find your professor, anyone." Cedric, in the eyes of all, epitomized the essence of Hufflepuff. He was undoubtedly a paragon of virtue. The girl held no doubts about him, for the keen insight of Slytherin informed her that this senior was protecting himself. Little Barty descended the staircase slowly, a cruel smile adorning his face, each step echoing like a harbinger of doom. Cedric called out to the girl, urging her to flee. Her complexion drained of color as she yearned to assist this kind-hearted senior. No girl at Hogwarts could resist the charm of Cedric Diggory. Yet her instinct for self-preservation prompted her to take a step back and turn towards the staircase. She was acutely aware of the malevolent creature lurking in the inky darkness of the corridor. She wished to survive. The wind howled in her ears, accompanied by Cedric's anguished cries. "Run! Do not look back!" A blinding flash of green light flared behind her, and then silence enveloped her. Instinct propelled her forward. Tears were left trailing behind. How foolish they were, those Hufflepuffs. Chapter 125. I believe he can still be saved. Newt and Sprout watched as the swan before them transformed into glimmering specks of white light, dissipating into the night's storm. Exchanging a glance, they promptly set aside the mandrake they had been studying, grasped their wands, and made their way to the castle. In the fleeting moment before the green light struck him, Cedric contemplated sending his Patronus to meet Luna instead, but he could not. He had to alert the professors that fiend must not be allowed to wreak havoc at Hogwarts. As he returned to the fourth-floor staircase from the headmaster's office, he had already resolved to use his own flesh and blood to delay little Barty, buying precious time for the professors to arrive. At the moment the green light collided with him, he felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, little Barty had encountered him and not Luna, and thankfully the first year had escaped. He had bought them time, and the swan had found Professor Scamander. When Professors Newt and Sprout reached the third-floor corridor, it was eerily silent, with Cedric lifelessly sprawled upon the floor. The window of the corridor was slightly ajar, and the biting wind, laden with snow, rushed in, stirring the hem of the boy's cloak, while his yellow Hufflepuff scarf fluttered about. His gray eyes were wide open, pupils dilated, devoid of their usual gentle glow. A solitary tear slipped from the corner of his eye, dissipating in the frigid air before it could reach his temple. He clutched a lemon drop in his palm, perhaps squeezed too tightly, for the candy had begun to melt and deform, leaving a sticky residue of bright yellow in his hand, the sweet and sour taste turning bitter on this night. Said. Professor Sprout dashed to his side, kneeling to support his body. Newt crouched beside him, examining his form, then gravely shook his head at Professor Sprout. He is gone. Who could have done this? Who could so cruelly take the life of this child? Professor Sprout's eyes brimmed with tears as she uttered these words through gritted teeth. It was the killing curse. Newt's wand pressed against Cedric's still heart, confirming the cause of death. The wind whistled through the window's crack, and Newt's gaze fell softly upon that gap. Someone had infiltrated Hogwarts. Peach Fogg, clutching her diary, made her way to the basement. Approaching the fork leading to the Slytherin dormitory, where Snape appeared to be in conversation with Draco and Theodore. Suddenly, a panicked Slytherin girl collided with her from behind. Offering no apology as she hurried towards Snape, the girl pushed past Draco and Theodore, grasping Snape's long cloak, gasping as she cried, "There are bad people in Hogwarts. On the 3rd floor, Diggory Sr. let me escape." Snape recognized the girl as Edith Selwyn, a first year from a pure-blood Slytherin family. What has happened to Cedric? Peach Fogg had reached Edith, grasping her arm. Edith struggled to compose herself. Every moment of panic delayed the time Cedric could be saved. The distinctive silver hair and blue eyes of Edith made her realize that she was being held by the formidable Hufflepuff, Luna. "Luna, it's too late. You must go with Professor Snape to save Diggory." Without hesitation, Snape glanced at Peach Fogg. "We must go at once." Draco and Theodore exchanged glances, swiftly following. "Luna." Newt spotted Peach Fogg, shaking his head at her. "We have arrived too late." Draco gazed at Cedric, who lay motionless. The boy with whom he had shared tea that very morning at Madame Putafoot's, now reduced to a cold corpse. His hands trembled uncontrollably. This was his first true confrontation with death. Edith's face was pale. As she departed, she had already feared the outcome Cedric would face. Yet she clung to a sliver of hope that perhaps she could have alerted Professor Snape in time to save him. The cause of death? Snape approached Newt, furrowing his brow as he looked at Cedric. Newt, grave in demeanor, replied, "The Avada Kedavra curse. A single strike was fatal." A soft sobbing echoed from behind Snape. The young girl clutched her headmaster's cloak, her eyes red-rimmed, guilt and sorrow etched upon her face, drowning in profound remorse. Yet, even if given another chance, she would make the same choice, for she dared not face such a monster. The old bat gently tugged at his cloak, attempting to reclaim his hem, but the girl held onto his garment tightly. Observing her tear-streaked face, he sighed and allowed her to cling to him. "Edith, tell me what transpired." The girl sniffled. "I overheard the older students discussing the Boggett incident and thought to sneak into Professor Lupin's office to take a look, and then..." She pointed towards the staircase. "Right there, Diggory Sr. fell. He appeared gravely injured, urging me to run. I surmised there must be something terrifying inside. I was utterly frightened. So I turned and fled." As Edith recounted her tale, her guilt grew heavier, tears streaming down her face like a relentless flow of water. Peach Fogg was astonished that Slytherin could nurture such a morally conscious child. In truth, her actions were not misguided. She had swiftly deduced the correct course of action in response to her senior's instructions and sought out the strongest ally she could find in Professor Snape. Had she chosen to stay, it would have simply led to double tragedy. Peach Fogg regarded Cedric's pallid visage, fully aware that this was the handiwork of little Barty, who had crossed paths with Cedric upon leaving Hogwarts. She approached Cedric's right side and addressed Professor Sprout. "Professor, please step aside." Professor Sprout, knowing of her close bond with Cedric, took her hand, tears glistening in her eyes, shaking her head. "Luna, do not be too sorrowful." Professor Sprout yielded the space beside Cedric, and Peach Fogg knelt there, sensing the worried gazes of everyone upon her, save Snape. Were they concerned she might be too distressed? She unbuttoned Cedric's coat and shirt, exposing his chest. "I believe he can still be saved." Chapter 126. Arise, my beloved. Struck by the killing curse. A person dies instantaneously. There is no hope for salvation, for it stands apart from other spells, lacking a counter curse. Snape crouched down across from Cedric, gently touching his hand. Perhaps it was due to the chilling wind that had seeped in, but Cedric's hand felt cold and stiff, devoid of any signs of life. "Stop indulging in foolish fantasies." Snape's voice was as frigid as the depths of winter, and he cast a cold glance at the girl named Peach Mist, contemplating whether she was perhaps suffering from hysteria. Peach Mist did not respond to Snape's biting sarcasm. Instead, her fingertips glided slowly over Cedric's bare chest, eventually finding the spot where his heart lay. Her index finger gently tapped 3 times, and a faint white orb of light emerged from the heart, winding its way through her fingers before dissipating into delicate strands of light. Warm, red luminescence began to gather in her palm, softly covering the area where Cedric's heart resided. While with her other hand, she tapped his forehead with her wand. "Rise, my beloved." "What?" Newt, Draco, and Theodore all turned to her in astonishment, bewildered by the notion that Cedric Diggory had become her beloved. It was hard to fathom how Cedric would react to such a declaration. Surely, if he were to hear it, he would blossom into the cheerful, sunny boy they all knew. Snape, unable to bear the sight, covered his eyes and forehead with his hand. Cedric's fingers trembled, and he suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, gasping for air. The frigid air that filled his lungs provoked further violent coughing. As blood flowed anew through his veins, the pallor of his face gradually returned to a slight hue, and his previously purplish lips shifted back to their natural soft pink. His dilated pupils began to focus once more. He beheld the gray ceiling and the face of the girl he cherished. The throbbing of his heart and the sharp pain in his ankles clearly signaled that he was not in heaven. He had not yet departed from this world. "Luna." He gazed into the girl's concerned eyes, struggling to articulate words, his throat feeling as if it had been sliced by shards of glass. "It's all right now," said. Peach Mist squeezed his cold hand, transferring warmth and strength to him. Snape looked on in disbelief at the revived Cedric, the recent events crashing into his mind like waves, reshaping his understanding. This was the second individual, aside from Harry Potter, to survive the killing curse. Professor Sprout and the two boys from Slytherin stood agape, watching Cedric's chest rise and fall. In their understanding, no one struck by the killing curse could possibly survive, not even Harry Potter. The only reason the young savior had lived through the green light was that his mother, Lily, had shielded him with her love. Yet Cedric had been genuinely struck by the killing curse. He had been dead. Snape's mind raced with various possibilities, each one swiftly dismissed. This was an occurrence that defied all logic. Could she have truly discovered a counter-curse for the killing curse? "Professor, do you have any restorative potions?" Peach Mist extended her hand towards Snape, interrupting his mental turmoil. He lifted the billowing folds of his bat-like robes, retrieving a vial of green potion from his inner pocket and handing it to her. "Have you discovered the counter-curse?" "Not a counter-curse," she replied, gripping the potion bottle with both hands as she supported Cedric's shoulders, helping him to sit up and resting his head against her shoulder. With one hand, she twisted open the potion's cap and tilted the vial to Cedric's lips, allowing the green liquid to flow gently into his mouth. "Why is that?" Snape inquired, observing Cedric's condition improving with each sip of the potion. At that moment, his thirst for knowledge reached its zenith. Cedric caught sight of Edith behind Snape, desperately clutching the hem of Snape's robe. "Professor, I saw a cough." Speaking was a Herculean task for him. Snape regarded the fabric clutched in Cedric's hand with exasperation, wondering why both he and Cedric seemed intent on ruining his clothing. However, he refrained from scolding the injured boy. "I encountered young Barty Crouch." Cedric exerted great effort to complete the sentence. "He escaped from prison. I must notify the Ministry of Magic shortly." Snape appeared unfazed. Individuals like Barty and Bellatrix never surprised him, regardless of their actions. He remained resolute, turning to Peach Mist. "It is impossible for anyone to survive a direct hit from the killing curse. I placed a spell on Cedric, a sudden inspiration I had while studying Muggle medicine. When the killing curse strikes, its essence lies in the heart being overwhelmed by immense magical energy, causing it to cease beating instantaneously, resulting in immediate death." Her fingertips glowed with a soft white light as she demonstrated the spell to Snape. "I overheard Fred mention that during divination class. Professor Trelawney had foretold a calamity befalling Cedric, so I cast this spell on him." Cedric blinked, recalling that the eccentric teacher had indeed made such a prediction, though he had paid it little mind at the time. Did she remember it out of concern for him? Peach Mist, unaware of Cedric's inner thoughts, continued her explanation to Snape. "Once struck by the killing curse, this spell rapidly unfolds from the heart, enveloping and protecting it, temporarily halting its function and creating a state of apparent death. However, it must be terminated within 2 hours, or that apparent death will become true death." Snape understood. It was not a counter curse, but a passive magic that activated when one was struck by the killing curse. It sounded promising, yet its essence remained a defensive mechanism that thwarted the killing curse, akin to a deceptive ploy to confuse enemies. Snape felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for a genuine means to revive those slain by the killing curse. "Barty has escaped. Hogwarts is once again in jeopardy," Professor Sprout lamented. "Let us get Cedric to the hospital wing for a thorough examination." "Has Hogwarts ever been safe?" Newt's question resonated with gravity. Peach Mist smirked slightly, noting that while Barty had indeed fled, he likely faced dire consequences. Her statement remained unfinished. The magic had not been cast upon Cedric, but rather, it had been placed on Barty's knee. The moment he attempted to use the killing curse, the magic would trigger, swiftly safeguarding his opponent's heart. Moreover, he would endure excruciating torment for casting such a curse. Barty Crouch scrambled back to the Riddle house, his clothes soaked with sweat in the frigid air, his heart feeling as if it had been crushed and twisted, a relentless cycle of agony. In the empty house, he lay on the floor, despairing and gasping for breath. Like a dying fish. Chapter 127, The Longbottoms. I think we must send this child to St. Mungo's for further treatment. Madame Pomfrey carefully examined Cedric's injured ankle, finding that the bones had been shattered by the foul curse. Madame Pomfrey felt utterly exhausted. The workload in the hospital wing had become overwhelming over the past 2 years. Snape was no better off, spending sleepless nights brewing potions, appearing in class with dark circles under his eyes. What once brought him joy had turned into a source of dread. Any passion transformed into work could no longer be cherished. I really don't think a trip to St. Mungo's is necessary. I feel fine now. Cedric was reluctant to trouble the professors with a hospital visit, harboring a small selfish hope that if he stayed in the hospital wing, Luna would come to visit him often. Madame Pomfrey resolutely refused him, saying, "That is out of the question, my dear child. You must understand that you have been struck by a killing curse, not a disarming spell. You are required to go to St. Mungo's, where superior medical facilities await." She tossed a pouch of white powder to Snape, instructing, "Severus, I kindly ask you to escort Mr. Diggory to St. Mungo's along with Professor Scamander. Turn right upon exiting. The fireplace at the end of the corridor connects to the Flu network, allowing direct access to St. Mungo's." Professor Sprout patted both Snape and Newt on the shoulder, stating, "Cedric is in your capable hands. I shall report this matter to Dumbledore." She cast a glance at Pomona, placing a hand over her heart. Thank Merlin, Luna believed Sybil's prophecy. Cedric's ankle was severely injured, rendering him incapable of walking. Newt had just carried him over, but he himself was still recovering from a significant injury. Pomfrey's gaze shifted to Snape. Snape, arms crossed, was not fond of such close contact with others. Suddenly, he recalled the day he and Sirius were attacked by a venomous tentacula, and what Harry had done for them. He pulled out his wand. However, just as he uttered the first half of the incantation, Madame Pomfrey interrupted him sternly. "You cannot use the levitation charm. Severus, he is gravely injured." Under the watchful eye of this dedicated healer, Snape lowered his wand and cast a dark glance at Draco, gesturing dramatically behind him. "Draco, you shall carry Diggory." Draco responded incredulously, "Excuse me?" Reluctantly, under Snape's menacing gaze, Draco hoisted Cedric onto his back, vowing to complain to his father about Snape the next holiday. The white powder sprinkled down, and the blue flames in the fireplace roared up and extinguished, instantly transporting them to the hall of St. Mungo's. "Hello, Mr. Scamander." "Long time no see," greeted a woman clad in a white coat and adorned with a golden and silver wreath. Pomona noted her name tag read, Melian Mistral, healer at St. Mungo's. "Good evening, Mistral," Newt replied in greeting. "My student has been struck by a killing curse. I need to take him to the curse-damage department for treatment." Melian covered her mouth, her gaze towards Cedric turning tender and compassionate. She hurried ahead to guide them smoothly to the 5th floor. After handing Cedric over to the doctors there, they completed a thorough examination and informed him that there were no life-threatening issues. He simply needed time for his foot to heal. Cedric lay quietly in the ward, listening to the doctor speak, yet his gaze lingered on Pomona behind the doctor. He realized it would be a long time before he could see her again. He refrained from asking her to visit often, as it was his nature to avoid causing trouble for others. Pomona left him a two-way mirror, saying she feared he might be bored and could call her anytime. Newt rubbed his temples in frustration, pondering how many two-way mirrors she had given away. "Why do you call Cedric my love?" He couldn't resist asking as they left the ward and headed downstairs. It tormented him. Behind him, Draco and Theodore perked up their ears. As Scamander, the good-hearted one, asked what they dared not. A line from a novel by Vivian. "I find it quite amusing," Pomona shrugged. "Indeed, it is from a novel, but not one by Vivian." Newt pressed his lips together, fully aware of Pomona's nature, an unabashed flirt, yet he was unwilling to relinquish her, merely anxious about being abandoned. "Do you like him?" he inquired softly. Pomona stood on her tiptoes, whispering in his ear, "Liking him does not hinder my affection for you." Her warm breath brushed against his earlobe, each word sending shivers to the depths of his heart. He was always so easily undone by her teasing words. Suddenly, Snape halted in his tracks. Through the large glass windows, he observed the healer, adorned with a golden and silver wreath, patiently comforting two familiar faces, Frank and Alice Longbottom. Neville's parents, heroes of the Order of the Phoenix. It had been many years since he had seen this couple. He had only heard of them through the papers. The horrors inflicted by Bellatrix and Barty due to Voldemort's demise driving them to madness. Under the soft glow of the lights, they engaged in a game typically enjoyed by young children, following Melian's guidance. Snape unconsciously moved closer to the door. He also spotted Neville, who had come to visit his parents for the weekend. The boy's youthful innocence had completely faded. He followed his parents, patiently tidying up the toys they had damaged. His gaze towards them was gentle, yet fragmented. Neville performed a few tricks he had learned from the twins, eliciting hearty laughter from his parents. He tenderly changed his father's soiled shirt, squeezed ketchup on him, and gently combed his mother's long hair, pinning a shiny hairpin in Alice's locks. Grandma says Mommy loves pretty things the most, Snape observed as Alice grasped Neville's hand, looking around cautiously. She pulled out a piece of shimmering, multicolored wrapping paper from her pocket, stealthily pressing it into Neville's palm. In her mind, this glowing paper was a precious item, meant for her most beloved. Even in her lost state of memory and sanity, her instinct compelled her to reserve the finest for the one she loved most. Neville stood there, clutching the paper in his palm, gazing at his mother's beaming face, overwhelmed with emotion. Snape quietly stood outside the door, suddenly recalling an afternoon many years ago when his father drunkenly returned home, raising a bottle to strike him, only to have his typically meek mother shield him, sustaining a grievous injury. He seemed to understand Lily at that moment. He closed his eyes, a single tear slipping down, gently wiped away by his finger, leaving no trace. Chapter 128, Excruciating Torment. In the dark of the Riddle house, Barty was writhing on the floor, struggling, his face shifting from crimson to ashen. The ground beneath him soaked with sweat. He had endured 2 hours of excruciating torment, akin to what the Longbottoms had faced. Flickers of white light danced before his eyes, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness, only to be jolted awake by overwhelming pain. His hands were utterly incapacitated. He could not even lift his wand to grant himself relief. Previously, Voldemort's Cruciatus curse had only brought him pleasure. Each seemingly punitive encounter had been a reward. But this time, the Cruciatus curse made him truly comprehend what it meant to suffer agonizing torment, to be caught between the desire to live and the wish to die. A massive serpent slithered down the staircase from the second floor, hissing as it approached Barty. "Nagini, I beg you, kill me," he cried out, blood seeping from his mouth as he bit his tongue in desperation. Nagini circled him, her golden eyes fixed upon him. Without Voldemort's command, she would not harm Barty. The doorknob rattled, but Barty remained oblivious. However, Nagini sensed it keenly. She glided towards the door, coiling up, her long body encircling the doorframe, her head raised, poised to strike any intruder that dared to enter. With a click, the door swung open, revealing the elderly housekeeper, awakened by the strange sounds from within. As he approached with a lantern, Nagini opened her gaping maw, prepared to sever his head. Yet, a red curse struck her serpent head, sending her flying across the room. The housekeeper, witnessing the gigantic serpent soaring out of the window and a peculiar man writhing on the darkened floor, let out a scream and fainted. Upon returning from St. Mungo's, Peach Mist hurried to tidy up, her magic instantly propelling the unconscious butler onto the sofa within the room. Nagini, with her heightened senses, detected the encroaching danger and, before Peach Mist could enter, had coiled around Little Batty, suspending him from the ceiling. Upon entering, Peach Mist found neither Little Batty nor the massive python that was once Bader's mother. Her gaze fell upon a dark pool of water on the floor, her expression clouded with foreboding. Tom stood beside her, perhaps having relinquished hope of escape from this place. Peach Mist scrutinized his face before casting her eyes upwards, where nothing awaited them but a tattered spider web. "They might be upstairs," Tom suggested, moving toward the staircase. Suddenly, Peach Mist's demeanor shifted to one of ferocity. Her right hand gripped his throat, pinning him against the wall. "Tom, it is my indulgence that has led you to dare play tricks before me." "Luna, I do not comprehend what you are insinuating," Tom replied, a forced smile gracing his handsome features as he feigned innocence. Peach Mist pressed her wand against his throat. "You secretly relocated Little Batty and lifted the Cruciatus curse from him, Tom. You have betrayed me." Her fingers tightened further, and Tom felt the onset of asphyxiation. He could not bear the thought of Little Batty's demise. He craved the mindless adoration and belief that only Little Batty and Bella could provide. He was equally unwilling to face his own end. "Luna," his voice, caught in his throat, was hoarse yet plaintive, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears as one fell, tracing a path down his cheek to land upon Peach Mist's wrist. Tom excelled at beguiling others with his striking visage. As Peach Mist released her grip, Tom exhaled in relief, believing she had chosen to overlook his transgressions. A stark red-purple mark now adorned his pale neck. He touched it, mustering the emotion to plead with Peach Mist. "Luna, do you see this mark upon my neck?" Peach Mist cast a fleeting glance, devoid of the concern he hoped to evoke, and with a flick of her wrist, sent Tom crashing to the floor. She approached him, wand in hand. "Tom, I have made it abundantly clear, I detest traitors." From her frigid gaze, Tom glimpsed annihilation. He yearned for life, even if it meant enduring each day as a mere specter. "I did not betray you. It was Nagini who took him. I merely wished to spare their lives." After a moment of contemplation, Tom invoked Nagini, revealing a secret gleaned from his diary hidden in Peach Mist's pocket. His pet snake had borne a child with Dumbledore's nephew. He gambled on the notion that Peach Mist would spare Nagini due to bait her. Peach Mist crouched before him, pinching his gaunt chin between her thumb and forefinger, her voice devoid of warmth. Then, let it be you who endures the Cruciatus curse left unfinished. Tom cast his eyes downward, refraining from replying. He recalled how, during each instance of punishing Little Batty and Bella with the curse, they appeared almost exhilarated, suggesting the pain was not unbearable. He had not witnessed Little Batty's desperate pleas for death, nor the Lunbaten's deranged behavior. The wand pressed against his Adam's apple caused Tom to gulp audibly, his throat constricting violently. Peach Mist lowered the wand gradually until its icy tip prodded at his heart. A slight bend of her index finger unleashed a curse akin to a green lightning bolt, striking directly at Tom's heart. Unlike Omenes, who remained tethered to his diary, Tom now possessed a corporeal form. His heart felt as though a sharp drill were mercilessly boring into it, peeling away layers of pericardium and valves, tearing apart myocardial fibers. The immense agony compelling him to excavate his heart from his chest. His bones felt as if they were being sheared. A phantom tube piercing through the periosteum to siphon marrow, sending pain coursing along his nerves to his brain, threatening to shatter his sanity. Every cell screamed in agony. His body convulsing on the floor, physiological tears welling in his eyes as he struggled to breathe, his lips turning a deep shade of purple. Even the simplest sounds eluded him, his complexion pale as death, beads of sweat transforming into droplets that dampened his dark hair. He comprehended now what true Cruciatus felt like. Regret filled him. He should never have saved Little Batty. Luna. He finally grasped the hem of her skirt, his feeble voice exuding a pitiful plea. Have you come to realize your mistake? I understand now. Tom managed to force a compliant smile. My mistress. Peach Mist caressed his face, withdrawing her wand. And Tom collapsed to the ground, gasping for the musty air of the room. There will be no next time. Chapter 129, The Ugly One. Could you please keep the light off? Tom lay sprawled on the floor, arms outstretched, beads of sweat crystallizing in the cold air, while strange noises emanated from above. His complexion, having regained a hint of color, swiftly soured again, as he had been so preoccupied with Little Batty that he nearly forgot such a crucial matter as the Cruciatus. He dared not glance at Peach Mist, silently praying she had not detected his anxiety. Unbeknownst to him, Peach Mist smirked from a vantage point he could not see, twirling her wand as she inquired in a light tone, Tom, is there something you wish to share with me? Her sudden question tightened Tom's chest, and beads of sweat began to form anew. After a moment's deliberation, he resolved to speak. Yes. Peach Mist stood beside him, looking down expectantly. Help me up, Luna. He extended his right hand toward her, utterly drained and unable to rise unaided. I can show you. Peach Mist rolled her eyes at his feeble demeanor and, with a flick of her wrist, hoisted the frail Dark Lord from the ground. Tom leaned against her, hands pressed against his heart. His once handsome face now as pale as parchment, his striking brows furrowed, eyes tinged with a hint of red, still damp from recent tears. He resembled a fragile willow, evoking the sentiment that one could not help but exclaim, indeed, it is true. Tom appeared as though he might collapse at any moment, clutching the banister as he slowly ascended the stairs. He opened the second room on the right on the second floor, stepping into a pitch-black void, hesitating at the threshold. Why not turn on the light? Peach Mist gestured toward an oil lamp hanging on the wall. Tom glanced at her, hesitated, and finally seized the lamp, igniting the wick with a spell. Then why not cast your Lumos? His reasoning struck Peach Mist, who waved her wand, illuminating the room with a brilliant white light. Tom cast a glance at the dimly glowing oil lamp in his hand, feeling a wave of inadequacy wash over him. In the center of the wooden floor lay a peculiar being, resembling a newborn infant, its body a pale red, skin wrinkled, devoid of hair atop its bald head, and its facial features grotesquely deformed, contorted upon a visage reminiscent of a chrysanthemum. Though its size mirrored that of an infant, it lacked the smooth, plump skin characteristic of one, its flesh tight against its bones, ribcage clearly discernible, arms and legs as thin as sticks. The sight was truly beyond description. Peach Mist turned to the striking youth beside her, then back to the grotesque creature on the floor, which stirred slightly, eliciting a more profound sense of disgust. Had she known, she would have refrained from allowing Tom to light the lamp. The illumination was a disservice to her eyes. Ugly one, could you please keep the light off? She jabbed her elbow into Tom's side, her eyes glinting with mockery. This is you. Tom, enough already. It only deepens my inferiority. Tao Wu gazed at the grotesque form of Voldemort lying on the ground, realizing why little Barty and Nagini had taken up residence here. They were safeguarding this entity. Had she not followed little Barty to the Riddle House, she would have entirely forgotten that Voldemort possessed a corporeal form. During the Triwizard Tournament next year, Peter and little Barty would manipulate the goblet of fire into a portkey, transporting Harry to this very spot to truly resurrect Voldemort using this abomination. She crouched beside the creature, prodding its abdomen with her wand, flipping it over to reveal its hideous visage. Its lizard-like eyes glared at her with unbridled hatred, as if harboring immense resentment, and it emitted a harsh, discordant sound. A deceiver. This must be the one that had once belonged to Quirrell. Somehow. Only Quirrell was sacrificed while he managed to escape. Is this the true form? Tao Wu glanced up at Tom, who seemed to recognize her, immediately denouncing himself as a deceiver, just as his soul had done upon their first encounter. Tom reluctantly nodded, his gaze fixated on the repulsive creature on the ground. Unwilling to admit that it was indeed himself, the former version of himself had never cared for appearances. He cast a sidelong glance at Tao Wu, reflecting on the adage that proximity to beauty often leads to vanity. The creature lying on the ground felt Tao Wu's formidable power, cursing little Barty for his unreliability, having left him stranded here in his flight. Do you share memories? Tao Wu inquired. No, since dying at Potter's house, we have not shared any recollections, Tom replied, shaking his head. I can merely claim to be an ordinary boy with Voldemort's memories. Tom was skilled in sophistry, and his assertion sounded quite plausible. After being separated from Voldemort, he had remained in the diary, untouched by blood. Yet, his heart mirrored that of Voldemort's. Had the diary not fallen into Tao Wu's hands, her overwhelming power would have crushed him, and he would likely have, as in the original tale, utilized Ginny to unleash the basilisk upon students and then ruthlessly murdered her. He too harbored malevolent intentions. Tao Wu raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond to his words as she scrutinized the creature, her wand resting lightly upon its chest. The wand began to glow, and the creature emitted a piercing scream, flailing its spindly arms in a futile struggle, akin to a drowning individual adrift in the sea without a life preserver. Tom stepped forward in alarm, but was halted by her command. Do not approach. The wand acted like a straw, incessantly siphoning the creature's magic and life force. Its cries transformed from shrill and piercing to feeble and weak, the frantic flailing of its arms diminishing until they faded into nothingness. Tom watched in horror as he witnessed a part of himself perish before his eyes. The true form was dying. A flicker of delight sparked within him. Now he was truly Tom Riddle, the one and only Tom Riddle. The fear of Tao Wu discovering his true form vanished entirely, and his excitement caused his arm to tremble slightly. With a gentle flick of her finger, the lifeless body on the ground ignited, and moments later, it disintegrated into tiny sparks that vanished into the air. Thus, even if little Barty found other Death Eaters, deprived of the fundamental tools for resurrection, they would forever be unable to resurrect the true Voldemort. Now, only the loyal Tom Riddle remained. Her Tom Riddle. She lightly tapped her glowing wand against his forehead, a surge of power and vitality that once belonged to him coursing into his being. I've enhanced your attributes, but I shall not grant you true resurrection. You still need to rely on the diary. Currently, Tom's physical manifestation could not stray from the diary for more than an hour, necessitating that he remain close to Tao Wu or within the confines of the diary. Fragments of disjointed memories flooded his mind as the magic surged, and he seemed to glimpse a familiar figure within those alien recollections, fixating on Tao Wu's silhouette. It was you who stuffed my mouth with mud 2 years ago. Chapter 130, Obsessive Infatuation. Tonight, apart from the busy town master, others also found themselves unable to sleep soundly. The arrival of little Barty had triggered a series of chain reactions. He had come to Hogwarts intending to reclaim the soul of the grotesque creature from the Riddle House. The outcome, however, was that he had led Tao Wu directly to the Riddle House, ultimately presenting the true Voldemort to Merlin. One wonders if he would regret this outcome to the point of banging his head against the ground like the house elf Dobby. Following his return from St. Goma, Snape did not return to his quarters for rest. Instead, he went to his office, gathering every book on the Cruciatus Curse and related potions from the shelves to his desk. He rapidly flipped through the volumes, scribbling notes on blank parchment. And when drowsiness began to creep in, he retrieved a test tube filled with a crimson liquid from the rack on his desk, uncorked it, and inhaled deeply. A chilling sensation surged from his nostrils to his brain, instantly dispelling his fatigue, and he resumed his work with renewed vigor. Theodore sat on his bed, Draco's cot still vacant, the quiet space filled with the sound of Blaze's steady breathing on his right. He watched the flames dancing in the fireplace, devoid of any sleepiness, feeling like a mere backdrop as he trailed behind them. He observed her preparing thoroughly for Diggory, influenced by the erratic words of Professor Trelawney, her eyes glimmering with joy as she gazed at Professor Scamander, engaging in playful banter with Draco. He also noted her polite distance from him, lowering the bed curtains. He retrieved the obsidian-like stone from his pocket, running his fingers over it before lying down beside his pillow. In the Slytherin common room, shrouded in darkness, Draco sat alone on the sofa, reveling in the profound tranquility and solitude that enveloped him. The light from the Black Lake filtered through the large glass windows, casting ethereal rippling patterns across the sofa, the shimmering reflections dancing across Draco's face. Tonight marked his first encounter with death. When he beheld Cedric's lifeless body, a buzzing filled his ears, and a veil of darkness descended before his eyes. It felt as if his blood had reversed its flow back to his heart, leaving him icy and breathless, his heart racing, his mind momentarily devoid of thought. He recognized his cowardice, his dread of death. The despair was not limited to one instance. A crumpled letter lay on his lap, repeatedly balled up and reluctantly unfolded. It was from his father, Lucius Malfoy, which Blaise had conveniently brought down when collecting the mail. The letter stated that as the wizarding world continued to shift, pureblood families were increasingly dwindling in power, prompting the Malfoy family to form alliances through marriage with other pureblood families in pursuit of maximizing their interests. Lucius disclosed that he had reached an agreement with the head of the formerly neutral Greengrass family, arranging for Draco to be betrothed to Astoria Greengrass, the youngest daughter, with the wedding to take place post-graduation. He mentioned that Draco's mother, Narcissa, also favored Astoria, though the Greengrass girl had been frail since childhood. Both Lucius and Narcissa urged Draco to take good care of his fiancée. The letter also noted that the head of House Greengrass and the head of House Not had reached an agreement for Theodore not to marry Daphne Greengrass, solidifying the alliance among the three families. His father continued to remind him to maintain a good rapport with the Savior and Hufflepuff's Luna, to preserve a potential escape route for the Malfoy family. Unbeknownst to him, Lucius had already mapped out the course of his future life. This letter served merely as a notification and admonition. The letter concluded with Lucius's elegant cursive. Draco, as your father, I must remind you that you are first and foremost a Malfoy, and only then, yourself. Your privileges, your wealth, and all that you possess are bestowed upon you by this esteemed name. Thus it is imperative that you make sacrifices for the honor it represents. The surname Malfoy grants you certain privileges at school, adored and revered by your peers in the same house, leaving you somewhat intoxicated by such admiration. However, every gift from fate carries a hidden price. He gazed out through the large glass window of the common room, where a colossal octopus gracefully glided past, its slender tentacles stirring the shimmering reflections of light upon the water. The moonlight failed to penetrate the depths of the dark lake to grace the Slytherin window. Instead, it merely illuminated the budding sprouts on the Hufflepuff windowsills, the towering bookshelves of the Ravenclaw Tower, and the lion statue of Gryffindor. Eventually, he folded the letter and returned it to his pocket, leaning back against the sofa and closing his eyes. The vivid visage of that striking face surfaced once more in his mind. He shielded his eyes with his hand. The moonlight merely brushed against my existence. How foolish of me to believe it could ever belong to me. As dawn broke, neither Professor Trelawney nor Professor Riddle could locate Nagini or young Barty. Returning to the basement, Trelawney was met with that irksome voice once more. You dare to seduce a professor. Bernice's shrill voice grated against the air like a needle scraping on glass, as she seized the hair of Edith, who stood a half-head shorter than her. Edith's eyes were red, gripping her own hair in a desperate attempt to free it from Bernice's grasp, her tone tinged with a whimper. What on earth are you talking about? Hannah and Neville had already arrived at the staircase's corner to witness the spectacle. Trelawney approached them. What mischief is this creature up to now? Before Hannah could respond, a sharp slap echoed through the air, leaving a vivid imprint on Edith's face, sending the young girl crashing to the ground. Bernice looked down at her with disdain, pretending to be pitiful, constantly clinging to Professor Snape. How utterly revolting. Don't think for a moment that he would ever take notice of you. Trelawney nearly choked on her indignation at Bernice's nonsensical tirade. Realizing that Bernice must have witnessed Edith following Snape after seeing Cedric the previous day, and that the girl had only clung to his sleeve out of fear. Not as Bernice suggested. She nudged Neville. Go fetch Professor Snape. Let him hear Bernice's outlandish claims and bring some sense to this madness. Neville hesitated, glancing at the disheveled Edith on the floor, then met Hannah's encouraging gaze. He nodded and hurried off down another staircase towards the office. Edith sat on the ground. Incredulity etched on her face as she watched Bernice advance. She could hardly believe that the girl harbored feelings for their headmaster. Pansy had not been mistaken. This Gryffindor truly seemed to be afflicted with a delusion of grandeur. Chapter 131, Snape's Transformation. Although Edith was young, children from pureblood families tended to mature quickly, and she easily perceived that the Gryffindor girl was infatuated with their headmaster, setting aside the absurdity of their age difference. It was utterly ludicrous for a Gryffindor to fancy the head of Slytherin, with Snape's unkempt hair and venomous demeanor. She found it hard to believe anyone could be attracted to him. Even more astonishing was the fact that this Gryffindor girl could see nothing but her own interaction with Snape, oblivious to the loss of life that had occurred. Do not attempt to capture the professor's attention. You even extend your hand to that wretched Luna. A Slytherin showing favor to a foolish Hufflepuff. How laughable. As Bernice approached Edith, her insults mingled with jabs at Trelawney. Despite being struck down by Luna several times, Bernice still dared to hurl insults, and Edith found herself begrudgingly admiring her bravery. She was indeed a true Gryffindor, making her house's sorting hat's wisdom undeniable. She reached for Bernice's hair once more, but Edith swiftly drew her wand from her pocket. Recalling the spell Pansy had taught her, Stupefy, a brilliant red beam shot forth from the tip of her wand, striking Bernice squarely in the abdomen. The force sent her soaring through the air, tracing a long parabola before she landed heavily on the ground. Edith stared in disbelief at her wand, astonished by her own strength. In the shadowed corner, Trelawney lowered her wand, exchanging a glance with Hannah. Neville arrived at Snape's office door, grateful that there was no potions class that morning. He knocked politely 3 times, receiving a weary come in response. Pushing the door open, he found Snape seated at his desk, resting his head on his hand. Eyes squinted in a moment of respite. The desk was cluttered with numerous open tomes and sheets of parchment densely scrawled with notes. An unusual odor permeated the room, emanating from a cauldron bubbling away on the hearth beside Snape's right hand, the rising white smoke filling the air with the scent of potions. Speak, Mr. Longbottom. What brings you here? Has a troll appeared in your Gryffindor dormitory? Snape maintained his customary sardonic tone, though it was noticeably gentler than usual. After a moment's thought, Neville nodded. Professor, one could say that, but the troll is not in the Gryffindor dormitory. It is at the entrance to the Slytherin dormitory. Snape cast a sidelong glance at him, noting the boy's newfound courage. With a flick of his wand, a black bat cloak hanging on the wall flew to him, draping itself over his shoulders. Let us go, then. Show me this troll. Before leaving, Neville's gaze swept across Snape's desk, landing on an open book regarding the Cruciatus Curse. As Snape moved, the wind from his sweeping robes turned the pages, revealing his meticulous annotations. Observing the billowing fabric of Snape's cloak, Neville pondered for a moment before a warm smile broke across his face, and he hurried to catch up with his potions professor. Just as they arrived in the basement, Neville barely avoided being struck by the flying Bernice, thanks to Snape's quick reflexes, who pulled Neville behind him. He cast a disdainful glance at Bernice, who lay sprawled on the floor. It seems you were not mistaken. Indeed, a troll. Unable to restrain himself, Neville chuckled, catching sight of Hannah in the corner, who smiled and blew him a kiss. As Bernice fell heavily to the ground, amidst the swirling dust, she caught a glimpse of the longed-for black robes. A wave of bittersweet grievance surged within her, and mimicking Edith's earlier actions, she reached out to tug at Snape's cloak. Professor Snape, someone attacked me in the castle with a spell. She has violated school rules. Edith had risen, brushing the dust from her robes, her hair falling messily around her face, conveniently concealing the imprint left by Bernice's slap. Truth be told, she felt a twinge of guilt, hesitant to let Snape see the mark on her face. To him, the idea of a Gryffindor being assaulted within the castle would pale in comparison to the anger he would feel over someone being harmed so egregiously. She straightened her tousled hair, still hiding the mark on her cheek, and raised her chin proudly as she addressed Snape. Professor, Bernice inexplicably ambushed me on my way back to the dormitory, and I retaliated with a spell. As you can see, she now lies defeated before you. I have not brought shame upon Slytherin. Snape regarded the girl with an air of quiet pride, his expression inscrutable, though inwardly he felt a measure of satisfaction with her performance. He took a step back to evade Burns's outstretched hand, regarding her with an icy demeanor. Due to Miss Burns's malicious assault on a fellow student, Gryffindor loses 10 points. No, you cannot deduct my points. Burns began to panic. The Gryffindor students already held her in disdain, and if she were to incur further penalties for the house, the Weasley twins would surely join forces with the Chosen One to mercilessly bully her. You must not take Selwyn's word alone. Snape raised an eyebrow, once more retreating a step to avoid the girl's grasp, and relinquished the floor to Neville. Mr. Longbottom, please share what you witnessed. Burns cast a hopeful glance at Neville, believing that as a well-liked student, he would defend her against the Slytherin who had bullied him in the past. However, Neville averted her expectant gaze and addressed Snape with righteous conviction. Professor, I saw Miss Burns lying in wait, motivated by jealousy of Mr. Selwyn, attempting to ambush her. Though she failed, Burns stared at him, incredulous. Don't look at me like that, Neville replied calmly. Otherwise, why would you be here? The Gryffindor Tower is quite far from this location. Excellent, slandering a fellow student. For Miss Burns' actions, Gryffindor shall lose another 10 points. I trust Mr. Longbottom will enlighten his peers on how these 20 points were forfeited. Snape adjusted his robes, feeling a swell of delight at having deducted 20 points from Gryffindor once more, and turned away with satisfaction. Neville glanced back at Edith, who nodded gratefully at him. Burns, bewildered by their interaction, could never have anticipated that after deceiving Neville into leaving with Flint to avoid trouble, he would later be summoned by Edith to Professor McGonagall for rescue. As Snape's figure receded from view, Neville called out, "Professor Snape." Snape halted, turning back in confusion. The boy, shedding his youthful timidity, bowed gently in the soft glow of the flickering lights. "Thank you, I saw it." Chapter 132. He is the victim. Gryffindor's gossip spread no less swiftly than Hufflepuff's. And soon Harry and his small circle of friends were well aware of Snape's determined efforts to treat the Longbottoms. Even during potions class, Snape, fatigued from sleepless nights, made a mistake while writing on the board, prompting a Gryffindor student to mock him. To everyone's astonishment, Ron Weasley stood up and chastised the classmate for showing respect to the professor, a bizarre act that sent a chill down Snape's spine, snapping him back to alertness. This was not the only unsettling occurrence. Potter and the Weasleys treated him with unexpected courtesy, even greeting him with "Good day, Professor," whenever they encountered him. Furthermore, the previously disdainful Hannah Abbott of Hufflepuff was now telling others that he was a remarkable professor. Their uncharacteristic behavior was utterly disorienting for Snape, leading him to suspect that Burns had cast some form of mind control over them. However, given her ineptitude, it was inconceivable that she could have performed such magic, let alone on such a large scale. After class, he sat at his desk, observing the beaming faces of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students, each taking turns to greet him. With each repetition of "Good day, Professor Snape," he felt increasingly agitated, as though a thorn were pricking at his back. Once all the students had departed, the echo of their salutation lingered in his mind, prompting him to rise abruptly and exit the classroom. His sharp gaze zeroed in on a striking silver hue within the crowd, filtering out the cacophony of greetings, and he made his way directly to Luna. Gripping the sleeve of her robe and drawing her away to an unoccupied corner of the staircase, the students exchanged puzzled glances. Why did Professor Snape take Luna away? Hannah tossed a nut into her mouth, speculating. Perhaps he wishes to discuss how to treat Neville's parents. After all, Luna did save Cedric from a serious curse. They might actually have something to discuss. The young Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs regarded Snape with increasing admiration, astonished that he would deign to consult a student regarding the treatment of the Longbottoms. In the corridor, Snape released Luna, his expression perplexed. Have Potter and his friends fallen under a curse? Or has the gillyweed infiltrated their minds? Goodness, now that they are treating you well, you wonder if something is wrong with them, Luna replied with a shrug. Everyone knows you are trying to cure the Longbottoms. Neville saw it on your desk the other day. Snape's mouth twitched. He resolved never again to leave items carelessly on his desk. Upon confirming that Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students were indeed free of any unusual enchantments or potions, he flicked his sleeves and departed, leaving Luna in a state of bewilderment. On the eve of Christmas, Neville received the most wonderful gift. His father, Frank, and mother, Alice, had nearly returned to normal thanks to the new potion developed by Snape. Though still somewhat frail, they were essentially indistinguishable from any other individuals. Snape had transformed from the most despised professor at Hogwarts to the most respected. Umbridge, residing in St. Mungo's, caught wind of this development and, leveraging her authority within the Ministry of Magic, coerced Snape into concocting a potion to remedy the scars on her face. Upon using Snape's potion, her scars did indeed fade somewhat, but she ballooned like an inflated balloon, becoming grotesquely corpulent, her skin stretched and sagging, rendering her appearance hideous and monstrous. She had morphed into a massive sphere, unable to rise from her bed, and remained confined to St. Mungo's. Umbridge clamored that Snape had sabotaged the potion to harm her, yet the Daily Prophet published unflattering photographs of her and reported her past misdeeds, embellishing the narrative to suggest she had been punished by Merlin for her transgressions. Fudge was eventually compelled to distance himself from her, gradually marginalizing her from the center of power within the Ministry of Magic. Hogwarts enjoyed a brief holiday during Christmas, and Draco received yet another letter from Lucius, informing him of a festive gathering at Malfoy Manor, inviting Potter, Luna, and Professor Scamander to attend. Had he not previously received a letter concerning an arranged marriage, he would have welcomed the opportunity to invite Luna and Potter to his family's celebration with great joy. Truth be told, he harbored no animosity towards Potter. Had he not been so insistent on undermining him in Luna's presence, he might have liked him more. As usual, he entered the room of requirement, where Luna was watering the biting cabbage with fresh water, the hundreds of cabbages bouncing around in a spectacular display. Have you learned the Patronus charm, Potter? Luna asked, noticing the blue-white luminescent stag that circled around Harry. Yes, Remus taught me. Harry smiled gently, his expression radiating joy as he watched the shimmering stag. His reference to Remus had shifted from the formal Professor Lupin to the more intimate Remus. I heard that your parents' Patronus was also a stag. Luna worked diligently to separate two cabbages that were fighting. Indeed, Lemus and Sirius have both proclaimed that the Patronus of those in love is identical. When the subject of parents arose, Harry's spirits soared, and so too did Neville's, as their patron uses mirrored one another. He turned to Moony. Luna, what about you? In Harry's subconscious, Moony was capable of anything. Me? I lack a Patronus. I have no need to confront Dementors. They wouldn't dare come near me. Moony finally separated the two feisty cabbages with her bare hands, green leaves scattering all around. Draco silently settled onto the steps by the door, observing their effortless banter, and suddenly felt like an outsider. Just as he lamented his status for a fleeting moment, Moony's gaze fixed upon him. Draco, stop lounging there. Get up and learn the Patronus charm from Harry. Summon your Patronus today. Moony hurled a biting cabbage in his direction. Draco promptly leaped to his feet, hastily casting a shield charm to protect his handsome visage from the sharp teeth. Ultimately, his newly purchased shirt bore 2 awkwardly comical holes. He was a mere outsider. A victim. Chapter 133. Are Snape and Harry's patronuses a pair? Draco expended every ounce of strength to tear the biting cabbage from his trousers, staring at the fabric damaged at the rear with tears welling in his eyes. Watching Harry laugh uproariously not far away, he flung the biting cabbage at Harry's head. Harry quickly blocked it, but his glasses shattered into fragments, and he too was left with 2 holes identical to Draco's. In the scuffle with the biting cabbage, it was struck by his fist and flew straight toward Moony. Draco's eyes widened. Moony caught the little cabbage with one hand and promptly smacked it back into the nurturing soil, instantly silencing the previously raucous cabbage, which now curled its tender leaves around Moony's finger, appearing meek and harmless. Draco scoffed, "Humph, green tea cabbage." Harry stole a glance at Moony, nervously touching his nose, then flashed Draco an international friendly gesture. Just a fleeting glance at the 2 boys made Moony nearly burst into laughter. Draco, why on earth are you wearing pink? Are you Patrick Star? And Harry, why are you dressed as SpongeBob? What on earth is going on between you two? Harry and Draco's gazes collided in the air before swiftly turning away in mutual disdain, huffing as they instinctively averted their heads. Once their clothes and trousers were mended to their original state, Harry commenced teaching Draco the Patronus charm. Draco, wand in hand, was eager to try. He was fascinated by this powerful defensive spell that could conjure a Patronus of his own, capable of absorbing attacks or performing other tasks. For instance, he had witnessed Professor Snape's Patronus seek out his father, Lucius. What was Professor Snape's Patronus again? It seemed to be a doe. He glanced at the joyful stags circling Harry and felt a mix of complex emotions. Luna had mentioned that those with a deep connection would have patronuses that mirrored one another. How curious. Yet, Draco was also intrigued about what animal his Patronus might be. He glanced at Moony, feeling a tinge of disappointment, secretly wishing that if only his Patronus could resemble hers. But alas, she had none. The vast majority of wizards are incapable of casting a complete Patronus charm. Even those with decent skills can only summon a formless Patronus, akin to a glowing wisp of steam, which provides a mere fraction of the protection offered by a fully formed Patronus. Thus, successfully conjuring one's own Patronus stands as a powerful testament to one's exceptional prowess. It is the most effective way to earn his father's respect. After all, Draco had never seen his father perform the Patronus charm. Come on, Potter. Draco's eyes gleamed with determination as he gripped his wand, eager to try. Harry gently tapped the stag's head with his wand, causing his Patronus to disperse into a flurry of blue and white lights. He turned to Draco. Listen, Malfoy. First you must focus, clearing your mind of all distractions, and strive to recall something that brings you joy, or is filled with love and hope. Harry closed his eyes, envisioning moments with Moony, Ron, Hermione, Sia, Neville, and many friends, some warm, others heart-wrenching, and of course, Draco also appeared in his thoughts. Expecto Patronum. Harry smiled softly as he whispered the incantation, the tip of his wand gradually emitting a blue-white sphere of light that coalesced into the shape of a stag, happily circling around him. It appeared so effortless. Draco weighed his wand in his hand. I'll give it a try. Discarding distractions, he endeavored to recall joyful memories, his mother's gentle reminders, his father's satisfied expression upon seeing his report card, and all the moments spent with Luna and Harry. With a gentle flick of his wand and a smile gracing his lips, he uttered the incantation, Expecto Patronum. A blue-white radiance slowly poured forth from the tip of his hawthorn wand, forming an irregular shape beside him, with 2 elongated, wing-like flares protruding, resembling small wings. What kind of bird is that? Harry pondered, gazing at Draco's Patronus, which was difficult to identify, yet the 2 wings indicated it was a winged creature. Moony eyed the plump, irregularly shaped glow connecting the wings, speculating that it must be the body. A Scottish round-faced puffin. Draco interjected. Luna, please refrain from giving owls such peculiar names. I dread what Ron might overhear. Next time he bathes Hedwig in Pigwidgeon, he might add salt, and pepper. After addressing Moony, Harry scrutinized the odd creature once more before casting several lingering glances at Draco, making him feel a bit uneasy, prompting him to question his own inclinations and worry about being scrutinized. I guess it's a peacock, just like Malfoy, always showing off. After several rounds of observation, Harry finally reached his conclusion. I do not flaunt myself everywhere, Potter. Do not spread rumors. Draco retorted, angrily waving his wand, causing the formless Patronus to dissipate instantly. Though he claimed otherwise, he actually held a fondness for peacocks. The few white peacocks at Malfoy Manor always strutted elegantly through the garden, exuding nobility and beauty. There's no need to speculate. If you summon it completely before dinner, you'll know. Moony placed the last biting cabbage back into the nurturing medium, addressing Harry. This formidable task is entrusted to you, Harry. Harry possessed remarkable talent, and Draco was no slouch either. Moony was well aware of this. Considering he had managed to repair a high-level object like the vanishing cabinet alone, which was indeed a stroke of genius, she sat beneath the candlelight, absorbing vast amounts of knowledge, while the boys' voices echoed in unison with Expecto Patronum. By the time the clock tower told 6, Draco's summoned Patronus had grown significantly, still difficult to discern its species, yet it was now capable of fully shielding Draco from all the curses Harry hurled at him. Dinner time in the Great Hall arrived, and Moony closed her thick tome, returning it to the bookshelf against the wall. Draco rubbed his slightly sore wrist, summoning his wizarding robes to fly into his hands with a spell. He looked toward Moony and Harry. Luna, Potter, tomorrow is Christmas. There's a grand feast at Malfoy Manor, and I would like to invite you both to celebrate this year's Christmas with us. Harry blurted out in response, have you informed your father? What do you think? Chapter 134. The three of us making winter shine is better than anything else. What? Mr. Malfoy has invited me to Malfoy Manor to celebrate Christmas with a gathering of Malfoys? In response to Newt's incessant questioning, Draco explained, Professor Scamander, it is not merely a gathering of Malfoys. There will also be members from other families. Of course, Professor Snape will be present as well. As Draco spoke, he glanced at Snape, who stood by his side with his sleeves rolled up, wearing an expression of bemusement. Snape had been summoned by Draco under the pretense of being unfamiliar with Professor Scamander and was requested to accompany him in inviting the latter to the soiree, fulfilling a task assigned by Lucius. He pondered that he too was not well acquainted with Scamander. Ultimately, the young rascal had claimed that he and Scamander shared a bond forged in the hospital wing. If one were to speak of the hospital wing, he had a far more profound connection with that foolish dog, Black. Newt, who had an aversion to crowded gatherings and the clamor of voices, resolutely shook his head. Thank you for your invitation, Mr. Malfoy, but such occasions do not appeal to me. Draco had also invited Luna and Potter, who appeared quite bored, and accepted the invitation. As he was curious to witness how Lucius's soiree would unfold, Snape interjected directly, interrupting Newt's refusal. His eyelids drooped slightly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded Newt. Unsurprisingly, despite his distaste, he found himself unable to decline. The words that were meant to be a refusal took a twist and transformed into consent. Then I shall see you at the soiree tomorrow, Professor. Draco was blissfully unaware of any complications, believing that this gentle professor had graciously accepted his invitation out of respect for the esteemed Malfoy name. On Christmas Eve, snowflakes danced through the air. The atmosphere at Malfoy Manor was imbued with festive cheer, as heads of various families, accompanied by their wives and children, donned elegant attire and presented gilded invitations to the butler at the entrance, gracefully entering the manor. When Pansy and Daphne arrived at the gates of Malfoy Manor, the entire estate was aglow. Thick snow blanketed the plants, adorned with twinkling star-shaped lights that emitted a warm, gentle glow. Merlin's Christmas stockings. You two have come dressed like this for the soiree. Pansy, linking arms with Daphne, approached them. Today, she wore a black strapless cocktail dress, her shoulder-length hair fluffy and soft, and her face adorned with exquisite makeup, transforming her from unremarkable to quite appealing. Daphne, beside her, was dressed in a light gold strapless gown that trailed to the floor, the sheer fabric at her waist accentuating her elegance, her golden curls cascading naturally behind her. With her finely made-up features, she resembled a graceful and beautiful doll. Upon hearing Pansy's remark, Daphne glanced at herself and Harry. The boy across from her sported slightly long, tousled black hair, wrapped in a plain black overcoat over a white sweater, light blue jeans, and white sneakers, a devilish ensemble that was fortunate enough to be salvaged by his handsome face. She herself fared no better, clad in an army green cotton coat that reached her ankles, thoroughly enveloping her slender frame, paired with black cotton trousers and dark red boots that epitomized the term dowdy. Her silver hair was windblown, topped with a fuzzy army green hat that pressed down on her unruly strands. Daphne surveyed the expression on Pansy's face, then turned to look at herself in a mirror, letting out a long sigh. No wonder I didn't need makeup. Pansy pursed her lips and extended her fist towards them, slowly opening it to reveal two exquisite glass vials nestled in her thickly gloved palms. For you both. As a reward for helping Neville. Beautifying potions, Pansy exclaimed excitedly, taking one vial from her hand and handing it to Daphne. The two girls simultaneously uncorked the vials, raising them in a toast to each other. Cheers, they declared, sharing a smile as they downed the contents of the potions. Pansy and Daphne's friendship gave Peach Blossom a newfound understanding of Slytherin, despite Pansy's less striking appearance compared to Daphne. She had never harbored jealousy and was always willing to share her beautifying tools. Meanwhile, Daphne would assist Pansy with her studies and defend her against those who belittled her for her looks. This was rather uncharacteristic of Slytherin. Or perhaps it could be said that prior to Voldemort's rise, Slytherin ought to have been this way. Daphne looked at Peach Blossom's vibrant hat, hesitating to speak, before finally remarking with a complicated expression, "You should be wearing a gown, Luna." A male voice filled with curiosity emerged from behind Daphne as Draco approached Peach Blossom. His gaze filled with confusion. "Good evening, Draco." When Draco's eyes fell upon the hat atop her head, he could no longer contain himself. "The color of your hat." He reached up to remove it from her head and tossed it to Pansy, who, intrigued, placed it atop her own head, resembling a half-sliced watermelon. "Daphne, is madness contagious? My fault for not saying we should wear gowns." Draco gazed at Peach Blossom's unfortunate outfit with a look of despair. "Let me take you to my mother to change into a gown. I have my own means." Peach Blossom snapped her fingers, and in an instant, she was clad in a striking red strapless dress that hugged her waist, accentuating her porcelain skin and graceful figure. A slender, fair neck was adorned with a red ribbon, her silver hair cascading smoothly behind her, with two red cherry hairpins nestled at her temples. "What do you think? Is this color very Christmas-y?" Peach Blossom twirled with satisfaction. Draco and Harry were momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, quite festive, though it could use a touch of green." Pansy slowly began, removing her hat to place it atop Peach Blossom's head. "No, this is perfect." Daphne swiftly intervened to stop her. Peach Blossom turned to Harry, gesturing towards him, and the savior with ruby red lips and pearly white teeth instantly donned an elegant black suit, resembling a noble young lord from Central Europe. "Shall we?" In the snowy night, Draco's golden hair was dusted with delicate snowflakes. He wore a pristine white suit, the luxurious fabric hugging his form and accentuating his tall, slender silhouette. Like a prince, he extended his hand towards Peach Blossom. She grasped his gloved hand, and the golden-haired youth tightened his grip, pulling her towards the resplendent mansion in the distance, her silver hair billowing in the wintry night air. The dark-haired boy quickly caught up, taking hold of her other hand. Peach Blossom glanced between Draco ahead and Harry behind. "The three of us making winter shine is better than anything else." Chapter 135, The Soiree at Malfoy Manor. The grand entrance of the mansion hosting the soiree stood wide open, flanked by two towering Christmas trees that sparkled with magical golden lights, their needles adorned with glimmering ornaments. Draco, holding Peach Blossom's hand, entered the brightly lit hall, where nobles in formal attire greeted one another with raised glasses, exchanging pleasantries and engaging in conversation. It was reminiscent of a classic scene from a high society novel, a quintessential luxury soiree. Outside the estate, distant howls of wolves were drowned out by the lively jazz music within the hall, unnoticed by the guests. To Peach Blossom's surprise, she spotted Umbridge within the crowd. Her heavily applied makeup barely concealed the scars on her face, and it seemed she had resorted to some form of magic to restore her figure temporarily. The tight pink dress clung to her ample form as she clutched Fudge's arm, mingling with a few other heads of families. It appeared that she was beginning to feel the pressure regarding her position as deputy minister and was eager to make her presence felt at such gatherings. "Draco." Lucius approached Draco, delicately holding a slender, high-stemmed champagne glass, as the sparkling champagne danced in the light, casting golden reflections. His gaze fell upon the entwined hands of Draco and Pansy, and he addressed his cherished son in a low, measured tone. "Mr. Malfoy, I trust you have not forgotten the matters I conveyed to you in my letter." Draco remained silent, tightening his grip on Pansy's hand, while she cast him a puzzled glance. Lucius then turned his attention to Pansy and Harry, his lips curling into a polished, insincere smile. "Good evening, Miss Lovegood, Mr. Potter. I hope you will create lasting memories this Christmas." Pansy returned his polite facade with a gracious smile. "Thank you for your invitation, Mr. Malfoy. Mr. Potter." Lucius shifted his stance to reveal the opulent panorama of the hall, stating, "I hope you will find true friends suited to your disposition here." The implication of his words was unmistakable. Harry, indifferent to the lavishness surrounding him, replied coolly, "Thank you for your kind intentions. I trust my own judgment." "Lucius, is that?" A handsome middle-aged man approached Lucius, scrutinizing Pansy and Harry with keen eyes. "Ah, The chosen one, the man recognized Harry. Then his gaze fell upon the clasped hands of Pansy and Draco, dissatisfaction flickering in his eyes as he looked at Lucius. The girl holding hands with young Mr. Malfoy is. Dad, that's Luna. Daphne suddenly appeared behind Pansy, mischievously winking at her father. She's the one who defeated the vile unicorn poachers and Professor Quirrell, resolving the Chamber of Secrets crisis. She refrained from mentioning that Luna had also dealt quite thoroughly with herself and Pansy. Lucius leaned in closer to the man, whispering, Gaia. I heard Draco mention she even bested Fudge. The foul remark etched on Umbridge's face was her doing. Mr. Gaia Greenlaw's expression twitched, his prior discontent transforming into astonishment, as he silently thanked his daughter for interrupting the scornful words he had nearly spoken. Given time, such a person would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the magical world after graduating from Hogwarts, especially with a renowned savior in her circle. Why didn't you tell me? Gaia shot a discontented glare at his old friend, realizing why Draco had taken her hand, while Lucius appeared utterly unfazed. Delighted to make your acquaintance, Miss Lovegood. Gaia immediately donned a warm, genial smile, extending his right hand toward Pansy. She released Draco and Harry's hands, accepting Gaia's gesture. Likewise, Lucius, an elegant, beautiful lady clad in a black gown that harmonized splendidly with Lucius's own black suit approached, followed by Astoria in a flowing white dress. The artificial smile on Lucius's face dissipated, replaced by genuine warmth as he embraced her shoulder and placed a tender kiss on her fair cheek. The woman gently patted his cheek, turning to Draco, tenderly smoothing his slightly disheveled hair before kissing his forehead. Lucius shot a sharp glance at Draco, and Pansy detected the hint of jealousy in his gaze towards his son. Mother. Draco beamed at his mother before introducing, This is Luna. Narcissa observed the captivating light in her son's eyes, his pale cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She had heard this name from him more than once, leaving no secrets between them. A single glance at the silver-haired girl left her understanding why her son was so enamored. Her child, like herself, possessed exceptional taste. Hello, Luna. I am Draco's mother, Narcissa Malfoy. Thank you for your support of Draco at school. Narcissa's greeting was considerably more sincere than that of Lucius and Gaia. You are too kind, Mrs. Malfoy. Pansy replied politely, always inclined to favor those of striking appearance. Draco is a friend of Harry and me. Speaking of Harry, Narcissa promptly turned to him. Mr. Potter, Merry Christmas, and welcome to Malfoy Manor. Narcissa exuded a regal pride, yet unlike certain purebloods, she did not emanate an air of disdain that would inspire dislike. Thank you, Harry replied awkwardly, as he was not particularly fond of being surrounded by Slytherins. Suddenly, Pansy felt a warm sensation on her ankle, glancing down to discover a large, gray creature clinging to her leg, blinking its shiny eyes up at her. Niffler, my diamond necklace is missing. A sharp voice rang out inappropriately across the hall. Pansy turned to see a distressed lady standing by the champagne fountain, her neck bare where a magnificent diamond should have hung. Before she could search further, another gentleman shouted, My sapphire ring is also gone. The hall erupted with voices lamenting their lost rings and necklaces. Amidst the chaos, Pansy spotted Newt entering from outside, clad in a long black coat over a white shirt. The dark snowy night behind him rendering him exceptionally gentle and serene. He frantically scanned the hall, searching for something, and unexpectedly locked eyes with Pansy. He had been searching for her all day, only to find she had arrived early. It had been a thoroughly dreadful day, especially since his Niffler had stealthily slipped away upon their arrival at Malfoy Manor. Pansy raised an eyebrow and pointed downwards, following her gesture. He glanced down past several pairs of legs to find his sleek, white legs adorned with a Niffler clinging to her, his runaway sweetheart, Teddy. His gaze remained fixated on the Niffler named Teddy, cautiously inching closer to Pansy while engaging with others around him, ultimately bending down beside her. His attention was solely on her legs. A disgruntled voice interrupted him. Professor Scamander, why are you staring at Luna's legs? Chapter 136. It was you who stole the marriage certificate. Oh no, I've been mistaken for a creep. As Draco's voice resonated, Newt felt several scrutinizing gazes fix upon him, particularly from Lucius Malfoy, who wore an expression that suggested disapproval. At nearly 100 years old, he felt he was losing his dignity. As he awkwardly reached for Teddy, a high-pitched female voice shrieked, Luna, what is that on your leg? A gigantic gray Niffler? How could such a thing be here? Daphne's scream startled Teddy, which turned to see Newt's hand reaching for it, sticking out its tongue playfully before launching itself into the air, landing squarely on Lucius's face and using his handsome visage as a springboard to leap away from Newt. Newt missed his grasp, only to see Teddy hopping atop one gentleman's head and tugging at a lady's hair, causing a tremendous uproar in the crowd, all while casually snatching a few gems along the way. Oh, Merlin, what is that creature? Help! My hair, stop pulling. I'm nearly bald. I've used the last bottle of Potter's hair tonic. Get off my head, you fiend. The elegantly dressed gentlemen and ladies screeched in disarray. Niffler? You brought that creature with you? Narcissa frowned at Newt. My sincerest apologies, I will retrieve it at once. Newt rolled up his sleeves. As Teddy had now reached the base of the champagne fountain, its eyes sparkling with desire at the glittering gem atop. Oh no, Teddy, come back, good boy. Newt halted 5 meters away from the champagne tower, slowing his pace as he cautiously approached Teddy. Why did you give Snuffles a dog name? The entire hall turned their gazes toward him and Teddy. The scrutiny from behind felt like a sharp thorn in his back, compelling him to swiftly capture the little rascal. Teddy, tilting his head, faced Newt defiantly. Just as Newt was about to draw near, Teddy swatted a wine glass with his paw and quickly scrambled upward. As he stepped on the glass, it fell, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering glass, with golden liquid splattering everywhere. To prevent further chaos, Newt lunged forward, attempting to seize him, but Teddy clutched his hair, using Newt's shoulder as a springboard to leap to the side, landing squarely on Draco's face as he soared upward. Draco, caught off guard, was met with a forceful paw to the face, stumbling into Newt, and both were sent tumbling toward the champagne tower. Gasps filled the air around Tao Wu. Merlin, this is terrifying. Gaia, Draco, this is Narcissa, Daphne, and Astoria. My Santiago's great gem. This is Lucius. Quick, smash it. This is Pansy and Harry. Snuffles is flying. Tao Wu pointed her wand at Teddy, who, midair and nearing the golden gem, was swiftly pulled backward toward her as she caught him with one hand. Her gaze, however, remained fixed on Newt and Draco. With a flicker of thought, just as they were about to collide with the champagne tower, their figures vanished in an instant, and the hall was suddenly filled with a loud splash. They scrambled up from the ground. Why didn't you use a spell? Tao Wu inquired as Newt approached her. I forgot. She sighed. Indeed, age dulls the reflexes. Newt replied, you're being mischievous again, Teddy. He poked Teddy's fluffy head with his finger, grasping his tiny paws to retrieve him from Tao Wu's grasp. Observing this classic maneuver, Tao Wu anticipated his intentions and quickly blocked him, her excitement palpable. Let me do it. Let me do it. All right, you go ahead. Newt never denied her requests and released Teddy's paws. Tao Wu seized Teddy's tiny feet, flipping the whole creature upside down. What are you doing? Upside down, Belle. Pansy watched in confusion at the sight of the inverted Teddy. You'll find out shortly. Tao Wu lifted Teddy, ignoring his pitiful gaze. Now is the time to witness a miracle. Gripping Teddy's tiny feet tightly, she gave him a vigorous shake. The sound of clattering metal filled the air as a cascade of gold coins rained down from his fur, clinking and scattering across the floor. Keep going, Newt urged. Eyes fixed on Teddy, Tao Wu continued to shake him, and an array of colorful gemstones, diamond necklaces, and rings tumbled down, sparkling under the light in a breathtaking display. My diamond necklace. A woman who had been searching for it exclaimed. Many recognized their lost treasures. That's it. After shaking Teddy a couple more times, and finding nothing else, she loosened her grip on one tiny foot, reaching to cradle his head, preparing to hold him close. Newt shook his head, lifting Teddy by both tiny feet once more, his finger scratching the creature's armpit. Teddy emitted a squeaky sound, his body shaking vigorously as jewels and coins continued to spill from his fur, forming a small mountain at Newt's feet. Tao Wu's expression shifted from surprise to admiration. What a golden bandit. How long would it take for her Phoebe to become such an elite? Everyone present was astonished, aware of Snuffles' penchant for hoarding gold and gems, yet witnessing such an abundance was unprecedented. Confirming their lost items, many retrieved their coins and jewels from Newt, quickly clearing the gem mountain from the floor. Teddy, now thoroughly shaken, hung limply from Newt's arm, utterly defeated, on the verge of tears. Tao Wu gently stroked his head, removing her gemstone bracelet from her wrist and placing it in his tiny paws. Teddy's eyes sparkled with delight, lifting his head to gaze at Tao Wu with adoration, promptly hiding the bracelet in his fur. You spoil him too much, Luna, Newt remarked, pinching Teddy's soft nape. He was quite the troublemaker. When I first met Jacob, he nearly emptied the New York Central Bank. We almost got mistaken for robbers by the guards. Also, he once pilfered Grindelwald and Dumbledore's blood pact at Lestrange Cemetery. Tao Wu regarded Teddy with newfound respect. So, you little thief, snatched a marriage certificate. Lucius, surprised. Never expected such a low-tier guest to be invited. After the commotion, Umbridge stood at the center of the hall, looking at Tao Wu and Newt, deriding Lucius, while Fudge distanced himself from her. I too think Uncle Lucius has lowered his standards by inviting someone of your caliber to today's banquet, Theodore said, setting down his wine glass as he approached Tao Wu. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, shattering the floor-to-ceiling windows, sending glass shards flying. A powerful gust swept in, knocking nearly everyone to the ground. Darkness engulfed Malfoy Manor. Chapter 137, The Malfoy Explosion. What happened? Sissy, are you all right? Lucius struggled to rise, immediately concerned for Narcissa, whom he protected tightly in his embrace. I'm fine. Narcissa clung to his waist, quickly glancing around for Draco. Where's Draco? Lucius shielded her head, calling out softly into the eerie silence. Draco. Draco, aided by Harry, pushed himself off the ground. Just moments before they were hurled away, they had cast the armoring charm, shielding themselves from the flying glass shards, only suffering a fall. In the pitch blackness, Draco could barely discern Lucius' location by sound alone. He was about to inform his father he was unharmed when Harry covered his mouth. What are you doing, Potter? Draco's words were muffled by Harry's hand, producing only a dull sound. Harry whispered urgently, don't make a sound. If you do, others will know where you are. At that moment, Umbridge's furious voice rang out in the darkness. Lucius, what is going on? You must give me an explanation. A blinding green light shot in through the shattered window, briefly illuminating a few pale, panicked faces, racing toward the disheveled Umbridge, striking her body instantaneously. Her second tirade was choked in her throat, never to be voiced. Her corpulent form collapsed with a thud, the sound echoing in the silent, dark night, instilling an overwhelming fear. Pansy, who had intended to scream, quickly realized her predicament, covering her mouth tightly, her muscles trembling as she sought out Luna in the dark hall. Luna, where are you? In the instant the explosive gust surged in, Tao Wu and Newt propelled themselves to the second-floor corridor, calmly observing the commotion below. In the fleeting moment when the green light flared, the two exchanged a glance. Newt sought to thwart the lethal assault, while Tao Wu discerned the trajectory of the killing curse and its destined target. She grasped Newt's hand that rested against the railing, halting his attempt to leap from the upper floor, and silently shook her head in disapproval. Umbridge did not deserve salvation. Draco's pallid visage was shrouded in dimness. Within a mere month, he had witnessed 2 deaths, his voice trembling in Harry's ear. Potter, where's Luna? I must find my parents. Where are they? Calm down, Malfoy. Harry grasped his arm, compelling him to remain still. You just heard Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. They should be safe. Do not recklessly reveal your position. Harry's voice was hushed, aided by the other hand that covered Draco's mouth and nose. Draco's spoken words were nearly inaudible, audible only to him. In the Dursley household, Aunt Petunia never allowed him to turn on the lights after they had retired for the night, forcing him to navigate the darkness even for a trip to the lavatory. However, such experiences had honed his pupils to swiftly adjust when plunged into darkness, allowing him to make out human silhouettes. It was this very skill that enabled him to prevent Draco from making a grave misjudgment. Oh, how sweet the air of freedom is, my dear Sissy. I have returned. A shrill, deranged voice sliced through the air. It was she. How had she returned? Wasn't she supposed to be in Azkaban? Narcissa tightened her grip on Lucius's hand, her fingertips trembling, her palm icy. Lucius pressed his cheek against her hair, whispering soothingly, Fear not, Sissy, Snape and Scamander are here. All will be well. The Christmas banquet had been mandated by Fudge, aimed at courting various families, aligning perfectly with Lucius's incessant ambitions. There had been a stir in the ministry the previous day. With nearly all Aurors mobilized, Lucius suspected that something dreadful was amiss, and though he could not cancel the banquet, he had taken measures to invite Snape and Scamander for safety. Suddenly, a brilliant white light illuminated the vacant window, and a woman, appearing unhinged, swayed her head and twisted her serpentine waist as she tread upon shards of glass. Her black curls, coiled atop her head, swayed in tandem with her movements. Clad in a tattered black dress that clung to her lithe form, her deranged visage still bore traces of the unparalleled beauty of her youth. Bellatrix Lestrange, a man, kneeling and clutching his arm, exclaimed in terror. Correct, darling. Bella cast her gaze upon the man, a cruel smile gracing her features as she executed an unexpected motion. Avada Kedavra. With a casual flick of her wand arm directed at the man, green light erupted, extinguishing life in an instant. The man's face, still etched with fear, stiffened as he collapsed to the ground. Peter Pettigrew trailed closely behind her, brandishing his wand that flickered with a glow at its tip. Bella's eyes scanned the crowd, searching for her beloved sister. Behind them loomed dozens of figures, shrouded in shadows where the light could not reach. The wizards present held their breath in silence, daunted by the disparity of power and numbers, too fearful to retaliate against Bella. Lucius, with Narcissa in his embrace, lowered his head to blend into the crowd, striving to diminish his presence. Yet Bella, like a radar, pinpointed her sister with uncanny accuracy. My dear Sissy. She approached Lucius, her face adorned with a sinister smile, seizing Narcissa's hair and yanking her from Lucius's grasp. I have heard you betrayed the Dark Lord. No, we did not. Lucius struggled to his feet, attempting to defend himself against Bella's accusations. We have long awaited our master's return. Bella, let go of Sissy. She is your own sister. Mother. Draco attempted to advance to rescue his mother, but Narcissa's warning glance held him back. Bella scoffed, her disbelief evident in her expression as her wand pressed against Narcissa's heart. Glowing green. No. Lucius surged forward in a bid to intervene, only to be blasted away by Peter's spell, his body sliding across the smooth floor, leaving a long crimson streak upon the pale marble. The wand he had just drawn rolled far from him on the floor, yet none dared to retrieve it. Bella held Narcissa tightly, and as Narcissa beheld the bloodstain on the ground, she comprehended that Lucius had concealed his injuries to spare her worry, wounds sustained while protecting her during the explosion. Bella's lips curled into a smile. Crucio. Draco was on the brink of collapse. Snape observed the shadowy figures lurking. Sensing the presence of werewolves, he gripped his wand tightly, hesitant to act, knowing he could not triumph over so many werewolves and dark wizards. A red curse struck Bella's wrist from above, causing her wand to fly from her hand and into the corridor on the second floor. A silver-haired girl perched upon the railing swung her legs, provocatively waving the wand she had just disarmed. Long time no see, Mrs. Lestrange. Chapter 138, The Traitor. Memories, fervently kissed by Dementors, surged into Bella's mind, prompting her to hurl a killing curse towards the second-floor corridor's railing. Tao Wu effortlessly deflected it, and Peter seized the moment, directing his wand's green light at Lucius. His mind flashing back to moments of childhood when he had been bullied by Slytherin students due to his cowardice, his face contorting into a grotesque smile. Today, it's finally your turn, Malfoy. No. Narcissa attempted to intervene, but her hair was gripped tightly by her own sister, strands torn away, revealing vivid red. Bella bound her hands behind her with a binding curse, and Narcissa desperately cried out towards her beloved, her voice laden with despair. It was not the Cruciatus curse, but the killing curse. Harry calmly lifted his gaze upwards, and Tao Wu silently nodded in response. Draco forcefully broke free from Harry's grip, charging towards Peter, his wand absent from his pocket, resorting to Muggle means to thwart the rat. A towering figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, seizing Draco by the throat and pinning him to the ground. Simultaneously, a blinding green light whizzed past his ear, ruffling the hair at his temple, striking Peter, who had raised his wand to dispatch Lucius. Peter's grotesque expression froze in an instant as the green light from his wand dissipated along with his life. Newt quickly apparat to Draco's side, using a stunning spell to hurl the figure, choking Draco away, rescuing the nearly asphyxiated boy. Lucius and Narcissa exhaled in relief simultaneously. I have awaited this day for so long. Azkaban protected you for such a time, yet you chose to escape. Harry's voice echoed eerily in the night. His wand still poised in the position it had been in when he had slain Peter, his green eyes gleaming in the darkness like a serpent's, icy to the core. The traitor who betrayed his closest friend ultimately perished at the hands of the child of that very friend, long-awaited justice finally arriving after 14 years. With a slight adjustment of his wrist, Harry directed his wand towards Bella. Of course, I won't overlook you, Mrs. Lestrange. I must reclaim some interest for my friend's parents. Snape, lurking in an inconspicuous corner, watched as Harry deftly dispatched Peter and now confronted Bella, his brow slick with sweat. This descendant of the Potter lineage was truly astonishing. The prowess of Bella and Peter is not on the same level. He contemplated how to discreetly shield Harry. Can we make a move now, Bella? You must have had your fun. The figure that had been struck down by Newt had already risen. Then let us commence, Greybuck. Bella narrowed her eyes, diverting her gaze from Harry, raising her wand high as she shouted maniacally, for the Dark Lord. Outside, dark wizards and werewolves surged in, and Harry's two killing curses were effortlessly evaded by Bella. The bloodthirsty gazes of the dark wizards and werewolves zeroed in on the vibrant lives within the hall. Most of the wizards here were of mediocre strength, with only Newt, Severus, and perhaps Harry capable of putting up a fight. Toru squinted her eyes. Having observed for so long without obtaining the answers she sought, she could no longer afford to remain idle. With a light push of her toes against the railing, she leapt from the upper floor, swiftly dispatching a werewolf lunging at Daphne and kicking aside a dark wizard preparing to ambush Newt. Her combat style was exceptionally smooth and fluid, combining close-quarter combat with ranged magical attacks. Her left fist shattered the nose of a dark wizard, while her right wand delivered a stunning blow to the werewolf grappling with Theodore. Lucius and Narcissa, along with several adult wizards, established a vast protective shield, sheltering everyone within their protective radius. Astoria, quick-witted, yanked her still-stunned brother Draco into the shield alongside her sister Daphne. Theodore, being merely a student, was entirely unequipped to contend with the dark wizards and werewolves, and he was pulled into safety by his father. Bella had succumbed to madness, her curses raining down upon Toru, who had effortlessly dispatched a dozen foes. Toru danced and dodged, evading Bella's spells while taking down several dark wizards, intentionally sparing their lives. The hall was awash with a cacophony of dazzling, multicolored spell lights, accompanied by the relentless shattering of glass objects. Fudge unexpectedly exhibited remarkable courage, engaging with several werewolves attempting to harm isolated young witches, guiding the children to safety within the protective perimeter of the adult wizards. Harry observed the circle formed by Lucius and the others. Lost in thought, he turned to Toru and said, "I have an idea." Toru instantly surmised his intention to use the gas stove. It was indeed a brilliant idea. Yet employing a fire shield in front of Newt was tantamount to dancing on a grave. "No, do you wish to blow up Draco's home?" As she spoke to Harry, a furtive figure appeared behind Toru, clad in a metallic mask, with tattoos on his arm glowing ominously. Due to Toru's overwhelming strength, Bella's team had already fallen at a disadvantage. Bella waved her wand in the air a few times before it fell silent, showing no reaction. "Where are the Dementors?" Bella questioned Greybuck with confusion. The werewolf leader swiftly defended against Severus's attack, easily leaping to the bedside. He looked up to see the Dementors swirling above Malfoy Manor like tattered rags, blocking out all light from above, yet they lingered in the sky, seemingly reluctant to enter. As if fearing something. How strange, they refused to come in. Greybuck's expression mirrored his confusion, and just as he turned back, he was suspended upside down by Severus. "Severus, you traitor! The Dark Lord will not spare you upon his return." Severus shot him a glance, retorting that the hanging charm was not the killing curse. "Old wolf. Enjoy your moment." Toru overheard Bella's inquiry to Greybuck, narrowing her eyes at Bella before scrutinizing the wizards within the shield once more. The number of combat-capable dark wizards and werewolves dwindled, and under the pressure from Severus and Harry, Bella gradually found herself overwhelmed. Unable to spare the energy to curse them both, a dark hand reached out towards Toru. She glanced at Newt, their eyes meeting in the air, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Just as that hand was about to touch her smooth shoulder, Newt's coat fell upon her, and he appeared behind her in an instant. His wand aimed, unleashing a purple spell that struck the assailant's metallic mask, sending it flying. Toru immediately turned, shouting, "Seize him!" The masked man suddenly transformed into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. Bella narrowly dodged a killing curse from Harry, operating beside Greybuck, seizing his shoulder as they both vanished from the hall, leaving behind a single command: retreat. Everyone flee. Once they had all escaped, Toru squinted at the spot where the masked figure had just disappeared. The Dark Lord was in her pocket, and that masked individual was likely the Ministry insider who had released Peter and Bella. Toru noticed that the strap on his leg was a leather holster. She had seen the same holster on the leader of the witch hunters, Jones. How had he incited Bella and those dark wizards and werewolves to attack Malfoy Manor? What was their objective? Chapter 139, The Remarkable Snuffler. The defenses of Azkaban were far from commendable. Severus squinted at Fudge, who was breathlessly slumped on the ground, and sarcastically remarked, "From the foolish dog Black to today, Bellatrix Lestrange, Peter Pettigrew, and this group of Death-Eater dark wizards, who can Azkaban truly hold?" Fudge was at a loss for a response to Severus's inquiry. It was indeed a failure of the Ministry. "I have a question. Why do the Dementors heed Mrs. Lestrange?" Toru crossed her arms, gazing at Fudge. Fudge, panting, his mind a chaotic tangle, shook his head stiffly. "I am not certain. The Dementors have been tormenting prisoners in Azkaban day after day, adhering to their nature. The only time they followed orders was long ago, when the Dark Lord nearly controlled the entire magical world." Observing his state, recalling his desperate defense of the children, Toru refrained from further chastising him, pointing instead to the wound on his arm, inflicted by a dark curse. "You should first attend to your injuries with Mr. Malfoy." Lucius, with Narcissa's assistance, struggled to stand, blood thoroughly soaking the fabric of his back, while Narcissa's palm was stained a brilliant crimson. Fudge wobbled to his feet, declaring, "I will arrange for all the injured to be sent to St. Mungo's." He waved his wand, and a luminous otter leapt forth, soaring out of Malfoy Manor towards the Ministry. Exhausted, he leaned against a severely damaged stone pillar, his gaze falling upon Umbridge's corpse in the center of the hall, his complex expression wrapped in myriad emotions. Toru failed to discern what feelings Fudge harbored towards Umbridge. Still fantasizing about returning to the center of power, Umbridge had hastily penned the most fitting conclusion for her life on Christmas Eve. Fudge finally sighed deeply, engulfing Umbridge and the man killed by Bella in flames, reducing them to a heap of ashes. Apart from the death of Umbridge and a distant relative of Selwyn who had once been a Death Eater, the injuries sustained by others were not severe in the fierce battle that night. Harry disdainfully kicked the body of Peter Pettigrew at his feet and walked over to Toru. Everyone witnessed the savior unleashing a killing curse upon Peter, yet all tacitly chose to avoid discussing it. What fault could be attributed to the benevolent savior? He merely avenged his parents while simultaneously rescuing the weak and helpless head of the Malfoy family.
Draco stood beside Gaia, gazing at Toru and Harry, who stood together, their faces pale. In the midst of his panic, Porter swiftly reacted by covering his mouth. As a werewolf clutched his throat, Porter's lethal curse precisely targeted Peter, saving his father. While he, like others, cowered within the protective barrier, Porter had already joined forces with Snape to repel Bella. Despite having practiced alongside Porter for so long, he still faltered when faced with the life-and-death struggle. He felt unworthy to stand beside her. Yet, when he recklessly rushed towards his father, both his parents witnessed his brave act. Narcissa discerned her son's despondency and gently called out to him, "Draco, are you all right?" Draco shook his head bitterly in response. Narcissa's voice prompted Peach Mist to glance at Draco, her brow furrowing at his dismal performance, especially when Harry's efforts during the real battle far exceeded her expectations. "Draco, where is your wand?" she inquired. Draco, taken aback by her sudden question, quickly answered, "I accidentally left it in the room when I changed into my dress robes." "Why didn't you leave your brain behind as well?" Peach Mist exclaimed, her frustration mounting as she turned to Snape. "Professor, you should chastise him." Snape was momentarily taken aback by her outburst. How was he expected to scold someone else? Hearing Peach Mist berate him brought a glimmer of joy to Draco's eyes, for it indicated that she had not given up on him. "Tomorrow, I shall practice in the room of requirement until sparks fly from my wand." Lucius observed his son's unexpected cheerfulness after being scolded. His gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions as he began to suspect that his son might not be entirely. "Do you think our son has some sort of mental issue?" Narcissa, overhearing her husband's disparagement of their son, pinched his arm sharply. "Don't be ridiculous." Fudge's personnel had also arrived at Malfoy Manor, swiftly relocating the injured to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies. The Ministry of Magic had arranged luxurious and comfortable carriages for these affluent patients, with all expenses charged to Lucius Malfoy. Peach Mist intended to hitch a ride to St. Mungo's, as she had some matters to attend to there before returning to Hogwarts via the Flynn network. As the one who exerted the most effort tonight, "I believe requisitioning a carriage is not too much to ask, Mr. Fudge," she remarked, stroking the head of a thestral. Fudge waved his hand dismissively by all means. Lucius, walking beside Fudge, felt a tightening in his chest. Did he just hear the usually aloof Minister of Magic address that girl with a formal pronoun? Casting a glance at his son, whose eyes were fixed on Peach Mist, he nudged Draco gently with his knee. "Go visit Luna. Don't interrupt your mother and me." Draco perked up immediately, embracing his father affectionately and patting his back. Lucius's face turned crimson from the unexpected gesture, but Narcissa intervened, pulling her son away. "All right, Draco, go thank Luna for your father and me, as well as Potter and Professor Scamander." Draco rushed to Peach Mist's side, noticing her caressing the thestral, and realized he could now see it as well. As a child, he had often begged his mother to let him see the creature he had read about in stories. But now that he was face to face with it, he felt no joy, understanding that he needed to mature. Newt had already settled onto the plush cushions of the carriage, extending his hand to pull Peach Mist inside, where she sat beside him. Harry followed suit, leaping into the carriage just behind Draco. "That person must be the traitor Queenie spoke of," Peach Mist remarked, glancing at Newt. Harry, seated opposite them, looked up. "Have you found the traitor? Who is it?" Peach Mist shook her head, her tone tinged with disappointment. The mask he wore could not be removed, even with a spell. "He escaped. Teddy has something for you." Newt indicated the bulge in the right side of her waist, where she wore his jacket. Peach Mist quickly lifted the hem, and Teddy slid down her leg, extending his tiny paws. The ruby ring sparkled brilliantly in the dim carriage. The silver band was engraved with 3 letters. Rab. Chapter 140. "So, Harry is also the girl you fancy, Rab?" Newt looked at the ruby ring that Peach Mist had tossed into his hand, his expression one of confusion. "Well, in my knowledge, there is indeed a person associated with these letters." Newt turned to Peach Mist. "Who?" "Regulus Arcturus Black, the younger brother of Sirius Black." Peach Mist replied, recalling his full name to prevent Newt from questioning why it was RAB and not RB. Perhaps it was better that Chinese names were simpler. Just a couple of characters, unlike their lengthy names that could be quite the chore to write out as punishment. "Where did you get this ring, sweetheart?" Peach Mist affectionately scratched Teddy's belly. Teddy straightened up, clutching his round face with his little paws, making a face reminiscent of that mask. "The masked villain who ambushed us?" In response to Peach Mist's inquiry, Teddy vigorously nodded his tiny head before crawling onto her lap and finding a comfortable spot to lie down. "Impossible. Not to mention that Regulus has been dead for many years. Even if he were alive, he would never engage in such actions." Peach Mist denied the possibility outright. "You know him well?" Newt asked, his ordinary question tinged with a hint of jealousy. "Not particularly. I just heard Sirius mention his brother, who was once a Death Eater following Voldemort." She had not finished her sentence when she was interrupted by Draco. "A Death Eater following Voldemort? What good person could he possibly be?" Probably just like Bellatrix Lestrange. Peach Mist shot him a look of exasperation, as if to say that it was as if his father wasn't a Death Eater either. But he was unaware. He now dared to utter Voldemort's name directly, whereas before, he would pale at its mention. However, the sudden attack by the Death Eaters had frightened him considerably. By the way, Mrs. Lestrange is your mother's sister, Draco. Regulus Black is her cousin as well, Peach Mist remarked, tracing the word black in the air with her wand. Draco snorted disdainfully, turning his head away from the floating letters. The Black family has no one normal, except my mother. That is not true. Harry, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, resting his hands on his knees. His gaze lowered as he spoke slowly. I heard Sirius say that his brother seemed very naive, obedient to the Black family, and supported Voldemort. However, Sirius told me that Regulus stole a very important item from Voldemort and drank poison in an undisclosed location. Draco leaned forward, intrigued. So did he die? If he drank Voldemort's poison, there's no hope. Harry shook his head. I don't know. Sirius doesn't know either. He said that his favorite girl went to rescue Regulus, and that person he liked was very capable. He turned his gaze towards Peach Mist, his green eyes shimmering like the stars of a winter night. Just as capable as Luna, Sirius believed she must have saved Regulus, but curiously, he has not seen his brother since that day. Newt observed the glimmer in Harry's eyes, his own expression darkening as he reflected on the intertwined stories of himself and Peach Mist, coupled with the peculiar behaviors and unspoken glances Sirius had directed towards her during their encounters. It is not difficult to deduce that the girl in the story must be her. Why is she so fond of meddling in others' affairs? Such behavior does not suit a Hufflepuff. He can only surmise what Peach Mist has already contemplated. If she saved Regulus, it is certain that he did not perish. Her blind confidence is remarkable. However, where has this individual gone? I speculate that this RAB must have been rescued, and if we could locate him, perhaps we would uncover the true mastermind behind today's horrific attack. Newt drew aside the crimson velvet curtain that shielded the carriage window, and through the glass, he could already see St. Mungo's Hospital emanating a gentle glow against the tranquil backdrop of a snowy night. It would be opportune to inquire with Dumbledore upon returning to Hogwarts. He might possess insights into the events of those years that are not widely known. As he spoke, Peach Mist suddenly recalled that the timeline was nearing the moment Dumbledore would venture to the Gaunt residence to retrieve the ring concealed by Tom, subsequently destroying this Horcrux with the sword of Gryffindor, only to be struck by the curse from the ring on his right hand. Yet, this ring is currently in her possession, having been stealthily taken from Omnis. If Dumbledore were to visit the Gaunt residence and encounter Omnis, it would indeed be an extraordinary encounter. Her former senior, akin to her favorite student, would certainly frighten the old man. Peach Mist lifted her gaze to observe the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, partially hidden beneath his tousled hair. She recognized that addressing the matter of Horcruxes must be prioritized. She felt exceedingly busy and fatigued, which Hufflepuff is so burdened and competitive, having to resolve the historical issues of her subordinates, while simultaneously guarding against the sudden incursions of Muggle hunters. A sudden thought struck her. She embraced Teddy, resting her chin on its fluffy head, and scrutinized Draco. Draco, does your father suspect that something would transpire tonight, thus summoning Snape and instructing you to bring me, Newt, and Harry along? Draco met her accusatory gaze, breaking into a cold sweat. An escape of such magnitude from Azkaban could not possibly occur without his father and Fudge being aware. The invitations had been sent long ago, and to preserve the dignity of the Ministry and the Malfoy family, they had no choice but to proceed. Lucius, with a sudden flash of insight, concocted this dubious scheme, especially after learning from Daphne a few days prior that Peach Mist had thrashed Fudge and marred Umbridge's face without facing any repercussions. He understood. Snape and Scamander were inconsequential. This could very well be the true mastermind. He even began to regret the engagement he had arranged for Draco, as his son had already ascended to the stars, while he remained here, feeling self-satisfied with his connections. No, that is not the case. My father has some inquiries for Professor Scamander. Draco fidgeted anxiously, while Luna, my mother mentioned that I could invite any girl I fancy to tonight's Christmas banquet. The carriage gradually came to a halt, and Peach Mist pointed to Harry, who sat across from her. So, Harry is also the girl you fancy? Chapter 141. I wish to become the one you love. As the carriage touched down, the sudden jolt caused Draco to lose his balance and tumble into Harry's embrace. The echo of Peach Mist's earlier words resonated in Harry's ears, causing his pupils to constrict as he forcefully pushed Draco away, hastily leaping from the carriage, leaving behind a single remark: straight man, likes girls, declined. At St. Mungo's Hospital, all doctors were summoned to work extra hours at Fudge's behest, conducting physical examinations for all wizards present at the banquet tonight. Observe, in any unexpected circumstance, it is invariably the doctors who bear the brunt of misfortune. Newt glanced at Lucius, whose back was stained with blood, and restrained Peach Mist's hand as she attempted to remove her outer garment. Whispering softly in her ear, "Wait here for me. I have matters to discuss." Peach Mist nodded, and he strode toward Fudge, sparing Lucius, who was grievously injured. From further distress, "Mr. Fudge, I have some inquiries." The secretary beside Fudge, understanding the unspoken cue, guided them into an empty office, illuminating the room and preparing tea for them. "I have a good notion of what you wish to ask. After all, you have experienced so much, and I cannot conceal anything from you." Fudge handed a cup of tea, freshly brewed, to Newt. Newt accepted it without formality, grasping the porcelain cup filled with hot tea. "When did Pettigrew and Mrs. Lestrange, along with that group of Death Eaters, escape?" 3 days ago, Fudge replied candidly, cradling his own cup. "How did they manage to escape?" Newt's question caused Fudge's brow to furrow in concern. He shook his head. "It is regrettable. No one was aware of their escape, nor were there any Dementors in pursuit. It was only the next day when an Auror was escorting a recently captured prisoner that we discovered they were missing." The wisps of steam rising from the teacup obscured Fudge's vision, and after a prolonged silence, he turned to Newt and finally confessed, "I suspect someone within the ministry facilitated their release, but I cannot say for certain. Anyone could be this traitor." He cast a glance at the door. "Not even my secretary, who is your ardent admirer, can I trust without hesitation." Newt comfortingly patted his shoulder. "It is always prudent to exercise caution. Do you have any suspects?" Fudge shook his head. "Currently, I have no leads, but I shall continue to investigate." He looked at Newt, his expression wavering, and after a moment's contemplation, he withdrew a scroll of parchment from the pocket of his coat and unfurled it before Newt. The handwriting on the parchment was unmistakably Jacob's. The witch, Mrs. Queen Kowalski, who married a wealthy businessman in New York, had previously informed various ministries that there was a traitor among the witch hunters. "I was initially skeptical, but look here." Fudge pointed to a line on the parchment. "The materials and weapons of the Witch Hunter Association have been sabotaged by Hogwarts wizards, rendering them temporarily incapable of launching a large-scale attack on wizards. Those wizards they have bribed will employ various means to disrupt the wizarding world and seek opportunities for wizards to turn against one another." It bears a striking resemblance to tonight's events, where the instigators have unleashed the Death Eaters to incite conflict among us. Fudge looked once more at Newt. "I am also suspicious that your injury in Paris may have been due to a leak of your whereabouts." "Indeed." Newt concurred with Fudge's assessment. Fudge continued, "Not only Azkaban, but also Nurmengard. They even released the most notorious war criminal, Gellert Grindelwald." Newt replied, "That was not a release. He was captured by slavers." Draco, concerned for Lucius's condition, entered the treatment room alongside them. Harry, having utilized the killing curse, was forcibly taken by Aurors to ensure the spell had not inflicted any adverse effects upon him. Peter's demise was inconsequential, but the chosen one must not come to harm. Peach Mist stood in the bustling hall, reminiscing about last year's Christmas when Winda detonated a hole in Hogwarts Castle with a plethora of saints and sent Snape to the hospital wing. This year, the Death Eaters were causing chaos once more. It seems every Christmas is fraught with turmoil. She expertly navigated to the door of a single patient room, gently pushing the door open. In the tranquil night, a young man donned his coat, seemingly preparing to depart. "Cedric." Peach Mist affectionately called his name as she approached his side. "Merry Christmas." The moment Cedric saw her walking toward him, all traces of urgency melted away, transforming into a gentle warmth. "Christmas gift." Peach Mist revealed her palm, displaying a mini Cedric crafted from felt. "I made it myself. It is not entirely unique. Newt possesses one as well, which he presented to him last night. A Hufflepuff exclusive woolen blanket. Thank you, I truly adore it." He received the vividly crafted representation of himself from Toadstool, treating it like a treasured gem as he placed it upon his bedside, then gently grasped her hand. "I have heard that you attended the banquet hosted by the Malfoys, which was attacked by Death Eaters. Now that I see you here, I can finally breathe easy." Toadstool noticed his attire, particularly the wand tucked into his pocket. "Were you planning to come out to find me?" "Indeed." Cedric's gentle gaze transformed into one of determination. "Even if we may not be their match, I yearn to protect the girl I cherish." "Thank you." "Wait, did he just say what I think he said?" Toadstool looked up at him. He had just mentioned the girl he likes, pointing a finger at herself. "You like me?" A faint blush crept across Cedric's face. Yet he did not avert his gaze, nodding in affirmation. She felt elated that Cedric liked her, but it wasn't necessarily a favorable situation for him. "However," said, "I am not a good person, and I am quite fickle. I might fall for anyone who is handsome, so therefore, I wish to be your favorite among those you adore." Cedric tenderly tucked her stray locks behind her ear. Toadstool bit her lip as she regarded him. Who wouldn't like Cedric Diggory, the cherished moonlight of Hufflepuff and all of Hogwarts? Yet, said, "Even though I like you now, I also have affections for others, which may not be fair to you." If that person can accept my presence, why can't I accept his? You need not even tell me who he is. Toadstool was taken aback. This logic seemed to hold merit. Cedric, gathering his courage, gently pulled her into his embrace. His warm breath carrying soft words that brushed against her ear. Please do not reject me. Luna, I implore you. Chapter 142. I pushed him away at once, stating that it was a different price. Toadstool did not respond to Cedric. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck, rising onto her toes to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. Beneath the soft glow of the lights, Cedric lowered his gaze to see the girl's long eyelashes fluttering, lightly grazing his cheek, her soft, cool lips brushing against his face like a dragonfly skimming the water. Before swiftly retreating, was it merely a kiss on the cheek? His gaze lingered on her lips, yearning for more. Yet he refrained, tenderly caressing her cheek with his thumb, ultimately smiling as he released her. You should return to rest. My Luna must be weary after tonight. Well then, good night, said. Toadstool made her way to the door, slowly closing it behind her. Good night. Cedric's gaze remained fixed on the closed door, standing in the quiet of the night for quite some time. As Toadstool retraced her steps to locate Newt and Harry, she passed by a treatment room and spotted Blaze. He sat quietly, his suit crumpled, sleeves rolled up high, while the healer cleaned the blood from his forearm with gauze before evenly applying a soothing balm. A stunning lady stood gracefully beside him, presumably his mother, Mrs. Zabini regarded her son's deeply gaping wound with a cold indifference, resembling a stranger rather than a mother. I know what you're thinking. You're wondering why I had to attend the Malfoy banquet. Blaze lifted his gaze to her, his eyes reflecting the same coldness as his mother's. Looking for your 8th husband? To see which fortunate or wealthy fool has been ensnared by your beauty this time. What do you understand? When you grow up, you will comprehend. Mrs. Zabini's gaze lingered on her son's wound. An ephemeral glimmer of compassion swiftly replaced by indifference. I do not need you to protect me. Do not engage in such meaningless acts again. Blaze clenched his jaw, striving to make his voice sound devoid of emotion. What are you being so sentimental about? I simply got hit by a curse due to my own carelessness. Their conversation was distinctly audible to Toadstool by the doorway. She had indeed been surprised to see Blaze, who was unexpectedly quiet today, blending into the crowd. Oh, Miss Luna. You are here. I just visited Lucius, and young Malfoy was asking where you had gone. A refined middle-aged man approached, politely greeting Toadstool, after tonight's events. No one could fail to recognize her, Luna. Toadstool had some recollection of the man before her. Daphne had mentioned him, likely a member of the Shafik family, holding a significant position within the Ministry of Magic. Mr. Shafik, I happened to come to St. Mungo's to visit a friend, Cedric, the Diggory boy. A commendable student with a gentle demeanor, Mr. Shafik smiled approvingly. Moreover, he is remarkably handsome, unlike his father. Indeed, Toadstool wore a polite smile. Mr. Shafik adjusted his coat as he entered the treatment room, and Mrs. Zabini's cold countenance instantly brightened with a radiant smile. She hurried to him, enveloping him in a warm embrace and brushing her cheeks against his. Is Blaze all right? Mr. Shafik asked as he held Mrs. Zabini, glancing towards Blaze. The healer had finished bandaging Blaze's forearm. Mr. Zabini is no longer in serious condition. That is good to hear. Mr. Shafik, oblivious to the surroundings, planted a kiss on Mrs. Zabini's forehead. My dear, let me show you your Christmas gift. Mrs. Zabini gasped in delight, looking at Mr. Shafik. You have prepared a surprise for me? Mrs. Zabini was swept into Mr. Shafik's embrace as they left the treatment room, not even glancing back at her son. Blaze stood silently, allowing space for the next patient, and amidst the healer's sympathetic gaze, he exited the room. Luna? He immediately spotted the silver-haired girl in a red dress, his expression shifting to a playful smirk as he approached her with a lively gait. Are you here to see me? Blaze twirled in front of her, suddenly holding a rose in his mouth, then presented the vibrant bloom to her. It matches your appearance splendidly, my delicate rose. I know you must be concerned for me. Toadstool remarked. I believe the Death Eaters may not be extreme enough. Nonetheless, the flower is beautiful. Toadstool accepted the fiery red rose from his hand. Was that your mother, just now? Blaze's smile momentarily faltered but quickly regained its composure. Yes, she is dating Mr. Shafik. This is her 8th partner. She claims love keeps her youthful. I detest her. Regarding Blaze's mother, Toadstool was well aware, the beautiful Mrs. Zabini was notorious not only for her beauty but also for her 7 marriages, each husband mysteriously passing away shortly after, leaving her a substantial inheritance. This is why Blaze is so affluent, able to mingle within the circles of the Malfoys and the Newts despite his father's absence. It is not love that keeps Mrs. Zabini young, but rather the wealth and status these men bestow upon her. You do not despise her, your arm is proof. Toadstool pointed to his bandaged forearm. You are very much like her, and in fact, surpass her. She has had 8 husbands, while you, my friend Blaze, have had dozens of girlfriends. with your admirers scattered throughout Hogwarts, enough to encircle the Quidditch pitch multiple times. All those rumors were fabricated by Draco. My heart belongs solely to you, Luna. The depths of Blaze's enchanting peach blossom eyes were tinged with a blend of sincerity and pretense as he leaned down, wrapping his arms around the misty peach. Luna, I speak from the heart. Luna cast a sidelong glance and spotted Newt standing at the far end of the corridor, his still form illuminated by the stark white light, casting an aura of solitude around him. I cannot place my trust in the words of a philanderer. With a smile, she gently pushed Blaze away. Confront your own feelings. You care deeply for your mother, and she feels the same. You have rejected me once more, Blaze shrugged. It is getting late. I must return to school. Professor Scamander is waiting for me. Until we meet again. Luna waved goodbye and turned to dash towards Newt, her red skirt fluttering behind her like a blooming red rose. Blaze lowered his gaze in disappointment and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Did you not say you would wait for me? Newt inquired, a hint of frustration in his voice. I was merely exploring out of boredom. Exploring? And you ended up in Mr. Zabini's embrace? Newt's retort was laced with sarcasm, his words sharp enough to suggest he had not consumed a mountain of lemons to elicit such bitterness. Luna quickly countered. I pushed him away immediately, asserting that it was a different price. Chapter 143, Concerning Horcruxes. Ahem. As Luna, Newt, and Harry emerged from the fireplace, they were greeted by the sight of Professor Dumbledore. The old man standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a serious expression etched upon his face. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. Harry, who held a particular fondness for the headmaster, was the first to greet him. Dumbledore stroked his long beard thoughtfully. Can you explain to me the circumstances surrounding your use of the unforgivable curse? Harry's gaze fell to the ground, feeling guilty under the weight of the headmaster's serious demeanor. Recalling that he had not only cast the killing curse on Peter, this rare encounter with numerous Death Eaters had presented an invaluable opportunity for combat. He had deftly dispatched 5 or 6 of them and used the Cruciatus curse to control another, shielding Snape from a fatal attack by a werewolf. Dumbledore, observing Harry's silence, shifted his gaze to Newt. Now, Newt, as their professor, perhaps you could elucidate the situation. Newt rubbed his nose, avoiding Dumbledore's penetrating stare, his attention drifting to the window as he feigned interest in the black velvet curtains. Dumbledore sighed deeply, reflecting on how his 2 favorite students, the chosen saviors from 2 generations, had come to this point. Professor, Harry's use of the unforgivable curse was under my instruction. Luna interjected, standing between Newt and Harry, calmly presenting her case to Dumbledore. He needs to survive, and he seeks revenge. Relying solely on levitation and disarming charms offers no chance of success. The unforgivable curses are so named because they embody extreme wickedness and cruelty. Their use damns the soul to darkness. Dumbledore lamented with a heavy sigh. I disagree. Our use of dark magic is aimed at swiftly eradicating the vile force of the Death Eaters. It is akin to a muggle possessing both a knife and a gun. Should one encounter a life-threatening assailant, which should they choose? Luna pressed the question back to Dumbledore. The unforgivable curses are prohibited by the laws of the magical community, and those who wield them will find themselves imprisoned in Azkaban. Dumbledore maintained his stance against their use. Firearms are similarly banned in the Muggle world, yet some utilize them for self-defense or to uphold justice. Luna inhaled deeply, internally wrestling with her desire to chastise the unfortunate child. Newt tugged at her sleeve, muttering softly. New York permits firearms. Luna shot him a disapproving glance. Is that not why you are so capable? No wonder Grindelwald sought to capture you. Indeed, the land of the free, where gunfire is an everyday occurrence. If you lived there, many would possess those iron contraptions. Without one, you would be the one riddled with bullets. Luna delivered her final argument with devastating effect. At the time, the Minister of Magic and many Aurors were present. Harry's use of the unforgivable curse was witnessed by all, yet none spoke out against him. No one sought to imprison Harry in Azkaban. Thus, rules can be altered. They will yield to true justice. Harry nodded vigorously beside her, muttering, I saw Minister Fudge use the killing curse to eliminate 2 Death Eaters. Dumbledore, in exasperation, thought, it would have been better to have been slain by Grindelwald 50 years ago than to deal with these 2 saviors. Very well, you should return and rest for now. Dumbledore massaged his throbbing temples. Wait, Professor, I have a question for you, Luna addressed Dumbledore. I'm afraid not tonight, Luna. I have pressing matters to attend to following the Death Eaters' assault. It has made me realize that certain issues are now urgent. Dumbledore gently pressed her shoulder as he walked toward the office exit. Is it about Horcruxes? Voldemort's Horcruxes. Luna's words caused Dumbledore to halt in his tracks. He spun around to face her, his expression grave. Who informed you of this? No one. Luna met Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze with calm composure. I discovered information regarding Horcruxes in the restricted section. I once overheard Quirrell and young Barty discussing their plans to resurrect Voldemort. During my research, I uncovered data on Horcruxes, which is likely the reason he could return. Dumbledore regarded her in silence for several moments, not doubting her words. You are remarkably astute, Luna, to have deduced information about Horcruxes from such limited data. What exactly is a Horcrux? Harry asked in a hushed tone. Dumbledore gazed out into the snowy winter night, releasing a long sigh. This pertains to a retired potions professor, Horace Slughorn. Horace? Newt seemed somewhat familiar with Slughorn, frowning as he looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded. Yes. The same one, Rita's former classmate, the individual who once assisted both of you. Newt's gaze fell gently upon Luna's head. Thanks to him, I was able to preserve my memories. He should not be judged so harshly. No, Newt. It is not his fault. Voldemort in his youth was just as beguiling. Dumbledore explained. He was Slughorn's favorite student. Handsome, amiable, cultured, and eager to learn. By the time of his graduation, he had become the core of the Slytherin students. Slughorn once believed he would join the Ministry and become the next Minister of Magic. Yet, he was not satisfied. Desires breed evil, and he began to pursue immortality. Thus, he learned a fragment about Horcruxes from books and acquired complete knowledge from Slughorn. What exactly is it? Harry pressed on. Patience, Harry, I was just about to explain. A Horcrux is created by splitting one's soul and hiding a part of it in an external object. Even if the body is destroyed and death occurs, a fragment of the soul remains in the world, awaiting resurrection. No wonder the Death Eaters have been growing active. Is he seeking to resurrect? Newt took a seat on the sofa. How did he create those Horcruxes? The creation of Horcruxes is exceedingly malevolent. It requires murder, as killing causes the soul to split. Dumbledore's words caused Harry's body to stiffen. He bit his lip, hesitating before finally voicing his concern. I just killed Peter. Does that mean I have a Horcrux now? Precisely understood. Chapter 144. It is settled, then, Tom. Observing the evident panic etched on Harry's face, Dumbledore's comforting hand rested on his shoulder, offering solace. Do not fret, Harry. To create a Horcrux, one must seal the fragmented soul within an external object through a specific incantation, Dumbledore reassured, before his tone shifted. However, Harry, it is indeed true that murder results in the splitting of the soul. Harry turned to Dumbledore, noting the aged hand resting on his shoulder. But I recall from legends told a century ago that the Dark Lord killed countless individuals. Should not his soul have been shattered into a million pieces? Would you care to examine your own assertions? Replied Talmist. Some muggles commit murder with knives and firearms, and their souls remain unaffected. Therefore, the act of killing must possess certain conditions, a prerequisite being the use of the killing curse, Avada Kedavra. Talmist shared her analysis, concluding, from the rumors I have heard, the Dark Lord rarely employed the killing curse. Indeed, he favored that, Dumbledore remarked, gesturing toward the small cabbage resting against the sorting hat. Then turned his gaze back to Talmist. To be frank, Luna, I once harbored doubts about your lineage. I am not. Spare me your fanciful notions. I am merely an unremarkable, weak, and helpless orphan, Talmist quickly refuted. She was, in truth, not the progeny of the Dark Lord, for she was the embodiment of him herself. Well then, the time for questions has elapsed. Dumbledore withdrew his hand from Harry's shoulder. Now, return to your dormitory and rest. With that, he turned his attention to Newt, who inwardly lamented, for this was the same look Dumbledore had given him when he persuaded him to confront Grindelwald. Whatever you have to say, my answer is a resounding no. Before Dumbledore could speak, Newt preemptively declared his refusal. Oh, very well. Dumbledore feigned a wounded expression. That means I, a centenarian, must venture into that perilous place alone. Newt turned away, dismissing him. A dangerous place? Are you going to search for a Horcrux? Talmist seized upon the keyword, immediately questioning him. If her intuition served her right, he intended to seek the locket of Slytherin, which lay in the cave where Regulus met his end. Why else would they call you the cleverest witch at Hogwarts? You're correct, Luna, I am going to search. Talmist seamlessly interjected Dumbledore's words. Do not go. Allow me to assist you in your quest. After all, my compassionate heart cannot bear to see your frail old bones in peril. Dumbledore feigned innocence, raising his hands in surrender to the exasperated Newt. Tell me, where's this place? In response to Talmist's inquiry, Dumbledore retrieved a red woolen sock from his drawer. This is the key, which will transport you there. Talmist grimaced at the sight of the sock. Your personal keepsake? I hope it does not belong to Grindelwald. As she spoke, both Newt and Harry turned to Dumbledore, their faces reflecting a shared look of disdain. Dumbledore, unfazed, cheerfully placed the sock on the sofa before Talmist. No, it belongs to Severus. Talmist's hand, reaching for the sock, hesitated mid-air as she slowly turned to Dumbledore, her expression laden with doubt. Why do you possess his sock? Was it laundered? Dumbledore shrugged, smiling enigmatically. Upon closer inspection, Talmist surmised that it must be a new sock, and she reached out to touch it. In a dizzying whirl, a hand clasped around her wrist. The moment Thomas' feet met the cold, hard ground, the tumultuous sound of crashing waves filled her ears, snowflakes whipped against her face by a biting wind. And she felt Newt's warm palm against her wrist. Once again, Dumbledore has taken the opportunity to be idle, Newt mused, dressed in a thin white shirt. He glanced at Talmist, who was still clad in her red skirt and draped in his coat, casting a warming charm over both of them. Are you not going to inquire why I am here? Talmist asked, stepping onto a protruding rock and surveying her surroundings. Whatever you wish to do surely has its reasons. And my purpose is simply to accompany you, Newt replied, standing by her side as his gaze followed hers. Below the chaotic pile of rocks, there lay a barely visible crevice, through which dark waters surged relentlessly. We should have brought broomsticks. Now we must swim across, Talmist remarked, glancing toward the opposite side. Newt raised his wand, casting a Lumos charm, illuminating the waters between them and the crevice. The shimmering light danced upon the surface, resembling stars plucked from the galaxy, twinkling in the dark. I will go alone. You wait here for me, Newt insisted, releasing her hand as he approached the edge of the rocks. I must enter. I suspect the treasure Regulus stole from Voldemort is, in fact, a Horcrux, and his body may lie within. Without hesitation, Talmist leaped into the frigid waters of the starry abyss. Newt bit down on his still glowing wand and followed her, diving into the sea without a moment's doubt. Having traveled the world and dealt with magical creatures extensively, Newt was an adept swimmer. He floated alongside Talmist, illuminating her path with his wand until they reached the crevice. The interior of the crevice was a dark passage, and they continued to swim until they reached the rocky shore at its depths. I feel like a water ghost, Talmist quipped as Newt pulled her onto the rocks. She brushed her damp, silvery hair aside, her skirt clinging to her skin, accentuating her alluring form. Beads of water slid down her slender neck, glistening as they cascaded toward her delicate collarbone. Newt's green eyes deepened, and he swallowed hard. His throat and the nape of his neck flushed crimson. He quickly diverted his gaze to the dark rock wall, forgetting the wand still clenched between his teeth. The force of attraction is reciprocal. Temptation is no different, he thought, acutely aware of how Thomas's presence affected him. Soaking wet, Newt's white shirt became nearly translucent, revealing his lean waist and well-defined muscles. He nervously shifted his gaze, the enchanting allure of Talmist lingering in the air. A smile graced Thomas's lips. This man was hers. After a moment of stunned silence, Newt regained his senses and lowered his wand, casting a drying charm to rid both himself and Talmist of their damp garments. Before them, a staircase led into a vast cavern, and they ascended toward its center. Under the soft glow of the Lumos charm, Talmist examined the surrounding rock walls, noting the unmistakable signs of traps laid by Voldemort. Let us discover how to disarm these mechanisms, Newt suggested, realizing the presence of the traps as well. Talmist grasped his arm, retrieving her notebook from her pocket. It's settled then, Tom. Chapter 145. I support your radicalism, Voldemort. Newt's eyes widened as he beheld the familiar handsome figure that suddenly appeared before them, his lips twitching in disbelief. Tom himself appeared equally perplexed, surveying the pitch-black cavern with a sense of eerie familiarity. How had he suddenly materialized here? What was his purpose? Standing beside Talmist, Newt inquired of Tom. Will you guide us to that object? Tom, take me to Slytherin's locket, Talmist urged, prodding his side with her wand. Tom's expression shifted, a complex mix of anger and frustration. No, the locket is no longer here. Regulus, that traitor, has stolen it. He even left a letter to taunt me, revealing that he knew my secret, that he had taken my locket and destroyed it. He spat, his teeth clenched, listening to their exchange. Newt's disbelief mounted as he slowly raised a finger, pointing incredulously at Tom. He is Voldemort? Talmist arched an eyebrow, playfully patting Tom's back. I ask you, are you Voldemort? Tom forced a polite smile. Professor Scamander, Luna, simply call me Tom. What is there to misunderstand? Newt immediately comprehended that the persistent light bulb was none other than Voldemort himself. First, it was Tom, then Grindelwald. He could not fathom why the Dark Lord had a penchant for collecting such dark artifacts. Under the duress of peach mist, Tom effortlessly led them through all the traps, ultimately arriving at the shores of a vast lake, its surface extending into an infinite expanse. In the center of the lake lay a small island, and Tom pointed towards it. There, I concealed it within a glass container filled with enchanted potions. Only by consuming all the potions can one retrieve the locket. As he spoke, he glanced at Peach Mist and Newt, a genuine smile illuminating his face as he recalled a rather amusing thought. Drinking that potion will render one's life worse than death, forcing them to relive the most excruciating moments of their existence. So, which of you will partake? Newt, resolute in not allowing Peach Mist to drink, intended to consume the potions himself before she could intervene. Wait, Newt, Peach Mist halted him. Have you forgotten? He mentioned that the locket has already been stolen. There is no need to drink. Don't be foolish. Tom Riddle turned his head away in indignation, even letting out a haughty huff. Peach Mist gazed at the obsidian waters of the lake, where a faint, unusual glimmer suggested something hidden beneath. Perhaps it was Regulus' relic. Yet, she was acutely aware that the waters concealed thousands of soulless corpses, mindless entities that would methodically assault intruders, dragging the living into the frigid depths to be assimilated. With a gentle flick of her wand, searing flames erupted from its tip, coiling into a massive fire dragon above the cavern, illuminating the once dark space as brightly as day, causing the cold cave to boil with fervor. Shield yourselves. Peach Mist commanded the two men standing behind her. Newt and Tom stepped forward, flanking her, and together they raised their wands to conjure a transparent magical barrier that enveloped them. Tom wielded a wand he had stealthily acquired from a Death Eater during the chaotic soiree at Malfoy Manor. A powerful wizard could master any wand, even without one. The dragon's elongated form spiraled around the cavern's ceiling, melting stalactites into a viscous, boiling black lava that cascaded into the lake, releasing wisps of ethereal white smoke that hissed as it met the cold water, solidifying into irregular rock formations. How splendid! Tom's dark eyes sparkled with reflected flames as he gazed at the magnificent sight, his body trembling with exhilaration. I want to learn this. He subtly inched closer to Peach Mist, leaning in to whisper softly in her ear, his tone almost childlike. We'll discuss it later. Peach Mist waved her wand downward, causing the fire dragon to dive toward the lake's surface. The collision of fire and water generated a burst of steam that filled the cavern, obscuring everything in a blanket of white. With a flick of her magic, she redirected the dense mist outside to the sea, causing both the fire dragon and the lake to vanish, incinerating all the soulless bodies. Beneath the now dry lake bed lay a crystal coffin emanating a blue luminescence, safeguarded by enchantments, rendering it untouched by the remnants of the fire dragon and the corpses. Is this also yours? Newt retracted his wand, dismantling the protective barrier, and looked towards Tom. Tom squinted. That is certainly not mine. Peach Mist cast a levitation charm, transferring the crystal coffin to the island where they stood. Through the frosted blue surface, a figure could be discerned within. She reached out to lift the coffin's lid, and the surrounding blue magic dissipated, causing the coffin to lose its radiant glow and become dull. With a firm push, the lid crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. There truly is a sleeping beauty, she remarked upon seeing the figure inside. It was indeed Regulus' relic, but more importantly, it was Regulus himself. The youth lay quietly within, his dark hair slightly long and flowing gracefully behind him. His complexion was as pale as fine porcelain, exuding an air of cold indifference akin to perpetual frost, yet imbued with a gentle tranquility. His eyes were tightly shut, long lashes resembling raven feathers adorned with delicate frost. His slight frame was encased in black robes, a small section of his alabaster forearm visible, revealing the sinister dark mark etched on his inner wrist. Traitor! Tom erupted upon seeing the youth, brandishing his wand with the intent to take both the boy and the coffin away. Newt swiftly restrained Tom's hands with his own. Don't be rash. Peach Mist studied the boy's visage, her fingers instinctively resting on his forehead. In an instant, the magic within him surged back, causing his fingers to twitch. Slowly, he opened his eyes, revealing dark orbs that shimmered with distant confusion, resembling a delicate porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. The boy's pupils reflected Peach Mist's face, his once cold gaze now alight with joy. He propped himself up and embraced Peach Mist, who had leaned over the edge of the coffin. Luna, it's so wonderful to see you again. Newt released his hold on Tom, giving him a gentle push forward. Revenge is sweet. I support your more radical inclinations, Voldemort. Chapter 146, The Unforeseen Parentage. Even in the embrace, Regulus could not ignore the strangeness in the girl's eyes. He realized that the version of her he saw now was not the one he once knew, despite being undeniably the same person. Concurrently, he sensed a chilling aura of hostility and turned to see a strikingly handsome young man behind Peach Mist, the source of this menacing energy. This man was exceptionally striking. Anyone who had encountered him could not forget his visage, and Regulus quickly recalled a photograph he had seen one day at Voldemort's lair, the old Riddle house, of a much younger Voldemort. He looks just like that. Despite feeling weak from awakening, Regulus watched as Tom approached him and Peach Mist, mustering the strength to jump from the coffin, positioning himself protectively in front of Peach Mist. Luna, be careful. He looks just like Voldemort in his youth. I suspect he is the offspring of Voldemort and Bellatrix Lestrange. Tom's expression darkened as he observed Tom's handsome profile and recalled the woman he had seen earlier that evening at Malfoy Manor, whose hair resembled a disheveled feather duster. Newt could not stifle a laugh. Instantly, He was met with 3 piercing gazes, and he struggled to contain his amusement as he addressed Tom. I never imagined your tastes to be so unique. If Peach Mist hadn't been present, Tom would have dearly liked to cast the killing curse at both of them. Peach Mist's reaction was entirely unexpected for Regulus. She exhibited no sign of anxiety, instead grasping his hand with palpable excitement. Voldemort and Mrs. Lestrange? What a sensational revelation. Do tell us more. Faced with the eager gaze of the girl, Regulus divulged the scant gossip he knew. Bella gained Voldemort's favor at a young age, becoming his most trusted confidant, even granted access to his private chambers. The implication of such access was undoubtedly ambiguous. As Regulus spoke, his voice dwindled, his porcelain cheeks tinged with pink. I've heard that Bella and Voldemort shared a physical relationship. Who spread such a vile rumor? Tom's anger morphed into incredulous laughter, as he realized he had been oblivious to such a horrifying gossip among the Death Eaters. Regulus spoke without a moment's hesitation. Malfoy. I have heard him express his dissatisfaction to Snape on several occasions regarding Bella's renewed favor with Voldemort. It all traces back to Lucius. He was the one who mentioned to Draco that Snape has an inclination for Muggle-born girls, embellishing it with a touch of artistry. As if the Death Eaters had their own Rita Skeeter. Did Severus not inform Lucius that he and young Barty could also enter Voldemort's chamber? Tom's gaze pierced through Regulus like a cold, venomous serpent. Yet the youth displayed no hint of trepidation. You know this, Luna. He is indeed Bella's and Voldemort's offspring. Tom remarked, a son by surprise, and the father is none other than myself. Tao Wu stepped forward, observing Tom's now frigid countenance, positioning herself protectively in front of Regulus. You and Bella? That is simply untrue. Tom replied calmly. She is merely a competent subordinate, truth be told. I find her lacking in comparison to Barty and Severus. Inferior even to Severus. Tao Wu raised an eyebrow and posed a question. Among so many Death Eaters, whom do you trust the most? Severus. Tom's unhesitating response rendered her silence deafening. She wished to light a candle for his unique discernment. It was baffling how Dumbledore and Professor Slughorn could consider such a naive entity exceptionally wise. Very discerning, Tao Wu commended him with a thumbs up. At this juncture in the dialogue, even Regulus's dwindling intellect could not remain oblivious to Tom's identity. He was bewildered by the unfolding events, unable to comprehend why she stood alongside Voldemort, nor did he grasp how many years he had lingered here. Moreover, why had Voldemort reverted to his former charming and handsome visage? Tao Wu perceived the confusion in his heart and succinctly elucidated. Tom Riddle, a fragment of Voldemort's soul extracted in his youth, unexpectedly fell into my possession due to certain circumstances. One might say, I am now his master. Even as she articulated this, Regulus beheld Tom, his body taut, constantly on guard, for despite having slumbered for so many years, he remained a young man of not yet 20, inherently filled with fear and disdain for Voldemort. Luna, let us address the matter at hand. Newt stood behind Tom, gesturing towards her waist, prompting her to reveal what lay within her pocket. Regulus then noticed the man in the white shirt. He had seen that handsome face repeatedly in various textbooks and newspapers. He had also glimpsed it in Luna's pocket, an image cut from a newspaper. Yes. Tao Wu extracted a ruby ring from her pocket and held it before Regulus. Is this ring yours, Regulus? Regulus pressed his lips together, gazing at the ring before slowly raising his eyes to Tao Wu. Not Regulus, but Raul. You should address me as Raul. In his eyes, Tao Wu glimpsed a shattered light. For the request from the delicate handsome youth, she would never refuse. Very well, Raul, is this ring yours? Regulus fixed his gaze upon the glistening ruby in her hand, a faint smile gracing his pale visage as he took the ring from Tao Wu's grasp. Yes, it is mine. His thumb delicately traced the letters inscribed on the ring, his gaze tender, as if beholding a rare treasure. Does it hold great significance for you? Upon hearing Tao Wu's inquiry, Regulus diverted his gaze from the ring, the smile on his face turning bittersweet. Indeed. Did you misplace it? Or did you once entrust it to someone? Newt stepped forward once more. Regulus furrowed his brow, seemingly reluctant to answer this question. Raul, please tell us. It is of utmost importance. Tao Wu clasped her hands, her striking blue eyes fixed upon him. If necessary, I could employ the legilimency. Regulus's fingers turned white as he gripped the hem of his clothing. He could perceive her intent to use legilimency upon him. Yet how could she know that he would never refuse her request? I entrusted it to a person I deeply trusted, instructing her to take this ring to my brother Sirius. Sirius would recognize it. I told her to warn Sirius to be wary of Peter Pettigrew. Regulus gradually slid the ring onto his thumb, its band fitting snugly against his finger. In the flickering white light, the red gem resembled a large drop of blood upon pristine parchment. This is his treasure. Chapter 147, Traitor or Friend. Peter Pettigrew? Regulus nodded. That day, I was prepared to perish alongside Voldemort's Horcrux. It was my last attendance at a Death Eater meeting. I witnessed that loathsome man, a betrayer of friends, kneeling before the Dark Lord, kissing his feet while holding his robes. I knew he was a friend of Sirius and James. They trusted him immensely. He was unlike them, cowardly, selfish. To curry favor with Voldemort, he unhesitatingly murdered an innocent muggle. But that had nothing to do with me. Regulus continued. All I aimed to do was destroy the Horcrux I knew before Voldemort discovered it. I returned home and retrieved a letter left by Sirius behind my mother's scolding portrait. He informed me of the prophecy that a child born at the end of July would vanquish Voldemort. The Potters had been safeguarded. They employed the Fidelius charm. And to be more secure, they temporarily replaced Sirius as the secret keeper with Pettigrew. At this point, Regulus could not help but shake his head. I truly do not understand what they were thinking, placing such trust in that fellow. I must inform Sirius of Pettigrew's treachery. Yet time is no longer on my side. He gently rotated the ring on his thumb. I entrusted my most vital possession as a token to my friend, instructing him to deliver that message to Sirius. Yet the outcome was far from satisfactory. Newt stepped over the uneven rocks, approaching Regulus. The Potters were still slain. Your brother Sirius was accused of murdering the Potters in a street full of muggles, spending a full 11 years in Azkaban with Dementors. Regulus's body trembled, his already frail form sagging under the weight of such dreadful news. Barely managing to steady himself against the crystal coffin as his weak gaze turned toward the coldly indifferent Tom. So, is this a world where Voldemort emerged victorious? But did Luna not say she was his master? Have you won? Regulus's complexion drained of color as he leaned against the crystal coffin, his gaze wandering to his former superior, now so distanced from him. At the mention of this, Tom's ire flared, his demeanor towards Regulus entirely ungracious. Do I look like a victor to you? I am but a captive. He even uttered a profanity beginning with F, kicking a bat that flew low. This was the first time Regulus encountered such a Voldemort in his memories. This former superior had always been cold, malicious, and deranged, not like this. He is dead. I just mentioned he is merely a fragment of a soul. Tao Wu continued. He was attempting to kill the child of the Potters when he was struck down by Mrs. Potter, yet the Potters perished. Pettigrew, while evading Sirius's pursuit, detonated a street full of muggles, then faked his death and shifted all blame onto Sirius. It was only 11 years later that Luna and the Potter's child apprehended Pettigrew, allowing Sirius to see the light of day once more. Newt seamlessly picked up where she left off, completing the remaining tale. Thus, your friend did not relay your message to Sirius. Tao Wu sighed deeply. It is highly probable that your friend betrayed you. To whom did you originally entrust the ring? Regulus pressed his lips together, remaining silent, seemingly unwilling to accept that his friend had betrayed him. The cavern suddenly fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had slowed down in that moment, with only the faint sounds of bats flapping their wings echoing in the stillness. Where did you acquire this ring? After a prolonged pause, Regulus's voice reverberated once more within the vast cavern. Tonight, at the Christmas gala at Malfoy Manor, someone released the Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban, and they attacked the estate. Tao Wu grasped his thumb, revealing the striking ruby. We unexpectedly obtained this from a masked traitor. Reg, tell me, who was that person? Regulus bit his lower lip with such intensity that crimson droplets of blood began to surface, his expression reflecting an unwavering refusal to believe that a trusted friend could be malevolent, or rather, even if that individual had succumbed to darkness, he still chose to protect him. Regulus Black, you must now divulge who it is, for this is not merely a simple conflict among wizards. A deeper conspiracy may be at play. Newt, maintaining his composure, gently pried Tao Wu's hand from Regulus's thumb, firmly grasping his wrist. Regulus twisted his wrist in an attempt to break free, but Newt's grip was as unyielding as iron. Voldemort is dead. What further conspiracies could exist? The light in his dark eyes shattered, dissipating like mist. Luna, you must believe me. She would never betray us. Tao Wu gazed at him in astonishment. He said us? She shook her head at Newt, who held Regulus's wrist. Let me speak to him. For months ago, the Muggle witch hunting organization captured Newt. When Tom and I went to rescue him, we discovered a vast amount of documentation regarding their experiments on wizards. They have a plan for wizard eradication. Did the Dark Lord accompany you to rescue Mr. Scamander? Regulus looked at Tao Wu in disbelief, then at Tom. This was more astonishing than telling him that Snape had fallen for a Muggle. Yes, because he must heed my words now, or he shall perish, Tao Wu continued. Our Muggle allies have obtained intelligence. There are witch hunters within the Ministry as well. Newt's capture was due to a leak from their informant. They intend to exploit the conflict among wizards to disrupt the magical community and exhaust the elite wizards. This is not merely a matter concerning two individuals. It is a crisis for the entire magical world, and there are numerous questions we still cannot answer. Most terrifying of all, there may be other conspiracies lurking in the shadows. Tao Wu looked at him earnestly. So, tell me, Who is it? Regulus's complexion paled, his body slumping against the crystal coffin in resistance as he gazed at Tao Wu, wounded. You used legilimency on me? Tao Wu, feeling guilty, touched her nose. Yet, why did he appear so frail, while his mental defenses seemed intact? She had perceived nothing. Regulus's lashes fluttered, his sorrowful gaze fixed on Tao Wu as he uttered a name, Senna Avery. Tao Wu was taken aback. That was Theodore's mother's name. Chapter 148. Eventually, I shall administer a love potion to the two of them. What happened? Newt noted that following Regulus's revelation, Tao Wu's expression had worsened. Senna Avery cannot possibly be present at Malfoy Manor. She has been deceased for many years. Tao Wu turned her gaze to Regulus. I ought to have known. The frail youth's hands fell limply, yet she continued her investigation. From that moment, her life had entered a countdown. Tao Wu recalled the book on curses still resting on the shelf. It seemed Theodore's mother had begun her research long ago. What could have driven her to prioritize her studies over her very life? The trail had once more gone cold. Avery was deceased, and the means by which the black ring had circulated remained unknown. Newt rubbed his temples in frustration, realizing that the night had been an utter waste, yielding no results. No, not entirely devoid of merit. He noted the presence of a sickly rival, who appeared on the verge of collapse. No, it isn't over yet. Tao Wu observed the potion in the glass vessel at the center of the island, its surface swirling with ripples. From Theodore and Draco's descriptions, she could surmise that she would sacrifice her life for her cause, not the sort to betray her principles. She was resolute in her thoughts. She had not conveyed Regulus's information to Sirius, leaving only one possibility. She had been unable to meet him. Something must have transpired. Her freedom had been compromised. She had suffered grave injuries, or she had been imprisoned, which prevented her from informing Sirius about Pettigrew. Newt nodded, seemingly gaining clarity. If we can ascertain what incident befell her at that time, we can trace the matter further. I shall inquire with Theodore tomorrow. He may possess some knowledge. Huh. Tom chuckled lightly. Tao Wu turned to him. What do you know about Senna Avery? Tom approached Regulus's side, tilting his body to examine the crystal coffin, tapping his fingers against the crystalline surface. At that time, as a child of the Avery family's branch, she was presented as a gift to one of my esteemed subordinates, Andre Knott. It is highly probable that after Avery's death, the ring fell into Knott's possession, Newt speculated. Tao Wu shook her head at him. Tonight, I saw old Knott. He was standing alongside Gaia Gringot. Is there a possibility? Newt mused, his right index finger resting on his chin, suddenly recalling something as he gently tapped his neck twice. We may have overcomplicated things. What if that individual was the little Barty Crouch who fled after gravely injuring Diggory? He proceeded to present his reasoning, while reviewing the Hogwarts student records. I noticed he graduated from Ravenclaw with outstanding grades. It wouldn't be impossible for him to use Polyjuice Potion to impersonate an Auror and infiltrate Azkaban to free Pettigrew and the others. Unlikely. He had no need to wear a mask, considering that his father, Crouch, personally judged him, making it widely known throughout the magical community that he was a Death Eater. Tom stepped forward, shaking his head to dismiss Newt's hypothesis. Tao Wu pointed to her calf and continued. He wore a holster akin to Jones's, marked with their association's insignia. I saw it when he fell. Let us return. I shall find an opportunity to visit Theodore's home this weekend. Tom, you should rest for now. She cradled her diary in her palms, and Tom glanced at Regulus beside her, placing his hand upon the diary. A flash of white light flickered, and his figure vanished. As they descended the steps out of the cavern, and once more approached the tumultuous rocky shore, she glanced at Newt, clad in a thin white shirt. Although she longed for him to dive into the sea again, the presence of a frail patient beside her deterred her. Regulus's condition is not suitable for swimming, is it? Observing Regulus, who trailed behind her, his complexion paling and beads of sweat forming on his brow after just a few steps, Newt kindly suggested. Give me your hand. Tao Wu extended her arms towards both of them, Newt skillfully taking hold as if it were a daily routine. Regulus watched their hands intertwine, his lashes fluttering. After warming his cold hand within his clothing, he gently placed it in her palm. She marked the spot on the rocky shore where they initially landed, and moments later, they had arrived at the seaside rocks. Upon exiting, I worried that Regulus might fall apart. But why did we not use apparition to enter? Newt posed a thought-provoking question. You are oblivious to the secrets that lie within. With a mere flicker of apparition, you might find yourself face-to-face with the ghastly embrace prepared by Tom. Naturally, Tawny could not express her desire to witness him drenched to the bone. The fine droplets of rain had claimed a small patch of what should have been a snowy landscape, cascading upon their faces in a relentless downpour. Is it warm? Regulus mused as he brushed his fingers across the raindrops adorning his face. Despite the snow still falling, the rain felt oddly warm on such a frigid night. Just moments ago, Luna had evaporated the lake water to rescue you from its depths. This must be the vapor that has been displaced. Newt continued to hold Tawny's hand, while his other hand rested on Regulus's shoulder, initiating the charm of apparition. The office of Dumbledore remained brightly lit, with the crackling fire casting a warm glow throughout the cozy room. Harry had yet to take his leave. He and Dumbledore sat closely on the sofa. The contrasting hues of his dark hair and the head of white hair nestled together, seemingly engrossed in the tome laid upon Harry's lap. Tawny's fair visage was still streaked with rain, droplets trailing down her smooth, flawless cheeks, following the delicate curve of her jawline and disappearing into the neckline of her attire. Newt retrieved a dry, clean brown handkerchief from his pocket, meticulously wiping the rain from her face before tending to the droplets on his own. Skipping over Regulus, he pointed, and the handkerchief soared to the drying rack outside the fireplace, where it hung, warmed by the flickering flames. Hearing a noise, Dumbledore raised his head and stood, turning toward the source of the sound, with two conspicuous crimson spots gracing his cheeks. Newt frowned in disdain. "Dumbledore, what are you and Harry up to?" Tawny had approached Harry's side, who smiled at her, gesturing toward the deluxe illustrated book sprawled across his knees. The gilded illustrations danced playfully against the oil paper pages, depicting an irreverent tale of the ultimate confrontation between the Dark Lord and the White Wizard. Harry cupped his face in his hands, grinning foolishly. Perhaps a love potion should be slipped to the two of them. Chapter 149, The Flight of the Thunder God in a Whirl of Apparition. "Who are you?" Dumbledore squinted as he approached Newt, noticing Regulus standing just behind him. The boy seemed vaguely familiar, yet his memory eluded him. He bore a slight resemblance to Sirius. With a pink bow tie adorning his curled beard, he turned to Tawny and Harry, stating, "Regulus Black." Regulus introduced himself to Dumbledore, his voice faint and tinged with frailty. A figure presumed dead for many years now stood before him, momentarily causing Dumbledore to falter. His memories of the boy were scarce, as his attention had been devoted to the brave children resisting Voldemort at that time. "Allow me to explain." Newt touched his nose and moved to the desk on the opposite side. "We discovered this child at the location you mentioned. He ingested poison over a decade ago in an attempt to destroy the Horcrux hidden there. Fortunately, someone saved him, concealing him at the bottom of a lake teeming with ghastly remnants." Newt had located his case beneath the office. Dumbledore regarded Regulus in silence for a long moment, then patted his shoulder. "You are a courageous boy. Your spirit remains untainted by the corruption of that era." Regulus lowered his head, his long bangs concealing his eyes, obscuring the emotions within. "So who is this someone?" Dumbledore inquired, glancing at Newt, who was engrossed in the case. Newt ignored him, focusing intently on the box. Magic flowed from Dumbledore's palm, resting on Regulus's shoulder as he gestured toward the bookshelf. A large green object leapt down, striking Newt's head with a resounding thud. Instinctively, Newt shielded his head, and the case, losing his control, snapped open with a loud clap, allowing a golden figure to dart past his ear. A tremendous crash echoed as the massive windows shattered, snowflakes and icy winds swirling into the office, causing Dumbledore's beard to be blown against his face as he sneezed robustly. "Newt, it's over. Nana has flown away." Newt rushed to the gaping window, bracing himself against the wall as he leaned out to gaze at the sky above the castle. Dumbledore regarded the shattered glass with mixed emotions. Hogwarts had truly endured a tumultuous couple of years, and he felt reluctant to declare it the safest place in the world again. A dark, spherical object plummeted rapidly from above. "Teddy." Before Newt could fully comprehend the situation, he leapt out, and as he caught Teddy's soft body in his arms, he realized he was in free fall, the wind roaring past his ears. "I'm going to die." Tawny, who had just turned the page of the illustrated book, was taken aback by the window explosion. Where had Newt gone? Thankfully, she had marked him. Channeling her magic, she apparat directly to his side. To her astonishment, they found themselves at the window of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, plummeting through the air. Seizing Newt by the collar of his clothing, she instantly reappeared back in the office, startling Dumbledore, who was peering out the window with a worried expression. He stepped back, patting his chest. "You startled me. Using apparition during a fall. Luna, you truly are a genius." "It was an apparition. It's a new spell I created that allows for jumping between marked locations and objects. I believe she marked me." Newt removed the bow tie from around his neck, showcasing it to Dumbledore. It bore a shimmering crescent moon insignia, and he wore a proud expression as if he had invented the spell himself. "A splendid incantation," Dumbledore acknowledged, noticing the same mark on the pink bow tie in his beard. "What is the name of this spell?" "The Flight of the Thunder God in a Whirl of Apparition." Tawny exclaimed excitedly, having grasped the essence of naming spells. "Isn't it lovely?" Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words regarding such an extravagant name, and Newt's urgent voice provided him with a timely reprieve. "This is troubling. I have no idea where Nana has flown." "Nana?" Tawny echoed the name, sensing something peculiar about it. "Yes, It is a young thunderbird I encountered on the Sant'Angelo plains. She was injured shortly after her birth. After I rescued her, she has steadfastly refused to leave my side. Newt approached the window, gazing upward once more. Her mother was slain by poachers. Oh, Teddy, don't wander off. Just as he spoke, Teddy wriggled free from his grasp, turning to snuggle into Tawny's arms. Resigned. He shook his head. Very well, if you wish to stay with Luna, so be it. Tawny cradled Teddy and approached Newt. Gazing upward as lightning flickered ominously in the dark clouds above, the distant rumble of thunder faintly audible. Thunder on a snowy day indeed held a unique charm. Let us head to the bell tower. Perhaps she will hear your call, Tawny suggested, pointing upward with her index finger. Let us go. Newt took her hand, turning back as he waved his wand, causing the shards of glass and wood scattered across the floor to lift and reassemble into their original positions. As they passed the desk, he retrieved his leather case from the ground. You remain as adept with the restoration charm as ever, Dumbledore observed with a smile, hands tucked into his pockets. That is entirely thanks to you, Newt retorted, recalling the countless times he had employed that spell during the tumultuous battles against Grindelwald. The prohibition against using apparition within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts Castle is indeed a rather vexing matter. Newt finds himself yearning to materialize atop the clock tower, anxious about what mischief the youthful Thunderbird might unleash in her naivety. Who instituted such a troublesome rule? He grumbled to himself, while Dumbledore merely shrugged apologetically, an infuriatingly amused smile lingering on his lips as if relishing the unfolding drama. I often converse with Xia at that location. I've even made a mark there. Let us proceed. In an instant, Newt's irritation evaporated. Thank you for your splendid blinking thunder god technique. Harry sprang from the sofa, leaping with fervor to grasp her other hand. I shall join you. Ever since I watched Professor Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, I've been quite enamored with thunderbirds. Regulus stepped forward, eager to accompany them, but Dumbledore interposed himself. I have a few inquiries to make of you. Chapter 150, Siberia? My brother has visited that place. When Tao Wu and Newt arrived at the clock tower, they beheld a familiar figure standing outside, caressing the head of a magnificent bird. Xia? Tao Wu approached the enormous clock cautiously, attempting not to startle the girl perched on the precarious iron frame. She softly called her dear friend's name. Cecilia stood barefoot on the outer iron structure of the tower, her feet dangling over a dizzying height, the wind lifting her thick brown hair, while a few pristine snowflakes settled atop her head. Her long white silk nightgown billowed like a moonlit flower in the night breeze. With a gentle smile gracing her features, she tenderly stroked the brow of a large brown-yellow bird. She resembled a divine maiden. Hearing Tao Wu's voice, she turned, her hand still resting on the formidable beak. Luna, I anticipated your arrival alongside Professor Scamander. The Thunderbird is truly magnificent. I shall convey her gratitude for your kind words. Xia, but your position is exceedingly perilous. Newt approached Tao Wu and extended his hand towards Cecilia. However, she did not take their hands. Instead, she looked again at the Thunderbird. What is her name? Her fingers delicately traced each feather, tiny sparks of golden electricity dancing at her fingertips, as the Thunderbird affectionately nuzzled her arm. Nana, I named this little one. Newt's voice reached Cecilia amidst the whirling clock hands, prompting her to raise an eyebrow. Nana? She glanced at Tao Wu, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Professor, you are truly enamored. Newt cast a furtive glance at the girl beside him, who was tilting her head and smiling warmly at him, her eyes sparkling and lips slightly parted. Nana? He chuckled softly, as the wind carried his low voice to Tao Wu's ears. Indeed, utterly enamored. Harry stood behind them, recognizing every word they spoke, yet failing to comprehend the entirety of their exchange. He glanced at Cecilia, who stood barefoot on the icy iron frame, seemingly unfazed by the cold. He couldn't help but recall the potion's final exam 2 years prior, when Tao Wu had carried a cauldron of boiling potion before Severus Snape, nearly causing his eyes to pop from their sockets. It was no wonder they had become fast friends, like attracts like. I shall retrieve Nana. Seizing the moment when Newt was distracted, Tao Wu swiftly took the suitcase from his grasp, nimbly weaving through the intricate gears to stand beside Cecilia on the iron frame. Newt made no attempt to stop her, for he had learned from the recent fall that no matter the peril, she would remain unharmed. He followed her lead. How beautiful! Tao Wu marveled at the Thunderbird Nana, her brown-yellow feathers shimmering with golden sparks, resembling a sacred bird of light against the inky night sky. Be gentle, Nana. Newt reached out to cradle Nana's head, his cheek brushing against her yellow beak as his fingers tenderly caressed the scar beneath her eye, a mark devoid of feathers. Nana closed her eyes, content to lean against him, her trust in him unwavering. Luna, come. Newt noticed Tao Wu's eager hand, gently clasping her right hand and guiding it to the feathers by Nana's beak. Electricity crackled between their fingertips, sending delightful shivers coursing through them. Tao Wu gathered a small orb of purple electricity in her palm, gradually moving it to the unsightly scar, the purple and yellow sparks intertwining as they sparked and crackled. Moments later, both the scar and the sparks vanished. Nana lifted her head to the sky, releasing a melodious cry of contentment before lowering her head to affectionately nuzzle Tao Wu, clearly fond of her new guardian. Harry hesitated, raising his hand to his chest as he looked at Newt. May I touch her, Professor Scamander? Of course, Harry. Nana adores every kind-hearted child, and you are certainly among them. Encouraged by Newt's words, Harry cautiously stepped forward, his hand gently stroking her head. A delightful tingle of electricity radiating from his fingertips and enveloping his entire body, creating a pleasant shiver. This feels amazing. Nana, let us return home. This school is too small. I shall take you to play elsewhere another day. Tao Wu lightly patted Nana's beak. Nana squinted her eyes in agreement, affectionately rubbing her cheek against hers. Tao Wu opened the suitcase, and Nana's head promptly dove inside. She is truly a wonderful creature. I adore her immensely. Tao Wu closed the suitcase, fastening the clasps with care. Teddy slid down from her head, plopping onto the suitcase, his little paws crossed, pouting as he gazed at her, as if jealous of Nana. Of course, I adore you too, Teddy. She lifted him effortlessly, planting a kiss on his forehead to soothe him. How did you end up with Nana? Harry asked, watching Cecilia stand on the icy surface, her bare feet seeming to freeze. Shouldn't you find some shoes? It looks terribly cold. Warmth charm, I'm not cold. Cecilia shrugged. While I was lying in bed preparing to sleep, I caught sight of a beautiful golden-eyed bird through the dormitory skylight, so I followed her to the clock tower. Perhaps beautiful creatures are drawn to one another. When I arrived, Nana approached me, thinking I was lovely too. Cecilia cradled her chin in her hands, her expression softening, a far cry from her usual feisty demeanor. Let us return to Dumbledore's office. Sirius's brother is still there. Harry was not inclined to hear her elaborate on her own beauty. Tao Wu urged them to grasp the hems of their garments, and in an instant, they vanished from the air surrounding the clock tower. Within the vast shadow cast by the descending hour hand, a solitary gaze observed their disappearance. Shortly thereafter, the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures received a letter of complaint, reporting Newt Scamander and Hogwarts students Luna, Potter, and Bird for harboring dangerous magical creatures. Upon their return to the office, Dumbledore and Regulus sat face to face, sipping tea, while Regulus pondered over the steaming cup before him. So, this is your godfather's brother, your uncle? Cecilia remarked as Regulus nudged Harry with his elbow. He doesn't look much older than you. Sia, this is Regulus Black, Sirius's brother. Tao Wu noted Harry's discomfort at referring to Regulus as uncle and his desire to ignore Cecilia. Greetings. Harry's uncle. I am Harry's friend, the closest companion of Luna, Cicely Aberdeen. Cicely extended her hand towards him. Regulus's reverie was abruptly interrupted as he lifted his gaze, bewildered, to Cicely's outstretched hand. Siberia? My brother has been there. He once flirted with 4 Muggle girls there. Chapter 151. Farewell to former colleagues. Siberia? Harry, pouring himself a cup of hot tea, could not suppress a laugh, which erupted unexpectedly. Cicely Aberdeen. She regarded the ailing Regulus with patience, enunciating her name syllable by syllable, silently admonishing herself not to be irritable with a sickly individual. Harry, your uncle appears to be in rather poor condition. Cicely jabbed Harry once more with her elbow, causing him to spill hot water onto her bare feet. Just as she was about to express her displeasure, Dumbledore's voice halted her in her tracks. Cicely is not mistaken. The residual poison within Regulus has yet to be fully purged, rendering him exceptionally weak, and his magical abilities compromised. This matter had already been known to Peach Blossom in the cave. She had instructed the instigator, Tom, to remedy the poison. However, he declared that no antidote had been formulated, as his intention was solely to eliminate all those who coveted his Horcruxes. Thus he would never concoct an antidote. We must consult Severus. In terms of potions, no one surpasses him, save for Lily. Dumbledore flicked his middle finger against his thumb, and a shimmering thread of light leapt from his fingertip. And what of you, Dumbledore? You cannot delegate every task to others. Luna and I, Harry and Severus, you must take some action. Newt vehemently condemned Dumbledore's incessant outsourcing of responsibilities. Regulus silently observed as Dumbledore affectionately stroked the head of the furry creature cradled in Peach Blossom's arms. Peach Blossom leaned towards Newt, whispering, her eyes sparkling with mirth. As the man bent down, placing his ear close to her lips, listening intently, his expression focused and gentle. The brother's clumsy charge inadvertently stepped on another girl's bare foot, who promptly seized his collar, her raised fist hovering perilously close to his face. The young boy shielded his visage, shouting for Luna's assistance. Having been forcibly estranged from this world for over a decade, he felt utterly out of place amid the warmth and bustle of the office. The spiral staircase creaked as it descended, heralded by the robust voice of Snape emanating from the outer chamber. Dumbledore, I hope you possess a matter of genuine urgency. For you have compelled me to cease my brewing of the mental restorative. A shadowy figure strode briskly into the inner office, the long hem of his robes trailing behind him. Snape paused, taken aback by the number of eyes that turned toward him. Dumbledore had failed to mention the presence of so many individuals. The mental restorative? Are you still researching potions concerning Neville's parents' condition? Cicely grasped Snape's hand, shaking it enthusiastically. You truly are a remarkable person. Snape's lips twitched as he forcefully withdrew his hand from Cicely's grip. Miss Aberdeen, due to your rudeness, Ravenclaw loses 5 points. He retracted his hand and, upon glancing at Dumbledore again, was momentarily stunned by the sight of the youth seated at the table. He gazed incredulously at Dumbledore. Is this the illegitimate child of that foolish dog, or Regulus? Long time no see, Severus. The familiar, cool voice reached Snape's ears. He beheld the familiar face. Instinctively taking a step back, his hand slipping into his pocket to grasp his wand, vigilantly scrutinizing Regulus's every movement. Were you not killed by the Dark Lord for your failure? How could you possibly be here? His tone was far from cordial, as Snape remained oblivious to Regulus's actions. In his memory, this former colleague was akin to his cousin, one of Voldemort's most trusted lieutenants. Regulus offered no reply, his icy gaze fixed upon Snape, reminiscent of many years passed within the Riddle House. Listen to me, Severus. Dumbledore leaned against the desk before Snape, speaking slowly. Regulus, like us, discovered the Horcruxes. Perhaps even before we did. Snape frowned, glancing at the children nearby. Stop right there, Professor. Discussing this in front of them may not be appropriate. It matters not. They are already aware. Dumbledore smiled at Cicely. Perhaps only our little Sia remains uninformed. Peach Blossom nudged Cicely's shoulder. No, she knows. We finished reading the material on Horcruxes together. Had I not intervened, she nearly attempted to capture a few prisoners from Azkaban to experiment with, to create some Horcruxes. I hear it can cause baldness and transform one's face into that of a lizard. I cannot abide such a fate, Cicely remarked disdainfully, shrugging her shoulders. Snape interjected. The youth of today are becoming increasingly outrageous. We must return to the matter of Regulus, which is the reason I summoned you. To destroy the locket that Voldemort turned into a Horcrux, he ingested the poison prepared by Voldemort within the cave, his body being preserved for over a decade, until discovered by Luna and Newt. Dumbledore approached Regulus, his expression turning solemn. I have just examined him. There are substantial residues of poison within his body. If not expeditiously cleared, it poses a grave threat to his life. So, you wish for me to assist him in detoxification? Snape raised his hands in surrender. Then why not send him to St. Mungo's? They have far more qualified healers. Dumbledore pressed down on Snape's hands. That cannot be done. You will understand my reasoning, Severus. The two locked gazes, the office enveloped in a brief silence, before Snape finally relented, turning his head. Very well, Dumbledore. I shall need to examine his condition. Regulus did not resist Snape's examination, watching the familiar face approaching him, and based on the information just acquired, he understood all too well that Snape's allegiance to Dumbledore was self-evident. Ironically, this insider was none other than Voldemort's most trusted subordinate. The dramatic irony was palpable. Snape's wand hovered over Regulus's heart, emitting a soft green glow as time passed, and Regulus's complexion grew increasingly pallid. His condition is worse than I anticipated. If we cannot find a solution, he has little time left. Regulus exhibited no surprise at Snape's assessment. He was acutely aware of his predicament, his body resembling an exquisite cake box, with the cake inside long since decayed. How much time remains? Regulus inquired calmly. Less than a month. Chapter 152. This poison. I created. Only a month. Regulus's expression remained unfazed, as if they were discussing the fate of an inconsequential stranger rather than his own life and death. Snape retracted his wand. If there is a sample of the poison, my research would be greatly facilitated. So do you have one? He directly extended his hand towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore glanced at the hand extended towards him, then turned to Newt, offering his own. Do you have it, Newt? Newt replied, What do you think I am? A treasure trove? A small glass vial was placed in Dumbledore's palm, and Peach Blossom nodded towards him. I filled a bottle while in the cave. Whom do you intend to poison? Snape took the glass vial from Dumbledore's grasp, uncorked it, and inhaled its contents, his expression shifting to one of inscrutable depth. This poison. I created. He furrowed his brow as he gazed at the poison in his hand. At that time, the Dark Lord instructed me to concoct a few potions. And this is one of them. Oh, how splendid. A smile returned to Dumbledore's face. Surely, you must possess the antidote. No, you are mistaken. There is none. For the Dark Lord declared it unnecessary. After uttering this, Snape capped the vial and tucked it into his pocket, shaking his sleeve as he made his way toward the door. Having procured a sample, I shall take my leave now. I wish to return to the Black family home. There are certain matters I wish to ascertain. Regulus rose from his chair, approaching the hearth. I'm afraid, Regulus, that you can no longer reach number 12. Grim old place from there, Dumbledore lamented. However, I believe Newt could assist you in getting there. Very well. Newt once again stowed the suitcase into the largest drawer beneath Dumbledore's desk, securing it with a golden lock. Let us be off, he said to Regulus, extending his hand toward Tonks as he passed by, fully aware she would follow. I'm going too, Luna. Cicely, oblivious to her nightgown and bare feet, eagerly wished to join the fray. Harry chimed in. I want to go as well. I have never been to Sirius's old home. Dumbledore chuckled, gently pulling them apart. I think it would be best for you both to return to your dormitories to rest. Tomorrow morning, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw have potions class with Snape. Are you certain you wish to attend? Cicely nodded vigorously. But Snape will also be up late brewing. I believe I can manage. No, you cannot. Tonks, sensing Dumbledore's reluctance for Cicely and Harry to accompany them, covered Cicely's mouth. Can you deduct points from Slytherin, as Snape can deduct from Ravenclaw? Harry pointed at Newt, replying unexpectedly. Professor Scamander can, during tomorrow's Care of Magical Creatures class. It's quite plausible. Malfoy was stroking a niffler with his right hand. And Slytherin lost 10 points. I refuse. Newt raised his hands in a gesture of protest, declaring he had no penchant for arbitrarily deducting innocent students' points based on personal whims. Enough of this. Let us proceed. Tonks grasped Newt's hand, turning to extend her other hand toward Regulus. Regulus placed his hand in hers, a faint smile gracing his pale face. Once they had exited the bounds of Hogwarts Castle where apparition was prohibited, Newt immediately used apparition. The street lay deserted, the black night punctuated only by abandoned plastic bags skittering in the wind. Before them stood a row of European-style buildings. They found themselves in front of a red brick structure. The wall bore a large numeral 11, while the adjacent building displayed a 10, and to their right was number 13, yet number 12 was conspicuously absent. Regulus stepped forward, and suddenly, 11 and 13 shifted apart, creating a space in between where number 12 reappeared, a dilapidated door manifesting between the two, its walls covered in fungus and its windows grimy. Tonks tiptoed, attempting to peer through the window into the house, but a thick layer of dust obscured her view. Following Regulus, Tonks and Newt stepped onto the uneven stone steps, the newly revealed door's paint peeling to expose deep brown rust, marred with scratches. The door knocker was fashioned in the shape of a silver serpent, coiled in a protective stance upon the door, which bore no keyhole or lock. Regulus withdrew his wand from his pocket, its shaft intricately carved with a delicate serpent, its eyes adorned with emeralds that glimmered in the darkness. He gently tapped the door with his wand, the sound of gears and chains turning resonating sharply in the still night, and as the door creaked open, it announced to any visitors that this place had lain abandoned for quite some time. Upon stepping into the foyer, a heavy scent of mildew assaulted their senses, accompanied by a damp, decayed odor, prompting Newt to stifle several sneezes. The glow of light flickered. Regulus, holding his wand aloft, approached the wall and discovered a few oil lamps still containing kerosene. He used a spell to ignite them one by one, illuminating the foyer. By the dim light, Tonks observed portraits haphazardly hanging on the walls, each shrouded in a layer of grime, the subjects therein possessing rather unfriendly visages. Regulus, my dear Regulus, have you returned? A sharp, unpleasant voice of an elderly woman emanated from behind a velvet curtain. It is my mother's portrait. Regulus did not release Tonks' hand as he pulled aside the heavily worm-eaten curtain, leading her further in, while Newt followed closely behind, his wand at the ready. Unease creeping over him in this eerie abode. As the final curtain was drawn back, Tonks frowned and brushed her clothes, feeling as if tiny insects had fallen onto her. She beheld a ghastly visage, the old woman's mouth drooling, her eyes darting around like a rat's, her yellowing face riddled with wrinkles that converged towards her mouth, resembling a vast chrysanthemum. Has Sirius returned? Regulus calmly inquired of his mother's portrait. Yet, upon hearing Sirius's name, the old woman in the painting emitted a piercing shriek. That filthy, accursed wretch shall never set foot upon the hallowed grounds of the Black family. He should perish outside. Chapter 153, The Portrait of Zuin. The behavior of Mrs. Black was indeed difficult to assess. It was the first time Tonks encountered a mother who would describe her own son with such derogatory terms, genuinely cursing him to death. In the scant memories that remained from her past life, she vaguely recalled her mother's beautiful, gentle face, and the faint scent of soapberries that clung to her. Her parents had stained her memories at the age of 6 with blood on a stormy, thunderous night. Her mother had concealed her in a wardrobe, and through a narrow gap, she witnessed the executioner's blade fall, her mother's limp body pressing against the wardrobe door, preventing her from pushing it open and shielding her from the killer's gaze. She had thought every mother was like her own. Do not take offense. She has always been this way. Ever since Sirius joined Gryffindor and renounced the family, she has been cursing him. Regulus's soft and gentle voice brought her thoughts back to the present. He cast a sleeping spell on the portrait that had been screaming alongside Mrs. Black. And the silence that followed was a welcome respite. Oh, my dear Regulus, do not become like that mongrel, that wretch. You are a noble Black. The old woman's eyes, now filled with more white than color, shifted as she caught sight of Tonks. Her silver hair leading her to believe Tonks was also of pure blood. She elongated her sharp voice, feigning nobility. Whose daughter are you? Greengrass or Avery? Even believing the other to be a child of a pure-blood family, her tone dripped with arrogance, for in her eyes, the House of Black was unparalleled. I am not. Tonks shrugged nonchalantly. I am an orphan. I suspect my parents were muggles. The old woman's face, resembling a chrysanthemum, contorted in an instant. Her shrill voice assaulting their eardrums. You filthy mudblood. Get out. You have stained the House of Black. Silence. Newt raised his wand towards the portrait, a crimson light coalescing at its tip. Instilled with decorum, he refrained from directly assaulting the likeness of another's mother. However, he could not tolerate her derision towards Toadstool. The sharp gaze of the old Black matron fell upon Newt, her cacophonous voice launching yet another attack. It is you, the wretched Scamander, a disgrace to the pure-blood family, endorsing the abominable union of wizards and muggles. You tarnish the noble lineage, you degenerate lunatic. Her venomous tirade rendered Toadstool's expression ghastly, but quicker than Toadstool's reaction was Teddy, nestled within her coat's hood. The little creature leapt onto Toadstool's shoulder, retrieving a copper canute from its furry pocket. Clutching it with both tiny paws and bringing it down forcefully upon the grotesque visage of the old woman. With pinpoint accuracy, it had extracted a worthless copper canute. And Toadstool even suspected it might be the very object it typically kept for assaults, as it was too precious to part with any other coins or gems. The old crone immediately shrieked, You wretched creature raised by Scamander, a mere thief, just as filthy and lowly as your master. Toadstool raised her wand. Apologies, Regulus. But I must silence your mother's portrait for a moment. She inquired politely, yet did not await Regulus's response. A blue spell struck the portrait of the old matron, sealing her lips together, reducing her to only raspy sounds, incapable of uttering a single curse. In truth, while the matron cursed Newt, she had contemplated utterly dismantling the portrait. But considering Regulus was present, such an act would be akin to shattering his mother's memorial before him. She was always extreme. Bellatrix was a product of her indulgence, her favored child within the family. Regulus averted his gaze, observing her unwavering defense of Scamander, a tide of bitterness swelling within him. Why come here? Surely, you do not intend to reside here? Toadstool surveyed the dismal surroundings, the corners of the room shrouded in thick webs. One corner even housing a spider the size of a fist. If Ron were to see it, he would surely forego a chicken leg at lunch. Numerous insect-sized creatures clung to the curtains and velvet drapes, their bodies resembling humans, covered in dense black fur, sporting arms and legs akin to those of a person. Their wings glimmering in the dim room. They were creatures known as nargles. Where else could one go? Regulus reached out, lifting a corner of the portrait of the old matron, extracting a palm-sized copper key from beneath. Upon seeing the key reflecting a dim light, Teddy's eyes brightened. He leaned forward atop Toadstool's shoulder, but upon realizing it was merely a copper object of unremarkable luster, he lost interest and released his tiny claws, tumbling once more into Toadstool's hat. Perhaps you could go to Sirius. He is currently aiding me and Harry in running a potion shop, Toadstool suggested, noting that if he were to cohabit with Sirius, he would acquire free labor. Before Regulus could respond, a slow, deliberate footfall approached them from afar. Judging by the sound, the soft patter of bare feet on the floorboards hinted at a light weight. The creaking of the aged would revealing a cautious or elderly demeanor. Toadstool speculated that a careful, aged house elf was making its way towards them. Fear not, it should be creature. Regulus pocketed the key, noting Toadstool's gaze fixed upon the drapery, her fingertips already glowing with a verdant light. Creature, the second house elf of the Black Estate. A narrow gap was parted in the curtain, and an elderly house elf entered with a sluggish gait, his skin wrinkled and sagging. Has that detestable old wastrel returned? Upon entering, he was immediately met with the unpleasant scent of the filthy creature. The house elf muttered curses under his breath, harboring the same disdain for Sirius as the old matron. His first act was to cast a glance at the portrait of the old mistress, only to find her lips magically sealed, producing only muffled sounds. Creature resumed his tirade against her. My poor mistress, your son is an ungrateful wretch. How dare he silence your voice? Chapter 154, The House Elf of the Black Family. Creature's mouth spewed forth an unending stream of foul invectives, and Toadstool found herself curious as to who would out-curse whom if he were to duel with Snape. Regulus interjected. Halting creature. Creature, cease your slander against Sirius. He is also your master, the young master of the Black family. At the sound of his voice, creature slowly turned, raising his head to regard him with bulbous eyes, taking a step back in disbelief. He cautiously ventured, Master Regulus? Regulus nodded. Yes, I have returned. Creature immediately bowed deeply, his frail, wrinkled form bending at a 90-degree angle, his deeply furrowed forehead touching the floor, 2 large tears cascading from his eyes onto the ground with a soft thud. Creature had longed for Master Regulus's return, believing that the old wastrel was unworthy to even polish his shoes. Enough, creature. You need not continually berate Sirius like your mother. He has done nothing wrong. Regulus's words left creature momentarily speechless, his eyes wide as saucers. What have I heard? The esteemed Master Regulus siding with that scoundrel? Has poor old creature's hearing truly failed him? My poor mistress. Her eldest son is a heartless, ungrateful wretch. And now her youngest son is siding with that old wastrel. He grumbled, turning again to embrace the portrait of his deceased mistress. Upon seeing her lips tightly sealed as if glued shut, his hoarse voice continued its lament. The master has silenced the poor old mistress's portrait, and now, in defense of that old wastrel, he has shown disrespect to his deceased mother. Regulus felt a headache coming on. He had always been gentle with house elves. Yet he was at a loss as to how to silence creature's incessant vitriol. Be silent, or I shall end you, and send you to reunite with your beloved old mistress. A cold wand pressed against creature's nearly bald head, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the faint green light emanating from its tip. He promptly turned and executed another deep bow before the silver-haired girl wielding the wand. Forgive me. Old creature is merely old and failed to recognize the master's esteemed guest, a filthy little half-breed accompanying the disgusting Scamander. Clearly, he had overheard the matron's insults aimed at them both and mistook them for Sirius bringing someone abominable into their midst. Had it not been for Regulus's presence, she would have truly wished to unleash that green light upon him, rather than simply intimidate the ungrateful house elf. Fortunately, creature ceased his foul-mouthed tirade, hunching his shoulders and retracting his head, shrinking back in fear before the impending green light at the tip of Toadstool's wand. I had thought him to love his mistress dearly. He is unwilling to even send him to her. Creature raised his head, illuminated by the orange candlelight from the candelabrum beside the portrait, and recognized Toadstool's face, gasping in astonishment. Miss Luna. As Tao Wu was enveloped in confusion, she heard Kessley's excited shout beside her. The esteemed Miss Luna not only saved Kessley, but she also brought the young master back. At that moment, poor old Kessley thought he was destined to perish there, never expecting to see the young master and Miss Luna again today. What about the item I entrusted to you? The locket box. Did you manage to destroy it, Kessley? Regulus observed Kessley's reaction upon hearing Tao Wu mention past events, prompting him to reveal the purpose of their visit today. Kessley had faltered in his duties and failed to fulfill the young master's request. The unfortunate old fellow had tried every conceivable method to destroy that box, but to no avail. With a stooped posture, tears streamed from his large eyes as he confessed to Regulus. Hand it over to me. Regulus bore no resentment towards him. The destruction of such artifacts was inherently a formidable task. Neither the young master nor Miss Luna blamed the ineffectual Kessley. It was merely that old Kessley should not have uttered such words to them. He continued his rambling confession, then, in an instant of apparition, vanished, only to reappear moments later before them, now holding an exquisite locket box. Kessley did not present the box to Regulus. Instead, he reverently offered it with both hands to Tao Wu. Old Kessley exhausted every method but could not bring it to ruin. Employing various spells, and even resorting to the sordid tactics of muggles, all met with failure. Allow me to handle this. I shall consult Professor Dumbledore tomorrow. Tao Wu placed the Horcrux into her pocket, feeling the notebook within stir restlessly. Regulus and Newt offered no objections. Entrusting it to Miss Luna granted Kessley a sense of relief. After uttering this, Kessley suddenly struck himself with 2 resounding slaps. Damn it, the young master has returned. And I have yet to tidy his room. It is of no consequence, merely some dust and the unpleasant odor of mildew. I can manage, Regulus gently reassured Kessley, halting him before he could embark on a self-destructive spree akin to Dobby's. They followed Kessley to the foyer, where time was slipping away. You've been a great help today. You should return to rest, Regulus said as he ascended the creaking wooden steps, each groan of the decayed boards echoing in the air. He climbed a few steps slowly, his weakened body swaying precariously, needing to lean against the handrail for support. A cool, smooth touch gripped his wrist from behind, and in an unseen moment, a subtle smile graced his lips. I find this place entirely uninhabitable. With this odor persisting for a few days, I fear spores would take root in my lungs. Tao Wu stepped up 2 stairs, grasping Regulus's wrist, continuing to persuade. Let us go to Sirius's. At least the air quality is better there, devoid of spiders the size of fists and piles of ferrets. Kessely had already departed the staircase. His whereabouts unknown, perhaps off to rest again. Regulus met her earnest gaze and eventually nodded. In truth, he had no intention of declining. Moments later, they appeared on the third floor of the apothecary, where Sirius's clothes lay haphazardly strewn across the sofa, and a number of galleons were casually scattered on the glass coffee table. The sound of running water emanated from the bathroom. Chapter 155, The Black Brothers. Above them, a bright incandescent light illuminated the small living room, casting a snowy brightness over everything. The dining table was adorned with a cheerful yellow tablecloth, atop which rested a pristine porcelain vase holding several blooming jasmine flowers, creating a warm ambience in the bright light. Nearby, a bowl floated with a crimson chili oil soup, still exuding faint wisps of steam. Sirius had likely just finished his turkey noodles from Harry's before heading to the shower. On the wall near the window hung a photograph framed with intricate golden lace, depicting Regulus's long-lost brother, clad in a vibrant floral shirt and pink shorts, grinning widely at the camera, exuding a canine-like joy. Beside Sirius stood a dark-haired boy holding a surfboard, whom Regulus had seen earlier in Dumbledore's office, Sirius's godson, the boy who vanquished Voldemort. In the midst of them was a silver-haired girl, her face marked with palpable anger as she tugged at both Sirius and Harry's ears, her pretty visage vibrant and lively. Adjacent to them was a refrigerator that Sirius had lugged back from the Muggle world, much like Arthur. He had a fondness for Muggle technology. A note scribbled by Harry was affixed to the fridge. This week, practice the killing curse 100 times, the cruciatus curse 100 times, and the shattering curse 100 times. Accomplished. What a dark wizard training regimen. Yet, it was all so delightful, unlike the Black residence. This place was filled with light, soft hues, and charming decorations, showcasing a love for life. The water ceased abruptly, and the bathroom door swung open, revealing Sirius emerging from the misty confines, towel drying his hair. A loose white towel was wrapped around his waist, as droplets cascaded down his sculpted chest, tracing the contours of his well-defined abs, disappearing beneath the towel. Tao Wu had barely admired the sight for a couple of seconds when a large hand obscured her view. Adorned with a rather unattractive bracelet she had woven herself. "Oh, Luna, good evening. What brings you here so suddenly?" Sirius tossed the towel aside casually, striding towards Tao Wu with a buoyant step, his gaze entirely neglecting Newt and Regulus. Just as he approached her for an embrace, a soiled shirt came flying towards him, landing squarely on his chest, obstructing his outstretched arms. "Put on a shirt, will you?" Newt, wand in hand, cast a disdainful glance at Sirius. "Do you not feel any shame?" Tao Wu turned to him, the words echoing familiar, igniting the notebook in her pocket once more. All right. I shan't quarrel with the elderly." Sirius donned the shirt, finally noticing the quiet Regulus standing to the side. The steam from the bathroom had clouded his vision, and clad in dark attire, Regulus was easily mistaken for Harry, completely forgotten by Sirius despite the fact that Regulus was half a head taller than the current Harry. With arms crossed, he squinted at Regulus, his gaze filled with distrust. He could not be certain that this young man was indeed his brother, for his unfortunate sibling should now be in his 30s, certainly not appearing so youthful. What did the old hag call me? A spendthrift, a wretch. The disgrace of the Black family. Regulus reluctantly uttered these words, feeling a profound discomfort at the coarse language that escaped his lips. A stark contrast to the refined upbringing he had received. "Oh dear Rail." Sirius opened his arms wide, disregarding Regulus's reluctance, and embraced him tightly. Faced with his brother's enthusiastic display, Regulus could only tentatively pat his back in response, observing the long-overdue reunion of the brothers after over a decade. Newt lowered his gaze, his lashes trembling in the soft white light, and Tao Wu took note of his somber mood. "Are you thinking of your brother again?" Newt chuckled softly, the light casting a gentle halo around him. "Yes, Theus used to enjoy this as well. What is this situation? Years ago, I discovered the last letter you left for me behind the portrait of the old hag. I was unable to rescue you, nor could I save James. It was too late then, thankfully." He placed his hands on Regulus's shoulders, glancing towards Tao Wu as he spoke. "If you survived, where have you been all these years? At that time, I was rescued, yet due to various circumstances, I have remained in a state of slumber for these years, in the very place where I attempted to steal Voldemort's treasure. By the way, Sirius, the Black family manor is utterly filthy and disheveled, hardly fit for habitation. I intend for Regulus to reside here." Toru interrupted the nostalgic exchange between the Black brothers, pointing towards the hallway lined with bedrooms. Noting that the room adjacent to Harry's was still vacant, Sirius nodded, grasping his brother by the scruff of his neck and leading him to the empty room's door. He turned the doorknob and addressed Regulus. "This room shall be yours from now on." A soft nightlight hung on the wall above the bed, casting a warm orange glow, while a plush crimson cashmere carpet adorned the floor. Beneath the center of the bed lay a grand lion emblem. The large brown mahogany bed was dressed in a sumptuous down duvet, sprinkled with dried rose petals. These arrangements were made by Harry, as sometimes Ron and Hermione would come to stay. With everything settled, we prepared to leave. Toru peeked around the door, waving at the two of them. All right, good night, Luna. See you another day? Sirius opened his arms, approaching her for a farewell embrace, but as he reached her, he found himself enveloping only a puff of air. Apparate. A powerful male voice echoed through the air above Diagon Alley, the anger belonging to the eldest son of the Black family. Scamander, it's you again. Upon returning to the dormitory, the girls who had gone home for Christmas had already returned, surprisingly awake. I heard the Malfoy Manor was attacked by Death Eaters. Are you all right? Hannah, sitting on her bed with her legs hugged to her chest, inquired with concern upon seeing Toru. No harm done. Though I do have some good news. What news? Ginny asked eagerly. Umbridge and Peter are dead, Toru replied, walking over to the wardrobe beside Vivian's bed. Removing her coat and hanging it up. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the manuscript resting on Vivian's lap. A striking title glaring from the paper, Grindelwald and Voldemort, The Tale of Two Dark Lords. Chapter 156. Her heart and her mind had transformed into jujubes. Vivian's ships were always bizarrely outlandish. While others might have relatable pairings, she preferred the infernal. Toru unfolded the parchment. Smoothing it out, Grindelwald and Voldemort ignited the Third Wizarding War over Albus Dumbledore, but ultimately both fell, with Dumbledore retreating to Godric's Hollow alongside McGonagall. McGonagall may well emerge as the greatest victor. Each word was so simple, yet strung together, they formed a narrative that struck Toru's soul with profound force. Her heart and mind had indeed turned to jujubes. She surmised that given time, Vivian would undoubtedly become more outrageous than Rita Skeeter in her marketing endeavors. Darling, every time I read your work, my soul feels rejuvenated. She slowly turned to Vivian, who sat on the bed, blinking her large eyes, eagerly awaiting praise. What do you think? Absolutely splendid. Vivian pressed her cheek against Toru's flannel sleeve, like a small kitten seeking adulation. You might as well write tonight's story. I'll come up with one for you. Umbridge harbors a secret crush on Peter, who is in love with Bellatrix Lestrange. Peter kills Umbridge for his beloved. And in a fit of love and hatred, Umbridge drags Peter down with her, leading to a bloody tale of love. After hearing Hannah's enthusiastic pitch, Toru felt her brain might wither away. That sounds like a grotesque love story, Toru exclaimed, just as a soft pillow flew from Hannah's hands toward her. And Vivian caught it. Great idea, darling Hannah. Let's write it right away. 3 days had passed since that fateful Christmas night, and Newt gazed at the report against him on his desk with a complex expression. Mr. Scamander, Minister Fudge believes this matter should be handled by you. Fudge's secretary respectfully bowed to him. Newt folded the letter once more and placed it back in the envelope, looking at the secretary. Do you know who the informant is? The secretary shook his head. We don't know the specifics yet, but it is confirmed that the letter was delivered by an owl from Hogwarts. All right, I understand. Thank you for your assistance. Newt folded the envelope and tucked it into his pocket, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. Since the letter has arrived, I shall take my leave. The secretary, thrilled by the polite acknowledgement from his idol, bowed again but nearly collided with the corner of the desk due to the fervor of his movement. Mind your head. Newt placed his palm over the desk corner, the man's forehead brushing against his hand. Standing tall, he gazed at the hand resting on the desk corner, feeling even more moved. Thank you, Mr. Scamander. The minister has stated that for certain children who relish in slander and rumors, one must not be lenient, otherwise it will inevitably lead to disaster. He paused at the door, turning back to Newt. By the way, I forgot to mention, my name is Lano Avery, your devoted fan. Lano pulled out a collectible travelogue published by Newt 20 years prior, playfully winking at him before closing the office door. Avery, Avery. Newt suddenly smacked his forehead. Senna Avery. Lano, wait. He hurriedly chased after him, but Lano's figure had already vanished down the empty corridor of the ministry's 4th floor. With a resigned sigh, he patted his pocket and decided to first address this issue. The student who penned the report likely had no inkling that not only was he a professor of magical creatures at Hogwarts, but also the head of the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures at the ministry. This report had ultimately found its way back to him. He approached the fireplace, scooping a handful of white flue powder from the intricately designed bronze basket at its side, and stepped into the hearth. A surge of blue flames erupted. He emerged from the fireplace in his Hogwarts office, shedding his woolen coat and hanging it on the rack, donning a wizarding robe emblazoned with the Hufflepuff crest. As he adjusted his attire, he walked to the door, turning the handle to open it from the inside, only to find Severus Snape standing at the threshold, his right hand poised to knock, fingers curled in midair. Severus? Newt turned slightly, gesturing invitingly with his right hand. Please. Come in. Snape hesitated for a couple of seconds before nodding and striding into Newt's office. Would you prefer red tea, juice, or coffee? A special apparatus for brewing red tea and various juices adorned Newt's desk, while the nearby cabinet brimmed with an assortment of fruits and tea leaves. Since Tao Wu was not fond of Hogwarts pumpkin juice, he had arranged for a friend in New York to craft this tea-making and juicing device. A hot mocha, please. Snape settled into the central sofa of the room, his robe's wide sleeves gathered around him, not bothering with pleasantries. What brings you here? Newt inquired as he filled the coffee machine and juicer with coffee beans and raspberries, respectively. Moonflower, have you heard of it? Snape retrieved a black notebook from his pocket, flipping through its pages until he reached one, displaying a drawing of a pale moonflower with 5 petals, accompanied by hastily scribbled notes in the margins. Meeting Newt's puzzled gaze, Snape elaborated, Regulus and the Lombard couple require this flower for their potions, but I inquired with Dumbledore, and he informed me that this flower has become extinct here in London. Extinct? As the coffee began to bubble and steam, Newt casually picked up 2 porcelain cups from the coffee table before heading towards the coffee machine. Indeed, Dumbledore remarked, a century ago, that Dark Lord sought to monopolize these flowers by acquiring all the seeds, yet tragically, she lacked the skill to nurture them, resulting in the extinction of all moonlit blossoms within our borders. Severus Snape, with a complex expression, recounted this tale that Dumbledore had once shared with him. Newt exclaimed, absurd. However, this flower has only ever been found in Scotland. I assume your extensive travels might have led you to encounter it elsewhere. Snape accepted the steaming hot mocha from Newt, murmuring his thanks. Newt took a delicate sip of raspberry juice, leaning against his desk as memories flooded back. During my time in Paris, while assisting in the capture of poachers, I heard whispers of this flower flourishing in the valleys of the Sokol Mountains. But those lands are perilously treacherous, and my advice is that you should not venture there. Chapter 157, Snape's Cyber Legacy. Moreover, as you may have heard from Dumbledore, I nearly met my end there, he continued. Newt savored another generous sip of raspberry juice, the tart sweetness causing him to smirk. No wonder his daughter adored it so much. It was infinitely superior to that dreadful pumpkin juice. You seem quite fond of this purplish-red liquid, Snape observed, eyeing the raspberry juice in Newt's glass, where it shimmered under the light. Indeed, Luna enjoys it as well. Would you care for a taste? Newt offered, shaking his glass, the vibrant liquid swaying within the transparent vessel. No, I fear I would not appreciate it, Snape promptly declined, redirecting the conversation. Perhaps the Longbottoms can wait, but Regulus cannot. I must acquire it within the little time that remains. Can alternatives be found? Newt's index finger lightly tapped the rim of his glass, producing a soft chime. There is no time. Regulus has too little left. I must take risks, Snape replied, covering the glass's opening with his hand, the mist inside condensing into droplets upon his palm. Severus, listen, Newt implored. I have never traveled to the Sokol Mountains. I know not what lies within, but if it instills fear in those vicious poachers, it cannot bode well. He placed his cup upon the coffee table, leaning forward, hands resting on the surface as he locked eyes with Snape. You cannot even reach there, as the entire city is under lockdown. They are on high alert against wizards. I nearly lost my life the last time. Snape gazed calmly into his eyes, remaining silent. His desire to find that flower was not solely to save Regulus and the Longbottoms. He aspired to formulate the mental restorative and universal antidote. He possessed an almost obsessive passion for potion making. Noticing Snape's silence, Newt straightened up, placing one hand on his hip while the other pointed at him. You are exceedingly stubborn. Severus, Dumbledore mentioned you were not always thus. You once cared little for the fates of others. People do change, do they not, Professor Scamander? Snape shrugged, rising from his seat. Then I shall not intrude further. Wait. Just as Snape stepped toward the door, Newt called out to him. By the way, Severus, you have been grading these students' assignments for years. Do you remember their handwriting? I do. With a confirmed answer, Newt retrieved a letter of complaint from his pocket. I would like your assistance in identifying the author of this letter. The ministry only informed me it originated from Hogwarts. Snape took the envelope from him, extracting the letter within. A mere glance caused his brow to furrow. A complaint? It accuses you, Luna, Potter, and Bode of wrongdoing. Whoever harbors such contempt for all 4 of you need not be known by their handwriting. Snape's frown deepened. He already possessed the answer in his mind. Who is it? Newt inquired. Vera Burns. Upon uttering her name, Snape exhaled deeply, for it marked him with shame. Newt's eyes widened in realization. I see now. Luna and Harry have mentioned her, a Gryffindor girl, who harbors a crush on you, correct? Observing Newt's inquisitive gaze, Snape massaged his temples in exasperation. It was evident that no Hufflepuff could resist gossip, and being infatuated with that Burns girl was indeed a blemish on his reputation, one that could haunt him for a lifetime. leading to ceaseless mockery from Sirius Black. Good afternoon. The office doors suddenly swung open, revealing another source of Snape's irritation. A silver-haired figure standing at the threshold. Moony entered, a honey fruit lollipop in her mouth, sauntering into the room with practiced ease as she grabbed a bunch of grapes from the cabinet. Declaring her desire for grape juice that day, Snape raised an eyebrow, glancing at the letter in his hand, a malicious thought bubbling within him. He extended the letter towards Moony. You and Professor Scamander have been reported by a Hogwarts student. Take a look for yourself. After tossing the grapes into the juicer, Moony accepted the letter from Snape, her eyes swiftly scanning the contents. Accusing us of harboring a Thunderbird, a dangerous magical creature. Where's the danger? The Thunderbird pales in comparison to the treachery she embodies. Do you know who it is? Newt, having just learned the answer from Snape, wore an expression that screamed, Luna. Come and ask me. Burns, of course. Who else could detest both me and Harry so fervently? Moony answered without hesitation, leaving Newt feeling defeated as he dejectedly assisted her in bringing over the freshly squeezed grape juice. Have you received the complaint letter? Moony took the grape juice from Newt, taking a small sip before suddenly bursting into laughter as if recalling something amusing. You do realize you are the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, right? All matters concerning magical creatures fall under your jurisdiction. Indeed. Newt bit his lip, stifling a laugh, for he and Snape were not particularly close. Snape crossed his arms, casting a scornful look at the letter in Moony's hand. Simple-minded and physically inept, it's hardly surprising she wouldn't consider the implications. His words elicited a chuckle from Moony. If Burns were to hear her beloved idol speak of her thus, one could only imagine how many pearls of despair she would shed by midnight. I'll deal with her. She must be tired of living. Moony downed the grape juice in one gulp, setting the cup in Newt's hand before turning to Snape. If I were to strike a classmate, would you deduct points, Professor Snape? With arms still crossed, Snape replied nonchalantly, if your target is Burns, Hufflepuff earns 5 points. Truth be told, Severus Snape harbored far greater disdain for Burns than Moony did. While he was no paragon of virtue, it was hardly appropriate for a professor to openly strike a student. However, if a student far more formidable than a professor were to confront that insufferable student, it would become entirely justifiable. Moony clutched the letter tightly, aware that Snape was merely seeking an opportunity to strike without consequence. Yet she was unfazed. She had always wanted to confront Burns, and with Snape's enticing offer, even a few extra points would suffice. She exited the office, heading towards the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor dormitories. She was not the only one reported. A family should stand united in battle. Severus, I must follow to ensure nothing untoward occurs, Newt declared, fabricating a noble pretext to accompany her. Snape rolled his eyes, but followed nonetheless. Not for any other reason, but he too wished to witness Burns being thoroughly reprimanded. Chapter 158, a low-key gender-bent Snape. As Moony entered the Ravenclaw common room through the Riddle's entrance, she spotted Signia by an open window. The sunlight poured through the vast glass ceiling, illuminating Signia as a gentle breeze tousled her silky brown hair. Before her stood an easel, and she was delicately painting on a white canvas, lost in deep concentration. She appeared as though she were on the verge of creating a remarkable masterpiece. Peach Mist approached her side, leaning in to inspect the artwork on her canvas, where a haphazard array of lines depicted stick figures embroiled in a chaotic brawl on the pristine white surface, a few sparse red strokes resembling bloodshed from their scuffle. Abstract. It was indeed exceedingly abstract. Even Picasso would surely commend her as a master. What have you painted? Upon hearing her voice, Cecilia turned with an air of pride towards Peach Mist. This represents the First Wizarding War, the tumultuous events initiated by Grindelwald that swept across Europe. She even circled a stick figure with a few white strokes atop its head using the end of her brush, tapping it twice. This is old Dumbledore. Then she encircled another with red hair. Can you guess who this is? Red hair. A random choice, a Weasley. Peach Mist was well aware of the answer. Yet she chose to remain silent. Humph. Cecilia huffed with a touch of arrogance. This is Dumbledore, Grindelwald's dearest Dumbledore. As she spoke, she switched to a red pen, drawing a large heart that encompassed both the red-haired and white-haired stick figures. Then she contentedly set down her brush. There, old Dumbledore's birthday gift is complete. Peach Mist gazed at the abstract creation, utterly unable to discern how it could possibly serve as a fitting birthday gift. She slapped the letter onto the canvas. Burns has reported us. Shall we stretch our legs? I couldn't ask for anything more. Cecilia stood up, looping her arm around Peach Mist's shoulder as they ventured outside. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, they encountered a few young lions. Have you seen Vera Burns? Given that most students at school were aware of the discord between the two and Burns, a Gryffindor girl promptly responded to Cecilia's inquiry. I just saw her in the common room when I came out. Excellent. I'm going in to confront her. Cecilia clenched her fist, cracking her knuckles audibly. Dragon Dung. Just as Cecilia finished her sentence, another Gryffindor boy eagerly called out the password to the fat lady's portrait, and the common room door creaked open. Seniors Bird and Luna, please enter, he said, bowing slightly in a gesture of gentlemanly invitation. Cecilia was taken aback. She tugged on Peach Mist's sleeve, pulling her inside, while another young Gryffindor girl leaned against the doorframe, giving them an encouraging thumbs up. We support you, dear seniors. All right, it's clear you all harbor a strong dislike for Burns. The Gryffindor common room was awash in vibrant red hues, exuding a festive atmosphere. Harry, Ron, Neville, and Seamus were seated on the sofa, each clutching a deck of playing cards and engrossed in a game of landlord. Yes, landlord. This was a new game Harry and Ron had taught Peach Mist, and they had subsequently introduced it to Neville and Seamus. The four of them now deeply enamored with the card game. Big and small jokers. Ron gleefully discarded 2 jokers from his hand, leaving only 1 card remaining. Harry and Neville exchanged a glance, shaking their heads in resigned amusement. Observing their expressions, Ron shook his head triumphantly. What about Seamus? Seamus smiled mysteriously at him, discarding 4 identical cards from his 5. Boom. He had 1, truly worthy of the title, the father of explosions. Ah, how can you blow up in reality? It's just a card game. Ron lamented, tugging at his red hair in despair. Brothers, may I ask a question? Where's Burns? Cecilia's voice interrupted the impending hair-pulling brawl between Ron and Seamus. Seamus ruffled his messy hair, pointing towards the stairs leading to the girls' dormitory. I just saw her head up there. Returning to her dormitory, is she? Peach Mist glanced over at the staircase, wondering if anyone would genuinely wish to share a dorm with her. Neville shrugged, shaking his head. Of course not. The girls in her dorm have all gone to mingle with other girls. What's wrong? Harry noticed the fury etched on Cecilia's face. Cecilia raised the letter in her hand. She reported the 3 of us and Professor Scamander, furthermore slandering Professor Dumbledore, claiming he condones and protects those unworthy of being headmaster. After speaking, she and Peach Mist exchanged a knowing glance and strode purposefully up the stairs, easily locating Burns' dormitory based on the name inscribed on the wooden plaque on the door. When Cecilia kicked open the dormitory door, a foul stench of decaying food assaulted them. The Gryffindor dormitory's large window was shrouded by opaque black velvet curtains, transforming what should have been a bright and inviting space into a gloomy and darkened cave. Clothes and shoes were strewn about haphazardly, and a large pile of food waste lay on the red wool carpet, with yellowish liquid seeping through and saturating the cashmere, emanating a repugnant odor. Much like the occupant herself, Peach Mist began to comprehend why Burns admired Snape. She embodied a low-quality, gender-swapped version of him, possessing all of Snape's flaws while cleverly evading his merits. She sought to embellish Snape's sordid past to the greatest extent possible, attributing his misdeeds to Dumbledore and Lily. And even those mistakes that Snape could confront and atone for, she staunchly refused to acknowledge. It was as if by defending Snape, she could validate her own ugliness, selfishness, and double standards, deeming them correct, while casting the blame on a world unwilling to accommodate her. Otherwise, when she condemned bullying, why did she only repeatedly mention James' humiliation of Snape while deliberately ignoring Snape's bullying of Neville after he became a professor? When discussing betrayal of friendship, she emphasized Lily's failure to steadfastly support Snape and her marriage to James, yet intentionally overlooked Snape's choice to embrace dark magic and join a group that harmed Muggleborns, even after Lily implored him multiple times. She incessantly reiterated her victimhood regarding bullying, yet never mentioned her insults directed at Neville and Harry's parents, nor did she acknowledge her deception of Flint, leading to the expulsion of Gryffindor's less capable students. She exploited the tragedies stemming from the repercussions of her actions to elicit sympathy while neglecting the fact that she herself was the architect of it all. Perhaps when she learned of Snape's remorse towards Neville, she would cease to love him, for it was not the brilliance of humanity she adored, but rather the dark, selfish side of Snape, much like herself. Chapter 159, Cecilia's Just and Violent Retribution. The other 3 unoccupied beds were piled high with clothes. A beige dress stained with blood draped over the foot of a bed, while a crop top smeared with greasy yellow residue lay carelessly on the nightstand, these garments appearing as though they hadn't been washed in days. It was no wonder the air was thick with the rancid odor of dried sweat mingled with the stench of decaying food, lingering persistently within the room. Peach Mist could scarcely fathom how a girl could become so filthy, unwilling even to cast a simple cleaning charm. She dreaded stepping into the room, recoiling at the thought of treading upon the cashmere carpet soaked with yellow refuse. The noise from Cecilia's forceful entrance had already alerted Burns to their presence. Her voice sharp and thin. How dare you both intrude into someone else's dormitory? We are not intruding. Daisy lent me the key to retrieve some belongings from her dormitory. Peach Mist replied, shaking the key in her hand, which had been discreetly passed to her by a girl sharing a dorm with Burns just moments prior. She crossed her arms, surveying the disordered room. They're merely staying temporarily with a friend. You've truly mistaken this place for your personal domain, turning a perfectly good dorm into a dump. It's none of your business, Burns retorted, defiantly tilting her chin, attempting to project an air of fearlessness. None of our business? Cecilia let out a cold laugh. You have written a complaint to the Ministry of Magic, but it pertains to us. Upon hearing this, Burns's expression shifted, revealing her inner turmoil as she secretly hoped that Fudge would impose a heavy punishment on them. What? Do you have any evidence? Or perhaps you were punished by the Ministry and have come to harass me, venting your anger through bullying? Clenching her fists, Burns exerted all her strength to retort against Cecilia. She recalled that she had written an anonymous letter and surmised that they had no proof to implicate her. Observing Cecilia's furious demeanor, Burns maliciously speculated that the Ministry must have dealt them a severe punishment, which brought her a sense of twisted delight. As if reading her thoughts, Cecilia scoffed, "You don't honestly believe we were punished, do you?" The smirk that had briefly graced Burns's face vanished at Cecilia's derisive laughter. Regrettably, your complaint letter was handed directly to Professor Scamander by Fudge without even being glanced at, Cecilia taunted, waving the letter in her hand. You didn't see that coming, did you? Mr. Scamander is the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and all matters concerning magical creatures are delegated to him. Fool. Cecilia rolled her eyes at Burns before turning to Peach Mist, remarking, no wonder Snape called her a simpleton, lacking both intellect and physical prowess. This statement seemed to strike a nerve, prompting Burns to scream as she lunged at Cecilia. You're talking nonsense. Severus would never say such a thing. Cecilia frowned, deftly sidestepping Burns's reckless charge while subtly extending her right foot. With the force of inertia, Burns's head missed Cecilia entirely, and she unwittingly stumbled over Cecilia's outstretched foot, crashing heavily onto the yellow-stained cashmere carpet. You are going to. Burns's words were interrupted by Cecilia's scornful retort. Getting bullied again, are we? It seems there's always someone eager to bully you, huh? Poor girl, tripping over your own lack of balance and blaming others for your misfortunes. Lying on the ground, Burns gritted her teeth, her red-rimmed eyes glaring hatefully at Cecilia, unleashing a torrent of vile insults. You disgusting mudblood. It appeared she had forgotten her own origins. Peach Mist approached Cecilia, covering her nose, and forcefully yanked on Burns's hair, leaving her suspended awkwardly, her legs still on the ground, forming a rigid triangle. They had no interest in Burns's apologies. Cecilia smiled at Peach Mist, raised her arm, and with a swift motion, her palm struck Burns's obstinate face, causing her head to jerk sideways. The impact resulted in soft tissue damage, and blood vessels ruptured, as a 5-fingered imprint quickly bloomed on her cheek. This slap is for insulting all Muggle-born wizards, Cecilia declared, switching hands to deliver another forceful blow to Burns's untouched left cheek, creating matching swollen marks on both sides of her face. This slap is for the parents of those Muggle-born wizards, including yours. Both wizards and Muggles deserve respect. Yet you are unworthy. Burns felt a searing pain on her face, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth as she struggled to escape. But Peach Mist's grip on her hair was unyielding. Another slap landed heavily, and had her hair not been firmly grasped, Cecilia's strike might have sent her sprawling to the ground. This slap is for your malicious slander. Just because I wore pajamas outside, you twisted the truth in your complaint, maliciously insinuating that I have inappropriate relationships with Harry and Professor Scamander, with vile and shameless words. Who would wear revealing pajamas and spend the night in a tower with 2 men? What exactly is your relationship with them? Burns bit out through gritted teeth, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I was there too, and the heart sees filth in everything, Peach Mist retorted, giving Burns's hair another painful tug, eliciting a series of screams. You joined this chaotic party as well? How disgusting. Burns's body contorted grotesquely in the dormitory. The sharp sound of slaps echoed continuously until her face was entirely swollen and purple, the sound dulling as Cecilia finally ceased, dusting off her hands. Is that all you can do, spread slander? Cecilia revealed a cruel smile. Do you know who informed us that you wrote this complaint? That coward, Cornelius Fudge. Burns snarled through clenched teeth. Cecilia shook her head disdainfully. Observing the smug expression on Cecilia's face, Burns began to grasp a terrifying possibility. Peach Mist noted the color draining from Burns's face as she delivered the righteous verdict. It was Professor Snape who told me. Chapter 160, I Hate Paris. When Snape and Newt arrived at Gryffindor Tower, Peach Mist and Cecilia had already concluded their altercation. Burns lay in the dimly lit room, her swollen face pressed against the cashmere carpet, murky tears rolling down her cheeks and mingling with the yellow, viscous liquid, creating a nauseating stench. She heard sounds from the common room in the hallway. The person she longed for had just awarded 5 points to the 2 girls who had just assaulted her. She heard the pompous Longbottom reciting potion knowledge with practiced ease, engaging in lively discussion about rare herbs with her beloved Professor Snape. This was not the Snape she knew. She had come to redeem him, oblivious to the fact that Snape was gradually redeeming himself through repentance and atonement. How could someone more depraved and shadowy than the Snape of the past possibly achieve redemption? All she could do was drag him deeper into the mire. Yet, she would not lose hope. She had sacrificed everything to come here. The sunk costs were too great. Newt had to leave for a care of magical creatures class with Ravenclaw, departing the castle with Cecilia, while Peach Mist followed Snape to the potions classroom. You seem quite anxious, Professor, Peach Mist observed, noting Snape's restless movements, flipping through his potions book and repeatedly rolling up and down the sleeves of his Batwing shirt. Is there a bottleneck in potion development? Noticing Snape's continued silence as he strode forward, clutching a herbology book, Peach Mist pressed on. What is up with the sudden inquiry about the Witch Hunter Association? Snape suddenly halted. What is the strength of the Witch Hunter Association? For now, it's just that. Although she had asked about potions, his unexpected query about the Witch Hunter Association left Peach Mist puzzled, yet she answered truthfully. They have a magical shielding device. I couldn't thoroughly research its workings, but wizards cannot use magic within the shielded area. Snape's brow furrowed deeply. Cannot use magic? Then how were you able to bring Scamander back? I could knock someone's temple out with a punch. What do you think? Peach Mist replied, hands in her pockets. Besides, I also brought their own weapons, guns. She scrutinized Snape. Why the sudden interest in the witch hunter situation? Snape had no intention of concealing his thoughts. Pulling out the potions book and flipping to the page on moonlit grass, moonlit flower, a rare herb that has become extinct, is required to create the mental restoration potion for the Longbottoms and the universal antidote for Regulus. This flower. Peach Mist gazed at the drawing of the 5-petaled white flower inked in black by Snape, feeling an uncanny familiarity. Why does it seem so familiar? Thus, a peculiar flower has emerged in Paris. Do you wish to go there? Peach Mist likely deduced Snape's thoughts. Have you seen it? Snape frowned, his attention captured by her initial statement. Yet the moonflower had become extinct due to the machinations of the Dark Lord a century ago. Oh, Peach Mist recalled. She had once perceived the flower's market potential and contemplated monopolizing it, only to ultimately fail at nurturing it, leading to its demise. Capitalists deserve to be lampooned. Perhaps she had misjudged the situation. Hastily, Peach Mist redirected the conversation. So, is it true that there are moonflowers in Paris now? Very well. Snape, clearly disappointed by this response, continued. Professor Scamander mentioned that the Sock Mountains on the outskirts of Paris might harbor moonflowers. However, he advised against my going there. Peach Mist nodded. He suffered a setback there. Once you venture into that territory, you cannot rely on the Ministry of Magic, after all. Surrendering is a hallmark of the French. The Ministry has informants among the witch hunters, and several frequently used key locations are under their surveillance. If we are to go there, it would be prudent to use Muggle transportation. As for apparition, the risk multiplies exponentially over such a distance. One would likely end up in a box upon arrival. Peach Mist analyzed this with him, noting that the Flying Thunder God technique was also unavailable, as she had only marked Tom and had not left a mark at any location in Paris. Snape listened to her analysis, his index finger curled against his chin, his mind racing with thoughts. He had to navigate through layers of witch hunter surveillance and face the unknown dangers of the Sock Mountains. I understand. Upon reaching the door to the potions classroom, Snape stepped inside first. Peach Mist pursed her lips and followed him in. That evening in the Great Hall, Snape's seat at the far end of the teacher's table remained unoccupied, and apart from Neville's curious glances, few took notice. Peach Mist patted Hannah on the shoulder. I need to step out for a moment. Hannah nodded, wrapping 2 dainty chocolate cakes in a paper bag and placing it in her palm. We haven't had dinner yet. Please return soon. Peach Mist tucked the bag away, pinched Hannah's round cheek, and bent down to slip out of the hall. This furtive action caught the attention of a pair of grayish-blue eyes. She caught sight of Snape striding along the edge of the Black Lake, a suitcase in hand. His hair remained greasy and disheveled. Yet he had traded his usual bat-like attire for a brand-new black long coat, his shoes polished to a gleam, rendering him strikingly out of place. What are you doing here? It's dinner time. You ought to be in the hall. Snape noticed Peach Mist not far behind him. You intend to go to Paris? Peach Mist refrained from answering his question, her gaze fixated on the suitcase he carried. Snape closed his eyes, once more experiencing her tenacity, and exhaled deeply. I require the moonflower. I am but a step away from success. Is saving the Longbottoms and Regulus significant to you? Peach Mist found herself perplexed. According to the original narrative, besides Lily and Harry, he showed little concern for anyone else's fate. No, I merely wish to create the spirit restoration potion and the universal antidote. It will be a remarkable achievement. Snape continued walking with a stern countenance. Only he knew that in the 13th year since Lily's departure, He had gradually learned to tread the path that Lily once walked. I will accompany you. At least when it comes to dealing with witch hunters, I am an expert. Peach Mist tapped her wand against her wizarding robes, and in an instant, her robes vanished, revealing a simple woolen sweatshirt typical of Muggle girls. She walked behind Snape, recalling her last experience in Paris and Newt's near demise. I despise Paris. Chapter 161, I only know Amsterdam. Snape made no effort to prevent Peach Mist from following. Why refuse something that could significantly enhance his chances of survival? After careful consideration and taking her suggestions into account, he ultimately decided to take the ferry to Paris. As it was still snowing in winter, the deck was sparsely populated, the floor damp from melting snowflakes. Peach Mist calculated that it would take roughly 10 hours to reach Paris. Had it not been for the severe cold and snow, flying would have been a superior option. She noticed Snape frequently glancing back while standing on the deck. Following his gaze, she smirked. Impressive, he had actually come. What is it? Professor? Do you see something? Upon hearing her voice, Snape withdrew his gaze, furrowing his brow as he shook his head. Nothing. It merely feels as though someone has been watching me from behind. Since they arrived at the dock, he had sensed a searing gaze glued to his back. Yet turning around revealed nothing. Peach Mist also averted her gaze, stifling a smile. No, perhaps it is merely the result of recent events overwhelming you. You should relax. Perhaps a mojito would help. Peach Mist opened the glass door leading from the deck to the cabin. She would not divulge to Snape that someone had secretly followed him after consuming Polyjuice Potion, ready to step in front of him if necessary. An opportunity to redeem Snape. Descending 2 levels, they arrived at a grand and luxurious dining room, the floor glistening with crystal tiles and a magnificent chandelier hanging above. In the center of the room, a display of delectable foods and beverages awaited guests to indulge at their leisure. The atmosphere buzzed with lively chatter as people enjoyed their meals, laughter intertwining in the air. 2 mojitos, please. Peach Mist placed her paper currency on the bar and addressed the bartender. Snape stood beside her with a cold expression. He found little joy in this place, preferring the chill of the deck. Moments later, a pink and a lavender cocktail were placed on the bar. Try it. Inducing dopamine secretion will bring you joy. Peach Mist took a sip of the pink mojito and pushed the lavender one towards Snape. He hesitated to pick up the glass, eyeing the pale purple liquid, and Peach Mist, not insistent, swayed her glass toward the dessert display, where a charming strawberry cake caught her attention. A delight she had noticed upon entering. Not long after Peach Mist left, Snape leaned against the bar and picked up the mojito. He did not drink, but swirled the glass, watching the pale liquid repeatedly attempt to break free from its confines. A sharp sound echoed as the glass tapped against the marble countertop, and a German man approached him, greeting him in somewhat clumsy English. Sir, you must try it. The grape mojito is enchanting. The man, overly familiar, extended his right hand towards Snape. Let me introduce myself. I am Locke Brown. Snape coldly swept his gaze over the outstretched hand, leaving his unoccupied hand at his side, devoid of any desire for social interaction. Locke Brown, undeterred by Snape's indifference, retracted his hand and sat on a barstool beside him. Sir, are you also heading to Paris? Snape frowned, unwilling to engage, and stood to distance himself from the man. Oh, sir. Locke Brown attempted to retain his attention, his next words halting Snape in his tracks. You are a professor at Hogwarts, are you not? I too am a professor. I teach defense against the dark arts at Durmstrang. Just as Snape intended to express his lack of interest in Durmstrang, Peach Mist bounced over, feigning innocence. Uncle, the little cakes over there are delicious. When we arrive in Paris, I want to buy a princess dress on Wudaokou Street. She acted just like an ordinary Muggle girl charming her elder, leaving Snape bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor, yet he played along with her act. Very well. He truly lacked the finesse for such theatrics, managing only to utter a dry remark. She turned her gaze toward Brown and tugged at Snape's sleeve, inquiring, Is this uncle a friend of my uncle? Before Snape could respond, Brown interjected, Little one, your uncle is simply eager to befriend your uncle. He appears to possess a wealth of knowledge. Your uncle must surely be a professor, am I right? Indeed, my uncle is exceptionally learned. Steeped in knowledge both ancient and modern. You are correct, he is indeed a professor. As the flattery flowed from Tao Miao's lips, Snape, accustomed to her barbs, felt a cold sweat break out upon him, pondering whether he should step outside to check if the sun had risen in the west. Oh no, that was wrong. It was snowing today, and there was no sun. Upon hearing her affirmation, Brown's smile grew even more radiant. He raised his glass towards Snape, continuing to converse with Tao Miao. It is truly an honor. I too am a professor. Leaning forward, he added above Tao Miao's head, I am a professor from Durmstrang. Your uncle must be a professor at Hogwarts, correct? Durmstrang? What is that? I only know of Amsterdam. And what sort of dubious institution is Hogwarts? Uncle, you mustn't speak so frivolously. My uncle is a history professor at Cambridge, certainly not a teacher from some disreputable school. Tao Miao raised her chin imperiously, showcasing the large pink diamond necklace strung from platinum that adorned her neck, a gift from Queenie. She resembled a spoiled, wealthy Muggle heiress. And a flicker of disdain crossed Brown's otherwise genial expression, yet he maintained his gentle smile, waving his hand dismissively. Apologies, it seems I have overstepped. Come, uncle, let us go eat some fruit. Tao Miao tugged on Snape's sleeve, leading him toward the fruit stand. Is there something amiss with that, Brown? Snape whispered to her. Tao Miao nodded. Durmstrang does not offer a course in defense against the dark arts. They study dark magic and use dark magic against dark magic. That man is clearly probing you. He is a wizard. At over 30, how can you still be so naive? Had you simply informed him that you are a professor at Hogwarts, a wizard, within a day, you would find yourself lying cold in a laboratory, much like Newt. Her words caused Snape's brow to furrow. He turned back for another glance, but was restrained by Tao Miao. Do not look at him. Let us pretend we are muggles. The last time we hunted Newt, he was among them. Chapter 162. Move forward, do not look back. On the deserted deck. What do you have in your suitcase? Tao Miao pointed at the well-worn hand suitcase resting on the railing platform, its surface cracked and peeling, revealing a gray interior. Useful items, Snape replied tersely, his gaze fixed on the horizon. It had been ages since he had embarked on such a journey. Tao Miao lightly tapped the suitcase's surface with her finger, and before Snape could intervene, it popped open with a snap. Inside, an array of potions and magical tools was revealed, including a stone statue Snape had no recollection of acquiring. Do you wish to try McGonagall's happiness spell? How did you acquire all these items? And what is the purpose of the stone statue? We do not know what awaits us in the Svalbard Mountains. Potions are essential, and the statue can serve as a guide. Snape attempted to close the suitcase, gripping its side. Tao Miao raised an eyebrow, recognizing his cleverness in preparing for a new quest. She placed her hand against the interior of the suitcase, preventing it from closing. These cannot be taken. With a flick of her finger, the potions and statue levitated and plummeted into the turbulent sea, their descent soundless due to the silencing charm. Snape was unable to intervene in time. He leaned over the railing to watch as the potions and statue were swept away by the rushing waters, irretrievable. What is the meaning of this? Snape glared at the empty suitcase, his expression darkening like a charred pot bottom, his hawkish nose appearing even more menacing. The suitcase now contained only a few provisions and a packet of white essence, which Tao Miao removed, weighing it in her hand before stuffing it into Snape's coat pocket. Finally, she closed the now nearly empty suitcase. They arrived at the dock in the morning, taking a ferry, and by the time they reached Paris, darkness had descended. A massive detection device stood at the dock's exit, manned by several stern-faced men in uniforms, meticulously observing the crowd. Just pretend to be a normal muggle and walk straight through. It isn't that sophisticated yet, and without magic, it cannot detect you. Tao Miao instructed, blending seamlessly with the flow of people as they approached the detection device, encountering no issues. Snape observed her pass through the device, his expression as calm as the weather, beads of sweat adhering his palms to the suitcase handle. He followed the surging crowd, attempting to appear as an ordinary muggle while crossing the detection device. Wait. A uniformed man halted him, scrutinizing him cautiously from head to toe. The man gestured with his electric baton toward Snape's suitcase, lifting his chin toward a nearby table. Place the suitcase there and open it for inspection. The man's haughty demeanor and tone incited a desire in Snape to deliver a punch to his potato-like face. Yet he restrained himself, slowly approaching the table to open the suitcase before the inspector. Inside lay only some dry provisions, 2 pairs of socks, a textbook on advanced mathematics, and another on modern European history. He appeared to be a disheveled, careless scholar, and the inspector waved him off impatiently. No issue, go along. Snape, his face stern, closed the suitcase without a word and strode toward Tao Miao, who was waiting at the dock's exit, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Did you know all along? Indeed. When Fudge came last time to apprehend me for Azkaban, you were present too, were you not? Before I brought Newt back by boat, I stealthily dismantled the detection device in the dark when no one was watching. Tao Miao surveyed the dense crowd before continuing. With so many people here, I cannot dismantle it. If you hadn't thrown the items overboard on the ship and hadn't lifted the silencing charm, would I have been detained? Snape quietly inquired, ensuring only they could hear. It could have been worse. When you passed through the detection device with the suitcase, an alarm might have sounded. Although there appear to be only a few guards, there are surely plainclothes officers among the crowd. Tao Miao pointed to a man in a gray coat with a low hat, who had been loitering near the detection device since they disembarked, his presence suspicious. Perhaps he is waiting for someone. Snape thought of a counterargument. Indeed. Waiting for a foolish wizard like you. Tao Miao replied, hands in her pockets, gesturing toward Brown. See him over there? Following her gaze, Snape observed Brown successfully passing through the detection device, muttering something as he passed the gray-clad man. He was likely speaking in German or French, a language that neither Tao Miao nor he could comprehend. Had the alarm sounded earlier, they would have detained you, but given your nature, you would undoubtedly resist, believing that at least a wizard could not be overpowered by mere muggles. Peach Mist's gaze delicately settled upon Brown. Yet, within the crowd, the number of witch hunters remained unknown, as did the multitude of wizards like Brown who operated within the inner circles. Should one resist and incite chaos or jeopardize the safety of other muggles, Peach Mist's eyes shifted back to Snape. Articulating each word with precision, "You shall be executed on the spot." Perhaps the threat of immediate execution felt excessively harsh, or perhaps Peach Mist's demeanor was too frigid. But an inexplicable chill invaded Snape's being. Enough, let's move swiftly. As they navigated through the throng, Peach Mist, despite her reluctance, clutched Snape's cloak to prevent him from being swept away by the tide of bodies. In the realm of wizards, he was undoubtedly astute. Yet against the staggering population of muggles, that intelligence was woefully inadequate. A shrill scream pierced the air behind them, and the crowd erupted into tumult, having heard Brown's voice. "There's a wizard here. Seize her." Explosions, screams, and wails surged from the docks behind them. Snape's hands trembled, an urge to glance back clawing at him. Peach Mist urged him onward. "Keep moving, do not look back." Chapter 163, Strange Events. A wizard has been captured. Snape reiterated this concern to Peach Mist as he trailed behind her. "You cannot tell me you intend to meddle in this matter." Peach Mist was busy verifying her location against a map card Jacob had once given her. "No, their audacity is insufferable." Suddenly, Snape recalled something, striding up to her and compelling her to halt. "Did you not say last time that if they captured another wizard, the experiment would reach completion, leading to a catastrophic blow to the wizarding world? That cannot happen now. I've obliterated all the data from the last time. If they wish to restart the experiment, they must begin afresh." Peach Mist sidestepped him, continuing to advance. Hearing her response, Snape felt a weight lift. He was indifferent to the fate of a stranger wizard. Who could say what kind of individual they were? Perhaps they were as nefarious as those who had followed Voldemort or Grindelwald, or akin to a spy like Brown. In the snowy Parisian night, flurries danced in the air, and the pedestrians, mostly bundled in coats, hurried along, their shoes sinking into the thin layer of snow that brought forth patches of mud, etching busy patterns upon their trousers. The streetlights of the 1990s, with their dark green copper columns, bore glass shades framed in green, illuminating the endless darkness with a warm glow. Trolley cars, connected by electric cables, sped past with a cheerful jingle, while the soothing strains of cello music wafted from street corner speakers. Through the windows of the European-style houses, muggles could be seen gathered around televisions, engrossed in stories that did not belong to them. Such was the power of technology. Peach Mist, after navigating the twists and turns of the map, finally arrived at the entrance of a building that exuded an air of opulence. The glass doors leading to the lobby were flanked by marble steps, at the base of which stood two pure gold statues of flat-headed creatures. "What are we doing here?" Snape queried, perplexed as he stood at the foot of the steps, believing they should hasten to find the Moonflower in the Sock Mountains. Peach Mist ascended the steps slowly. "A friend's hotel. We'll stay here tonight, and seek the Moonflower in the morning. Why waste time?" Snape grasped the hood of her sweatshirt, halting her ascent. "Nighttime harbors the greatest dangers. You mentioned that place is particularly perilous. Entering by day would reduce the risk." Sighing, Peach Mist explained her reasoning. Snape acquiesced, following her into the hotel lobby. Utilizing the card Jacob had provided, the front desk arranged 2 luxurious rooms for them at no charge. "I will not agree to fund your association. Your actions are far too dark and violent." An angry female voice, though not loud, resonated from a short distance away, piquing Peach Mist's interest at the mention of the association and funding. She turned to see a woman, seemingly in her mid-20s, with cascading golden waves of hair, striking features, and a delicate pale gold strapless gown that accentuated her graceful silhouette. A sizable sapphire, resembling a teardrop, adorned her slender neck, swaying as she moved like a lavish blossom. "Miss Bryan, I urge you to reconsider. Once we succeed, you shall be hailed as a hero of humanity, and your company will thrive alongside." A man with a darker complexion closely followed her, persistently imploring her. The woman, however, intended to disregard him, striding directly towards a golden-haired man seated on the lobby sofa. He rose to greet her with a warm embrace. "It has been too long, dear sister. What are you looking at?" Snape observed her standing motionless in the lobby, clutching her room key, gazing intently at the trio. "Do they pose a problem? I am unsure. Something feels off." She handed one of the room keys to Snape. "In any case, do not sleep too soundly tonight. I have an unsettling premonition." Snape accepted the key, his eyes darkening as he scrutinized the trio engaged in hushed conversation, silently noting their appearances and characteristics. After they retreated to their respective rooms, Peach Mist lay upon the soft bed, her mind replaying the images of the three individuals she had just seen. The snowy night enveloped the world in a profound stillness, broken only by the sound of branches laden with snow bending and shedding their icy burdens. Yet, in such exquisite tranquility, one's hearing heightened, allowing the discernment of sounds that should remain unheard. A series of sharp, slicing noises permeated the walls, and in the night's silence, even the sounds of flesh parting from bone resonated with alarming clarity. Peach Mist swiftly sat up in bed, her eyes wide open, straining to listen for several seconds. Grabbing the paper and pen provided by the hotel, she began to jot down her calculations. Having deduced the results, she slipped on her slippers and made her way outside. In the hotel corridor, she spotted Snape, clad in the same black overcoat as during the day, standing there. "Did you hear that?" Snape inquired, frowning as he noticed her emergence. He had also heard the peculiar sounds, and suspected Peach Mist had as well. Indeed, Peach Mist nodded gravely. "The sound of something being chopped. Based on the speed of sound and the intervals, I estimate the source is approximately 7 to 8 meters away. The 10th floor." Snape lifted his gaze to the elevator, where the indicator light hovered at the number 10. "Let us return to sleep. The Moonflower is our primary objective." He averted his gaze from the elevator light and turned back toward his room. Peach Mist concurred. Their original purpose was to retrieve the Moonflower, and it was prudent to avoid becoming entangled in peculiar affairs, especially considering their already precarious identities. She pivoted back to her room, casually shutting the door behind her, unaware that at the very moment she closed it, the elevator indicator light shifted from the 10th floor to the 11th. Chapter 164. Do not scold me, Master. The following day, Paris was besieged by a heavier snowfall. The howling cold winds lifted snowflakes the size of grains of rice, creating a blanket that obscured the landscape, rendering even the view 5 meters away nearly indistinguishable. The traces left from the previous day were once again concealed beneath a thick layer of pristine snow. Such weather was wholly unfit for venturing outdoors. Peach Mist stood at the hotel entrance, reaching out to catch the falling snowflakes. This was precisely the moment to be nestled in a warm bedroom by a crackling fireplace, cocooned in a cozy blanket, indulging in a leisurely morning of sleep. Humph. Snape's countenance was colder than the weather outside. He scoffed. "I told you we should have gone last night. You're as unreliable as Potter." Today, they were heading into the mountains. He decisively donned his beloved black bat-winged shirt, finding the newly purchased black velvet coat quite unappealing. Tao Wu glanced at the overcast sky. Disregarding his taunt, "Did you bring Baixian?" "Yes." "Then let us proceed. In this weather, I wager the witch hunters have yet to grace the streets." Tao Wu surveyed the vast, white expanse of the street and declared, "Let us apparate. What if there are sentinels stationed at the Sock Mountains when we arrive?" Severus Snape replied coldly, "If apparition is feasible now, why was it not permitted at the dock? Are you so determined to argue with me? Why? Are you a walking enigma of questions?" Tao Wu retorted with irritation, yet she proceeded to elucidate. "Even if there are witch hunters in the Sock Mountains, it would be no challenge for us to vanquish them. And even if there were a jamming device, I could handle them alone. But at the dock, that is not permissible. There are far too many innocent muggles. Any conflict would undoubtedly result in collateral damage." After her explanation, Snape appeared quite astonished. "Do you truly care whether those you harm are innocent? What else would you expect? Do you think I chose to hang you instead of Neville for no reason?" Tao Wu rolled her eyes. "I am not a Death Eater, reveling in the torment of the weak." Snape interjected, "Enough of the insults, Master." He nodded to Tao Wu, and in an instant, both figures vanished from the hotel entrance. Unbeknownst to them, the elevator doors suddenly opened, revealing a pair of sharp eyes fixated on their disappearing forms amidst the swirling snow. Upon reaching the Sock Mountains, Tao Wu realized that this location was not far from the previous witch hunter base of Jones. During their last drive, Jacob had mentioned that Tom had expressed discomfort about this place. Scattered around the mountains were a few sparsely populated villages, with wisps of smoke gently rising through the snow, an indication of warm, vibrant life. In stark contrast, the mysterious mountain loomed, its presence entirely at odds with the surrounding environment. Even amidst the heavy snowfall, it remained a grim, dark hue, untouched by any trace of white. Squinting closely, one could discern a swirling mist of dark violet enveloping the majestic creation that divided Paris from the neighboring city, undulating through the steep, continuous ridges. The atmosphere was jarring and uncanny, as if a three-dimensional reality had been plucked from a two-dimensional blueprint, exuding a profound sense of dissonance. Merely gazing upon this mountain, Snape felt an overwhelming pressure constricting his heart, as though his feet were bound by a curse, rendering him immobile. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, only to be instantly frozen by the biting wind, crystallizing into tiny beads of ice at the tips of his greasy hair. "Now I understand why Professor Scamander forbade my coming here," Snape thought, clutching his chest in an effort to quell his racing heart. Fear in this moment was not ignoble. After all, this place had once instilled terror in both Voldemort and Grindelwald. Having never been here before, how could he possibly know? Tao Wu had already made her way towards the path leading up the mountain, unafraid, for fear often stemmed from the unknown, coupled with a sense of inadequacy and the desire to survive. Snape, however, remained rooted in place, his countenance growing increasingly pallid. His normally sallow complexion appeared ghostly white, as if he had contemplated something far more dreadful. "What troubles you, Professor?" Tao Wu queried, turning at the entrance of the path to regard him. "You should not be so afraid. I witnessed Albus' memories. You have made a decision to sacrifice yourself for his plan. Those unafraid of death do not exhibit such fear." "No." The wind and snow threatened to transform Snape into an ice sculpture, his lips trembling as he spoke. "I am at the Knot Manor." He slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the expanse of mountains. "I have seen this scene. In Mrs. Knott's room, there hung a painting she created, identical to what I see before me now." Speculation regarding what had transpired was futile. If they sought answers, they must venture forth, for the goal was the Moonflower. Tao Wu turned away, no longer glancing at Snape. Snape closed his eyes, using a cutting spell to incise his palm, seeking to awaken himself before following her lead. He employed a counter curse to mend the wound. Tao Wu cast a fleeting glance at his bleeding palm, transfiguring her wand into a sharp sword, aware that in the depths of the forest, beasts drawn by the scent of blood were a real threat. With his wand directed at the wound, Snape uttered the counter curse, and the injury vanished without a trace. Tao Wu conjured a small vial of clean water to wash away the blood from his palm. On either side of the narrow path stood towering trees, their branches devoid of leaves, intricately intertwined in hues of black and violet, forming an impenetrable canopy overhead that obscured all light. As they pressed on, the branches grew increasingly abundant. Tao Wu swung her sword to clear their way, while Snape, unwilling to transform his wand into anything else, picked up a stout branch and transfigured it into a sharp sickle. Clad in his flowing black bat-winged shirt, his long, dark hair billowing with his movements, he resembled the Grim Reaper from a storybook, brandishing his sickle. Together, Tao Wu and Snape hacked away at the obstructive branches, but as soon as they passed, those severed limbs rapidly regrew, cloaking the path anew. They were uncertain of where the Moonflower might be hidden, relying solely on instinct as they navigated. After traversing approximately 50 meters, the dark trees became fewer and the path widened. However, visibility diminished as the dark violet mist enveloped them, restricting their sight to less than a meter ahead, accompanied by the acrid scent of sulfur. Tao Wu retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket and tossed it to Snape. "This mist is suspicious. Cover your mouth and nose." Snape's steps grew heavier. He barely managed to catch the handkerchief Tao Wu had thrown, lacking the strength to lift it to his face. The dark violet haze gradually receded, and he seemed to hear the sound of cicadas, while a warm breeze caressed his cheek, bringing with it the fragrance of jasmine. As the mist dissipated, he beheld a vibrant green meadow, along with a familiar, flourishing banyan tree, one of the few warm memories from his childhood. A gentle hand patted his shoulder from behind, and a long familiar voice echoed in his ear, "Severus, are you dozing off?" Chapter 165. If time were to reverse, what would you choose? The illusion of Snape. If time were to reverse, what would you choose? When the visage he had longed for appeared once more in youthful vibrancy before him, Snape's lips trembled, and the eyes that had not shed tears in over a decade were now reddened and glistening. "What troubles you, Severus?" A delicate, pale hand waved before his eyes as the red-haired girl leapt into view, her voice sweet and clear. "Why are you crying? Did your father strike you again?" Her innocent tone jolted him back to the present, as he once again encountered the radiant light of his past that he had been separated from for 13 long years, Lily Evans. Instinctively, he looked down at his hands. In this moment of temporal disarray, observing the size of his palms was the quickest way to gauge his age. The youthful hands bore faint scars, remnants of a drunken father's violence, yet they appeared relatively unblemished, untouched by the toil of brewing potions or the calluses from endless spell practice. He realized that, at this moment, he had returned to long ago, to the very point where all regrets began. Was it the magic of time, or merely an illusory reverie? Regardless of which, he resolved not to stand in opposition to her this time. In his youth, Severus Snape offered a gentle smile to Lily, his palm turned skyward, as a pristine white jasmine flower unfurled slowly within his grasp, propelled toward Lily by the enchantment of his magic. "Tomorrow, we shall embark for Hogwarts, Severus, and I am engulfed in trepidation. I fear I may not grasp the intricacies of magic," Lily confessed, her delicate features etched with anxiety. "Worry not. You shall emerge as the finest which Hogwarts has ever seen," Snape reassured her, his hand outstretched as if to tousle her hair, but hesitated mid-air. ultimately opting for a gentle pat on her shoulder, offering comfort like the most ordinary of friends. As twilight descended, he remained in that moment, the surroundings unchanged. After bidding farewell to Lily with a wave, he meandered to a nearby brook, where the waning sunlight illuminated his reflection upon the crystal-clear waters. It was the familiar visage of his youth, a frail frame swathed in his mother's oversized maternity dress, the sleeves dangling down to obscure his hands, rendering him even more gaunt than the little girl beside him. His hair, slightly longer and unkempt, bore remnants of paper scraps and wood shavings intertwined within the greasy strands. He lifted his hand, allowing the fabric to fall to his elbows, pushing aside the hair that veiled his cheeks. The young Snape was not unhandsome. His gaunt face was pale as parchment from anemia, yet his ebony eyes sparkled with brilliance, the flickering light within them ignited by Lily and the mysteries of the magical realm. These were the treasures lost to the future version of Snape. Though he could not rival the remarkable attractiveness of the loathsome Potter in black, his features were proportionate, contrasting sharply with the future's sallow complexion and the venomous glare of his eyes, his nose resembling a hawk's beak. A sudden recollection struck him of overhearing in the basement the raucous discussions among a group of girls regarding the importance of beauty versus intellect. He recalled the brash girl proclaiming, "Who cares to understand whether a filthy, ugly creature is clever? I'm clever enough. I refuse to seek out an ugly companion when I have a brilliant individual at home." The chorus of agreement from the other girls echoed in his mind. At that moment, he found their sentiments laughable, deeming physical appearance the most trivial of attributes. After all, why would Voldemort so readily relinquish it? Upon reflection, he realized the humor lay not in them, but in himself. Lily was merely an ordinary girl. And why would she not be drawn to handsome boys? Did he believe that their childhood bond, his unkempt uniqueness, or his ambition to join the ranks of the Death Eaters would suffice? Gazing into the water's surface at his relatively handsome reflection, he could not help but lament how dark magic truly ravaged the soul. Voldemort had undergone this transformation, and he, too, was afflicted. The pursuit of dark arts undeniably diminished one's allure. Snape remained incredulous regarding the reality of it all, instinctively reaching into his pocket, where he unexpectedly discovered his wand nestled within the fabric of his mother's dress. With a flick of his wand, he cast the severing charm upon his palm, the skin parting abruptly, a sharp sting radiating through his nerves to his heart. He keenly observed that the scene remained unchanged, as did he, clenching his fist in excitement. Blood trickled from between his fingers, staining the grass below, the intensifying pain igniting a thrill within him. He had not awakened. This felt unlike a mere illusion. Lily was alive. Perhaps a deity hidden within the countless valleys of the Sock Mountains had sensed his penance and granted him a chance to begin anew. He did not witness the ground, stained with his blood, swiftly absorbing the warmth of the liquid, emitting a soft sigh. With a wave of his wand, a silvery glow enveloped his hand, the counter-charm activated, causing the wound to vanish without a trace. Under the starlit sky of a midsummer night, Snape returned to the dilapidated house in Spinner's End, unworthy of the title home. As he pushed open the door, a pungent odor of alcohol assaulted his senses. An empty glass bottle was hurled towards him, which he narrowly avoided. The shattering glass echoed against the wall, shards scattering about. A fleeting sting grazing the back of his hand. "Where the hell have you been, you little brat? You never cook, always off chasing that little Evans harlot. I swear I'll kill you." Old Snape, bleary-eyed and clutching a bottle, staggered toward his son, rolling up his sleeves. "Silence, you drunken fool. Do not dare speak ill of Lily." Snape shot a cold glare at the inebriated man before him, devoid of any affection for his father. "What does that look? Today, I will teach you a lesson." The elder Snape raised his empty hand high, bringing it down forcefully towards Severus's cheek, just a mere inch from impact. Severus gripped his wrist tightly, shoving him back with force, causing him to stumble dangerously. Disregarding his father, Snape strode directly to the balcony, a small sanctuary he considered his own, intending to organize his school belongings. "You ungrateful wretch. I'll make you pay." The old drunk steadied himself against the table, the dignity of fatherhood provoked, his eyes blazing red as he brandished the bottle toward Severus. Suddenly, a flash of blood red filled his vision. His mother lay lifeless in a pool of blood, and once more, Severus was reminded of that haunting moment. It dawned upon him that he had lost his mother the very day before the school year commenced. Now, he found himself indifferent to the prospect of being an orphan. The elder drunk kicked the lifeless body of the woman aside with disdain, wielding the jagged remains of the bottle with lethal intent toward the young child. Severus's gaze rose with cold detachment. A brilliant green light flickered across the balcony. Moments later, the thud of a body hitting the floor resonated. The frail boy emerged, dragging a large suitcase behind him. Chapter 166, Ravenclaw's Snape, the dream sequence of Snape. After tending to his mother's remains, Severus laid her to rest in the small garden behind the house, where cherry trees bloomed, crafting a modest tombstone from slate and inscribing her name with fervor, Eileen Prince. She was a prince, no longer merely a Snape. She was first herself, then Severus's mother, and only finally Snape's wife. Gazing at the lifeless form of the old drunk, Severus employed magic to incinerate him completely, the ashes dissipating into the air, as the shadows of his childhood also faded away. The 11-year-old Severus might have feared him, but the 33-year-old Severus would resist without hesitation. Having concluded these grim tasks, Snape approached the living room. Opening the drawer beneath the cupboard where a tattered roll of coins lay hidden, money the old drunk had stashed for buying alcohol. He would never need it again. Severus pushed open the door, greeted by a summer night adorned with bright stars. Even alone on the streets, he felt no loneliness. Inside a Muggle supermarket, he procured a bottle of powerful grease-cutting shampoo, followed by a set of inexpensive yet tidy clothing. If Potter could change, then surely his own transformation could precede his, allowing him the chance to win Lily's heart. In the bathroom, he used an entire bottle of shampoo and body wash, cleansing himself thoroughly until his skin and hair exuded a subtle fragrance. Clad in his newly purchased black hoodie and deep blue jeans, he stood before the mirror, gazing at his transformed self, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. He enjoyed a dreamless sleep that night. The following morning, he awoke to Lily's gentle call. The girl nestled cozily between her parents, while her sister pouted in discontent. Carrying his belongings, he descended the stairs, where the kind Evans couple, at Lily's request, drove him to King's Cross Station. Yet throughout the journey, Lily scarcely spoke to him. The kind-hearted young girl devised ways to cheer up her sulking sister, for they had previously spied on the letter Dumbledore had penned to Petunia. Severus Snape harbored a deep disdain for Lily's sister, the acerbic and envious Petunia, who resented Lily for possessing the magic she lacked. She relished in deriding both herself and Lily as monsters and outcasts, extending her venomous contempt even towards innocent Harry. Reflecting on the past, he remembered how Petunia's cruel taunts of Neville, likening him to a loathsome creature akin to Harry's aunt, were hardly unwarranted. He loathed Petunia, and others shared his sentiment. Yet, he felt no remorse for having pilfered Petunia's letter to read with Lily. In his view, her insults towards them warranted a fitting retaliation. By the time they disembarked, Lily had failed to mollify Petunia. Her eyes reddened as she bid farewell to her parents and rushed towards the pillar alongside him, embarking on the journey of their destiny. As Lily rubbed her tear-stained eyes and turned to him again, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Severus, you appear quite different from before. Snape, acutely aware that she referred to his personal hygiene, sheepishly raked his fingers through his tousled hair. After all, we are about to commence our studies. The boy and girl side by side pushed a cart laden with luggage towards the train, the morning sun casting a golden silhouette behind them. Snape recalled the time he found Lily, already seated in a compartment with the detestable Potter. Now, he led Lily to an unoccupied compartment, hoping to avoid any further encounters with them. The girl gazed out at the passing scenery, still pouting, her eyes red. But Petunia is still angry with me. We shouldn't have opened her letter. Lily, she insulted us first. We merely opened her letter without mocking or belittling her, which is already an act of kindness. Snape retrieved a copy of Hogwarts, a history from his bag, declaring, regardless, we are heading to Hogwarts. The rising tone in Snape's voice lightened Lily's mood somewhat, and she leaned closer to peruse the book with him. Suddenly, the sounds of hurried footsteps and the clatter of objects indicated that someone had taken a seat across from them. Although he yearned for solitude with Lily, Snape could not evict the intruder, for unlike Malfoy's offspring, he lacked a father who was a school governor. When he lifted his gaze, it fell upon two faces he found utterly detestable, James Potter and Sirius Black. No matter how desperately one attempts to evade fate, it invariably returns to its original course. Pardon the intrusion, the exuberant James said, his eyes darting between Lily and Snape. All the other seats are occupied. Are you two a couple? Snape stared at James in disbelief, suddenly finding him less intolerable. No. Lily's clear voice rang in his ears. Severus and I are good friends. Oh, that's splendid. James stood, his handsome face flushed, extending a hand towards Lily. Hello, pleased to meet you. I am James Potter. Lily Evans, she replied, shaking his hand. And this is Severus Snape. James playfully kicked the shoe of the more handsome boy beside him. And you? Sirius Black. James's peripheral vision caught sight of the open book on the table, detailing the 4 Hogwarts houses, and he eagerly turned to the other 3. Which house do you wish to join? Lily seemed somewhat unfamiliar with the houses, shaking her head in confusion as she looked to Snape. I'm not quite sure. Severus, what about you? If he were to relinquish his thirst for dark magic and power, Ravenclaw would undoubtedly be the most suitable for Snape. His gaze fell upon the soaring eagle depicted on the page, his voice gentle. Ravenclaw nurtures its students' thirst for knowledge. It would be fitting for me. That suits you. You appear as though you would diligently pursue your studies, James remarked, refraining from any derogatory comments this time, while even Sirius merely smiled at him. There were no sharp retorts, no petty jibes. James's gaze towards Lily remained fervent, yet he refrained from making things awkward, even rummaging through his bag to retrieve some obscure spellbooks to toss into his lap. He claimed that the tomes purchased by the old man were ill-suited for a spirited boy about to enter Gryffindor, while he, the Ravenclaw bookworm, was more suited to such texts. So, was it that James Potter and Sirius Black's initial disdain was directed more towards Lily's childhood companion than towards a potential Death Eater from Slytherin? The answer was evident. Chapter 167. I choose a different path, the Snape dreamscape. So, James, what kind of house is Gryffindor? The red-haired girl cupped her rosy cheeks in her hands, her green eyes sparkling with bright curiosity as she looked at James. Brave. James gestured dramatically with his hands, mimicking the swing of a sword, his dark eyes gleaming with excitement. My entire family belongs to Gryffindor. My father and grandfather were both valiant Gryffindors. That's wonderful, Lily exclaimed, her envy palpable as she gazed at James. My parents are both Muggles. James's animated gestures faltered as he regarded Lily with concern. Be careful then. I've heard my father say Slytherin students particularly despise wizards of Muggle descent. And you, little bookworm? What about your parents? James turned his attention to Snape. My mother was a Ravenclaw witch, and my father is a Muggle, Snape replied, despite his reluctance to engage with James, unwilling to appear rude in front of Lily. James frowned. Those fellows seem to look down on half-bloods. You should be cautious. His restless gaze shifted back to Sirius's excessively handsome face. Black, what about you? My family is all Slytherin, Sirius shrugged, his expression disdainful, but I don't like it there. Then Gryffindor welcomes you. James and Sirius high-fived, while Lily laughed behind her hand, and Snape held his book to shield his furtive glances at Lily. Outside the train window, the scenery whizzed by in a vibrant green blur, a sea of youth. At the opening ceremony in the Great Hall, the sorting process unfolded as it always had. The Sorting Hat's resonant voice echoed through the hall. James Potter, Gryffindor. Sirius Black, Gryffindor. Lily Evans, Gryffindor. Watching Lily excitedly rush towards James, Snape felt a bitter pang in his heart, akin to unsweetened black coffee. Finally, it was his turn to sit upon the stool once more, the Sorting Hat's voice ringing in his ears. You are a child of great ambition and intelligence. Slytherin will aid you in becoming powerful and achieving your desires. No, sir, I do not wish to attend Slytherin. Why not? That is the house most suited for you. Slytherin will help you gather influential friends. I'm sorry, but I do not require that. I am merely a half-blood wizard, and I do not believe I will be treated any differently there. I only wish to complete my studies at Hogwarts. As a half-blood wizard, Snape recalled the considerable effort he had invested to gain their acceptance. Beyond his exceptional talents in potions and charms, it was crucial to align himself with them against Muggles. He had once devised numerous curses for that gang of Slytherin bullies, all of which were subsequently unleashed upon Muggles, with the most memorable being the Bat-Bogey Hex. He imparted the incantation to Mulsaber, thereby securing an invitation into the circle of pure-blood aristocrats such as the Malfoys. This nefarious curse sparked a frenzy at Hogwarts, with nearly every prankster eagerly mastering the spell. Ultimately, this very curse was wielded against him by James, casting him and Lily into the depths of despair. Meanwhile, his Slytherin companions stood at a distance, coldly observing the jubilant Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors who were cheering and applauding. This time, he resolved to no longer associate with them. I wish to join Ravenclaw. Snape calmly expressed his desire to the Sorting Hat. The Hat seemed to concur with this outcome, acknowledging that Ravenclaw would gladly assist such an astute child in acquiring a wealth of knowledge. At last, the voice of the Sorting Hat resonated throughout the Great Hall. Ravenclaw. The students of Ravenclaw erupted in applause, a stark contrast to the silence that greeted him when he was sorted into Slytherin, where his mixed heritage earned him no applause. Only the jeers of James and Sirius. Snape strode with measured steps towards the long table adorned with blue banners. He noticed Lily from the adjacent Gryffindor table waving at him, while James wore a grin of wisdom, his hands red from clapping. Beside him, the dashing black heir gave a thumbs up. It felt rather peculiar. Suddenly, Peeves zoomed from the Gryffindor table to the Ravenclaw table, cackling mischievously at the students, before toppling the magnificent five-tiered cake at the center of the table in celebration of the new students. Most of those seated around the cake were first years, helplessly watching as it teetered, with some timid children even screaming in fright. Snape, seated beside the cake, shook his sleeve, concealing his wand within, and began to chant the levitation spell. A stream of white light erupted from the tip of his wand, enveloping the collapsing cake. With a flick of his wand, he restored the cake to its rightful place at the center of the table. Peeves, unwilling to relent, charged at him once more. But Snape had no intention of indulging him. He swiftly bound Peeves with the binding curse and suspended him upside down above the long table. "Wow, you're quite impressive. Mastering so many spells in your first year," exclaimed a Ravenclaw student. "Peeves has always bullied the younger students, and you finally taught him a lesson. Your name is Severus Snape, right? I dare say you're the strongest of this year's Ravenclaws." The students of Ravenclaw were generous in their praise of academic prowess, and to them, Snape, a mere first year, who could effortlessly deal with the troublesome Peeves, was nothing short of a prodigy. The accolades that were hard-earned in Slytherin were freely bestowed in Ravenclaw. Remus Lupin, Gryffindor. The familiar name called by the Sorting Hat once again captured his attention as the gentle werewolf boy dashed toward the red table amidst the thunderous applause of Gryffindor. He found an empty seat opposite James, where an exuberant dark-haired boy grasped his hand, animatedly speaking, causing the brown-haired boy's face to flush. Lily laughed, resting her head on the table, while Sirius joined in with James, their faces alight with joy. Yet the next name announced by the Sorting Hat sent a jolt through Snape, stiffening his spine. Peter Pettigrew, Gryffindor. The painful memories flooded his mind. After pushing open that door, he had seen Lily's cold body. He had cradled her lifeless form in that desolate house for what felt like an eternity. All the tears of his life had been wept. His long nails dug into his palm as he saw Peter seated far from James and Lily. He exhaled in relief. Even without the prophecy, such a duplicitous individual would inevitably betray Lily at a crucial moment, plunging a knife into her back. Chapter 168. In a Parallel Universe. "Perhaps we are friends," Snape's illusion. "Oh, isn't this the little squib who enjoys mingling with Gryffindor's mudbloods?" On his way back from the library, Snape was intercepted by Mulsaber and a few older Slytherin boys. "Would you kindly step aside? I need to return to my dormitory," Snape frowned, unwilling to engage with them. Previously, he had merely trailed behind Mulsaber, watching the way they bullied Muggleborns and half-bloods. "You're quite the arrogant little squib." Mulsaber, infuriated after being bested by a half-blood wizard, reached for Snape's hair. Snape swiftly dodged, while another Slytherin boy aimed a kick at his knee. It was ironic that they preached disdain for Muggles while employing Muggle tactics to torment him. Snape, unskilled in close combat, reluctantly drew his wand and sent a stunning spell at the boy who had kicked him. The boy was hit by a beam of red light, crashing to the ground, causing Mulsaber and the others to pale, quickly brandishing their wands at Snape. As former colleagues from higher years, their abilities were markedly different. The 33-year-old Severus, encased in the body of an 11-year-old, found himself somewhat challenged by the 7 or 8 aspiring Death Eaters. "You're quite talented, little squib. How about joining Lord Voldemort? He can lead us to glory." Upon discovering Snape's extraordinary prowess, Mulsaber extended an invitation to join their ranks, though the assault never ceased. "Join Voldemort?" Snape scoffed. The thought of betraying his best friend to inflict harm upon Muggleborns, only to be discarded once he lost his usefulness, was utterly repugnant. Did he appear to be a fool? Without hesitation, Snape declined, causing Mulsaber's eyes to narrow. Noting the absence of any professors nearby, Mulsaber revealed a malicious grin. "You ungrateful little brat. Allow me to show you the dark magic Lord Voldemort has taught me." He waved his wand, and the air grew sweltering as a massive fire serpent erupted from the tip of his wand, hissing towards Snape and scorching the grass in its wake. It was fiendfire, a potent dark magic. Snape immediately countered with a wave of his wand. A torrent of blue water surged forth, enveloping the writhing flames and forming a colossal bubble of steam. A water prison? Mulsaber was evidently taken aback by this first-year Ravenclaw half-blood wizard. Such a talent, if not claimed by Voldemort, must be swiftly eradicated. He signaled to the boy on the ground, who, receiving the cue, unleashed a spell that struck Snape's knee. In that moment of impact, Snape regretted his earlier restraint. He should have unleashed a flurry of powerful curses upon these thugs from the outset. He had been too influenced by his recent interactions with the kind-hearted Neville and his friends, who had softened him. Mulsaber, thrilled by the opportunity, seized Snape's wand in the instant his knee hit the ground, disarming him. Without Snape's control, the water bubble collapsed, sending a thick mist swirling around them, obscuring the surroundings. "Quick, break his hand." Mulsaber stepped forward, seizing Snape's hand and directing it towards the boy, whose wand was poised threateningly at Snape's wrist, its tip glowing a menacing green. Snape clenched his fist, remorse flooding him for his earlier carelessness, and could only hope that Dumbledore might happen by. Mulsaber gazed at Snape's increasingly pallid countenance, and the lips he bit down on to suppress his agony, his excitement growing. Oblivious to the three figures advancing through the dense fog. Suddenly, a tattered brown hat hurtled from the mist, crashing directly into Mulsaber's face, obscuring his vision entirely. In that instant, a lithe figure sprang forth, delivering a swift kick that struck Mulsaber squarely in the abdomen. He released his grip on Snape, who was momentarily taken aback by the boy casting dark curses, only to be pounced upon by the werewolf charging from the fog. The other two boys attempted to rush forward to seize Snape, but a small projectile was hurled from behind him, exploding in front of them, releasing a pale red mist that enveloped their mouths and noses. They could not help but erupt into fits of laughter, one doubled over clutching his stomach, while the other rolled on the ground in mirth. "Are you all right, you little prude?" James taunted as he delivered a flying kick to Mullasaber, following up with another swift kick to his backside. "I heard from Mary that you were cornered by that gang of Slytherins." "I'm fine." Snape glanced at the werewolf sprawled on the ground. Can Lupin control his transformations? He must revert quickly. It would be troublesome if he were discovered. The werewolf was hoisted up by Snape, instantly transforming back into the gentle, brown-haired boy. Sorting Hat. Mullasaber yanked the hat from his face and sprang to his feet, glaring menacingly at the four boys, hurling the Sorting Hat back at James' face. "Watch out, Potter." As Mullasaber pointed his wand at James, a green light emanated from its tip, prompting Snape to shout out James' name in alarm. Sirius and Remus were entangled with other boys, and just as Mullasaber was about to unleash his curse, his wand suddenly swung back towards Snape. In that moment, with no time for contemplation, Snape performed a wandless spell, utilizing a protective charm to deflect the lethal blow. James tucked the Sorting Hat beneath his arm and cast a disarming spell at Mullasaber. However, being only a first year, it was the only spell he could muster. Yet, Mullasaber easily countered it, capturing James' wand with his own disarming charm. With a contemptuous smirk, Mullasaber declared, "Once I've dealt with this little pest, I'll turn my attention to you." Pureblood traitor. James was sent flying by Mullasaber's curse, landing heavily on the ground with the Sorting Hat, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Snape's defenses faltered. Without his wand, he was at a significant disadvantage, and Mullasaber laughed maniacally as his wand once again aimed at Snape. Sirius charged at Mullasaber, head-butting his waist, causing Mullasaber to stumble, his wand slipping from his grasp and striking a Slytherin boy who was grappling with Remus. In retaliation, Mullasaber cast a spell, sending Sirius crashing to the ground, like James, spitting blood. Snape looked at them in confusion. "Why? Why are you risking your lives to save me? Are you feeling arrogant?" Mullasaber's shoe pressed against Snape's face, grinding his toe into the skin. Had it not been for the earlier ambush by his companions, he would have struggled to contend with this loathsome little brat. Snape's face was forcefully pressed into the soil, his broken hand pinned beneath the shoe of another Slytherin boy, each of his fingers subjected to relentless pressure. Remus howled, his body instantaneously sprouting thick wolf fur and revealing sharp fangs as he lunged at Mullasaber. Snape, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, shouted desperately, "Remus, you've lost your mind. Run. Don't worry about us." He understood that Remus intended to enhance his combat prowess by transforming into a werewolf, but the higher-year Death Eater recruits were formidable opponents, and if discovered as a werewolf, Remus risked expulsion from school. The werewolf Remus, with unmatched speed and strength, tackled Mullasaber, his sharp teeth poised to pierce the boy's flesh. Mullasaber tightened his grip around Remus' neck, using his forearm to create distance between them, while another boy struck Remus, sending the young werewolf flying through the air to tumble across the grass before reverting to his human form. A half-blood little pest, two pureblood traitors, and a werewolf. What an amusing ensemble, Mullasaber remarked, flexing his wrist with growing enthusiasm. The first thing he did upon rising was to stomp down heavily on Snape's abdomen. For this quartet of boys was the very source of his disdain, as the other three were truly inept. Sirius' hair was gripped by another boy, while yet another Slytherin rained blows upon his stomach, causing him to vomit blood and bile. James fared little better, curled up on the ground with the Sorting Hat, surrounded by three boys who treated him like a football, kicking him mercilessly. Mullasaber, wearing a malicious grin, squatted beside Snape, the cold tip of his wand pressing against Snape's cheek. "What do you say? Shall I inscribe little pest upon this fellow's face?" His gang cheered, all eyes fixed eagerly on the wand in their leader's hand. Snape gritted his teeth. After all, he was merely a young wizard at 33, and his wandless magic was no match for Dumbledore's prowess. He had witnessed Umbridge's humiliation, her face marred by inscriptions, a sight both grotesque and shameful. He would rather die than bear such a fate. Unbeknownst to anyone, the bloodied-haired boy placed his hand within the Sorting Hat, a flash of silver light coursing through the air. James executed a quick roll, freeing himself from the clutches of the three Slytherin boys, then performed a forward tumble to evade their onslaught, reaching Snape's side. The two boys who had been pummeling Sirius attempted to intervene, but Sirius seized them from behind, yanking their belts down with a swift motion, causing their trousers to fall to their ankles. This spectacle left Snape momentarily stunned, nearly forgetting the wand still pressed against his face, a fitting display of Sirius and James' antics. Snape felt a sharp sting as blood trickled down his cheek. Mullasaber had made his move. He struggled against the boy who pinned his hands, who showed no mercy. Observing the small scarlet line emerging on Snape's face only served to heighten Mullasaber's glee as he continued his vile inscription, utterly unaware that James had reached his side. In a sudden, swift motion, James sprang up, wielding the sword that had unexpectedly emerged from the sorting hat, and brought it down forcefully upon Mullasaber's hand, which was poised to deface Snape. The blade glimmered as it sliced cleanly through Mullasaber's wand, and Mullasaber, caught off guard, suffered a deep gash along his arm. James did not relent. He aimed the sword at the feet that held Snape's hands captive, forcing the boy to retreat and release Snape. Snape flexed his unbroken wrist. Hearing Sirius shout, "Severus, catch the wand!" he turned to see Sirius tossing his wand in his direction just before being kicked away. Snape executed a quick movement, catching the wand deftly. No longer would he show courtesy to these Slytherin brats. Today, they would be left in ruins. He swung his wand, unleashing a torrent of icy light. Curse of the killing curse. The flesh of their bodies was relentlessly sliced open, blood erupting like fountains, and one by one, they fell to the ground, weak from blood loss, the entire lawn stained crimson. Mullasaber bore the most severe wounds. Not only had James carved a deep gash in his arm, but he was also riddled with countless lacerations from the curse, resembling a fish fillet prepared for marination. Sirius crouched beside the unconscious and agonized Mullasaber, raising his gaze towards Snape. "Were you just about to engrave something onto his face?" Snape stared at him in bewilderment, uncertain of his intentions, but soon enough, he would find out. He watched as the illustrious black heir first fiddled with his wand against Mullasaber's face, and upon failing, he pulled out a small knife from his pocket, etching the mark of the Death Eaters onto Mullasaber's forehead. It was evident that they harbored a deep disdain for Slytherin, a palpable loathing for the Death Eaters and Voldemort. The engraving, surprisingly, was quite skillfully done. James, hoisting the Gryffindor sword, helped Remus to his feet, glancing at the pool of blood and exclaiming, "Merlin's beard! What spell was that, you old codger? This is simply brilliant, Severus. I dare say, given time, that Voldemort won't stand a chance against you." Sirius turned Mullasaber onto his back, marveling at the wounds adorning his body. Such words sent a chill of sweat down Snape's spine. These Gryffindors were undeniably bold, unrestrained in their speech. Mullasaber would surely report this to Voldemort. Snape cleared his throat twice, feigning nonchalance as he approached Mullasaber, pointing his wand at his head. They saw Remus in his wolfish form. "I must ensure they forget all of this." "You can do that?" James's voice ascended an octave. "You're being utterly ridiculous, old codger." Snape merely shrugged, casting an expression of forgetfulness upon all the Slytherin boys present. He then departed with the 3 Gryffindor boys, grimacing in pain. Fortunately, being a potions master, he could concoct healing potions himself, and the 4 of them discreetly tended to their wounds. Mullasaber and his companions, severely injured, were discovered by a kind professor passing by and taken to St. Mungo's, where upon regaining consciousness, they claimed to remember nothing of the incident. Headmaster Dumbledore remarked that the school may have been attacked by Death Eaters. Mullasaber replied incredulously, "Are you jesting?" In Chapter 170, titled "Thank You for the Special Invitation to Witness Your Love, Snape's Dream Sequence," Snape's relentless efforts finally resulted in James and his friends no longer associating with Peter. Yet, he lamentably discovered that with James no longer bullying him, Lily's gaze increasingly fell upon that radiant, charming Gryffindor boy. As a seeker, James consistently led Gryffindor to victory in the Quidditch matches each year, presenting the Golden Snitch as a gift to Lily. During the Triwizard Tournament in their 5th year, the Goblet of Fire chose James as Hogwarts champion, and he valiantly competed against warriors from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, ultimately securing the trophy as a birthday gift for Lily's 15th year. He would temper his mischievous antics around Lily, and whenever Slytherin students disparaged Muggleborns, he would not hesitate to throw a punch. Most importantly, James seemed unabashedly to profess his love for Lily, shining like a brilliant sun, radiating warmth and light around the beautiful Lily flower. These were feats Snape could never accomplish. His ridiculous pride prevented him from revealing his feelings to Lily. He believed that if he merely abstained from actions that would annoy her, their childhood bond would suffice to earn her affection. He failed to comprehend that who would not cherish such unique adoration? James's love for Lily was grand and resplendent, fulfilling every adolescent girl's dreams of romance and love. Moreover, he possessed a handsome visage. Snape watched as Lily gradually succumbed to her feelings for James. How could a lily not fall for the warm, bright sun? Only sunlight could coax her bloom. On the day of their graduation from Hogwarts, Lily accepted James's proposal, and Snape stood amidst the crowd, smiling and applauding their union. The lovers kissed beneath the moonlight, as if they would never part in this lifetime. An exuberant James even rushed over to plant a kiss on the cheeks of Sirius, Remus, and Snape, earning disdain from the 3 boys. Shortly after graduation, James and Lily held their wedding, with Snape and Remus reluctantly donning dapper suits as groomsmen, while Sirius stubbornly insisted on being their witness. Despite both Lily and James believing Snape would be more suitable, standing beside the newlyweds, Snape observed as James knelt, slowly placing the ring upon Lily's finger. Snape smiled, yet tears cascaded down his cheeks. Fate was an inescapable trap. Regardless of any discord between him and James, Lily would inevitably love James. With no bullying from James directed at him, Lily accepted James's love more readily. The bouquet was forcibly thrust into Snape's arms by the beautiful couple, the fragrant lilies symbolizing Lily and James's blessings for him. They unanimously believed that compared to the gentle Remus and the fiery Sirius, the cold and distant Snape would find it more challenging to navigate the matters of life. Snape gazed at the exquisite bouquet in his hands, managing a bitter smile. He understood that this fairy tale was destined to come to an abrupt halt, as the all-consuming darkness loomed ever closer. The Daily Prophet reported daily on the increasing number of Muggleborns and half-bloods who perished as Voldemort's power mounted. Snape, along with Lily and James, joined the Order of the Phoenix, firing the first shot in the resistance against Voldemort. Injuries became a commonplace occurrence. Familiar faces vanished from the Order daily, while new ones joined, all maintaining a mutual silence about death. Due to his past as a Death Eater, Snape gained immense respect among the Order's members by successfully leading raids against several Death Eater strongholds. As the days dwindled away, Snape grew increasingly anxious, until news of Lily's pregnancy reached him. He and Sirius engaged in a fierce argument over who would be Harry's godfather. Ultimately reaching a compromise through James's mediation, Sirius would be the godfather to the boy, while Snape would take the girl. Snape desperately hoped for Lily to bear a daughter, believing that would spare them from the prophecy's grim fate. Yet, once again, his wishes were dashed, as the boy he dreaded most was born. As an infant, little Harry adored him, always smiling upon seeing him. However, each smile from Harry pierced Snape's heart like a dull knife, inflicting a slow, agonizing pain that grew unbearable. Dark thoughts began to plague him. If Trelawney were to die, would the dreadful prophecy cease to exist? But she was indeed an innocent, living soul. Snape broached this topic with James, asking him, if a seer foretold a prophecy that would lead to your and Lily's demise, would you choose to kill her before she uttered it? James resolutely stated he would not, explaining that he and Lily joined the Order to protect the innocent with their lives. How could they harm an innocent person for their own survival? Snape remained silent for an extended period before making his decision. He did not harm Trelawney. On the fateful day of the prophecy, he arrived at the Hog's Head Inn, where only Trelawney, Aberforth, and a Death Eater were present besides himself. Even in his absence, fate would surely select another to relay the prophecy. Snape mused that even if Trelawney were slain, another seer would eventually utter the same prophecy. After Trelawney drunkenly proclaimed that a child born at the end of July would vanquish Voldemort, Snape exchanged a knowing glance with Aberforth and promptly left the Hog's Head behind the Death Eater. As he navigated through a narrow, shadowy alley with the Death Eater, a blinding green light flashed, and only Snape emerged from the alley's mouth. He failed to notice the weakly glowing mirror tucked within the pocket of the corpse lying in the dark alley. He believed that history would be rewritten at that very moment. If the Order of the Phoenix were to require a sacrifice, he would willingly become the first, allowing the dear little Harry to grow up healthy and joyful in the company of his parents. Yet, nothing had changed. It was still that stormy night. As usual, he had purchased some small toys for Harry and a can of milk powder, striding with a light heart toward the Potter residence. The wide-open door of the house filled Severus with an overwhelming sense of dread, prompting him to rush inside, only to find James's lifeless body sprawled beneath the stairs. He could almost hear James shouting upstairs, "Run, Lily, run." Nearly losing his footing, he clung to the banister and made his way up to the second floor, where Lily's body lay crumpled by the door, her beautiful face still stained with tears. A wave of sheer panic engulfed Severus's heart. This time, there was no plea for himself, as Lily could not invoke the ancient magic of sacrifice. Then there was Harry. He pushed open the door. The silver-haired girl cradling the obedient infant looked up at him. "Professor, you should have returned." Chapter 171, Setting Fire to the Mountain, Imprisoned for Eternity. A blinding white light flashed before his eyes, and the surrounding scenery collapsed like peeling wallpaper, transforming into ashes within the brilliance. In that moment, Lily and Severus's arms morphed into a glowing doe, leaping toward the long-awaited stag in the sky. They paused at the edge of the heavens to cast one last glance at Severus before dissipating into the void. A searing wave of heat struck his eyelids, and Severus opened his eyes to find the previously pervasive violet-black mist completely vanished. Surrounding him were roaring flames, the intense heat distorting the very air he breathed. The silver-haired girl stood expressionless at the heart of the inferno, the hot wind tousling her long hair, appearing like a deity, gazing down at him with pity. Severus coughed violently, the smoke filling his nostrils, hurriedly covering his mouth and nose. How could such a large fire suddenly erupt here? There is a peculiar flower that grows here. When it blooms, its stamen emits a black-purple hallucinogenic smoke. The moment you stepped in, your mind was ensnared. Upon hearing the description from Tao Wu, Severus furrowed his brow. Are you saying that everything I experienced was merely an illusion woven by this strange flower? Noticing her silence, he tentatively inquired, when did you enter that world, and how much of its story did you witness? From the moment you killed your father, I became an observer, watching you progress from 11 to 20 like a television show. Tao Wu's gaze pierced through the distorted air, fixing on Severus. Your subconscious was instinctively protecting this illusion. I was never able to enter until you witnessed James and Lily's demise, and your internal defenses crumbled, allowing me into your world. And what of Voldemort in that world? Did you encounter him? Severus's eyes narrowed as he focused on Tao Wu, remembering that the last image he saw was of her cradling Harry. Tao Wu touched her nose, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. I had just slipped into that world when I arrived at Harry's cradle. I heard a woman scream. It must have been Lily. As I turned, I caught sight of Voldemort's grotesquely pale, lizard-like face. I was so terrified that I lost all control of my hand and hurled a killing curse at him. Tao Wu argued passionately. This cannot be blamed on me. His ugliness is not his fault, but scaring me is a capital offense. Severus had always acknowledged Tao Wu's strength, if her abilities were not formidable. What remained of his dignity from being suspended in his first year? However, he never expected her to vanquish Voldemort in a single blow. He had encountered Voldemort in that world as well, and there was no possibility that the Voldemort there was weakened due to the illusion. She had dispatched him in less than 3 seconds. Observing Tao Wu's contemplative expression, Severus asked, do you find it peculiar, if it is indeed an illusion? Yes. This is not a pleasant place, nor a realm for sweet dreams. Tao Wu moved to the ash-ridden ground. Kicking at a pile of unburned bones that rolled from the ashes, the gray-white skeletons faintly emanating black mist. The illusions arranged here either conform to the overarching theme of terror, such as seeing Lily approaching you while holding her own head to play, or James removing his eyeball to play marbles with you, or serious. All right, that's enough. There's no need to elaborate further. I have not seen such bizarre occurrences. Severus quickly interjected, his mind conjuring images as she spoke. Who would come to play with you holding the head of their longtime crush? Absurd. Very well. Tao Wu pouted, somewhat disappointed that Severus had halted her macabre creativity, but she continued to analyze. Alternatively, it could create a world that entraps you, immersing you in a dreamscape that caters to your deepest desires. Given your previous disdain for James and Sirius, your subconscious would ensure they would not come to rescue you. You might wish to take vengeance upon them in front of Lily, to be the one she adores, the one to marry her after graduation. In this scenario, neither Lily nor James would perish, at least not as you have just experienced. Severus let out a bitter laugh. But that would truly be the most probable narrative and ending. Thus, its authenticity leads me to question whether what you experienced is genuinely an illusion, or perhaps I have traversed here, sent back to 22 years ago, sprouting a new branch from the tree of time. In other words, a parallel world. Severus deftly picked up her thread. His gaze pierced through the leaping flames, surveying the dark, deep mountains in the distance. What place was this? What miracles lay within? The rising temperature pulled Severus from his thoughts. He glanced at the ascending tongues of fire and rubbed his throbbing temples. I recall that arson is illegal, whether in Paris or London, punishable by 3 years to life in prison. He surveyed the area. With your range and scale, I suspect you would end up serving a lengthy sentence. Oh, you actually researched Muggle law. Tao Wu raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused. I thought you detested Muggles to the core. Not quite. I neither despise nor favor Muggles. Supporting purebloods was never my true desire. It was merely to pledge allegiance to the Dark Lord back then. Severus spoke honestly. That was the essence of Slytherin. Preferences mattered little. Maximizing one's own interests through these trivial likes was their ultimate choice. Tao Wu scoffed, raising her wand. Finite. The flames transformed into countless flickering golden streams, converging at the tip of her wand, resembling a grand, dazzling meteor shower on a winter night, as the valley fell silent once more. Only the lingering warmth in the air attested to the fierce blaze that had once raged here. Severus stepped forward, following Tao Wu, his greasy long hair falling on either side of his face, making him acutely uncomfortable after nearly a decade of a clean life. He extended his hands, fingers brushing through the strands of hair, pushing them back from his face. When his fingertips grazed the cheek obscured by hair, he paused. There was a small scar on his otherwise smooth skin. It was the mark left by Mulciber's wand. Chapter 172. Just consider it a dream. Even upon awakening, it remains touching. What time is it? Severus gazed at the valley cloaked in black mist and branches, reminiscent of night. gesturing for Tao Wu to check her watch on her wrist. 8:11. Peach Mist twisted her wrist to glance at the luminous green glow of the night watch adorning her arm, indicating that she had lingered in the illusion for scarcely 5 minutes. The passage of time was decidedly unequal. Your watch, Snape remarked with unmistakable disdain, casting a critical eye at the glowing accessory, which trailed a green line behind her as she moved, reminiscent of the beams emitted by malevolent curses. Who could distinguish her from the unforgivable curse? What is wrong with my watch? It's quite brilliant. Even serves as a flickering luminary, she retorted, unimpressed by his lack of taste. As Peach Mist continued onward, the rugged mountain path gradually smoothed out, and swathes of red spider lilies flared like flames in the night. Such an eastern flower, how could it bloom so abundantly in this desolate place? As the landscape brightened before them, revealing another expanse of peculiar blossoms, Snape instinctively covered his mouth and nose with the handkerchief Peach Mist had just tossed to him, subsequently casting a wakefulness charm upon himself. Do not be alarmed. This should not be an illusion. It should not fabricate another one, Peach Mist reassured him, observing his anxious demeanor. That is not an illusion, Snape declared, striding forward to catch up with Peach Mist, who had slowed her pace. He positioned himself directly in front of her, pointing to a scar beneath his eyes, approximately half a centimeter wide. Look at this. Peach Mist widened her eyes, scrutinizing his pallid, waxen face, where indeed a faint scar lingered beneath his eyes. What of an old scar? Do you wish to remove it? I have not concocted a spell for scar removal, she replied, perplexed by Snape's sudden insistence on showing her this. Surely, this old man was not becoming vain due to a mere dream? No. Snape was nearly exasperated by her lack of comprehension. He poked the scar on his face emphatically, speaking slowly and deliberately. This scar was left on my face by Mulciber's wand during that time. It is not an illusion, it is real. To Peach Mist. Whether Snape had traversed an illusion or a parallel world was not particularly astonishing. After all, who could be more absurd than she? First, she had crossed into a game, and then traversed through time to a world set 100 years hence in a novel. Yet, regardless of its authenticity, the significance remained minimal. Lily and James were still dead, and what he had experienced, whether real or not, could not rewrite the established history. It is meaningless, Professor. History is not so easily rewritten. Seeing Snape's expression dim with despair, she sighed softly, attempting to console him. Do not dwell on it. Consider it merely a dream. One that is still quite moving even upon waking. Snape lowered his hand from his cheek, when the outcome was already determined. The distinction between truth and falsehood indeed lost its importance. Clutching her wand, Peach Mist continued forward, where a 2-meter-wide stream coursed through a sea of flowers. The water was crystal clear, devoid of fish, and beneath the calm ripples lay a pool of red gemstones, shimmering with a dazzling crimson glow in the stream's reflection. She bent down to examine the water, and Snape approached her side, still holding the handkerchief to his nose. Suddenly, whether due to an unexpected itch or another reason, Snape abruptly sneezed violently. The handkerchief was dislodged from his grip, floating gracefully away before landing upon the surface of the stream. The cotton handkerchief sank swiftly upon touching the water, a faint red glow emanating from its edges as it gradually vanished without a trace. Peach Mist furrowed her brow. Retrieving a galleon from her pocket, after a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly tossed the coin into the water for experimentation. The unfortunate galleon, much like Snape's handkerchief, glimmered with a red light as it plummeted into the stream, disintegrating into specks of crimson spark before disappearing into the clear waters that continued to flow undisturbed. What kind of simulated underworld is this? Though the stream was shallow, it was evident that wading through it was ill-advised. Snape felt a flicker of luck that his sneeze had inadvertently sent the handkerchief into the water. Otherwise, crossing the stream unguarded might have led to their untimely demise. Daring not to touch the flourishing spider lilies, Snape retrieved a sock from his pocket and, with a transformation spell, turned it into a hefty wooden plank. Peach Mist was momentarily perplexed by his choice to carry around socks, let alone why he had crafted a large board. Snape laid the approximately 3-meter-long plank across the stream. But as soon as he stepped onto it, the water burned through, creating a large hole. A droplet splashed onto his newly purchased black leather boot, the shoe's sole corroding around the water's impact without any sign of halting. Take off your shoes. Peach Mist's urgent shout snapped Snape back to reality. And disregarding any concern for his image, he quickly removed his left boot and tossed it aside. Not long after, the boot disintegrated into nothingness. With a grave expression, Snape retrieved the matching sock from his pocket and transformed it back into the black boot, slipping it back onto his foot. Peach Mist was left astonished by his rapid maneuvers. It was indeed impressive to witness a potions master conducting an impromptu lesson on sock-to-boot transformation. It is impossible to cross now, Snape murmured in disappointment, watching the wooden plank slowly vanish. Peach Mist, observing his despondent demeanor, sighed, wondering if the illusion had imparted a debuff that reduced his intelligence by 100%. She could see he had been moved for quite some time. Professor, first. The stream is only 2 meters wide. Stepping back, she took a running leap, effortlessly clearing the stream in a manner reminiscent of a muggle long jump. Secondly, we are wizards, Professor. In an instant, she reappeared behind Snape, placing a hand on his shoulder to apparate them both to the opposite bank of the stream. Snape was left bewildered, pondering what he had just done, having unwittingly wasted a sock and provided Peach Mist with an opportunity to mock him. She cast a sympathetic glance at his head before continuing forward. 100 meters away, a hill glimmered with a subtle red light, at the center of which seemed to stand a red cross. Chapter 173, The Dog Licks the Dog, and Has Nothing. Overhead, the thick black branches cast a shadow. And though no sunlight penetrated, the area was not dark. Snape instinctively resisted approaching the cross erected atop the hill, yet Peach Mist had already ascended the slope, compelling him to follow her lead. At the summit, the spider lilies bloomed even more vibrantly, creating a fiery red ocean. The red cross stood quietly at the pinnacle, taller than Snape himself. Green vines twisted around the crimson cross, adorned with blooming red roses, their luscious petals surrounded by a delicate mist. However, the spider lilies directly in front of the cross were not as abundant, interspersed with a few pale white flowers. Snape stood at a distance from the cross, as if fearing some creature might leap out and kiss him. Thus, he failed to notice the slight white blooms hidden within the vast sea of red. Peach Mist crouched down, and before Snape could voice any protest, she pulled a pair of gloves from her pocket, donning them as a precautionary measure when investigating unknown entities. She then parted the lush spider lilies to closely examine the pale white flowers, 5 petals, white with golden stamens. It could only be the moonflower. Peach Mist had not anticipated that she would so effortlessly locate the moonlit flower amidst such an extensive mountain range. They had not even traversed the first peak. The soil in which the moonlit flower thrived bore peculiar characteristics, apart from the sparse growth of the red spider lily compared to other regions. The earth beneath was distinctly different, compacted as if subjected to considerable force. This was indeed the moonlit flower. As severe as Snape approached her, having steeled himself, Peach Mist plucked a few delicate white blossoms. I believe we have all the necessary components, she declared, raising the moonlit flower towards him for inspection. Snape took the flower from her hand, inhaling its fragrance before gently pinching the pale petals and scrutinizing the leaves and verdant stems. It is the moonlit flower, he confirmed after meticulous examination, carefully wrapping it in brown paper and stowing it away in his pocket. Let us return. Wait, Peach Mist insisted, her skepticism about the peculiar soil beneath her feet still unresolved. She produced a discarded tissue from her pocket, transfiguring it into a shovel, and began to dig into the hardened earth. Snape, perplexed by her eccentric behavior, furrowed his brow and urged her to leave swiftly. What are you doing? We have already found the moonlit flower. This place is too strange. We must depart at once. No, the soil here is too unusual, she countered. I must dig a little deeper. Perhaps a legendary pirate has buried treasure beneath it. This eerie environment could serve as a natural refuge. She gestured towards a glimmering red cross, suggesting it might serve as a marker. Snape felt a throbbing pain at his temples. Had he known it would be so easy to find the moonlit flower, he would never have agreed to bring her along when they were at Hogwarts. He entirely forgot that without Peach Mist, he would have remained trapped in the illusion and, without her, might have exposed himself to the witch hunters at the docks. Unperturbed by Snape's internal turmoil, Peach Mist continued to dig fervently, fearing that jewels were concealed beneath the surface, hence refraining from using a spell to unearth the dirt. With a clang, her shovel struck something solid. She thrust her wand into the small hole she had excavated to gauge the depth. Then, using a spell to standardize the depth, she cleared the surrounding soil, revealing a black coffin crafted from ebony wood. It appeared to have been buried for many years. The once lustrous surface now dulled, and the lid bore an inscription in golden ink. Grant me new life, O great deity, that I may reunite with my beloved in the ebb and flow of time. I willingly offer my soul and pay any price. After reading the engraved epitaph, Peach Mist clicked her tongue. Ah, what a lovesick fool, willing to sacrifice his soul and pay any cost. A true sycophant, left with nothing. Beside her, Snape's complexion turned ashen as he read the prayer. Could there truly be deities here? Did the author of this inscription ever realize his wish? Moreover, when he encountered Lily in the realm of illusion, was it merely a coincidence that this dream unfolded, or did the deity discern the deepest secrets of his heart? Professor, what troubles you? Peach Mist noticed Snape's unusual pallor. Surely, you do not believe there is a deity here capable of granting wishes and allowing one to see the departed? Do not be swayed. I am aware, Snape replied, biting his lower lip firmly, attempting to rouse himself from the stupor. Let us leave this place immediately. Peach Mist hesitated, glancing at the coffin in the pit, pondering whether treasures might lie within. However, to dare to disturb another's resting place would be decidedly disrespectful. Very well. I shall cover this individual with earth, and then we will depart. She waved her wand, intending to use magic to return the excavated soil to its original state. She paused, glancing at Snape, who wore a grave expression. He nodded solemnly, and they both heard a faint, ominous sound emanating from nearby, rife with malice. Someone approaches. Snape whispered, his hawk-like eyes scanning the surroundings. Peach Mist gripped her wand, ready for confrontation. Suddenly, a white laser shot towards them from across the stream. Peach Mist swiftly evaded the beam's trajectory. This was Snape's first encounter with a muggle weapon. Instinctively, he conjured a protective barrier, just as he would against a typical dark wizard. However, in an instant, the laser pierced through the shield, shattering it like glass, and surged towards him. His arm was seized, and in an instant, he found himself in a different location. The laser penetrated the ground he had just occupied, sending red petals soaring into the air, along with shattered clods of earth and branches, all cascading to the ground. The surface was left with a circular, deep crater. Had Peach Mist not pulled him away, that pit would likely have manifested somewhere on his body. Chapter 174, Total Area Clear Out AoE Skill. They had to evade or devise a means to eliminate their assailants. Their weapons could effortlessly penetrate a wizard's defenses. Neither the shield charm nor armor charm would prove effective. Peach Mist released Snape's arm, swiftly sharing crucial information with him. The witch hunter's laser guns could easily dismantle a wizard's defenses, despite a wizard's superior physique, which might withstand a fall from 6 stories with only minor injuries. The witch hunter's lasers could shatter that resilience, rendering wizards vulnerable and capable of being struck down in an instant. A large group clad in gray trench coats stood across the stream, numbering around 40 to 50 individuals, each wielding a laser gun designed specifically for combating wizards, their dark muzzles aimed squarely at Peach Mist and Snape. I was nearly deceived by you. You truly are wizards. A familiar voice rang out from the opposite side. Brown emerged from the crowd, slowly making his way to the stream's edge, eyeing Snape with a sly grin. I was correct. You are indeed the professor from Hogwarts. Perhaps I can use you to lure Dumbledore out. Brown wore a self-satisfied smile. Believing his fortune had been abundant that day, Snape displayed no fear, casting aside his decorum, and spat at Brown from a distance. You scoundrel. Your brain is filled with half-witted nonsense and fertilizer for your foolishness, and even a mere venomous beast possesses more worth than your mind. Despite such vitriol, Brown remained unfazed, still smiling as he gestured to a man beside him, presumably the new leader of the witch hunters, introducing Snape. I believe I recognize this man, Severus Snape, a professor at Hogwarts, who once followed the Dark Lord, a figure of great terror in the wizarding world. Strangely, after the Dark Lord's demise, he was not imprisoned, but rather became a professor. Brown cast another glance at Snape, observing him shielding Peach Mist behind him, and his expression grew even more gleeful. Although Dumbledore holds no political office, he is regarded as the spiritual leader of wizards. Capturing this individual would significantly ease our subsequent endeavors. Snape's hubris had led him to underestimate the situation. The wizarding world buzzed with rumors of witch hunters tightening their grip on Paris. Yet he had dared to bring along a liability. The ease with which the other party uttered Severus's name and recounted his life only serves to indicate that the fool, Burns, after being captured by the witch hunters, betrayed even Severus. A person of her ilk possesses little genuine love for Severus. Her self-righteous attempts at defense and redemption merely cater to her own vanity as the protagonist of a fairy tale. By attempting to absolve Severus of his misdeeds, she seeks to justify her own selfishness and moral decay. Brown whispered a few words to the leader, who nodded in response. He then stepped forward, arms outstretched, attempting to persuade Severus to surrender. Professor Snape, I know your father was an ordinary man. If you lay down your wand and surrender, serving the great Hunters Association like me, I can assure you that not only will you leave Paris unscathed, but you will also gain. I do not understand why a wizard like you would aid witch hunters against your own kind, interrupted Tao Wu, breaking Brown's spell over Severus. Are you not afraid that once they have eradicated the wizarding world, they will dispose of you as well? Brown laughed derisively. I care not. I loathe this chaotic wizarding order. Such a filthy world deserves to be utterly obliterated. They have persecuted. Enough. I am not interested in your tragic tales. Tao Wu coldly interrupted. No matter how dire your past may be, you have no right to extend your tainted hands towards the innocent. Innocent? There are no innocents. Brown's words erupted in fury, his voice roaring like a broken Swona as he stood across from her. Well then, since they refuse to submit, let us kill them. Without a suppression device, capturing them alive would be too difficult. It is better to eliminate them here, the leader said, pressing down on Brown's shoulder while raising his left hand, signaling to his subordinates. Severus sensed that an attack was imminent. He quietly analyzed the situation with Tao Wu. There are approximately 50 of them, each equipped with weapons designed to target wizards. My shadowless spell has a range of only about 5, and I must also evade their assaults. Do not worry, I wager they currently lack a magic suppression device. As long as that contraption is absent, I fear not even 500 of them, Tao Wu replied, flexing her wrist. 500 is a conservative estimate, given time. Even with a suppression device, I would remain unafraid, ready with my rocket launcher. The letters from the bird couple indicated that they had developed a portable retractable rocket launcher. Kill them, commanded the witch hunter leader, and almost simultaneously, the hunters pulled their triggers, unleashing a torrent of white beams towards Tao Wu and Severus. Severus immediately performed a disapparition, narrowly avoiding one laser, but as he reappeared at a distance, another beam struck his ankle, sending him crashing to the ground. It was not entirely his fault. The lasers fell like rain, and evading one only to be struck by another was inevitable. Tao Wu, however, demonstrated remarkable agility, flawlessly dodging the lasers without relying on spells. Just as a second wave of beams threatened Severus, who was immobilized and unable to move, she executed a forward roll, evading a barrage of lasers, and swiftly reached Severus's side. Grabbing the collar of his robe, she disapparated them both away. Did you not promise me that as long as I spoke, you would release me and not harm Severus? A furious scream erupted from Burns within the witch hunter's ranks. Her hopes of being Severus's savior evidently unyielding. Yet, none of the witch hunters paid her any heed. All eyes were fixed upon the sea of flowers where Tao Wu had vanished, alert for their sudden reappearance. Tao Wu reappeared behind their ranks, clearly catching them by surprise. She raised her wand high above her head, and in an instant, a radiant green light burst forth, power emanating from the tip of her wand, intertwining in the air to form a spell resembling green lightning. It then descended like a bolt, striking down upon every one of them. This was her all-encompassing area of effect spell, the Avada lightning chain. Suddenly, a golden head emerged from the crowd. The vibrant green glow gradually faded until it vanished entirely. The scene before Severus was a profound shock to his senses. The once boisterous witch hunters now lay scattered on the ground, lifeless, with 4 or 5 dozen corpses strewn across the blood-red sea of amaranth, creating a stark visual impact. He slowly turned his stiff neck, his gaze wide in astonishment as he looked at Tao Wu, his lips trembling. Was that the killing curse? Tao Wu nodded. My improved advanced version, capable of precise targeting, killing faster and more efficiently. I have bestowed upon it a melodious new name. Instantaneous death, Avada lightning chain. Please, spare me the names. Your titles are more absurd than those Dumbledore himself might conjure. Who names spells with such lengthy titles? Among the heap of corpses stood 3 figures, distinctly out of place. When the golden head reappeared beside Burns, Tao Wu initially thought her eyesight had failed her. Draco's hands were tightly bound behind him, standing next to Burns, his gray-green dog-like eyes looking up at Tao Wu with a mix of confusion and trepidation, evidently shaken by the recent display of power and the carnage surrounding them. Just as Tao Wu was about to call out to him, she heard Severus's voice, laced with barely contained fury, through clenched teeth. That little brat. He tucked his wand into his pocket and strode purposefully towards Draco, who, upon noticing Severus approaching, felt his heart race. With a self-assured smile, she directed it towards Severus. Professor, I knew you would come to rescue me. Burns's saccharine voice nearly made Draco retch. Despite his hands and feet being bound, he sidestepped to collide with Burns, leaping forward to stand before Severus. Professor, allow me to speak first. It was all Burns's doing. Draco stumbled slightly as he pushed Burns aside, needing Severus's support to regain his balance, and he incessantly clamored to report her misdeeds. Let us discuss that later. I must first resolve one issue. Severus did not untie Draco or Burns. Instead, he placed his hand on Draco's head, pushing him back slightly, and made his way towards the now dazed Brown. Incarcerus. Severus hardly needed his wand. Merely uttering the incantation summoned a golden chain that materialized from thin air, binding Brown tightly. Only when Severus stood before him did Brown finally regain his composure from the shock. As he retreated a step, he found himself hindered by the chains, losing his balance and falling to the ground. With a thud, he landed, sending red petals swirling into the air, sitting in disarray amidst the muddy amaranth, the crimson juice splattering onto his trousers. Fear filled his eyes as he gazed at Severus, his entire body trembling. Your killing curse annihilated them all in an instant. Brown had never witnessed anything so outrageous. In the minds of all wizards, the killing curse, despite being the most malevolent spell, was understood to be a single target attack. How could one curse defeat 50? They had it coming. Severus's voice was heavy and cold, reminiscent of an iron weight. Remembering the innocents who had perished unjustly, His fists clenched tightly, and he regarded Brown as though he were already dead. What do you know? Wizards are hypocritical and malevolent. Such a breed should have been eradicated long ago. Brown twisted his body, raising his head, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Severus. Just because my great-grandfather and grandfather once followed Grindelwald, they seek to annihilate my entire family. Severus furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical of Brown's claims. After all, he, along with Lucius and Andre, had once been Death Eaters as well, and not only had they not faced annihilation, none had even spent time in prison. Imprisoned. Little Barty and Bella were apprehended while tormenting the Longbottoms, caught red-handed with irrefutable evidence, and thus merely confined to Azkaban, escaping the death penalty. Only Sirius, that foolish dog, unwittingly pursued a rat only to be cunningly framed and falsely accused, resulting in his expedited admission to Azkaban post-graduation. He could not bring himself to believe a word uttered by Brown, especially since the true instigator of the Grindelwald incident, the notorious Gellert Grindelwald himself, was alive and well in Nurmengard, recently extricated from his confinement. Spare no excuses for your misdeeds. If you had retaliated against the one who harmed your family, you might have been a hero. However, when you extend your malevolent hands toward the innocent, you become nothing more than a contemptible wretch. Snape gritted his teeth as he spat out these venomous words, simultaneously burying his past self. Upon hearing his proclamation and after pressing the send button on the communication device, Peach Mist lifted her gaze to the furious Snape standing before Brown and smiled wryly. She apparat to Draco's side, using magic to sever the chains that bound him. The witch hunters displayed not a shred of compassion. The pale wrists and ankles of the pampered young master bore conspicuous red marks. Peach Mist narrowed her eyes. Luna, I thought I was a goner. Once liberated, Draco's first action was to embrace Peach Mist tightly. Upon catching sight of Burns nearby, the anger that had momentarily subsided reignited within him. It's Burns. She followed the professor and you. I feared she had ulterior motives, so I trailed her. At the dock, she was captured and, in a bid to save herself, she pointed me out as someone intending to slip away amidst the chaos. She even identified you both as wizards. The more Draco spoke, the angrier he became, releasing Peach Mist only to deliver a vicious kick to Burns, who remained bound and utterly defenseless. The malicious girl crashed heavily into the sea of flowers, blood gushing from her mouth, and she felt her ribs fracture from the impact. In a desperate attempt to escape the witch hunters, she had even suggested they take me along as leverage against you. Snape turned to glare at the girl sprawled on the ground like a repugnant maggot, his eyes glinting with the malice of a venomous serpent. Had it not been for the lightning chain, she would have succeeded. She must not be spared. Snape. Severus Snape. Brown's voice echoed from behind. The man, drenched in sweat from Snape's tormenting curse, forced a mocking grin, taunting him. What are you gloating about? What distinguishes you from me? Did you not also cause the demise of innocence for your own sake? What wrongs did Mrs. Longbottom and Mrs. Potter commit? Snape stiffened. Peach Mist furrowed her brow at Burns, astonished that she would divulge such sensitive matters to Snape. Burns struggled to rise, vigorously wiping the blood from her lips, and shouted at Snape, Severus, you are blameless. Lily Evans was with James Potter. She deserved her fate. You and Longbottom were merely serving your respective masters. Even if you had killed them, it would have been your duty, especially since you only revealed a prophecy. Snape clenched his fists. How could she possibly know about that? Peach Mist grasped Draco and apparat to Snape's side, placing a hand on his shoulder. Do not waste words with them. We must leave quickly. They are deliberately stalling for time. Chapter 176. Ruthless. You coward. Parasite. Though your veins run with muggle blood, you seek to worship the stench of purebloods. You, who have also caused the deaths of innocents, stand atop your moral high ground to point fingers at me. Brown, bound and sprawled on the ground, saw Snape's fury begin to simmer down under Peach Mist's intervention and seized the moment to lash out. I hear you still harbor feelings for a married woman. In your jealousy and shamelessness, you caused her demise. You deserve this. It is your retribution. He knew precisely how to stab others' hearts. Snape's clenched fists bulged with veins. Lily was his deepest secret, his only tender spot. He violently shook off Peach Mist and Draco's hands, retrieving his wand from his pocket. Perhaps influenced by the peculiar magnetic field of the mountain, Snape's emotions remained volatile. Do not complicate matters. We must leave swiftly. There will be opportunities for retribution later. Brown's intentions were unmistakably written across his face, and Peach Mist could not allow him to succeed. She clutched Snape's clothing with one hand, while holding Draco with the other. Apparate. Failure. She cursed loudly as a thunderous whirring filled the air above them. Brown sighed in relief, lying back like a lifeless fish, a smile of release spreading across his face. The Muggles had deployed a massive magical shield with helicopters overhead. They were frighteningly astute. Snape remained oblivious to Brown's machinations, unaware that his magic had been rendered ineffective. Enraged, he waved his wand at Brown, intending to conclude this loquacious traitor with the killing curse. However, his wand reacted like a soulless chopstick, devoid of any response. There's a shielding field overhead. I just mentioned that this scoundrel was stalling for time. Peach missed. Not one to sit idly by, unfastened her backpack. This bag, acquired during her stay at Jacob S. Hotel, had been secretly placed there by the Kowalski couple at her request. Thick, dark branches obscured the sky above, preventing the muggles from descending directly, likely guided by markers left by the slain witch hunters as they navigated the peculiar environment of the Sock Mountains, affording Peach Mist and the others some preparatory time. Hiding in the mountains was not a wise choice. They had no knowledge of the more terrifying creatures that might lurk in the Erie Valley. And if they ventured too deep and became lost, they could easily become trapped in this terrifying no-man's land. She opened her backpack, retrieving a silver whip to wrap around her wrist, then lowered her sleeves to conceal the weapon, and pulled out 2 Glock 17 handguns, dark and ominous. Brown watched her squat down, arming herself with the meager contents of her bag, and sneered derisively. Without magic, you think you can outgun the witch hunters with just 2 pistols? A delusion. Peach Mist dismissed his taunts. Every second was crucial for their impending victory. She handed one of the guns to Snape. Professor, can you use this? I have some knowledge. Snape accepted the gun, disengaged the safety, and pointed the dark muzzle at Brown. Bang, bang. Following 2 shots, Brown's shriek echoed through the vast field of flowers, 2 bloody holes suddenly appearing in his thigh, gushing crimson. Smoke wafted from the gun's barrel in Snape's hand. He was unsure what compelled him, but mimicking the assassins from the movies, he blew on the muzzle. The bloodied Burns was so taken aback that she spat out another mouthful of blood. Brother, get a grip. You wasted 2 bullets just to create 2 little holes in his thigh. You're worse than my cabbage. You're too abstract. Peach Mist, observing the 2 holes in Brown's leg and recalling their scarce ammunition, felt her heart clench with concern. Draco, bewildered, gazed at Brown's wounds. I think the professor made 2 rather large holes. Get away, Peach Mist exclaimed. Brown, reading the turmoil on Peach Mist's face, deduced that their ammunition was limited. Despite the pain causing him to break into a cold sweat, he laughed maniacally. You don't have many bullets, do you? That fool Snape wasted 2 on me and still failed to kill me. Ha ha ha. Do you intend to take me alive to interrogate about other traitors? Peach Mist surmised Snape's reluctance to finish Brown off, yet she remained perplexed. Why not just use legilimency? Impossible. His mind is shielded. Snape shook his head. Just moments ago, while tormenting Brown with the Cruciatus Curse, he had also intermittently employed legilimency. Upon returning, he could utilize Veritaserum to compel him to divulge the truth. Peach Mist furrowed her brow. She had initially intended to exploit the Muggle stereotypes regarding wizards, as they typically would not anticipate the presence of Muggle firearms, catching them off guard to slay them unexpectedly. Therefore, it was imperative that Brown remain silent, for he would undoubtedly provide hints to the witch hunters. Yet Snape's reasoning was not without merit. If he could interpret Brown's memories, perhaps they could uncover the identity of the mastermind behind the nocturnal assault on Malfoy Manor that fateful night. Currently, there was no magic at his disposal to cast a silencing spell on him. Peach Mist rummaged quickly through her bag, grasping a palm-sized frosted glass vial filled to the brim with a transparent liquid, the white label inscribed with the words 98 sulfuric acid. She crouched beside Brown, her left hand twisting the cap open, releasing a plume of white smoke accompanied by a sharp, acrid scent. With her right hand, she lifted his chin, her fingers forcefully pressing his jaw muscles in an attempt to pry his mouth open. Brown looked at the vial in terror, resolutely clenching his teeth, unwilling to relent. In the distance, the muffled sound of heavy footsteps began to resonate, and the number of pursuers was undoubtedly substantial. His body trembled with excitement. If he could just endure for another 2 minutes, his reinforcements would arrive. The approaching footsteps eroded Peach Mist's patience. A layer of frost coated her azure eyes as she twisted her wrist and dislocated Brown's jaw. His dislocated mouth hung limply ajar, and Peach Mist poured the sulfuric acid into his mouth. A thick cloud of white smoke erupted from Brown's lips, and his bound body twisted on the ground like a rabbit with a severed spine, writhing in agony, yet unable to emit a single cry of pain. Snape approached her side, snatching the still uncapped vial of sulfuric acid from her hand. Meeting Peach Mist's bewildered gaze, his voice was low and resolute. There is still one more. He held the vial of sulfuric acid as he advanced towards Burns, who recoiled in terror, twisting away like a frightened maggot. Chapter 177. Preparing for a counterattack. No, you cannot treat me this way. Before Burns could finish her plea, Snape had already crouched before her, gripping her chin and swiftly pouring the remaining half vial of concentrated sulfuric acid directly into her mouth. The execution was seamless, devoid of hesitation. The unuttered confession that lingered on the tip of her tongue mingled with the acrid liquid. The sound of sizzling flesh and the excruciating pain of her skin being seared resonated from her tongue to her throat. Her vocal cords were effortlessly corroded by the high concentration of acid. She gasped in agony, her mouth wide open yet producing no sound. Writhing on the ground like a fish with a broken spine. This should not be happening, she thought, recalling the novels she had read, which depicted the protagonist receiving unconditional support and love from Snape, ultimately awakening his heart to the affection he once reserved for Lily. Why is this occurring? She had completely forgotten that the Snape of the time before Lily's death was, at his core, a Death Eater who viewed human life as expendable. Had it not been for Lily sacrificing her life to put an end to it all, in this world ruled by Voldemort, Snape would remain the ruthless Death Eater he had always been, and she, an inconsequential muggle, was no different from a pig awaiting slaughter. While at school, I tolerated your disrespect towards Lily time and again, thanks to Dumbledore's presence. That is no longer necessary. Snape coldly tossed the empty glass vial onto Burns. The sound of a bullet slicing through the air was keenly detected by Peach Mist, who swiftly dodged as it barely grazed her hairline and embedded itself into the soil behind her. A group of witch hunters clad in bulletproof vests surged forward, armed with enhanced laser rifles, quickly surrounding the three of them along with the two who lay motionless on the ground. They beheld the lifeless bodies of their comrades, lying still amidst a sea of vivid crimson flowers. You killed them, a young witch hunter shouted at Snape, his emotions spiraling out of control, his hands trembling as they gripped his rifle. If we hadn't killed them, they would have killed us. Peach Mist's icy voice emerged from behind Snape. Why should we sit idly by and await our demise? A vile breed. The young witch hunter's voice quivered with rage as he glared at Peach Mist. Monstrous creatures like you deserve to be eradicated. We were so close to exterminating your kind, all thanks to that arrogant fool, Jones. Enough talk. An elderly witch hunter placed a hand on the young one's shoulder, casting a glance at their apparent leader. He turned to Snape, adopting a conciliatory tone. The area is cloaked in a nullification field. You cannot use your wicked sorcery here. Surrender peacefully, lest these two children suffer. With his hands clasped behind his back, Snape tightened his grip on his pistol, Draco trembling as he bit down on his lower lip to muster some composure. Only Peach Mist exhibited no hint of anxiety or fear, standing amidst a sea of blood-red spider lilies in her flowing black gown, her long silver hair swaying gently behind her. It was a strikingly beautiful scene, yet it evoked an inexplicable sense of dread. Regarding Jones, I possess certain knowledge about him. I was present on the day of his demise. Her voice echoed through the vast valley, a sweet, innocent tone that belied an icy chill that rattled the bones. The witch hunter leader furrowed his brow. Jones' death was a significant loss for them. They had not only lost an exceptional witch hunter researcher, but also a power plant and a base, along with a wealth of experimental data that was just shy of success. Peach Mist retrieved a brown leather-bound notebook from her pocket, beckoning to the witch hunter leader as if calling a puppy. Come here. I know you are eager to learn about Jones' experiments and his death. I will tell you. The witch hunter leader's expression shifted abruptly upon seeing the familiar strange mark on the cover of the notebook. He recognized it as Jones' exclusive emblem, a notebook he often observed Jones carrying. Don't go over there. We can capture them alive and seize that notebook. Another witch hunter intercepted him just as he began to step forward, whispering urgently in his ear. Peach Mist observed their hushed exchange, producing a lighter from her pocket. She flicked the wheel, and an orange flame leaped forth. Holding the lighter in one hand and the notebook in the other, she smiled menacingly at the witch hunter leader. If you do not come over here yourself, I shall burn it. Though the witch hunter leader longed for the notebook, he was not foolish. Peach Mist's threatening tone was a clear indication that she had further plans in store for him. Do you believe I would fall for such a ruse, little witch? You are still too young, though your malice is quite pronounced. He raised his hand, signaling the witch hunters behind him to aim their weapons at Peach Mist and Snape, entirely disregarding Draco, who stood to the side. Yet he dared not wager whether his gun would be swifter and more precise than Peach Mist's actions. He squinted. Are you attempting to lure me in, only for that grotesque uncle behind you to seize me? He gestured towards Peach Mist. You, alone, bring the notebook to me. Snape interjected. Is there truly someone seeking their own demise? On the ground, Brown, who had just been doused in sulfuric acid, realized who among them was his true father. Lying there, he endured the agony in his throat, rolling on the ground, desperately shaking his head to attract the attention of the witch hunters, but none noticed him. Burns, clinging to the last vestiges of her spirit, watched as Peach Mist slowly approached the witch hunters, her anguish overshadowed by a cruel excitement. She eagerly anticipated the moment when the witch hunters would treat Peach Mist with the same merciless brutality they had shown to previous sorcerers. As Peach Mist advanced, the hunters regarded her merely as a bold girl, devoid of any magical threat. Suddenly, The communicator in her pocket vibrated, revealing a countdown on its gray-green screen. 5 minutes. Nearly a minute had passed by the time she lazily sauntered to the front of the witch hunter leader, subtly pressing a button on her wrist. With her other hand, she raised a notebook before him. The leader paused for half a minute, scrutinizing the notebook to confirm it contained no flammable materials or poisons before reaching out to take it. Eagerly, he began to flip through its pages. On the pristine white sheets, hastily scrawled were the words. Blockhead. Chapter 178. Awakening, the moment of hunting. The witch hunter leader's expression changed abruptly as he realized he had been outwitted by this audacious little girl. You little witch, how dare you deceive me? In a fit of rage, the elderly hunter's wrinkled face contorted into a furious bloom, and he hurled the notebook to the ground. With a flick of her wrist, a silver flash, accompanied by a violet lightning bolt, ensnared the witch hunter leader's neck. The electric current surged through his flesh and muscle fibers, radiating through his nervous system, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably, his hand twitching in the air as he reached for his gun. If you wish to live, release the leader. A furious voice bellowed from the side, and Peach Mist saw laser rifles raised, their white-hot muzzles aimed directly at her. Draco and Snape stood beside Brown, utterly stunned. The assessment from Master Peach was that they were worth less than a hair from either the Savior or the Dark Lord. The communicator's screen flickered, the minutes ticking down from 1 to 0, the seconds beginning their countdown from 59. Kill her. The leader's face flushed a deep, purplish hue. Realizing that the true terror did not lie with the greasy, slovenly middle-aged man, but with the girl who held his fate in her grasp, he struggled to issue commands to his subordinates, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Taste my lightning whip. Thunder roared as the celestial powers unleashed their might. The golden hammer of heaven and earth, the purple lightning, and the mysterious fire of the 9 heavens. With a twist of her wrist, the whip tightened around the witch hunter leader's neck as she leaped into the air, her arms swinging with the whip, drawing the leader in a perfect arc. Countless lasers erupted from the hunter's rifles. Only a few managed to reach Peach Mist, who nimbly dodged their assaults, while the rest struck their leader, piercing through his body. In that moment, their leader transformed into light. Then, he became a lifeless corpse. Burns lay on the ground, watching her most detested foe go mad with violence not far away. Seizing the opportunity while unnoticed, she crawled in the shadows toward Brown's side. Just moments ago, she had used the shattered glass from Snape's thrown bottle to sever the ropes binding her hands. Freed, she retrieved the witch hunter's gun from Brown's pocket. She had no intention of harming Snape. Her condition for betraying the witch hunters was a guarantee of her life, and that after capturing Peach Mist and Snape, they would extract Snape's magic and deliver him to her as a reward. As for Peach Mist and Draco, she cared little for their fates. One could say her actions mirrored Snape's own. The dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at Peach Mist. The subtle click of the safety being disengaged was captured by Snape's keen ears. He cast a sidelong glance and spotted Burns' furtive movement with the gun, and he discreetly disengaged the safety on his own firearm. Just as Burns concentrated on aiming at Peach Mist, there was a resounding bang. The bullet pierced through one side of Burns' temple, obliterating her brain, a spray of red and white blood and gray matter erupting from the other side, shattering a nearby flower. Her face remained focused, but her body crumpled instantly to the ground, a lifeless heap, without a single cry escaping her lips. Thus, she was slain by the man she cherished. She had sacrificed everything from her original world in exchange for a moment at Snape's side. And now she lay dead in this world, unable to return to her former life. Snape merely cast a disdainful glance at her corpse. Peach Mist seemed oblivious to this tragic interlude. With a flick of her wrist, the whip released from around the now-deceased leader's neck, sending his rigid body hurtling towards his subordinates, striking several witch hunters with force. Exposed once more, she became the target of their aim, and they even resorted to rocket launchers. Lasers and projectiles hurtled towards her. Draco broke free from Snape's grasp and rushed toward her. The communicator in Peach Mist's pocket let out a sharp buzz as the countdown reached 0. Something tore through the vast expanse, hurtling toward them through the biting cold winds. A deafening roar erupted overhead, flames visible even through the dense black branches. The flower field erupted in a colossal explosion, the shell carrying countless white lasers striking the very spot where Peach Mist had just stood, the smoke from the explosion obscuring everyone's vision. Luna. Draco crashed to the ground, more devastatingly than when Su had leapt from the extermination platform, crying out in anguish towards the rising white smoke. Be quiet. I'm not dead. Peach Mist's voice emerged from above him as she pulled the fallen Draco to his feet. Not only were Snape and Draco rendered speechless, but even Brown, who had once believed the witch hunters were assured of victory, was left dumbfounded. How had she come from there to here in an instant? What was happening? Draco looked at her in confusion, then at the ground before them, now a gaping crater from the explosion. Peach Mist raised an eyebrow, offering no reply. For the witch hunters were once again lifting their rifles against the three of them. She withdrew her wand, which transformed into a gleaming sword the moment it was drawn. She took 2 swift steps, her figure vanishing in an instant. The next second, she reappeared before the witch hunters, her long sword ablaze, resembling a red flag. The hunters, startled by her sudden appearance, immediately pulled their triggers. She swung the fiery blade, sending flames spiraling from the sword's edge, creating a tempest of fire that effortlessly extinguished the incoming lasers. We're done for, retreat. This monster has regained her magic. Peach Mist narrowed her eyes, resolutely deciding that they must not leave alive. Witch hunters were unlike ordinary anti-witch muggles. They reveled in slaughter and using sorcerers for their grotesque experiments, intent on exterminating all witches. Fools like Brown would never comprehend that once the world of wizards fell, he would lose his worth, doomed to the same fate. The fiery blade danced in her hand, the sparks trailing behind it creating a dazzling afterimage in the air. The flames rapidly spread outward, encircling the fleeing witch hunters. Realizing their escape was futile, the hunters turned to confront her in a desperate final stand. She spun the blade in the air and, with a gentle slash towards the ground, fissures rapidly cracked open the earth beneath the flower field, resembling a parched surface splitting in drought. Fiery venom surged forth from the crevices. Awakening, the moment of hunting. Chapter 179, Flowers Blooming from Flesh and Blood. The crimson flames of the conflagration entwined with the vibrant red of the floral sea, mingling in the oppressive heat. The flesh of the living was instantaneously reduced to ash as it approached the furnace-like temperature, vanishing into the distorted air. With a flick of her wrist, Tao Wu brandished her sword, carving an arc in the heat wave. The flames on the blade extinguished, reverting to the sleek, matte black of her wand. The towering inferno dissipated in that fleeting moment when the sword transformed back into a wand, leaving only a faint sting on the skin, a reminder of the fire that once raged here. Draco, panting, lowered his hand that had been raised with the wand, and the translucent shield protecting him, and Snape vanished instantly. Burns was dead. How would Dumbledore manage this? Draco gazed at the spot where Burns' body had lain, now reduced to a charred remnant. Tao Wu approached them, her voice dripping with mockery. That fool was slain by the witch hunters. What concern is it of ours? If one must assign blame, let it fall upon her own foolish infatuation with Professor Snape that compelled her to follow us to Paris. Her eyes sparkled with derision. Wouldn't you agree, Professor? Snape, recalling the foul creature he had dispatched, felt repulsed. He swept his sleeve and moved towards Brown, lifting him effortlessly. Let us return first. You all should head back. There is something else that weighs heavily on my mind. Tao Wu rejected Snape's suggestion, effortlessly crossing the stream once more, arriving beneath the cross. The golden-hued wooden coffin lay silently there. Draco, still mastering the art of apparition, bent his long legs and leapt over the stream with ease, sprinting towards Tao Wu. Snape remained stationary, holding Brown. He had little interest in digging up someone else's grave. Yet he was not of such noble character that he would prevent Tao Wu from opening another's coffin. Unlike the magically protected crystal coffin where Regulus had sought refuge, this coffin was unguarded, as the natural environment of the Sock Mountains provided ample concealment. Might there be something terrifying within? Draco observed Tao Wu's demeanor, resting his right hand on the coffin's corner, tilting his head to inquire. At most, a skeleton. It is rather suspicious to bury a corpse in such a place. Push it hard, Tao Wu urged, slapping the coffin, determined to uncover what lay within, whether a person or hidden treasures. With Draco's assistance, the coffin creaked open, revealing its contents. A pair of pristine white boots caught her eye, the surfaces as immaculate as if they had never touched the ground. Golden threads intricately embroidered into the snow-white leather in the shape of a raven. Confirming the absence of danger, they exchanged a glance and, with a concerted effort, pushed the lid aside. A tall man reclined amidst a sea of moonflower, clad in a snow-white knight's attire, his trousers tucked into the long boots. A dagger sheathed in a golden scabbard secured by leather straps at his calf. The jacket, falling to his thighs, was cinched at the waist with a platinum belt, accentuating his perfect, slender physique. His exposed hands and neck gleamed pale, akin to the delicate snow that blankets pine needles in winter, nearly translucent. A vivid red spider lily seemed to blossom from his chest, extending to his chin, lifelike and seemingly imbued with a soft glow. Silken brown bangs cascaded over his peacefully closed eyes, and his striking visage stirred memories within Tao Wu. Noticing her rapt gaze upon the motionless figure in the coffin, Draco's expression soured. He conceded that the man was indeed handsome, yet he had long since ceased to breathe. Moonflowers thrived magnificently beneath this long-deceased man. Their seeds scattered from his pockets, taking root in his flesh and blooming into exquisite flowers. He should not be here. Tao Wu murmured, reaching to tug at his jacket's lapel. Draco swiftly grasped her wrist, halting her. It is inappropriate. This man is already dead. I recognize him. I must ascertain certain truths. Tao Wu resisted Draco's grip. Her fingers clenched the man's collar, pulling it aside forcefully, revealing a terrifying black void where his heart should have been, the organ conspicuously absent. From the abyss, a myriad of crimson tendrils emerged, weaving and intertwining towards his neck and chin, forming a splendid yet eerie spider lily. A beautiful flower, she remarked, though a peculiar sense of unease accompanied it. It resembled a thorny vine encasing a heart. This seems to be the work of sinister magic. Draco, discomforted by the sight of the black void, stepped back. Tao Wu remained silent, meticulously rearranging the knight's collar to conceal the gruesome wound. Pinching a moonflower's green stem, she tugged upward, extracting the flower's roots from the flesh, drawing forth a few drops of cold, dark red blood, staining the green tendrils. She meticulously cleansed the roots of the colors and remnants that did not belong to the moonflower, pocketing them. Picking up a nondescript stone from the ground beside the coffin, she transformed it into a wild rose. Gradually, she opened her palm. The vibrant wild rose floated upward under her magical influence, gently alighting upon the man's hand. She recalled that he seemed to have a fondness for such fervent, vivid blooms. Using her magic once more, she replaced the coffin lid, burying the man once again in the depths of the valley. Meanwhile, Draco studied the gilded inscriptions on the coffin, his refined features marred by mockery. Could it be that he prayed to the dark gods here, only to have his heart extracted? That flower tattoo must be the cursed seal used to bind him. To meet his beloved, he sacrificed his heart and life, maximizing his losses, truly the epitome of a romantic. Leave the dead to their rest, Tao Wu admonished. Turning to retrace her steps, Draco glanced back at the spot now once more covered in earth, the stark soil compressed and incongruous against the vibrant floral expanse. The massive cross faintly glowing red. He shrugged and quickly caught up with Tao Wu. Suddenly recalling Tao Wu's earlier words, he lifted his gaze, his gray-blue eyes earnestly fixed upon her. You mentioned knowing him. Who is he? Chapter 180. The Trials of Being a Hogwarts Student. Who is he? It is he. He. Our hero, the little Neza. Tao Wu replied, nonchalantly reciting a nursery rhyme from her previous life as homeland. Isn't he a figure from Chinese mythology? Draco persisted, trailing behind her, unconvinced. Really? I don't believe it. Tao Wu, of course, would not divulge the identity of the man. If they returned by boat, he would be discovered. Snape pushed the lifted Brown towards Tao Wu. Yet he couldn't simply leave him behind. Brown was racked with excruciating pain, his muscles quaking under the influence of his nerves. Even so, when presented before Tao Wu, he struggled to maintain a semblance of distance. Yet his voice was lost, his esophagus corroded. Not to mention, could he even swallow the Veritaserum? Draco observed the ugly scars on Brown's lips, corroded by the splattered acid, and voiced his concern. He then suggested, he can't speak, and we can't easily take him away from the docks. Why not just leave him here to fend for himself? As Brown observed Snape bowing his head in silence. Seemingly contemplating Draco's suggestion, a surge of panic coursed through him. He had heard the terrifying legends surrounding these mountains from the witch hunters, who merely treaded upon the maps they had previously traversed, avoiding any dreadful encounters by not delving deeper. If a person were cast into such a place, especially one that had consumed the flesh and blood of so many deceased, it would be far more merciful to have been slain by them from the outset. He had never been resolute, betraying the wizards not only out of hatred for the institutions of the wizarding world, but also due to the allure of profit from the witch hunters. Furthermore, their arrival by ferry indicated their inability to apparate such a vast distance. Thus, they would inevitably return by boat as well. Both the dock and the vessel were likely teeming with witch hunters hidden among the crowd, communicating through their unique gestures. As long as he could escape alive, he would surely ensnare all three of them. Moreover, he was eager to uncover the reason behind the tremendous explosion he had just heard and how their magical powers had been restored despite the presence of a suppression field. Suppressing his pain, he vigorously shook his head at Tao Wu. Are you suggesting that you wish to return with us to expose the remaining traitors? The expression on Tao Wu's face shifted from terror to determination, signifying his firm resolve to betray the witch hunters. It was a well-known adage that where sufficient profit and threat existed, a traitor would inevitably betray again. Snape, standing behind Brown, clearly had no intention of bringing him along. Unwilling to add unnecessary risks to their return journey, in a place unseen by Brown, he raised his wand. Subterfuge was his forte. A beam of white light erupted from the tip of his wand, enveloping Brown's head, and moments later, Snape withdrew his wand with a grim expression. Brown turned to him, displaying a grotesque smile. Failed again at legilimency? Tao Wu seemed to have anticipated the outcome of Snape's actions. His mental barriers were quite effective. To survive and maintain his value, he would not allow Snape's spell to succeed. Should we take him along? Snape pressed his wand against the back of Brown's head. He was well acquainted with those muggles, and once aboard the ship or at the dock, he could secretly communicate with the stationed witch hunters through covert signals, making it exceedingly easy for them to be cornered again. Therefore, it would be wiser to eliminate him now. Who says we must take a ferry? She seized Brown by the collar, casting a knowing glance at Draco, who immediately understood her intent and grasped her other hand, pulling Snape's clothing. With a thought, Tao Wu transported them instantaneously to Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore, blissfully engrossed in perusing the illustrated novel Grindelwald's Parisian Affairs, confiscated from Hannah, was startled by their sudden appearance, nearly tearing the book from his hands. Gently caressing the gilded-haired youth depicted on the glossy pages, he turned his weary gaze toward Tao Wu. Another instance of the flying thunder god technique, I presume? Naturally, given that apparition is prohibited within the castle, and considering the vast distance. I might have returned with nothing but a pile of flesh. As Tao Wu spoke, her attention was drawn to the familiar book on his desk. Before Dumbledore could interject, she had reached the desk, snatching the book he had not yet managed to conceal, her face adorned with a mischievous grin. Look at you, old man. So kindly yet still sneaking peeks at your students' novels. Dumbledore cleared his throat, moving beside her to press her hand down, discreetly tucking the book into a drawer. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed Snape and Draco, noting that they were indifferent to the novel. Oh, it was merely that Aberforth was caught reading a novel during Professor Bin's History of Magic class, and I received it after it was confiscated. Dumbledore's gaze shifted from Tao Wu's face to the half-conscious man clutched by Snape, his white, aged brows knitting into a tight knot. Is that the Professor of Curses from Durmstrang? How could he have ended up like this? Tao Wu was utterly taken aback. She had presumed he was merely a fabricated tale spun by Brown to gain Snape's trust. I did this to him, she began. But Dumbledore's words came rushing forth like a barrage. If Karkaroff seeks accountability, you'll find yourself imprisoned in Azkaban. Dumbledore, hands on his hips, appeared genuinely agitated as he approached Snape. And you, Severus, are you to join in their folly as well? As Snape prepared to defend himself, Tao Wu interjected, rebuffing Dumbledore's claims. Where's the folly in this? It's been like this for years. Don't speak with your eyes closed. It's been exceedingly difficult for us as Hogwarts students. Perhaps you should reflect on your own shortcomings regarding your concern for students over the years. Her impassioned words nearly caused Dumbledore to stagger, yet amidst the jest, she forcefully shoved Brown towards Dumbledore. We merely sought to gather Moonblossom for Regulus and Neville's parents' treatment. This scoundrel brought witch hunters along, intending to capture us. Just like last time with Newt. Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening on Brown. A traitor? What has happened to his mouth? Dumbledore bent slightly, hands clasped before him like an old Maine Coon cat, scrutinizing Brown's tattered, scarred lips, which were charred and torn. It was filled with concentrated sulfuric acid. Upon hearing Tao Wu's response, Dumbledore's expression turned grave as he regarded her with a piercing look. Did you do this? Or was it Severus? Although Tao Wu harbored no fondness for Snape, she would never cast blame upon him as his fanatical followers might. He saw our equipment and was shielded by the suppression device to prevent him from alerting the witch hunters. I had no choice but to physically destroy his vocal cords with a chemical agent. Dumbledore pointed a finger at Tao Wu, momentarily at a loss for words. He could hardly voice his reproaches, considering that traitors were inherently despicable. All he could do was sigh in resignation. Your methods resemble those of Voldemort. Tao Wu shrugged. Does he even compare? Now his voice is ruined. Even a truth serum might not be ingested. Snape's utterance drew their attention back to Brown. Does he not still possess his hands? Draco approached with a quill from Dumbledore's desk. That does not guarantee he won't lie. Snape maintained his skepticism towards Brown. You have a way, do you not, headmaster? Tao Wu remarked confidently, casting a glance at the composed Dumbledore. Without uttering a word, Dumbledore strode over to a dark cabinet on the opposite side, a sliver of silver light seeping through the slightly ajar door. He nodded to Tao Wu, signaling her to bring Brown forward, and casually pushed the cabinet door open. Unaware of what lay within Dumbledore's dark cabinet, Brown instinctively took 2 steps back, colliding with something solid behind him. He turned in alarm, discovering he had crashed into the arm of the golden-haired youth, who had remained hidden during the skirmish in the valley, seemingly devoid of any abilities. In a flash of insight, a ludicrous idea struck him. He endured the agonizing pain and, with his mangled mouth, addressed Draco, his gums and tongue torn, blood and flesh intermingling, some charred and discolored. Draco was indeed compelled to take 2 steps back by the foul stench emanating from his mouth, providing Blaine the opportunity to attempt an unspoken spell for apparition. However, Draco merely retreated a couple of steps before his wand materialized in his hand. Uttering an incantation, Blaine suddenly felt as if his feet were ensnared by a force. and in an instant, he was inverted, his body suspended in midair. As Snape, who was observing Dumbledore, was unexpectedly kicked in the arm by Blaine's upside-down feet. He staggered back, casting a perplexed glance at the man dangling there. "Luna," he lamented, "I have warned you countless times not to teach them the hanging charm. It is hardly a beneficial spell." Dumbledore pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling as though his head might explode from the strain. "This was taught to me by my father," Draco declared, waving his wand, causing Blaine to crash against the cabinet like a tattered rag. "During my school days, nearly all my friends knew this spell, and it was invented by Professor Snape. It's simple and quite effective." Snape rubbed his throbbing temples, regretting his past decision not to join Ravenclaw. The invention of this ridiculous spell, and the choice to associate with this band of dim-witted Death Eaters. Dumbledore refrained from saying more. He firmly held Blaine's head, his palm aglow with a faint green light, while Blaine's face contorted in pain. He gently tapped Blaine's temple with his wand, pulling outward, extracting a bright blue thread. Peach Mist realized he intended to use the pensieve, likely employing some forceful means to compel Blaine to recollect his memories of working for the witch hunters. She approached the cabinet and peered inside, discovering a stone basin resembling a wash basin, its rim adorned with various oddly shaped sculptures. This was her first direct encounter with the pensieve. Within the basin swirled a silvery substance, shimmering as it spun and flowed. Dumbledore flung the blue thread into the basin, causing the silver matter to spin faster. "Bury your head in it," he instructed, addressing only Peach Mist, excluding Snape and Draco from the basin's side. Peach Mist nodded and leaned forward, her head moving slowly toward the basin's edge as the silver substance began to turn transparent, enveloping her as if she were being drawn into this vaporous liquid. The surrounding scene gradually unfolded like an ink wash painting, colors slowly being added. The corridor, a blend of white and brown, became familiar. She realized it was a corridor on one of the floors of the Ministry of Magic in London, as a few Aurors hurriedly passed through her translucent form, muttering to themselves, "What bad luck. I wonder how that gang of Death Eaters escaped. We've got to work overtime again." Overtime was trivial, yet the fear lingered that these fugitives might retaliate against their families. From their conversation, she deduced that this memory likely occurred shortly before the attack on Malfoy Manor. The Aurors figures gradually faded away, and the door to the Department of International Magical Cooperation creaked open, revealing Blaine stepping out and exchanging pleasantries with Old Batty at the entrance. After Old Batty closed the door and returned to his office, Blaine lingered in the corridor for quite some time before another door behind Peach Mist clicked open. No one emerged from within. Blaine glanced around, confirming no one else was present, and promptly pushed the door open, sneaking inside, with Peach Mist's ethereal form following suit. The conference room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a sliver of natural light that barely hinted at its contours. A man stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the table's edge, his features obscured. "Go tell them I have released the Death Eaters as instructed. They will cause chaos tonight," the man whispered to Blaine. "And remind them to watch out for Newt Scamander and that girl named Luna he often accompanies. Jones's death must be connected to them." Blaine merely stood by the door, refraining from approaching the man, his hand resting on the doorknob, poised to leave. "All right, I understand. I will convey that to the relevant parties. Thank you for your efforts." The scene abruptly dissipated, and Peach Mist stood upright, furrowing her brow as she regarded Blaine at her feet. The voice that had just spoken to him felt oddly familiar, yet she could not place it. Chapter 182, Happy New Year. Blaine was sent to Azkaban by Snape. Peach Mist, at that moment, could not recall where she had heard that familiar voice. So she set the matter aside for now. The date she had circled on the calendar had finally arrived. Is this how New Year's Eve is arranged? Newt, cradling Teddy, followed closely behind Peach Mist, observing her as she held her wand aloft. With each step she took, a large crimson lantern appeared in the sky above, and the floor and long table were dyed a festive red. When she reached the front, and the entire hall transformed into a jubilant sea of red, she turned and smiled brightly at Newt, saying, "Indeed, the Chinese have a preference for the auspicious color red, and I particularly adore this festival." Before coming to this world, she had cherished this traditional Chinese festival, where New Year's Eve seamlessly transitioned into the new year, a time for bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new, sweeping away the dust of the past year and embracing the fortune of the coming year, symbolizing thousands of years of cultural heritage from a great nation. "I know of this festival. I passed through that country during my travels around the world. It is a magnificent celebration." Newt, with his right hand, embraced the Phoebe that had emerged from Peach Mist's robes, while Teddy, cradled in his other arm, reached out with his tiny paws to touch the silk scarf around Phoebe's neck, then felt his own bare neck, leaning forward and tugging at Peach Mist's clothing with his little paws. Peach Mist turned to look at him, and he pointed to the red scarf around Phoebe's neck and then to his own empty neck. "Why do you want everything?" Newt chuckled, patting Teddy's small head. Peach Mist smiled, her eyes squinting with delight as she pointed at his neck. A red silk scarf suddenly appeared at her fingertips, wrapping itself around Teddy's short neck. Teddy, overjoyed, nuzzled her hand with his head. I truly adore that country of China, Newt mused, gazing down at Peach Mist's hair, recounting. I have visited several times during my global travels. It is the only land devoid of witch hunters. The Chinese are gentle and kind, free from notions of race and blood purity. Indeed, it is the finest nation. Peach Mist involuntarily smiled, her spirit still fervently tied to China, even in a different identity. Once you graduate, we shall travel there for your graduation trip, Newt said, leaning closer, his gaze tenderly resting in her eyes. All right. Peach Mist's response was drowned out by the jubilant cheers of students streaming in, all of whom would celebrate this Chinese festival at Hogwarts. A testament to her extensive prior promotion. The color red was no longer the exclusive domain of Gryffindor. In celebration, Peach Mist donned a red jacket dress with a front opening, its cuffs and collar adorned with a band of snow-white fox fur. While the red fabric was intricately embroidered with a golden koi gracefully swimming, making her appear particularly cute and charming. Following her suggestion, Newt also changed into a bright red coat, and he looked gentle yet vibrant, like a flame burning beneath a layer of ice. Dumbledore took his place at the staff table, wearing a small red hat and a red fleece-lined wizard robe. His long white beard tied with a red ribbon in a lovely bow. Professors McGonagall, Sprout, Flitwick, and Remus also donned cheerful red attire, while Snape remained conspicuously attired in black. A long table was adorned with a dazzling array of exquisite Chinese delicacies, the soft and sweet rice dumplings, the aromatic and delectable garlic honey chicken wings, the tender and flavorful chestnut braised chicken, and the endlessly delightful lotus root and pork rib soup. The young wizards were moved to tears, utterly captivated by the mysterious powers hailing from the east. Suddenly, just as dinner was nearing its conclusion, a thunderous sound shattered the tranquility outside the castle, and Professor Newt had vanished from the staff table. What was happening? Could it be an attack by Death Eaters on Hogwarts? Cedric, who had just returned from the hospital, clenched his wand in his pocket with anxiety. No, not at all. Tao Mist stood up with a smile, excitedly running out of the hall while lifting her skirt. Dumbledore rose, a knowing smile gracing his face, amplifying his voice with a spell. Children, let us follow Luna to see. Through the windows of the castle walls, Tao Mist beheld beautiful arcs ascending into the sky, bursting into a kaleidoscope of colors against the snowy night. She dashed towards the luminous spectacle, with the young wizards eagerly trailing behind her. On a vast outdoor platform on the 5th floor of the castle, she spotted Newt standing at the center of the fireworks, smiling and waiting for her in the most splendid spot. These were the playful wonders of muggles, and many young wizards, especially those of pure blood, had never before witnessed fireworks. They gaped in awe at the resplendent display of fiery trees and silver flowers illuminating the night sky. Tao Mist laughed as she ran towards Newt. This year, next year, and for many years to come, they would be together. According to Chinese customs, on New Year's Eve, elders give children a red envelope filled with money for good luck. Tao Mist beamed, her eyes shimmering with the reflections of the fireworks behind Newt, as she extended her hands towards him. So, where's my red envelope, Grandfather Newt? I am not your elder. Do not call me that. Newt responded through gritted teeth, his heart racing at the mere mention of that title. He fished out a piece of parchment from his pocket and transformed it into a red envelope using a spell, stuffing it with a handful of galleons until it bulged. He placed the hefty red envelope in her palm, his gaze soft and tender. I hope my Luna finds peace and joy in the coming year and in all the years ahead. Amidst the dark, satin-like night, the fireworks unfolded like a fantastical dream descending upon the world, their dazzling brilliance blooming in the sky. They blossomed and then faded. In the boundless night sky, sparks scattered like stars, illuminating the fervent joy of winter, dispelling the shadows of past troubles. Life, polished by the passage of time, continued to bloom on New Year's Eve. The young wizards, holding lit sparklers, raced towards the open platform, tracing beautiful clusters of light across the night sky. George and Fred had somehow taken to the air on broomsticks, a massive, multicolored fire dragon swirling behind them. The clock tower chimed midnight. The new year ignited amidst the bright, fiery display, heralding its arrival through the winds and snow. The Weasley twins converged in the deepest, darkest part of the night. The fire dragon erupted where they met, bursting into an incredibly splendid cluster of fireworks, the sparks gradually falling and etching a warm message in the air. Happy New Year. Tao Mist gazed at the inscription suspended in the night sky, her smile radiant, her eyes softening. Happy New Year. Fireworks to the stars. May all your dreams come true. Chapter 183. Potions, Silent Killers. After the spring festival, each day progressed toward the melting of ice and snow, heralding the rebirth of spring. After numerous readings of her memories of Brown, Tao Wu despairingly discovered that the informant she had met was either obscured in shadow or masked, concealing their true visage behind an ugly facade. While on her way to Ravenclaw Tower to find Cicely, she encountered Snape, who was looking rather gaunt, with dark bags under his eyes that resembled eggs, as if he had been drained of vitality by some monstrous force after countless sleepless nights. He held a transparent glass vial in his hand, and through the frosted glass, she could see a liquid sloshing within, dark with a hint of green. It looked alarmingly like the vomit of a cuttlefish. Take this to Regulus. I have no desire to see that foolish black. Snape grumbled as he shoved the unsightly potion into Thomas' hands. Is this the antidote? Tao Wu inquired, her expression conflicted as she examined the vial. She uncorked the slender neck of the bottle, bringing it to her nose, and waved a hand over the opening, directing some of the potion's aroma into her nostrils. Just a gentle inhale sent a shudder through her frame, making her feel lightheaded. A stench reminiscent of a rotting fish, long deceased, mingled with the sickly sweetness of grapes, rushing through her nasal passages to her brain, nearly bringing her to tears. You should take it to Regulus. Snape nodded, supporting his chin with a hand. Tao Wu, frowning, swiftly recorked the vial, trapping that magical, dark scent within. Her hands trembled as she held the potion. She could hardly fathom how Snape had endured the odor long enough to brew it. Snape seemed unaware of any issue, rubbing the corners of his eyes with his thumb. The ingredients include tree dragon scales and giant squid suckers. It will indeed have a somewhat fishy odor. Somewhat, Tao Wu exclaimed, wrapping the potion in layers of cloth, fearful that even a whiff of that pungent aroma might escape. You could add a bit of mint, ginger, or rum to mask the smell. Where am I supposed to find those at this hour? I added a bit of wine, and it only made it worse. Snape replied, exasperated. He ran his fingers through his greasy hair, which seemed to carry the same strong odor, and caught sight of the silver-haired girl moving away in distaste, seeking distance from him. In retrospect, Lily was truly remarkable. Forget it. It's not like I have to drink it. Thank you for your efforts. Tao Wu stuffed the meticulously wrapped potion into her pocket, wanting to pat Snape on the shoulder like a leader comforting a subordinate. But her gaze fell upon the greasy stains and scattered flakes of dandruff on his shoulder, prompting her to withdraw her hand quickly and slip it back into her pocket. After expressing her gratitude to Snape, Tao Wu decided not to pursue Cicely further and took a detour to Dumbledore's office. The password to the headmaster's office today was Candied Hawthorn. Dumbledore was not at school, having gone to the Ministry of Magic for a briefing, but on his desk lay a row of bright red candied hawthorns. Since the spring festival, this sweet treat, coated in syrup and sour hawthorn, had become his new favorite, overshadowing his previous delights of lemon sherbet and honey fizz. In the empty office, only the Sorting Hat's voice could be heard. The old hat sang a new song it had learned from Tao Wu in a high-pitched tone, albeit in clumsy Chinese. I wish you wealth. I wish you brilliance. The best please come forward. The rest kindly step back. No one complains of too much courtesy. At the last line, it strained its voice to shout as if rapping, and Fox soared into the air, releasing a burst of vibrant flames. The atmosphere reached a crescendo. The scattered sparks landed on the leaves of the biting cabbage, which danced to the rhythm of the Sorting Hat's song. The Chinese biting cabbage ignited in the festive spirit of the Lantern Festival. The chubby little cabbage emitted a sharp pop, rolling off the Sorting Hat and scattering a shower of sparks, before bouncing off the bookshelf and crashing onto Dumbledore's desk, flinging open his drawer. The sparks ignited the papers strewn across the desk and within the drawer, rapidly consuming them in flames. A stack of photographs taken in Godric's Hollow disintegrated into blackened ash. Dumbledore would surely be heartbroken upon his return. The old hat, with its brown fabric, was singed by a volley of sparks, causing it to squawk in distress. You little rascal, stop laughing on the sidelines and help me. Save me. Save me. Fox circled in the air twice, realizing that his good intentions had resulted in mischief. He cast a furtive glance at the flaming hat, which was now merely 3 yards away, before landing nervously on its perch, burying his head beneath his wings. Peach Mist burst into laughter, pointing a finger at the air, summoning a cascade of cool, crystalline water that fell like a waterfall into the office, instantly extinguishing the flames. The Sorting Hat, with its wrinkled fabric eyes, looked down at the charred brown material, now marred by fine black cracks, and with a drooping mouth, began to lament to Peach Mist, I'm blackened, I'm sullied, I'm unclean. You were already rather filthy, having not been washed for centuries. I reckon you're likely greasier than Snape's head. Peach Mist picked up the scorched little cabbage, gingerly peeling away the 2 burnt leaves and casting a simple cleaning charm before placing it back into its compartment beside the old hat. The little fellow obediently allowed Peach Mist to handle him, even rolling his plump body to rub against her palm. She shot a glare at the still wailing Sorting Hat and pointed her wand at it. Silence. A flash of blue light enveloped the hat, and it instantly returned to its former pristine state, even more immaculate than before. Oh, splendid. The sorting hat beamed at its rejuvenated form, then elongated its tone to inquire of Peach Mist, "What brings you here?" "Old Dumble has gone off to the ministry to chatter with those buffoons," Peach Mist replied. "I came to use the flu network. I've prepared the potion for Regulus." She quickly retrieved the potion from her pocket, uncorking the vial. A peculiar, foul stench immediately permeated the air. The sorting hat screamed, while the little cabbage thrashed against the bookshelf in a frenzy, and Fox, his head tucked beneath his wings, regurgitated his breakfast. High-quality potions often kill without warning. Content with her potion, Peach Mist made her way to the fireplace, where blue flames erupted. Behind her, the sorting hat's anguished curses echoed. "Severus Snape, I shall kill you." Chapter 184, The Suffering of Dogs and Wolves. On the third floor of the apothecary, the entire level had been adorned in festive red by Harry. Beneath a large photograph of Peach Mist, Harry, and Sirius, two small frames hung. Within a moon-white lily-framed picture, dated and worn, James's handsome face beamed at the camera with a radiant smile akin to the warm sun, while Lily affectionately looped her arm through his. Her features painted with joy, her smile as luminous as the brightest moon in a clear night sky. Beauty should be paired with handsomeness. In another fiery red frame lay a torn photograph depicting James, Sirius, and Remus at the tender age of 16 or 17, clad in Gryffindor robes, grinning joyfully with their arms around each other. A small portion beside Remus had been ripped away, a remnant of Peter's presence. Now, he deserved only to dwell in the refuse. In the absence of dark arts classes at Hogwarts, Remus often found himself here with Sirius, lounging lazily on a soft sofa, shoulders pressed together as they watched programming from the Muggle world. They were so comfortable that their legs swung idly. Meanwhile, Regulus sat quietly in his room, engrossed in books about dark magic. His life seemed to have returned to a semblance of normalcy, or rather, a newfound splendor. No longer subjected to his mother's endless tirades. No longer living under the shadow of Voldemort's looming threat. No longer relying on notes to communicate with his brother. Each visit from his intelligent and handsome brother brought a wealth of joy regarding Hogwarts. Furthermore, the girl he fancied often compelled them to sample her culinary experiments, which were rather dark in nature. His pale fingers delightedly flipped through the crisp pages, the rustling sound grounding him in the reality of his existence. He yearned to live, to continue in this manner. Yet, the poison coursing through his veins since years past suddenly surged forth, delivering excruciating pain that felt as if it were carving into his very soul, relentlessly reminding him of his mortality. Each bout of agony struck without warning, be it in the tranquil afternoons, vibrant mornings, or the serene depths of night. That heart-wrenching pain ruthlessly shattered all semblances of joy. In the quiet, cozy room, the only sound was the crackling of the fire. Regulus clutched his chest, his face as pale as parchment, beads of sweat forming on his brow from the torment. Through the door, the cheerful melodies from the television and the light-hearted laughter of Sirius and Remus echoed. Regulus crouched beneath the table, gasping for air, biting his tongue to stave off the searing pain radiating from his heart, determined not to disturb his brother and his friend's cherished time together. In a daze, he thought he heard the sound of flames rising. He could almost hear a familiar voice asking, "Where's Rail?" He bit down on his teeth, closed his eyes, and smiled faintly, thinking he was merely imagining things due to the pain. Peach Mist emerged from the fireplace just in time to witness Sirius and Remus wrapped in laughter on the sofa. The camaraderie between boys could often appear childish and amusing, yet it was undeniably sincere. "Good afternoon, Luna." As she emerged from the fireplace, brushing off her robe, Sirius immediately released Remus, springing up from the sofa to envelop her in a warm embrace. "Good afternoon." Peach Mist chuckled, pushing aside the clingy black family dog, and greeted Remus on the sofa. "Good afternoon, Professor Lupin." "Good afternoon, Luna." Remus stood as well, smoothing the crumpled fabric of his clothes. "Thank you for finding the moonflower. Severus has improved the wolfsbane potion, and now I can freely shift into my wolf form without being affected by the full moon." A look of indescribable lightness graced Remus's face, illuminating him as if reborn. In the past, he had often worn a gentle smile, yet his demeanor had been tinged with exhaustion. The burden of being a werewolf had inflicted too much suffering upon him. "When did you become so close with the snot-nosed brat?" Sirius retorted, bouncing back and playfully nudging Remus's shoulder. "Enough, where's Regulus?" Peach Mist interrupted Sirius's teasing, retrieving the vial of potion wrapped securely in a handkerchief from her pocket. She hadn't forgotten the purpose of her visit. It was certainly not to witness Sirius's stand-up routine. "Let us read in the room." Sirius retracted his intention to nudge Remus again, pivoting his feet toward Regulus's room. He had always been this way, preferring solitude with his books, disliking any disturbances. Was there an urgent matter at hand? Sirius paused at the door, hands clasped behind his back, his head bowed as he cast a glance toward Peach Mist. His deep black eyes filled with an expression akin to that of a forsaken dog. Why must you seek out Rail? Can't you come to me instead? Is it to cure his poisoning? Or do you wish to cure your own? Peach Mist recognized his playful sulking and promptly peeled back the layers of the handkerchief concealing the potion, swiftly uncorking the vial before Sirius. How about it, dear black brothers? One half each. The horrifying aroma surged forth from the bottle, swiftly heading towards Sirius. The olfactory senses of dogs and wolves are far more acute than those of ordinary humans. Sirius's face instantly paled, and he covered his mouth, desperately suppressing the wave of nausea rising from his stomach. Even Remus, standing at a distance, could not escape the onslaught. The wolf's sense of smell was no less formidable than that of a dog, and his gentle smile faltered, replaced by a countenance etched with torment. Promptly, Tao Wu sealed the bottle again and retrieved a mint-scented aroma from her pocket for them to inhale. A refreshing, delicate fragrance ascended to the heavens, managing to quell the tumultuous churn in the stomachs of the two canines. Sirius leaned against the wall in agony, casting a complex gaze at the potion in her hand. The potion brewed from mucus was still remarkably repugnant. I even suspect that some Death Eaters met their demise after consuming his concoctions. Remus gingerly touched his somewhat numb nose. However, the last improved version of the wolf venom he received was tolerable, save for the overwhelming scent of garlic. The gentle professor of defense against the dark arts cast a worried glance at the dreadful potion, voicing his concern. Would the antidote be rendered ineffective before it even had the chance to counteract the poison, potentially leading to Regulus's demise? Tao Wu lowered her gaze, contemplating the black and green potion resembling thick vomit for a long time, sinking into profound silence. If I were to drink this potion, it would be better to succumb to poison. Chapter 185. Severus holds you in his heart. The heavy winter snow had finally ceased. Sunlight streamed through the transparent glass windows, casting warmth upon the soft red velvet carpet and upon Regulus, who lay curled up on the ground in pain. Beads of perspiration dotted his forehead, and he resembled a frail cat, shivering from the excruciating agony that racked his slender body. He appeared like a vampire, struggling for survival under the harsh rays of the sun. Sweat trickled down to his long lashes, blurring his vision, while the pain stimulated his nerves, causing his consciousness to waver. Silently, he lay on the ground, a sound of laughter, foreign to him, echoed from a distant place, reaching his eardrums and eventually resonating in his brain. He longed to join in. He was uncertain when this torment would cease, nor did he know how much longer his life would endure. How long until the warmth of happy days would come to an abrupt halt. In his daze, he noticed the door creaking open. The silver-haired girl appeared before him once more, like a deity, standing against the light as she spoke to him. Regulus, I have come to save you. Upon entering, Tao Wu immediately spotted Regulus curled up on the cashmere carpet like a boiled lobster. His pallid face twisted in an expression of unbearable pain, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. His teeth bit down hard on his lower lip, drawing blood, which trickled down the corners of his mouth and along his slender neck, staining the collar of his white shirt with a faint blush of red. His right hand gripped his chest tightly, fingers pale and blue, as if he were attempting to extract his heart from his chest. Tao Wu swiftly realized that Regulus might be suffering from poisoning. She took a large step towards the barely conscious boy, crouching beside him. Her right hand slipped under his neck, awkwardly propping him up so that his head rested on her shoulder, while she extended her legs to sit beside him. What is this? Sirius, seemingly unaccustomed to seeing his brother in such a state, stepped forward, squatting down before Regulus. His gaze a mixture of concern and confusion as he looked at Tao Wu. It must be poison. We need to administer an antidote quickly. Tao Wu lifted the potion bottle to Regulus's lips, just as she was about to push the cork open, when Sirius suddenly leaned forward, grasping her wrist to halt her. Can such a dreadful scent truly serve as an antidote? Remus approached and squatted beside him, gently pressing down on the hand gripping Tao Wu's wrist, shaking his head in disapproval. We may question Severus's character, but not his proficiency in potion making. His skills are well known throughout Hogwarts, and if it weren't for this, he would not have earned Voldemort's trust. Sirius turned back to see his friend's serious expression, then glanced again at Tao Wu, still harboring skepticism towards Snape. In their youth, Snape's fervor for dark magic and loyalty to Voldemort were notorious. Furthermore, in his clandestine communications with Regulus, he learned that despite both being Death Eaters serving under Voldemort, Regulus's relationship with Snape was fraught with tension. The young Regulus could not abide Snape's callous disregard for human life, nor his treacherous demeanor. Therefore, it was difficult for Sirius to believe that Snape genuinely wished to concoct an antidote for Regulus's poison. Although the potion bore a scent reminiscent of death, Snape had nearly lost his life seeking Moonflower. If he intended to harm Regulus, he would not have sought it out. Moreover, he brewed this potion to bolster his reputation as a master potion maker. He was not merely doing it for Regulus. Let us not elevate him too high. Tao Wu turned her wrist, grasping Sirius's hand, gently squeezing his palm to reassure him. Sirius hesitated, casting a lingering glance at his gasping brother, before finally nodding with a furrowed brow. In any case, he is destined to die. Let us give it a try. Before Tao Wu could uncork the potion, Sirius grasped Remus's hand, retrieving his wand from his pocket to cast a protective charm, enveloping the two of them in a transparent, invisible shield that sealed off the foul odor. Tao Wu smiled at their grim demeanor, magically dulling their sense of smell, then pushed the cork aside. Regulus, the only one without any protection, became the sole victim. Once lying in Tao Wu's embrace, he had lost consciousness, but suddenly his nostrils quivered violently, and he emitted 2 painful coughs before quickly sealing his lips to prevent any more toxic air from entering his airways. His feeble, drooping hand struggled to rise, as if attempting to cover his nose. Hidden within the protective barrier, Sirius stared in astonishment at his brother's actions, his eyes wide. Merlin, this is a medical miracle. Tao Wu observed Regulus's tightly pursed lips and leaned forward, pressing her shoulder against his head while slowly withdrawing her arm from beneath his neck. With her right fingers, she gently pinched his nostrils, obstructing air from entering his nasal passages. Regulus was forced to part his lips slightly, and amidst the astonished gazes of Sirius and Remus, Tao Wu deftly poured the potion into his slightly open mouth. Then, she swiftly covered his mouth with her hand to prevent him from expelling the potion. Regulus coughed violently twice, his pallid complexion shifting to a sickly hue before gradually returning to a healthy flush. Tears, born from pain, glistened on his lashes, trembling like shadows. As they fell to the ground, his obsidian eyes slowly opening. The foul odor dissipated as quickly as it had come, taking with it the pain and toxins that had afflicted Regulus. Luna. Regulus opened his eyes to find Tao Wu's smiling face before him. He shifted his head slightly, realizing he was leaning against the one he cherished. Instantly, his face, now restored to color, flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. Wonderful. The poison within you has been completely neutralized. Tao Wu's fingers rested on his forehead, a faint blue light emanating from her fingertips, penetrating his skin as the magic explored every vein in his body, confirming that the toxins had been entirely eradicated. Regulus was acutely aware that Tao Wu had just liberated him from the venom coursing through his veins with that horrendous potion. He reclined in her embrace, reluctant to depart. After lying at the frigid lake's bottom for over a decade, he cherished this fleeting warmth. He pressed his lips together, a delightful smile gracing his face as he dared to utter a rather sentimental remark. Luna, I know you hold a place for me in your heart. Before Tao Wu could respond, he was met with the unrelenting jibe of his brother. It is Snape's potion that has saved you. It is Snape who harbors feelings for you. Regulus,